I have 3 half-sisters and 1 younger sister. Every month, they either give me 10 trillion pocket money or give me their family's 200,000 acres of villa. I used to think their care for me was a family affection, but as I grew up, they started acting weird. The eldest sister, Zia Yurong, sneaks into my bedroom every night. The second sister, Liu Ruyen, asks me to drink milk every morning. The third sister, Li Xia, presses me against the wall and bites me crazily every day. The younger sister, Xin Yu Chu, clings to me every day and calls me husband. I thought I could continue living like this, but whenever they have time, they demand hugs and kisses, completely invading my personal space. And all this beautiful life, just because I posted 3 dog heads. At this moment, I was walking on my way home and happened to see a girl on the bridge singing, rapping, and playing basketball. As a 5-star citizen, I was ready to play the hero to save the beauty, but to my surprise, my foot went numb, and both of us fell into the river. When I woke up again, I saw a bright red palm print on my right cheek, and the girl was sucking the fragrance from my mouth. She is a reborn person. Unexpectedly, she was pushed into the river by her own husband just after being reborn. During the process of my numb feet and drowning, she tried to save me and accidentally slapped me. I pushed the woman in front of me in pain, but it didn't work. Instead, she seemed to suck harder on the fragrance in my mouth as if to avenge the slap. It really made my tears almost come out. After a retaliatory punishment, Li Xia finally loosened her grip and let me go. To be honest, this 18-year-old husband, his taste is really different. In my previous life, I loved smoking, and when we exchanged saliva, she could always smell that faint smoke. She didn't mind that much, but what she cared about was my lung cancer and the painful look on my sickbed, which also hurt her. Since she has been reborn now, she will never let me pick up that damn smoking habit no matter what. If I dare to smoke again, she will break all 3 of my legs. At this moment, I looked embarrassed, not knowing where to put my big eyes. The other party was already dressed very coolly, in a black lace nightgown. After the scene just now, whether I should have seen it or not, I accidentally caught a glimpse of it. I took off a black short-sleeved shirt from myself and handed it over to the other party. Li Xia looked at the shirt handed to her and my shy face. Li Xia did not refuse. She took my clothes and quickly put them on herself. Hearing the sound of clothes rustling, my face turned slightly red. After the other party put on the clothes, I turned my head. I'm sorry, I just wanted to save you, but I didn't expect. Then I really thank you, Li Xia said through gritted teeth. I just wanted to go up and take a look. I didn't plan to jump into the river. When I heard this, I lowered my head a bit more. But then I thought, which normal person stands on the railing to look at the scenery in the middle of the night? Well, how about this? My house is nearby. If you don't mind, you can come to my house later, and I'll get you a clean set of clothes. As soon as I finished speaking, Li Xia replied very readily. Okay, let's go. This straightforward response made me puzzled. Isn't it? Don't you need to think about it? You're going to a stranger's house. Seeing me still standing foolishly in place, Li Xia reminded me. What are you doing? Hurry up. It's really uncomfortable being all wet. You should change into clean clothes. My house is only 100 or 200 meters away from here. Li Xia and I, one bare-shouldered and the other barefoot, hurried to my house. Li Xia calculated the current situation. Since she was reborn, she would definitely make some changes. For example, help me fulfill some regrets from my past life. My biggest regret in my past life was not being able to find my missing father, and the unrequited love during my college years. However, this unrequited love was materialistic, and we broke up after graduation. Now that she has been reborn, Li Xia will not let these things happen. She not only wants to be the vermilion birthmark, but also the unrequited love. The only ones who truly catch her eye are my 2 sisters. As for my younger sister, a 5-year-old child who can be easily fooled with a lollipop, she is not within her consideration. Why don't you wear my shoes? The road is full of gravel. After hesitating for a while, I finally spoke up. Li Xia tilted her head, her watery eyes staring at me. What will you do if you give me your shoes? I'll be fine. I'm a grown man, not afraid of a little pain. I shrugged nonchalantly. Well, why don't you just carry me on your back? It's dark and the road is hard to see. It wouldn't be good if you hurt your foot, Li Xia suggested. Sure, since you don't mind, I won't lose out either. Without much thought, I crouched down to let her climb on my back. Li Xia's lips curled up naturally as she pressed her body against mine. I looked down at the ground, finding each step extremely difficult. The feeling of her hands on my back, her slender white arms wrapped around my neck, Was she treating me too familiarly? I'm just a 216-month-old baby. How can I handle this? Seeing my struggling steps, she asked. What's wrong? Am I too heavy? No. I'm fine. I forced a weak smile. Li Xia tilted her head, not understanding. However, when the two arrived home and I hurriedly ran to the bathroom, she seemed to instantly understand. Come, put on these slippers first. I held a pair of black slippers and walked up to Li Xia. Put on the shoes and follow me to the second floor. I'll find you one of my sister's clothes. I led Li Xia into a bedroom. The room's decoration style was minimalist, with natural wood furniture and pristine white walls, making it hard to tell if the room belonged to a boy or a girl. But Li Xia and I had done plenty of mischief in this room in our past lives, so she knew that this room clearly belonged to me. As for why Zhang Qian lied, here, this dress, see if it fits. Zhang Qian took out a white floral dress from inside a coated suitcase and came out. Good. Mu Yining nodded, then prepared to walk over and take the clothes in the other party's hands. Almost walking to Zhang Qian's side, Mu Yining tripped her left foot over her right and immediately slipped forward. Bang! A few soft thuds. Zhang Qian lay on the ground, staring at the other party's beautiful face close at hand with wide eyes. Female on male. This ing pose. Mu Yining's long hair, still 7 points wet, fell down. I don't know what brand of shampoo I used either. It smells so good. Mu Yining stared at Zhang Qian underneath her, but her right hand was picking up a large milk cap from the ground. What is this? Zhang Qian squinted his eyes and instantly panicked, snatching the object from the other's hand. This is for my sister. Oh, said Mu Yining meaningfully. I suddenly remembered something. You look like a blogger I know from Douyin with those eyebrows. Mu Yining clapped his hands and slowly stood up from Zhang Qian's waist. The corners of Zhang Qian's mouth twitched as he forced himself to calm down. What blogger? What are you talking about? Well, said Mu Yining, taking out her own cell phone and sliding her finger across the screen twice. Here, look, it's this blogger called an on Douyin. Zhang Qian fell silent, looking at the cell phone screen that disliked his face. He felt a little panic in his heart. A few years ago, when it was still an epidemic, he and his sister were at home with nothing to do, so his oldest sister painted him in makeup, then strong-armed him into a little dress and dragged him along to a doo-wop. After the video went out, it caught fire. It went up tens of thousands of followers in a few days. Egged on by his sister, he soon got a taste. When he was a freshman in high school, he made the first pot of money in his life. Later, for fear of being recognized, he posted doo-wop pieces with a mask on all the time. I thought this blogger looked a bit like you between the eyes anyway. Don't you really recognize her? Mu Yining's topic changed. In her previous life she had only learned this secret after a few years of marriage. Personally, she did think that Zhang Qian looked quite good in women's clothing. Zhang Qian's features were then on the feminine side, with red lips and white skin, coupled with the fact that the knot in his throat wasn't obvious and his bone structure was on the small side. Even if he wasn't wearing women's clothing, I'm afraid that at first glance he would look like a girl. Only after graduating from college, Zhang Qian gave up on continuing to work as a women's clothing blogger in Douyin. That's quite a coincidence. This blogger you're talking about is my sister, Zhang Qian explained. About his making pocket money as a women's clothing blogger had been a little secret between him and his oldest sister. Even his mom and dad didn't know about it. And in the Douyin account, real name authentication was also his sister's name. Your sister? Mu Yining raised his eyebrows and said with a leathery smile, then your sister is really pretty. I've been keeping an eye on her. Zhang Qian's sister's name is Zhang Evening Zhou, a perverted woman whose disciple control attributes pull full weight. Thinking of the things the other party had done in his previous life, Mu Yining had a bit of a headache. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qian laughed awkwardly twice, slowly loading all the things scattered out on the ground into the suitcase. You change clothes inside this room first. I'll go out and wait. The hairdryer is inside the bathroom. You can go blow dry your hair later. After saying that, Zhang Qian walked out of the bedroom. Squeak! The slamming of the door fell. Mu Yining looked at the clothes beside the bed, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Quickly removing the wet clothes from his body, he tossed them aside. Under the warm white light shining in the room, Mu Yining's white body seemed to be bubbling with white light. The proud body is also visible. If Zhang Qian had seen this scene, it's unlikely that he would have actually gotten some nosebleeds. Mu Yining shook off the slippers on his feet and stepped lightly on the floor with his toes. 1 step, 2 steps. When she got to the bed, she fell headfirst right into it. The bed was a light fresh lemon scent. It was a smell she couldn't get enough of in her previous life. She didn't rush to change her clothes either, but looked at the white ceiling for a moment. Reborn. Meet the husband of 18. That's nice. Mu Yining suddenly burst out laughing. This rebirth back, in addition to helping Jiang Qianan eliminate regrets, but also to the future husband must be tempered to her liking to do so. The four loves. The four loves. The four loves. Mu Yining's insides were screaming. The four loves was something she had always wanted to achieve in her past life but hadn't. Her husband's little white boy look. She's the right person to call her sister. This idea is still a long shot and not something that can be fixed in a short period of time. And besides that, she also had to take an early step to deal with the relationship with Jiang Qian's two sisters before she could do so. Otherwise, it would have been another whole Shirakawa fame scene, like in my last life. After a brief reflection, it was only then that Mu Yining picked up the white floral dress beside the bed and smelled it first. Still that familiar lemon scent. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the room Jiang Qian knocked on the door. That, sister, have you changed? Right away. Mu Yining looked down after changing into her dress. The dress was an okay size for her. Just right. It was the boobs that were squeezing a bit. After changing, he opened the door and proceeded to the bathroom to blow dry his hair. Jiang Qian took advantage of this gap while he went to make a bucket of instant noodles to eat. He hadn't eaten much for dinner, and after all that life and death experience, his stomach was now a little hungry. Mu Yining, who had finished blow-drying her hair, returned to the living room to see Jiang Qian holding a bucket of pickled instant noodles. An awkward sound rang out. Jiang Qian's hand that was still picking at the noodles lurched, and his head lifted to look at Mu Yining who was looking at him. Well, why don't? I'll make you a bucket as well? Jiang Qian opened his mouth. Yes. Mu Yining nodded. A few minutes later, on the table in the living room, Mu Yining and Jiang Qianan were sitting side by side, shivering instant noodles one bite after another. After eating the instant noodles, Mu Yining looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock, though she would have loved to stay the night, but now is clearly not the time. Right now, her relationship with Jiang Qian was not a husband and wife, not even close to being a friend. Besides, the priority right now, she had to go and take care of her side of things before she could. Then I'll leave first, Mu Yining said directly. Good. Jiang Qian silently cleaned up the garbage on the table, using the corner of his eye to surreptitiously survey the woman in front of him. The lace nightgown was a little less flattering when she changed out of it. A simple white floral dress, worn on the other side, has a concave and sophisticated. Such a beautiful woman. I shouldn't see her again in the future, right? Jiang Qian thought to himself. Add a VX. Ha? You are what Not add VX. How do I return this dress on you? What are you waiting for? Take out your cell phone and scan my QR code. Mu Yining quietly rolled her eyes. Oh okay. Chapter 4 Sister. Sister. August 14th. The day before school starts at JCU. Thanks to the owner of some stars for the carnival. Well, the anchor is going off the air. I start school tomorrow and I shouldn't be posting anything new lately. Jiang Qian sat upright, and as soon as his words fell, another carnival was sent out on his cell phone screen. Seeing this, he had to then say sincerely, thanks to the owner of some star for the carnival. About a week ago, this number suddenly appeared on his live stream. Several carnivals are swiped for him every day. Big brothers like this one don't come around very often, and it's unusual for most of them to be the ones who swiped small gifts for him. Just last month, for example, a big brother rewarded him with a $200 gift and wanted to add his private VX. This he definitely did not do. After all, he was still quite a principled person, although he always wore a mask on his live broadcast, and then he didn't have much talent. Every time he opened his broadcast, he was just chatting, but thanks to the several bosses in the broadcast room, his income from the live broadcast was quite substantial. He now has almost 600,000 followers. He used to still make a small few $1,000s a month from the proceeds of the short videos alone, plus the Star Tour, the cabinet. But then it was then and now it's now. Who let his old man idly fix him up with a $3 million debt? He had to make some more money by broadcasting live, because there were two big brothers inside the live broadcast room who would reward him with very expensive gifts every time he opened his broadcast. If you add the some stars that appeared in the past few days, that means he now has 3 big brothers. After getting off the air, Jiang Qian stretched comfortably. I made another $20,000 today, and if the momentum continues, the money should be paid off in 2 years. Luckily the people who came to his house to ask for money were quite qualified. Knowing that they were also screwed, they didn't ask his family to break the bank to pay back the money, but gave it in installments and without interest. Looking at the sky outside, It was now late at night. Jiang Qian was ready to go change his clothes and take a bath to sleep. Maybe it was God's way of rewarding him, adding to his boy-girl looks. A voice-changing specialty. Imperial voice, lowly voice, queen voice. He was basically proficient in all kinds of voices of girls. He also knows all the boys sounds like youthful, proper, imperial, and so on. Walking over to the closet, Jiang Qian first took a set of clothes from it, before taking off the wig on his head, and the mask on his face. He was just about to head towards the bathroom when his cell phone rang. Glancing at the caller contact, Jiang Qian answered the call while walking towards the sanitation. Hello? Sis? What's wrong? Hey, it's okay, I'm just asking how you've been doing. I'm going somewhere with a friend tomorrow and I probably won't call you for the next month. I'm okay, just take care of yourself over there. Ever since Jiang Evening Joe went to study abroad, he would make phone kanji for Jiang Prayan every 3 days. Jiang Qian was used to this, and he could well understand why his sister was like this. It must be hard to be lonely when you go to study abroad. Foreign countries have different languages, different skin colors, different environments and different cultures compared to home. But he had obviously somewhat underestimated his sister Jiang Evening Joe's social cow attributes. On the other side of the ocean at this time, Jiang Evening Joe was sitting in the middle of a bunch of white and black people with a big sister demeanor. Well, when the time comes, when my sister is done with her work, she will come back on the 4th of July and give you a big surprise. Jiang Evening Joe smiled at the corner of her mouth and said, her own brother is the best in the world. She has to seize the money to make money and give it to Jiang Prayan to spend. Oh yeah, Anun, I sent you something the other day. It should be here tomorrow. Remember to sign for it. Ha, sis, you're not sending me another girl's dress or something, are you? Not all. There are some skincare products you remember to use. Oh. Jiang Qian was a bit speechless. Since that time when he graduated from junior high school and caught fire in Douyin, his sister had changed a bit. From the snacks and toys she used to buy for him to women's clothing and skincare products. There are 4 rooms in the home. In the room next to his, there was a whole room full of women's clothes and all kinds of skincare products, cosmetics, perfume, etc. that the other guy had bought for him. Alright, sis, I'm going to take a shower. Hang up first, Jiang Qian said helplessly. He was able to get to this point all because of Jiang Evening Joe. Having been in this line of work for a long time, Jiang Qian was a little afraid of being recognized on the walk. In the past, there were several people from media companies who wanted to approach him for a contract, but he refused them one by one, because he's not much of a man with big aspirations. He just wants to settle down and make a little money swinging for the fences. In the meantime, in the time it takes for Jiang Qian to take a shower, a black SUV drove across the concentric bridge and stopped at the entrance to the Unity neighborhood street. Subsequently, a tall silhouette got out of the car and led a little girl beside her towards Jiang Qian's home, borrowing the bright white moonlight in the middle of the month. It looked like the bright white moonlight had draped a silver-colored veil over a large and small figure. The woman had 3-dimensional features, a melon face, a high nose, and thin lips, a pair of slender willow eyes that looked like they were filled with indifference to the world. At a glance, one could feel the woman's detachment and indifference radiating from the inside out. And the little girl beside her, although she was still young, she could already tell that she was a beauty. Get out of the shower. I had just returned to the living room when my cell phone rang again. Jiang Qian only thought that it was Jiang Evening Joe calling again, and even did not look at the incoming contacts on the cell phone screen, and directly pressed the side button of the cell phone to answer. Hello? Sis, it's not me. Did you secretly plant surveillance in your house? Why are you calling as soon as I'm out of the shower? There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then, that could be a coincidence. Unlike Jiang Evening Joe's youthful voice that was full of energy, this voice was like a cold spring in winter, cold and clear, without a trace of temperature. Jiang Qian instantly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly brought his phone in front of him to look at it. Caller contact, Mu Xuan. I'm sorry, Sister Shui Yan. I thought it was my sister who called me. I didn't realize it was you. Jiang Qian panicked and explained. It's fine, Mu Xuan replied. Little fish wants to see you. We're downstairs at your house right now. Ha! Surprised, Jiang Qian walked to the second floor balcony and took a look below. Sure enough, he saw 2 figures, one large and one small, not far from the Vermilion Iron Gate. The older one is called Mu Xuan, sort of his half-sister, 27 years old this year. The younger one is called Mu Xiaoyu, his half-sister, 5 years old. I'll be right down, Jiang Qian said to the other end of the phone. With that, He walked quickly toward the stairs. Sister, why isn't brother coming down yet? Mu Xiaoyu tightly hugged the little bear doll in her arms. Coming right down. Mu Shuiyan replied. Oh, Mu Xiaoyu yawned. At her current age, she usually went to bed at 7 or 8. But today was different. Just after she fell asleep, she had a nightmare. Dreamed there was a big bear woman who took her brother away from her. It startled her out of her sleep instantly. Brother N is hers and she wants to be with him forever. Chapter 5. I want you to be my husband. Sister Snow Smoke. Zhang Qian opened the door and politely greeted him. Unlike Zhang Evening Zhou, who grew up together, he and Mu Shuiyan were only nominally siblings. Usually there is basically no communication. Only on New Year's holidays will exchange a few pleasantries. Mu Shuiyan was very high-strung. He knew that when he first met her. During the summer vacation of junior high school, he followed his mother to live in Mu's house for a period of time. And at that time, he was trying to take the initiative to get along with this nominal sister. But after experiencing several times of hot faces sticking to cold asses, he gave up. In the past, he and Mu Shuiyan used to say more words all year round than he probably did with Zhang Eveningzhou for 3 days. It was only in the last 2 years because of Mu Xiaoyu that he and Mu Shuiyan gradually interacted more. Aha! Mu Shuiyan nodded. Brother! Mu Xiaoyu walked forward and hugged Zhang Qian directly. Little fish is looking for brother for something at this late hour? Zhang Qian rubbed the ebony little head in front of him. Mu Xiaoyu's height now almost reached his waist. Mu Xiaoyu wasn't as high and cold as Mu Shuiyan, and would sweetly call him brother every time she saw him. Growth is also very pleasing. Small V face, a little baby fat. Eyes are very large. When you smile, curved into a small crescent moon. Especially cute. Zhang Qian's heart softened more than once by his sister's adorableness. Brother, can I sleep with you tonight? Mu Xiaoyu hugged Zhang Qian's thigh tightly. The freshly showered Zhang Qian's body smelled of fresh lemon. Mu Xiaoyu loved this smell on brother Anan. Every time she would stay close and sniff for a long time. Sleep? Zhang Qian scratched his head. He did accompany Mu Xiaoyu to sleep with her a few times in the Mu family before. But like today, coming to his house in the middle of the night just to sleep with him. That's a first. She had a nightmare and clamored for you to come and put her to sleep. Mu Shuiyan explained. Does little fish want to sleep with brother tonight? Zhang Qian squatted down and asked. Aha, aha. Mu Xiaoyu nodded in a hurry. Her favorite thing about sleeping with brother Anan was that she slept soundly every time. And she could dream of lots of good food and fun. That's fine. Then I'll go up and clean up the house. Does Sister Snow Smoke want to sleep here tonight too? This is at the doorstep. Zhang Qian can't just block people back. And it felt good to sleep with Mu Xiaoyu in his arms. Who could resist a soft and fragrant pillow? Aha! Mu Shuiyan nodded. After receiving the answer, Zhang Qian turned around and prepared to go upstairs to clean up the house. This was the first time the two sisters had stayed over at his place. Just as he turned around, before taking 2 steps, he heard a soft and sticky voice beside him ask, Sister, do you want to sleep with us? Zhang Qian's footsteps lurched, turning his head to look at Mu Shuiyan's face at the moment. It was still as cold as ever. He had rarely seen Mu Shuiyan have any noticeable change in expression, not to mention a big smile, not even a smile. It's just like the nun whose waves have already left the house. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if this sister of his had some sort of psychological problem. Fishy, how can this be? Sister has to sleep in a separate room to make it work. Zhang Qian replied. Why not? Mu Xiaoyu stared wide-eyed, somewhat confused as to why. Brother Anan and Sister Snowy Smoke are the most important people to her. However, in her heart, the importance of Brother Anan was a notch higher than Mu Shuiyan. Zhang Qian patiently explained. Men and women are not related. Even though Sister Shuiyan and I are family members, but what should be avoided is still avoided. Besides, that bed of mine isn't that big. After saying that, Zhang Qian scraped Mu Xiaoyu's nose. Mu Shuiyan's eyes were half narrowed as she stared at the boy in front of her, and she didn't open her mouth to speak. Mu Xiaoyu tilted her head. Her tiny head had a big question mark. My brother and I are also family. Why can we sleep together? Because you're young. Mu Xiaoyu frowned. Then is it true that when I grow up later, I won't be able to sleep with my brother either? Then of course you can't. Why? I don't want this. I want to sleep with my brother forever. Mu Xiaoyu firmly said. This childish words Zhang Qian didn't take it to heart. He just found it a bit funny. When little fish grows up, the one who sleeps with you won't be your brother, but your boyfriend or husband. When he was young, Zhang Qian also liked to sleep with Zhang Wanzhou or his mom and dad, but when he slowly grew up, he didn't want to anymore. He didn't understand why this was. Perhaps because he slowly stopped thinking about it as he got older. Boyfriend? Husband? What is it? Mu Xiaoyu asked. It's the one who's always going to be there for Fishy from now on. You'll see when you're older. Then can brother be my boyfriend and husband? I want brother to be by my side all the time. Mu Xiaoyu directly said. Zhang Qian went on to explain. That's a bad thing to say. Isn't that incest? Why? Mu Xiaoyu was still puzzled. Because we're family. Can't my family make my brother my husband? Right. Why? Maybe every little kid has 100,000 reasons in his heart. But at this moment Zhang Qian has been too lazy to explain. Anyway, how much can you remember when you grow up if you said something when you were a kid? Besides, if Mu Xiaoyu really remembers this night when she grows up, she'll probably be embarrassed and pick out the 3 rooms with her toes. Mu Shuiyan, who had been listening silently from the side, interjected at this moment. No reason. Mu Xiaoyu was still confused. That family husband-boyfriend relationship and so on. She did not hear too much. She did not care. She only wanted Zhang Qian to accompany her all the time in the future. Alright, let's hurry up. It's the middle of the night. Zhang Qian pulled Mu Xiaoyu and headed upstairs. If he let Mu Xiaoyu continue to ask questions like this, he didn't know how long it would take to completely eliminate the other party's questions. Second floor living room. 4 rooms. Zhang Qian planned to let Mu Shuiyan stay in that room of his. He and Mu Xiaoyu stayed in Zhang Eveningzhou's room. It didn't help that his sister hated having other people touch her things. And his father's room. It's also hard to tell. His dad had packed up all the quilts, bedding, lint, etc. in his room after saying he was going to go on a big trip. After letting the sisters sit in the living room for a little while, Zhang Qian went into his room and started packing. He definitely couldn't let Mu Shuiyan notice that he was being a ladies' man in Douyin. Wigs, masks, women's clothing. Zhang Qian packed his things into his suitcase one by one and then moved to the next room. About 20 minutes. 2 rooms were then packed. Sister Snowsmoke. Slippers. Zhang Qian took Zhang Eveningzhou's pink slippers. His old man even packed away his slippers when he left. So he only has 2 pairs of slippers at home now. It just so happened that Mu Xiaoyu also saved herself the trouble and came over wearing her own little slippers. After putting the slippers down, Zhang Qian then asked, Sister Shuiyan, do you want to take a bath? 2. Use your slippers. And your bath towel. Mu Shuiyan directly ignored the pink slippers in Zhang Qian's hand. She didn't have to think hard to know who it belonged to. Zhang Wanzhou, the one that made her very envious and jealous of her nominal sister. Sister Shuiyan, my slippers are all still wet. Zhang Qian explained. Zhang Nanzhou doesn't like me using her stuff, and I don't want to use hers. These words gave Zhang Qian on dry silence. His own 2 sisters although family, but this relationship is quite poor. Contemplating for a moment, Zhang Qian still changed into Zhang Eveningzhou's slippers and handed Mu Shuiyan his own slippers. Mu Xiaoyu was already frantically pounding her head at the moment, her 2 eyelids fighting badly. 11 o'clock. For a young child as young as 5 years old, it was already a very late hour. After taking out his own bath towel again and giving it to Mu Shuiyan, Zhang Qian spoke. Sister Shuiyan, let me carry little fish to wash up. Aha! Mu Shuiyan cooperated and handed out Mu Xiaoyu in her arms. As soon as she smelled the familiar flavor, the corner of Mu Xiaoyu's mouth curled up slightly as she murmured, Brother, I've taken a bath at home. Let's quickly go to bed. Good. Zhang Qian and Mu Shuiyan exchanged a look and proceeded to walk inside the room. Zhang Eveningzhou still goes home a few times a year, so Zhang Qian was in the process of cleaning each other's rooms on a regular basis. Unlike the minimalist style of his room, Zhang Eveningzhou's room was decorated in a very girly way, all fleshly pink. Walking over to the bedside and putting down the little girl in his arms, Zhang Qian then searched the room for the air conditioning remote control board. Usually he's home usually with a fan at night, but today Mu Xiaoyu came, on the Mu family that family condition. He was really afraid that the other party could not sleep at night with the fan blowing. Mu Xiaoyu was lying on the bed, staring at Zhang Qian walking around without blinking. Halftime. There was a ding. The air conditioner overhead started whistling cold air. Mu Xiaoyu lifted a corner of the quilt, patted the side of the bed, and said in a milky voice, Brother, come over here. Good. Zhang Qian had just laid down on the bed when Mu Xiaoyu moved over to his side, a pair of small hands clinging to his right arm. He wasn't in the habit of going to bed early. Staying up all night is the real-life portrayal of the contemporary aughts. With his right hand held, he had to swipe the screen of his cell phone with his left hand. In the meantime, inside the other room, Mu Shuiyan, who had just finished her bath, returned to Zhang Qian's room. No sooner had she sat down on the bed than her eyes caught sight of a few strands of black hair lying peacefully on the beige quilt printed with cartoon bears. Mu Shuiyan reached out and pinched the hair on the bed. Toss it in the trash basket next to the bed after taking a good look at it. Previously, I have seen Jiang Qian'an's room on Douyin, but this is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes like now. Mu Shuiyan's eyes kept surveying the room. She should be the first girl to enter this room besides Jiang Wanzhou, right? Jiang Qian, her nominal brother. She was really envious of Jiang Eveningzhou. Jiang Qian facing her was a completely different attitude from facing Jiang Eveningzhou, but she also understood that a large part of that was her own fault. When she first met with Jiang Qian, looking at the other party and her stepmother's face, which was 7 points similar to her, she only had a strong disgust in her heart. So every time she met with Jiang Qian after that, she had obvious dislike on her face. This state of affairs lasted for a year, and it wasn't until the following summer, after experiencing that kidnapping with Jiang Qian, that she was shocked to realize how wrong she was. She shouldn't be inflicting her resentment of her own father on people who have nothing to do with it. It was funny to say that for the first time since she was a little girl, she felt the warmth of her family, not from her father, but from this brother. At that time, only 13-year-old Jiang Qian blocked in front of her, not as tall as her, but unusually firm to a few thugs. Do not bully my sister. Though the thugs at the time were amused by that, but to this day, she remembers the feeling of wariness that went straight to her soul, goosebumps rising smoothly. Mu Shuiyan was lying on the bed that was covered with Jiang Qian's smell. She also wanted to be like Jiang Eveningzhou, intimately calling Jiang Qian, and she also wanted to hear Jiang Qian casually call her sister in a not-so-respectful manner. This was the point where she envied Jiang Wanzhou the most, being able to casually mess around with Jiang Qian. And she, Mu Shuiyan, felt like there was an unbridgeable chasm between herself and Jiang Qian. However, in the last 2 years, because of Mu Xiaoyu, the distance between her and Jiang Qian was slowly drawing closer. Phew! Mu Shuiyan took a sharp sniff of the smell on the quilt. She actually wanted to hold Jiang Qian in her arms and smell the reassuring lemon scent. Every time she saw the photos of Jiang Eveningzhou's friend circle showing her and Jiang Qian's intimacy, she was envious. It was obviously just a faint smell, but it smelled much better than those expensive aromatherapy scents inside her room. If Jiang Qian saw Mu Shuiyan at this moment, he would definitely be a bit surprised, not expecting that the always cold Shuiyan would actually have a slightly red face and a smile at the corner of her mouth. There was no talk all night. Day 2. The mid-August sun is still hot. Just after 8 a.m. You could already see the heat rolling through the air. Unity neighborhood intersection. A red sports car pulled up. Mu Yining got out of the car, carrying a freshly bought, still hot breakfast in her right hand, and a bag in her left hand, which contained the clothes that Jiang Qian had lent her to wear last time. Breakfast is white bread, eggs, soy milk, some kimchi. Jiang Qian loved fries, and other fried foods like fried chicken, French fries, and other fried foods. So much so that when you get old, that triple high is particularly scary. Mu Yining glanced at the time and muttered to himself, the little sloth should be up at this hour, right? Chapter 6, Women with Ulterior Motives. Mu Shuiyan's sleep quality was poor, and she would wake up with the slightest movement at night, but it was an extraordinarily restful sleep. Get up. She opened the door to the living room, looking across the room at the closed door. There was not a hint of movement inside. Jiang Qian and Mu Xiaoyu looked like they were still sleeping. Stomp. The crisp sound of heels hitting the floor came from the stairs. Mu Shuiyan's attention was instantly attracted. Jiang Wanzhou? Her eyes were half narrowed. If it was the woman, another argument would be inevitable later. Every time the other person met with her, they got along extraordinarily badly. The dark red iron gate in the courtyard was unlocked, so Mu Yining went straight up the stairs. But by the time she knocked on the door to her room on the second floor and got a good look at the woman who opened the door to her, she was a little confused. Why is Mu Shuiyan here? Mu Yining? Why are you here? Mu Shuiyan frowned. This person in front of her was her favorite senior apprentice. Although he was only 21 years old, this IQ was completely smarter than any of the master's degree students under her hand. Looking at each other twice, Mu Yining also came back to her senses and opened her mouth. Then explained, Professor Mu, I'm here to return the clothes. What other clothes? Mu Shuiyan pursued. There was an accident the other day. Mu Yining then recounted to the other party what had happened a few days ago. One by one, Mu Shuiyan frowned as she listened, then said, Come in quickly then. When she finished speaking, she glanced sideways at the breakfast Mu Yining was carrying in her hand. Excuse me, Professor Mu, can I ask if your relationship with him is? Mu Yining changed the topic to diffuse the embarrassment while silently observing the expression on Mu Shuiyan's face. In her previous life, After Mu Shuiyan knew that she and Jiang Qian were together, it was a real face turn on the spot. Don't look at the fact that she was Mu Shuiyan's favored disciple, a high disciple, and assume how important she was in the other party's heart. In reality, I'm afraid that in Mu Shuiyan's heart, she might not even be able to compare to a single hair of Jiang Qian's head. Sister and brother, Mu Shuiyan replied. Professor, you spent last night, slept with him? Mu Yining's eyes were fixed on the unclosed door of Jiang Qian's room on the side next to him, as well as the slippers on Mu Shuiyan's feet. She was a bit puzzled. Mu Shuiyan and Jiang Qian's relationship shouldn't be this good now, right? According to her understanding, Mu Shuiyan is a particularly screwed up person, who clearly cares about Jiang Qian in her heart, but just doesn't say anything, and is also afraid that Jiang Qian will find out about this. She was kind of wondering if this was some kind of mental illness. Mu Shuiyan didn't answer, but asked back, what are you carrying in this hand? Breakfast? 2 servings? Bought for my brother? When she finished, she narrowed her eyes and scrutinized her favorite student, although Mu Yining was very pleasing to her. But, that doesn't mean she can be equated with Jiang Qian. The love interest can be found again. There is only one brother. I bought this on the way. Mu Yining was just about to follow up with a sly defense. The door to the room on one side opened. Mu Xiaoyu ran out first. Her mood was so good that she walked with a bounce, and the butterflies embroidered on the top of her white dress seemed to be dancing along with her, still holding her favorite brown bear muppet in her hand. Jiang Qian was right behind him. He had just been woken up by a knock on the door. This had just come out dressed, when he saw 2 women not far away, one standing inside the door and the other outside facing each other. Upon seeing him open the door and come out, the 2 women turned their attention back to him. Are you? During the past few days, although Jiang Qian and Mu Yining had added the VX, neither of them had chatted much. He didn't take the initiative to ask the other party how long it would take to return the clothes, which weren't expensive anyway, just a few $dozen. Oh, I came to return the clothes. Mu Yining raised his hand to lift the bag of clothes he was holding. Mu Shuiyan glanced sideways at Jiang Qian and then at Mu Yining. Then she blocked her body in the middle of the 2 men's line of sight and reached out. Then give me the clothes. Mu Yining unabashedly flashed a standard do 6-tooth smile. This Mu Shuiyan is still so virtuous. It was as if she was afraid that Jiang Qian would meet a bad woman. But it's better than Jiang Evening Zhou. If Mu Shuiyan was a civilized person who could communicate, then Jiang Evening Zhou was an unreasonable and rude person. As soon as he saw someone approaching Jiang Qian, Jiang Evening Zhou that was really like a cat that had exploded its fur. Okay. Mu Yining handed the bag of clothes in her hand to Mu Shuiyan, then tilted her head to look at Jiang Qian and continued. I bought some breakfast on my way here. Do you want to join me? How is this good? Jiang Qian walked up, and after a polite sentence, he greeted Mu Yining and hurried into the house. What's with this standing in front of the room and talking? I'll go to the kitchen to make some food. Jiang Qian greeted the people in and walked to the kitchen. Mu Yining found a seat on the living room sofa, and Mu Shuiyan sat not far from her, her eyes staring intently. Mu Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes in curiosity. It was the first time she had seen a big beauty as beautiful as her own sister. Sister, what's your name? Mu Xiaoyu asked as she walked up to Mu Yining. Mu Yining? Mu Yining introduced herself and then also curiously sized up this Jiang Qian's sister. Compared to Mu Shuiyan and Jiang Evening Zhou who were just simple disciple controllers, Mu Xiaoyu after growing up in his previous life is much more weighty. Not only brother control, but also special petite. In the heart of the Jiang Prayan as a family member to see, but want to develop into a relationship with the other side of the lovers. After being rejected several times by Jiang Qian, he slit his wrists. Life is forever fixed at 22. Jiang Qian because of this incident, suffered a small blow. After that, can only rely on tobacco and alcohol to paralyze themselves? The later years is everyday nightmares. What's your name? Mu Yining asked back with a smile. This do-over. She couldn't let those tragedies happen again. A 5-year-old girl with a lot of plasticity left in her. If this could get any more sickly, she really should have created herself with a block of tofu. Mu Xiaoyu. The little girl's sweet smile couldn't help but make Mu Yining shake her eyes. Little fish is so cute looking pinch. Mu Yining pinched the baby fat face of the girl in front of him. That innocent smile. It was nothing like the grim, maniacal smile she remembered. Little fish, come here, Mu Shuiyan said in a deep voice. Oh, Mu Xiaoyu ended up looking at Mu Yining a few more times. For a pretty-looking sister or brother, she really didn't have any resistance at all. Chapter 7 Regrets of a Past Life. Come on, dinner is served. Jiang Qian had been busy in the kitchen for quite a while, and was finally serving today's breakfast on the table. Soup noodles served in a large bowl. Clip as many as you want for yourself. He passed small bowls to each of several more people. Mu Yining looked at the fragrant noodles in the bowl, and then looked at the white flour steamed buns in his hand. Maybe she shouldn't have bought this breakfast over today. How much does little fish want to eat? Brother will pick for you first. Jiang Qian asked. I want them all. Mu Xiaoyu smelled the noodles, and her mouth had begun to produce saliva non-stop. The noodles my brother made smell so good. I wish I could eat my brother's cooking every day. When she grows up, she must live with her brother every day. Eat, sleep and watch cartoons. She also had to wear lots of pretty little dresses for her brother. I'll serve you a bowl first. Jiang Qian was amused by the other party's reply. Say it again if it's not enough, and brother will give you a second bowl. After serving it to Mu Xiaoyu, he turned his head to ask Mu Shuiyan again. Sister Shuiyan, how much are you eating? 1 bowl. Okay. Mu Yining immediately felt that the steamed bread in her hand did not smell good. Jiang Qian's cooking skills she had tasted before, higher than the chef's handiwork of the restaurant outside. How much does Ms. Mu eat? Jiang Qian asked politely. When the VX was first added, the two exchanged each other's names briefly. Mu Yining. He thought it was a pretty good name. Half a bowl will do. Mu Yining regretted. If she hadn't bought breakfast, she would have had 3 bowls at least. But she couldn't afford to waste food now. 2 buns, 2 eggs, 2 cups of soy milk. After serving the noodles to the 3 in turn, Jiang Qian picked up a large bowl and picked about 2 tails of noodles for himself. After breakfast, Mu Yining had wanted to stay and chat with Jiang Qian, but his teacher Mu Shuiyan was sitting there staring at him. She couldn't find any chance at all that she could strike up a conversation with Jiang Qian. She'd cleaned herself up in the last few days, and that white-knuckle best friend had been sent to the station 9 years early to step on a sewing machine. Although the other party was still a college student like her at the moment, she was a person who held quite a grudge. In her previous life, her life was nearly ruined by the other side. Used to be in business all the time and in the end was betrayed by her most trusted BFF. Wanted to jump into the river was Jiang Qian accidentally stopped. After that, she was Jiang Qian took in this old broken neighborhood. Then she got pissed off and spent a long time making a comeback, ending up with a successful revenge though as well. But she's also up to almost 35 years old, because of her own reasons, as well as the reasons of Jiang Qian's elder sister and younger sister. When she married Jiang Qian, she was already almost 40 years old, and Jiang Qian accompanied her through a 10-year love run from 27 to 37 years old. The two shared the regret that they had never been able to have a child, and although Jiang Qian reassured her from time to time that she was fine, Mu Yining knew that this was her problem. After going to the hospital for some checkups after a continuous day and night shift at work, coupled with an irregular diet, the doctor told her that it would be difficult for her to conceive a child. Although the two ended up going to an orphanage to adopt a little girl, Mu Yining has always blamed herself for this. At the end of her last life, not only Jiang Qian had a lot of regrets, she also had happily God gave her the chance to start over. All she wants now is to spend 4 years of college with Jiang Qian, and then when she graduates and reaches the legal age for marriage, she will get married. This time, she was going to give Jiang Qian triplets. Brother, my sister and I are leaving. If you are free, remember to come and play with me more often. Mu Xiaoyu waved her little hand, very reluctant to leave. If she could, she really wanted to spend every moment with Jiang Qian. Good. Jiang Qian nodded. Mu Shuiyan didn't care about the two of them, but turned her head to stare at Mu Yining and said, Yining, what about you? Alright, I should go too. Mu Yining understood what the other party meant, and although she didn't say anything, she knew that Mu Shuiyan was urging her to hurry up and leave. Jiang Qian didn't say anything polite, and one by one, he sent several people out the door. He also had to go pack his bags. He had to report to school today. After leaving from Jiang Qian's house, the two of them, Mu Shuiyan and Mu Yining, then walked outside one after the other. Mu Yining was in the front, and Mu Shuiyan was in the back. Only after seeing Mu Yining drive out towards the concentric bridge side did Mu Shuiyan drop her guard. No matter who it was, as long as it was a member of the opposite sex that appeared beside Jiang Qian, she was a bit wary. Jiang Qian from middle school to high school. Because of the pretty face, there are also many people around like. All of this Mu Shuiyan saw in her eyes. Only under the joint operation of her and Jiang Evening Zhou, the good cabbages in the family were not arched by pigs. In the past, Jiang Qian hadn't even turned 18, so they wouldn't allow anyone to bring Jiang Qian down. As for later, look again. Mu Xiaoyu suddenly recalled her unanswered question from last night, and after getting into the passenger side of the car, She couldn't wait to ask towards Mu Shuiyin. Sister, why can't brother be my husband? This is the rule. You are family members, and those who are related by blood cannot get married. Mu Shuiyin explained as she buckled her seatbelt. Mu Xiaoyu then followed up with, what is blood relationship? What is marriage? Blood ties are. You'll know when you grow up. Mu Shuiyin didn't explain too much. Basic common sense like this would be given popularization in the 9 years of compulsory education. Explaining any more, she guessed that the 5-year-old Mu Xiaoyu probably wouldn't understand much. Not much longer. An intersection not far from the concentric bridge. Achoo! Achoo! Mu Yining sneezed twice in a row. Is this Professor Mu secretly bad-mouthing me behind my back? Drawing paper to wake up his nose? Mu Yining pinched the time. Then he was ready to kill back. She still didn't believe that Mu Shuiyin would still stay put and guard her. It was pretty much what she expected. By the time she drove the car back to the Unity neighborhood, Mu Shuiyin was long gone, and Zhang Qian walked out dragging a large bag of luggage. Ha! Mu Yining smiled wryly. After rolling down the window, she pressed the horn. Zhang Qian, where are you going? Do you need me to give you a ride? No. Zhang Qian waved his hand and refused. But Mu Yining, as if she didn't hear, parked the car firmly beside Zhang Qian, then stepped out of the car, helping to carry the luggage while saying, this bus stop is quite far. I'll send you a cut. Ms. Mu, no, really, I'll just walk over. Before Zhang Qian finished speaking, there were a total of 4 bags around him, and 2 of them had already been mentioned by Mu Yining to the side of the car. Hey, it's just a matter of passing by. Mu Yining put away his 2 bags and turned back to carry Zhang Qian's 2 suitcases. I'll do it myself then. After some excuses, Zhang Qian was still prepared to choose the law of true fragrance. Because of the sun, it's really quite uncomfortable to walk with a suitcase. Chapter 8, Sister Mu. Over. The bus stop is over. Ms. Mu, you drove over. Zhang Qian reminded anxiously. Mu Yining glanced out the car window at the bus stop that had already passed by. It's fine. You're going to report to Jincheng University, right? It just so happens that I'm also going. On my way. Zhang Qian looked doubtful and puzzled. How did you know that I'm going to report to Jincheng University? Your circle of friends. Didn't you send an acceptance letter from JCU? Happening to hit a red light, Mu Yining braked the car to a stop, then took out his cell phone and clicked on the circle of friends that Zhang Qian had sent. Zhang Qian scratched his head, still a little confused. I just sent a cover of the acceptance letter, and I didn't send how soon I'll start school. How do you know the start time of Jincheng University? It's very simple. Mu Yining laughed lightly. You can understand that I'm going to work at Jincheng University for a few days, right? The only one in this Sichuan and Chongqing that started school today is Jincheng University. Ha? A job? Teacher? Zhang Qian was puzzled. He looked at the girl beside him. She should be about the same age as him, and she didn't look like a teacher. But the other party said she was going to work. No, it's Banshee. Banshee? What's a Banshee? A classroom assistant is a small teacher who helps the counselor to manage the class, helping the counselor to deal with some matters and informing the students about some things. Oh, so, asking this, Zhang Qian suddenly had a very coincidental guess, but after thinking about it a bit more, I don't think it's possible. Which class are you the class assistant of? Zhang Qian asked without holding back the curiosity in his heart. Chinese Language and Literature Class 1. Mu Yining answered lightly, then glanced at the traffic light that had already changed to green. Her foot lightly stepped on the gas, and the car drove out. The corners of Zhang Qian's mouth twitched slightly. This was really outrageous. His mom opened the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the home. Is the world really that small? The woman he had mistakenly pushed down the river a few days ago was actually a schoolmate from the same university as him, and his class assistant later on. Holy, really? That surprised look on your face. You couldn't have majored in Chinese language and literature, could you? Mu Yining asked knowingly. Kidding aside, it was because she knew that Zhang Qian was in Chinese language and literature that she specifically sought connections to run as a class assistant for the Chinese language and literature major. In her previous life, she and Zhang Qian went to the same school, but they didn't have much contact with each other. And when Zhang Qian enrolled in school, she was already preparing to go abroad as an exchange student. This time she wouldn't run abroad again. She would stay by Zhang Qian's side and not go anywhere. It seems like it. Zhang Qian smiled a far-fetched smile and, as if, it should be. Should? So what? Sister Mu. Bah. Ms. Mu. That few days ago was really just an accident. Don't take it to heart. I really wanted to save you. but my feet slipped at the time. Zhang Qian explained the events of that day again. He didn't want to offend his newfound banshee over this. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, he seemed to have slapped Mu Yining at that time. Not only did he slap the other party, he also remembered that at that time in the water, Mu Yining even gave him a mouth-to-mouth air transfer. She even opened her mouth and bit his tongue. I'll go. Zhang Qian had thought that this was nothing, but now that he knew that the other party was her class assistant, his entire body was a bit messed up. This college, he's totally off to a hell of a start. Don't call me Teacher Mua. I'm just 3 years older than you. I'm in my 3rd year of college. You can just call me Sister Mu. Mu Yining waved her hand unconcernedly and then continued. Don't care about what happened a few days ago. I didn't put it on my mind. However, this relaxed and smiling attitude fell in Zhang Qian's eyes. I always felt that it was a bit creepy. Sister Mu. Or you can still have a few more titles. Call me Sister Mu, Sister Ning, or Aunt Ning. The last name was Zhang Qian's favorite nickname in his previous life. When they first met in their previous lives, Zhang Qian was still quite polite, calling her sister in every breath. But it's been a long time and the name calling has slowly changed. Because of that time around 30 years old, the style of dress is very mature. Every time you go out, Zhang Qian will tease that the two are like a young mother with a son. So the title changed from sister to Auntie Ning. Then later, after the two had gotten better acquainted, in bed, certain strange terms of endearment sprang up. No, 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 that's not going to work, Mu-senpai. Zhang Qian's heart is now called a fear, afraid that this counselor will give him small shoes to wear in the future. Before he could continue, his cell phone rang. Glancing at the caller contact, he picked up the phone. Hello? Sister Snowsmoke. What's the matter? I think I remember you starting school today, right? Yeah. What's up? I'm on my way back to school too, so I'll give you a ride over there on my way later. No, no need. Sister Snowsmoke, I've got a ride. Got a ride? Mu Shuiyan sniffed with some chagrin. How could she forget that today was the opening day of Jinchang University? Alas. Sister, are we waiting for brother? Mu Xiaoyu's face was puzzled. Just now, when the car was halfway, Mu Shuiyan looked like she remembered something important and directly turned the car around and drove back. It's fine. Mu Shuiyan hung up the phone regretfully. Mu Yining car sound insulation is not bad, as long as the window is closed. Tire noise, wind noise and other things cannot be heard. So even if Zhang Qian hadn't turned on the speakerphone just now, she had listened to the two's call clearly. If Mu Shuiyan knew that Zhang Qian was now hitchhiking to school in her car, that must have been a great look on that face. All the way, Zhang Qian's heart was incomparably apprehensive. Mu Yining drove into the campus of Jinchang University. A sports car is going to turn heads a bit more than a regular car. Zhang Qian could even notice that since he entered the school, many people, students and parents, were casting curious gazes at him. The building where new students report to is still some distance from the parking lot. It was early enough for the two to come, though it was only a little after 10 in the morning. But there are no more spaces in the campus parking lot. After wandering around twice, Mu Yining then simply dumped the car on the side of the road. Zhang Qian was about to unbuckle his seatbelt when a nice rose scent instantly filled his nostrils. Mu, Senior Mu, what are you doing? Zhang Qian asked in panic. This Mu Yining's entire body was leaning against his. He just glanced to the side and instantly felt his breath and blood rise and his nose bleed. Mu Yining's watery winks blanked him and replied, I'll take the shoes. After that, he hooked his hand again, but still couldn't get it. Zhang Qian also reacted at this time, and it turned out that there was a handheld bag placed at his feet. Seeing that the other couldn't reach it, he went up to help. Sister Mu, let me help you. Aha! With Zhang Qian's help, Mu Yining received the handbag containing her high heels. Halftime, the two stepped out of the car one after the other. Zhang Qian saw that Mu Yining still wanted to continue to help him carry his luggage, scaring him so much that he hurriedly went up to snatch his own luggage over. After realizing that the other party was his class assistant, Zhang Qian felt respect for him in his heart. Don't be so polite. I'll get it for you. Don't. School teacher, I'll just do this myself. Okay, I'll take you to report then. No. School teacher, I'll just go by myself. What's there to be ashamed of? Shy. I'm not shy. Who's shy? Then what? Sister Mu, my stomach hurts. I'll go to the restroom first. Chapter 9. No. Man, you think I'm your goddess? When Zhang Qian arrived at the dormitory, there were already two roommates inside who had arrived first. Before he even walked through the door, he heard the sound of post talk coming from inside. Dude, You can't do this. I'll show you my goddess. No, dude. Isn't this girl just a scrub blogger wearing a mask? Aren't you afraid she looks like Joe Bello? Smaller? Your pattern is a bit small. What's the most important thing about a woman? Appearance? Of course not. It's the inside. What? You know this blogger? I don't know. But my goddess is not like other girls. Zhang Qian didn't want to eavesdrop, but the two were talking a little too loudly. Listening to the topic the two were talking about, he had a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. After approaching, looking at the cell phone screen that was facing his roommate's back, Zhang Qian suddenly had two black eyes. If he was right, on that cell phone screen, it looks like him? No. Dude. Classmate. How come you came in here without a sound? Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin turned their heads in unison, sizing up the new roommate in front of them. Lips red, teeth white, cold white skin, perhaps because of the sun exposure on the way here. The whole face is a little red. This boy-girl face value. And this body. Small bones. A proper innate female holy body. Zhang Qian smiled awkwardly. People always acted busy when they were embarrassed. He unpacked his bags one by one, then laid out his things one by one where they belonged. What's your name, classmate? My name is Chen Ming. The one who spoke was none other than Zhang Qian Douyin account's little fanboy. Plain old popular face. Another somewhat taller and stronger boy also introduced himself. My name is Zhang Hongbin. My name is Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian returned. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Ming blurted out, I didn't expect you to have the same surname as my goddess, eh? The corners of Zhang Qian's mouth twitched slightly. It is possible to see the blogger's real name and authentication information in Douyin. He guessed that the current Chen Ming, like the rest of his fans, should think that the owner of the account was Zhang Evening Zhou. What a coincidence then. Zhang Qian said with a leathery smile. Let's make your bed. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin got up together and took the initiative to walk up and help Zhang Qian clean up his bed. No, I'll just do it myself. Zhang Qian never wanted to cause trouble for others, and he usually didn't ask for help for things he could handle himself, but he had clearly underestimated the level of enthusiasm of his two roommates. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Ming and the two of them had already taken his quilt and walked onto the bed. Time passed slowly and it was noon. Zhang Qian also gradually got acquainted with his two roommates. Unlike him, an I-man, his two roommates are E-men, and that conversation is endless. He also had some new knowledge about his two roommates, Chan Ming and Jiang Preian the same. Jincheng people, the distance between the two high school is not far. The distance is just 2 blocks away. Zhang Hongbin, northeastern people, 3 people inside the tallest, 1 meter 87, a typical northeastern man, thick eyebrows, big eyes, some rough features. An awkward thing happened when I introduced myself. Zhang Qian said that he was 5'7", and Chen Ming also said that he was 5'7", but when the two of them straightened up, Chen Ming was clearly a bit taller than Zhang Qian. What's wrong with 1 meter 73? Isn't that rounded up to 1 meter 75? Zhang Qian defended. He was only 18, and boys didn't stop growing until they were 22, so he still had 4 years to go, and he might even grow to be 5'8" by then. Ah yes. Chen Ming smiled and nodded. Chan Ming, can I ask you something? You asked. When I came in just now, I heard the two of you talking about that Douyin blogger, and you said she was your goddess. Can I ask why you took her as your goddess? Zhang Qian still didn't press the curiosity in his heart. He's just a small women's clothing blogger who usually just wants to make a little money by being bored. So how can he be his roommate's goddess? Zhang Qian didn't even dare to think that if Chen Ming knew the truth, would he do something heartless? Yes. You quickly expand to say, I anyway look at this blogger as just average op. Wearing a mask cannot see the face, but the body is okay. Zhang Hongbin was also a bit curious. There are still a lot of beautiful women on this Douyin? There are all types. What black silk, white silk, imperial sister lowly, mature aunt and so on. All of them. But Chen Ming's goddess would actually be a girl dancing with a mask on. And the point is, the girl didn't show much. He couldn't really figure it out. Chen Ming looked at the curious gazes of his two roommates, slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his gaze became deep and distant. That was a story that happened 2 years ago. The story is simple. Chen Ming at that time just in talk about 5 years of the first love-girlfriend breakup, heartbroken under the point of opening the Douyin, coincidentally swiped to the Zhang Qian video at that time. He couldn't figure it out at the time, so he shared his story in the comments section below, asking why. What he didn't expect was Zhang Qian to comfort him one after another after reading his story. It was followed by even flipping him off every day inside the videos in the days that followed, and even sending him private messages of concern. Since then, Chen Ming had become Jiang Qian's hardcore fan. I Lua Tart just Jiang Prayer Heart Straight Call. He remembered this incident. When his video had just been sent out, he clicked on the comments section, and apart from grabbing the first comment message, it was the story that Chen Ming had sent out, and the reason why he comforted the other person so much, totally because the other person said he didn't want to live anymore, and even posted a picture of him slitting his wrists inside the comments section. 16 or 17-year-old teenagers, feelings that are really pristine. It is easy to make some impulsive behavior. Jiang Qian was also afraid that the other party really couldn't think straight. TCH, let me tell you, my goddess just started live broadcasting in the last 2 months, and that voice is old and beautiful, and she has a lowly voice, an imperial sister voice, a queen voice. She not only knows girls' voices, but also boys' voices, Chen Ming said proudly, with a sense of honor and glory. What? Show me, Zhang Hongbin said excitedly. Voice actors, his favorite thing is voice actors. Hold on, I'll find it for you. Luckily I was smart enough to record the screen, but it's a bit of a shame that I wasn't able to snag my goddesses list 1. I swiped all of my allowance from my summer vacation, and only got that to list 4. Chen Ming was still talking to himself. Jiang Qian no longer had the heart to continue listening to the next part of the story, only to see him stagger his steps to the balcony. Jiang Qian, where are you going? Aren't you going to watch the video? Chen Ming asked. I'm going to the restroom to calm down. My stomach hurts. Jiang Qian waved his hand. Ha? Chen Ming had a questioning look on his face. Stomach ache? Calm down in the restroom? But he didn't think much of it. He loved to see it or not. Anyway, it was Jiang Qian's own loss if he didn't see it. This voice of his goddess really makes your ears pregnant. Chapter 10. Drink less Coke. It's bad for your health. Put your head up and look in the mirror. Can't understand a word. Can you? I thought you didn't like me? So what are we doing here? What am I to you? Say it. Call sister. When Jiang Qianan came out from the toilet after calming down for a while, he came back to hear the voice coming out from inside Chen Ming's cell phone. These lines were certainly not unfamiliar to him. It was dubbed in his imperial voice. He had also curiously and briefly checked Chen Ming's Douyin account just now inside the restroom. This guy could be considered a die-hard fan of his. There are quite a few videos that Chen Ming is the first to like and comment on, or the administrator of his VIP premium group. Swiped $20,000 in gifts for him in one whole summer. Jiang Qian was now under a lot of pressure. He never dreamed it would be like this anyway. Well, how is it? Just tell me this voice of my goddess. Is she professional or not? Does it sound good? Chen Ming had a happy smile on his face. Dance around with your cell phone in your hand. Zhang Hongbin nodded rather approvingly. I think it's good. It does sound quite good. Come, Jiang Qian, come and listen too. Chen Ming pulled Jiang Qian into his seat again. Tap the play button on the phone screen again. Jiang Qian listened to that awkwardness, and his thumbs were almost picking out the 3 rooms. That, Chen Ming, have you ever thought that your goddess might be an ugly one? Or is there a possibility that she is a boy? Jiang Qian asked tentatively. No way. Chen Ming waved his big hand and stubbornly retorted. My goddess is the prettiest. If it's going to be really pretty, then why is she wearing a mask? Zhang Hongbin wondered. What do you know? This is called keeping a low profile. My goddess doesn't want to be too flashy. She doesn't want to be recognized in real life. Chen Ming explained. Jiang Qian was listening on the side and nodded his head. This Chen Ming did have a point. He was just afraid of being recognized. That's why he had been wearing a mask. The identity of his female dresser to make money is not known to anyone else except his sister. Jiang Evening Zhou. The trio settled for lunch at a restaurant off campus. Put together a 3-course meal. The trio walks on, always seeing the white legs of a college girl in the prime of her life. Zhang Hongbin was drooling a bit as he watched. Chen Ming and Jiang Qian, however, were disdainful. The former thinks these college girls are nothing in front of his goddess. The latter has been seen since childhood. Jiang Evening both that used to be at home are wearing a thief cool, not only exposed legs but also exposed waist and shoulders. Ugh, this big sun is unbearable. I guess I should get tanned again. Zhang Hongbin complained. Me too. I get several degrees of tan every time it's summer, and then it whitens back on its own in the winter. Chen Ming responded. Then the two of them turned their eyes to Jiang Qianan. There was undisguised envy in their eyes. Jiang Qian's skin type is the kind that can't be tanned by any amount of sunlight and will only redden his face. You guys can put on some sunscreen, Jiang Qian suggested. I don't think that even exists. It's time to get a tan. I'm also saying, Every time it's summer, I get an unmistakable line of division down my neck and up my arms. The two men spoke. I saw a young couple walk out of the supermarket in front of me. The girl with an umbrella and the boy with a frozen bottle of Coke in his hand. Baby, are you hot? Do you want a Coke? I'm not hot. You drink it. Hey, why don't you have a bite too? I'll hold this umbrella. The young couple looked as if they didn't see the three of them on the side of the road, or they were completely immersed in the sweet world of the two of them. In short, looking at the young couple's backs as they walked away, all three of them had some bad feelings in their hearts. Who wouldn't want to be in a sweet relationship? Isn't college about relationships? He too, so poor. A bottle of Coke for two people. Disgusting. Chen Ming gritted his teeth. But if he can drink the same bottle of Coke as his goddess, then that's a good thing he didn't say. Ugh. Envy, sighed Zhang Hongbin. What is there to envy? Find one not on the line? Jiang Qian shrugged his shoulders. This dog food feeding really caught him off guard. Jiang Qian? A very nice shout came from the supermarket. Jiang Qian's trio's attention immediately moved past the small couple's backs. Mu Yining had just bought some toiletries in the supermarket and came out. When he saw Jiang Qian not far away looking blearily at the back of another young couple. I'll go. Both Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin's eyes went straight. Mu Yining's scourge of the country's looks coupled with her diminutive figure made the two boys who hadn't been in love yet have no idea where to put their eyes. And just like the two, Jiang Qian's eyes quickly shifted away after glancing and realizing that it was Mu Yining. Ha! Mu Yining let out a light laugh and greeted the three. Come over here, all of you. I'll buy you drinks. No need. Jiang Qian was about to wave his hand in rejection, but the two cow horses around him nodded vigorously directly. Walking into the grocery store, the three of them chose 3 Cokes. Are you all Jiang Qian's roommates? Mu Yining chimed in while paying. Yeah, you're Jiang Prian's? Chen Ming gossiped. I'm his class assistant, and if you guys are his roommates, then I should be your class assistant as well. Mu Yining explained with a smile. Bansuk? What's a banshee? Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin asked. Mu Yining had to patiently then explain again. It's your counselor's assistant, assisting her in managing the class. After saying that, she then proceeded to introduce herself graciously. My name is Mu Yining. You guys can call me Sister Mu. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin both instantly became excited. Holy, my own class assistant is a big beautiful girl, And looking at the character, it's quite nice, and should be quite comfortable for the rest of the day. Wait a minute. Your Sister Mu. No wonder. I told you why you look so familiar. It was only at this moment that Zhang Hongbin recalled that there were 2 absolute beauties inside the Jincheng University. One was the gorgeous school flower Mu Yining, and the other was Professor Mu Shuayan Mu, who was known as the Iceberg Beauty. You know me? Mu Yining asked. Sort of know each other. Inside the enrollment announcement of Jincheng University, Zhang Hongbin replied. What old Zhang. What are you talking about? Chen Ming said in disbelief. And Jiang Qian on the side followed and looked over. Zhang Hongbin turned his head, took out his own cell phone, tapped on the public number of Jincheng University, and then introduced himself to the two of them. See for yourselves. Jiang Qian quickly scanned 2 eyes, sort of a simple understanding of this schoolmate. Mu Yining, a student of the 21st grade finance class, followed by a series of awards. What excellent college student. What first prize in what competition and so on. Finish paying. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin were then the first 2 to walk out of the supermarket with a Coke in their hands. Mu Yining at this time put her body behind Jiang Qian, looking at the boy who was about the same height as her, and softly reminded, in the future, drink less cola. It's not good for your body. Jiang Qian turned his head, not understanding why the other party would say that, but before he could ask, Mu Yining left the supermarket with light footsteps, back to the dormitory. Chen Ming then excitedly poked his hand and asked how Jiang Qian and the class assistant had just met. Jiang Qian only replied that he had met them by chance this morning. Chen Ming was a bit unconvinced and then pursued the question, but no matter how he asked, Jiang Qian still answered the same way. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the last roommate inside the dormitory arrived, called Ji Shu Tao. Jiang Qian felt that this name, it's a bit hallowed. It does look a bit old-fashioned, too, wearing a pair of rimless glasses and holding a thermos. If it wasn't for the fact that it was summer, Jiang Qian was really afraid that the other party would wear an executive jacket over. Chapter 11, High-end hunters often appear as prey. By the end of the night, inside the button group notification to meet on the 2nd floor of the comprehensive teaching building, Jiang Qian went to the entire dormitory a little late, almost stepping on the spot, because Zhang Hongbin saw in Chen Ming 2 people in the dormitory room inside the whole flirty hairstyle, a centerfold, A 2/8. One chicken homo. One traitor homo. A few people arrived at the classroom and picked a seat further back. In front of Jiang Qian's few people, there were 4 girls sitting. And in front of Jiang Qian, sitting in front of her, was a girl who had dyed her hair blonde, with such a bright hair color. It was a standout within the entire class. Boys and girls of 18 or 19 are too shy to come forward and talk to each other. But again, because there was a girl beside me, I wanted to intentionally create some movement to draw attention to myself. For example, this was the case with Zheng Hongbin. This speaking voice suddenly became low. That bubble tone. It's a complete contrast to when we first met. Eyes couldn't tell how many furtive glances he'd taken toward the front. Jiang Qian was bored and swiped his cell phone, although he also wanted to fall in love. But now he still owed money. He could only pay off the debt first, and then consider the matter of falling in love. Let's just hope it's not too late by then. Strangely enough, since he was a child, a number of girls had made their feelings known to him both explicitly and implicitly. But just when he was about to start touching on the subject of early love, the girls rejected him again. Hello. Jiang Qian raised his head and looked at the blonde girl who turned in front of him. She was quite good looking. You're the former Jiang Prayan from the senior class of the first middle school, right? Linny said curiously. I am. And you are? Jiang Qian didn't expect to run into a former school here. I'm from class 3. My name is Linny. Oh, I'm impressed. Jiang Qian said politely, though it was also the first time he had heard the name, and even more so the first time he had seen the girl in front of him. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Linny's eyes brightened a few points once she heard that Jiang Qian remembered her. Jiang Qian that used to be in school but the school grass recognized. This face value not only let the girls greedy drooling, and even to have broken several boys. Yeah, what a coincidence. Jiang Qian replied. It's said that when an old-timer meets an old-timer, both of them cry. Meeting an acquaintance here. Jiang Qian didn't proceed to swipe his cell phone, but chatted with Linny. Mu Yining entered the class. Just saw this scene that made her sting a little. This yellow hair. In his previous life, it was this yellow hair, who had a 3-year relationship with Jiang Prayan in college, and then kicked Jiang Prayan out as soon as he graduated. As soon as she entered the door, the class, which had been in an uproar, instantly quieted down. Many students rubbed their eyes. At this moment, Mu Yining had changed into a more formulaic outfit. White shirt, black straight pants, black flat shoes. Hello guys, introduce yourselves. My name is Mu Yining. I'm your class assistant. You can call me Sister Mu or Sister Ning from now on. After a brief self-introduction, Mu Yining waited with the class for the counselor to enter. It was a wait of half an hour. Seeing that the counselor hadn't come yet, many people in the class began to whisper, and Mu Yining slowly frowned. The next moment she received a phone call. It's from the class counselor, calling from the hospital. Said he was traumatized by a dump truck on his way back to school from outside in the afternoon. The person is just now coming out of ICU, with the counselor out of town. It was up to her, the classroom assistant, to fight the flag. Mu Yining walked quickly to the podium and briefly recounted the counselor's current situation. She reckons the school should get a new teacher over. Now let's all take turns to make a self-introduction first. Mu Yining commanded. The class was then asked to start with a train. There were 31 people in the class. The ratio of men to women is 46. Some people introduced themselves in a generic way. Name, age, origin. There were also people with talents who showed off their talents in a big way. There are also some social cows that come on stage for the whole tawdry operation. Like Chen Ming is, taking the stage with a song called Just Because You're So Beautiful, plus a dance that had been practiced for 2.5 years. Instantly won the class a full ovation. And Zheng Hongbin is not at all inferior. A rap as the class atmosphere ignited. The introductions lasted over half an hour. When it was over, Mu Yining explained the do's and don'ts of military training. Throughout the class meeting, Jiang Qian had been chatting with the girl in front of him. Linny was particularly interesting and terse, and he was amused anyway. The two of them, Zhang Hongbin and Chen Ming, were also looking at each other, and after glancing at each other, they revealed an old fatherly smile. Mu Yining could see clearly even as he stood on the podium. The surface is cloudy though, but in his heart he had already begun to calculate his own little thoughts. Not much longer. Mu Yining has finished explaining what he should explain. Perhaps because she was good-looking, the students in the class were extraordinarily obedient and weren't making as much noise as before. Sting STH. Jiang Qian received a VX message. Mu Yining, Jiang, can you please come to the office after class later? Jiang Qianan? Sister Mu, What's wrong? Mu Yining, it's not a big deal. I just need you to do me a little favor. Jiang Prian. Okay, Sister Mu. End of class meeting. Chen Ming suggested going around the playground twice. Jiang Qian made an excuse and separated from his several roommates. Wait for the classroom to gradually finish. Only Jiang Qian and Mu Yining remained. Go. Mu Yining beckoned. What favor does senior sister need from me? Jiang Qian was curious. Help me carry a little something. Mu Yining made it up. After leading Jiang Qian into his own office first and haphazardly picking up 2 piles of materials, he headed for the teacher's apartment. Generally speaking, the class assistants for each freshman class stayed back in their respective girls' dormitories, but Mu Yining was different. Mu Shuiyan had given her own apartment key to her prized pupil since last semester. Jiang Qian followed Mu Yining in silence. The teacher's apartment and the student dormitory were in 2 different directions. Mu Yining was mentally calculating how to tempt Jiang Qian later. In this last life, she was the one who chased him, and this rebirth back, she had to make Jiang Qian take the initiative to chase her. There's a saying that high-end hunters tend to come across as prey. Walked for almost 10 minutes. Finally, we arrived at the teacher's apartment. 3rd floor, 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. Warm and cozy decor. After Jiang Qian entered the door, he put his things down and prepared to leave. Although he was also curious as to why his senior sister was living in an apartment, he didn't ask much. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Sit down for a while. Mu Yining took a bottle of mineral water from inside the refrigerator and handed it to Jiang Qian. He then pulled the other party over to the sofa and sat down. Then said, Jiang Qian, there's still something I want to ask you to help me with. There's something else? Jiang Qian took the mineral water and sat on the sofa in a regular manner. You're the only one I'm familiar with among the boys. And if there's any situation on the boys' side in the future, I'll always need an informant. Ah, good. Jiang Qian nodded. It didn't sound like a difficult task. Okay, just say yes. Oh yeah, wait for me. With that, Mu Yining got up and walked over to the information he had just carried over, rummaging through it in the east and searching in the west. A few minutes later, Mu Yining took a contraption she didn't know what it was from inside the pile of information in front of her. Almost walking back to the couch, his ankle twisted, the whole body planted itself. Jiang Qian hadn't even reacted yet, just to be held down on the couch again by the other man. Again female on male. Again this siren-like face. And again he once again saw his dumbfounded face in these watery, winking eyes. The worst part was that this time was different from the last time he was in his room. Last time at least the two kept a little distance. This time, nose to nose, forehead to forehead. Jiang Qian's face turned red in a mischievous manner. Mu Yining was satisfied with this current position, and in order to add more fire to Jiang Qian, she then proceeded to frown, her colorful red lips opening and closing as she said, It hurts. Sorry, I just accidentally twisted my foot. Nearby face, in matching with the hot air constantly exhaled from his mouth, Jiang Qian now felt very uptight. Inexplicably, his head suddenly recalled the last time Mu Yining had given him qi in the water. That tongue is soft, and the inside of that mouth is sweet too. As soon as the dangerous thought popped up, Jiang Qian couldn't wait to give himself 2 big slaps. What kind of messed up thoughts are you thinking about? Hiss, that hurts. Mu Yining looked like she was in agony, and her delicate features became wrinkled. The 2 good-looking thin eyebrows were even on the verge of wrinkling together. As she cried out in pain, her head moved down a few inches. The long, waterfall-like hair fell on Jiang Qian's face, a familiar and nice smell. Those luscious red lips rested less than a centimeter up from his mouth. Jiang Qian was hoping that the other party would fall down. I'm sorry, schoolmate. Mu Yining immediately sat up with her hands propped up on Jiang Qian's chest. This distance she had deliberately controlled. To be this kind of seemingly intimate feeling, is to constantly provoke each other's heart. It's okay, sister, get up. Jiang Qian blushed. Good. Mu Yining took the good with the bad and dragged his limping steps to sit on the other side of the sofa. After Jiang Qian sat up, he immediately turned his head to the other side. He didn't need to look in the mirror to know that his face was definitely red right now. If not for the fact that Mu Yining was still by his side, he would have wanted to slap himself twice. Why was he thinking about something else just now? Mr. Jiang, can you bring me some medicinal wine? It's in the drawer over there, Mu Yining said with a pitiful look on her face. Good. Jiang Qian immediately followed the direction of the other party's finger and went over, pulling open the drawer and rummaging through it. Mu Yining took advantage of the fact that Jiang Qian's back was turned, in the dead center of her vision, and she reached out and pinched fiercely at the root of her thigh through her straight pants. This one really brought tears to her eyes. In the middle of the day, when Jiang Qianan walked back with a bottle of safflower oil. Mu Yining's crystalline teardrops hung in the corners of her eyes. Senior Jiang, can you do senior sister a favor? I'm a bit afraid of pain. I don't dare to look at the wound. Can you help me put medicine on it? Jiang Qian swallowed his saliva. Facing this kind of request from this kind of Mu Yining, there was no resistance at all. Could be. Jiang Qian crouched down. Carefully, he took off the flat shoes and socks from Mu Yining's feet. Beautiful women really are perfect all over. Last time he didn't look closely. Mu Yining had beautiful feet. Slender. The veins on the backs of his feet were hidden, as if they were carved out of sheep's fat jade. But what made Jiang Qian feel a little strange was, this whitened tenderfoot didn't look like it had a wound either. Not to mention a wound, not even a red mark. But, Jiang Qian glanced at Mu Yining's little face covered in pain. He could only blame it on personal fitness issues. Looking at Jiang Qian, who was carefully applying medicine to himself, Mu Yining suddenly wanted to shove her foot in the other party's mouth. She hadn't done this sort of thing before. There is a saying that this love affair, the more you like the more perverted, the more horny the more difficult to separate, the more perverted the more sweet, the more sticker the more long-lasting. Anyway, she had basically played all the play that she should have played with Jiang Qian in her last life. Except, the four loves. This was something that Jiang Qian was dead set against. Said it was for a man's dignity. Slowly, can't scare the young husband. Mu Yining thought to herself. Jiang Qian applied the medicine very carefully and gently at the same time. He was afraid of hurting the other party. Mu Yining was immensely satisfied with her husband's serious attitude, but she still maintained the acting skills she had precipitated over 2 lifetimes on her face. Okay, sister, that should do it. Jiang Qian not only applied a medicine, but also thoughtfully made a simple bandage. Thank you, schoolmate Jiang. Sister Mu, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Aha. Late night, dormitory A302. Jiang Qian lay on his own bed, a little sleepless, half because of the luscious scenes that happened today, and the other half because of his roommate. 12 midnight. Chen Ming coughed and cleared his throat. Brothers, it seems like I've guessed the true identity of my goddess. Jiang Qian's sweaty hairs stood on end. What does it mean? Zhang Hongbin asked. Ha! Chen Ming smiled crookedly, then clicked on the Douyin homepage of Anne's account, then sat up from the bed and pointed at the IP address displayed above, saying, you guys look first. This IP address of my goddess shows Sichuan in Chongqing. Yesterday my goddess's last live broadcast said she was going to report inside the university today. After watching the live broadcast yesterday, I went to check the universities in China that start on August 15th. And besides our Jincheng University there is only Mordor University left. So if my goddess's IP address hasn't changed today, then she's a freshman at Jincheng University like me. And if the IP address has changed, then she's from Mordor University. And until now, her IP address has remained the same. That means something. It means she's a freshman at Jincheng University, just like me. After some speculation, Zhang Hongbin did not mince words and sent his applause. It makes sense. I remember that your goddess is called Jiang Evening Zhou to come, and so on. Tomorrow we will go to other professions to inquire to see. I am also really curious about your goddess mask under the true face in the end is what kind of. Ilu Holmes. Jiang Qian listened to the heart of fear. His heart rate instantly soared to 180. No, this roommate of his was a bit smart. If he didn't do something about it, it might be a matter of time before his identity was exposed. Alright, old Zhang. You'll accompany me tomorrow to take a look at the other specialties. Chen Ming laughed. Old Ji, do you want to join us? Not going. Ji Shutao buried himself in front of his desk without raising his head. It was lights out, but there was a bright lamp on his desk, and underneath it was a vocabulary book for English 4 to 6. Jiang Qian heard Chen Ming say that Ji Shutao went straight to the campus library after the class meeting. Looked at the figure of writing. Jiang Qian at the moment heart cannot help but be a little puzzled. Not, buddy, is it necessary? Just reported the first day. So volume? Chapter 12. You're a god of premonitions. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. JCU playground. Freshmen wear uniformed military green camouflage uniforms. The counselor for each class stands on the left-hand side of the class. Mu Yining was the brightest presence in the entire playground. The first class of Chinese language and literature is taking pride in the fact that even though they don't have a counselor right now, they do have such a beautiful classroom assistant. The students of other majors are envious. There are many people who know Mu Yining. After all, she is the school flower inside the school, walking the admissions brochures. Today's Mu Yining wore a sports outfit. White tee, sports pants, sports shoes. and her hair was tied into a ponytail. Less mature, more youthful vigor. It looks just like an 18 or 19-year-old college girl. Jiang Qian was standing beside Mu Yining. To be more precise, Mu Yining was standing beside him. The formation of the assembly is by height. At his height he should have stood a few rows from the center, and there were still a few boys shorter than him in the class, but Mu Yining had to let him stand in the first row. Senior sister, is your foot okay? Jiang Qian whispered with concern. Much better, Mu Yining replied. Just now, when the class assembled, she saw that Lin Yi was standing right next to Jiang Chen, and the two of them were chatting with their eyebrows raised. Although the sense of crisis Lin Yi brought her wasn't big, but this was her husband A. Jiang Qian glanced at Mu Yining beside him to sneak a peek. Mu Yining's side face was a few points better than his front face. Winks, red lips, upturned eyes. The front face is a proper leprechaun. Side face. Dragon's whisker bangs are gently placed sideways on his temples, and his long eyelashes are slightly arched and blinking like a fan. The slightly upturned tip of the nose adds a touch of playfulness and cuteness. Looking at this way, Mu Yining was kinda like a little girl. Jiang Qian glanced at the first, second, third. Is it nice? Mu Yining asked softly. Ha? Jiang Qian pretended to be stupid and said. Her heart panicked for no reason. She was caught? He should have glanced at it quite stealthily, right? Mu Yining turned her head, glanced at Jiang Qian and then at the others around her, and ultimately didn't say anything else, but just threw Jiang Qian a charming smile. There were only two people in this class who needed her attention. One is called Jiang Qian and the other is called Other. After a small interaction, each instructor was also assigned to the front of each class. The instructor of the first class of Chinese language and literature is surnamed Li, with a lean figure and a serious face, giving the first impression that he is not easy to get along with. With the instructors in place, there's nothing left for the counselors to do. One by one, the counselors left the playground. Military training has officially begun. The big morning sun is blazing. The instructors are also afraid that the college students nowadays will have a physical problem that's as brittle as paper mache. Middle school is the peak of physical strength. High school is the peak of intellect. And college, other than dry meals, that's playing video games. So each instructor has taken the classes to the shade. The first item of military training is to stand in military posture. The whole morning was spent standing in military positions. Noon to mealtime, various instructors led the students from each class to the entrance of the cafeteria, yelling, all present, attention, at ease, a song before dinner, unity is strength, ready, sing. In front of the cafeteria, the loud and clear singing sounded like it was trying to break the sky. Under the guidance of various instructors, students in each class secretly got up to compare their voices to the one who, Jiang Qian, is paddling in it. It can't be helped. This standing in a military position, it's going to kill the others. The soles of his feet hurt now. The sole of this military rubber thief hard. After eating and returning to the dormitory for a short lunch break, it was time to gather again. In the afternoon, we still stood in the military posture, but we added some exercises such as standing at attention and straddling. At night, as during the day, standing in military positions. First day down, Jiang Qian's legs were almost cramped from standing. Not just him, but almost everyone. Chen Ming, damn. I'm kind of wondering if this foot of mine is my own. Zhang Hongbin, brothers, why don't we go to the supermarket and buy some anti-towels to pad our shoes? Jiang Qian, forget it. That thing feels useless. Military training won't stop for a long time, and not breathable. Moreover, if you accidentally step out of the ant's napkin, that's really a social death. Chen Ming, makes sense. So what should we do now? Jiang Qian, what else can I do? Endure it, just get used to it. Chen Ming, Zhang Hongbin, each of the three lay wailing in their own beds. But there is that one person obviously do not fit in. Ji Shutao this one back to the dormitory, and then hold their own book of English 4 or 6 levels of vocabulary in the read. With such a studious and progressive appearance, Jiang Qian was somewhat skeptical that the other party had filled in the wrong volunteer at the college entrance exam. Awesome, Comrade Ji Shutao. Don't your feet hurt? Chen Ming said in disbelief. It doesn't hurt, Ji Shutao said, shaking his head. Awesome, Comrade Ji Shutao. In my opinion, you'll have to be at least a hall-level cadre in the future. Zhang Hongbin gave a thumbs up. Old Zhang, accompany me to the other majors' dormitories later. I'm going to ask if there's anyone named Zhang Evening Zhou. Chen Ming sat up after lying on the bed for a short while. He's got big things left to do. Okay, no problem. Is Lao Jiang going or not? Zhang Hongbin asked. Generally Zhang Hongbin and Chen Ming address other people as old plus each other. Influenced by the two, Zhang Qian also called the two old Zhang and Chen. Only the future hall-level cadre, Comrade Ji Shutao, is not included in this designation of the three. I'll pass. Zhang Qian waved his hand. There was no point in going. He really didn't believe that a person with the same name as his sister could come out of this school. He also sent a message to Jiang Wanzhou last night, telling the other party to hurry up and log into his Douyin number and change his IP address to a foreign country. Chan Ming, did you log on to Douyin today? Why do I see that your goddess's IP address seems to have changed to France? Zhang Qian reminded. What? Chen Ming was a bit surprised. He had just swiped his goddess's black silk video several times at noon, and the address was clearly still in Sichuan and Chongqing at that time. Impossible. How can this be? Looking at the IP address that had changed, Chen Ming fell into deep contemplation. Forget it, Chan Ming, you don't have to ask. I reckon your goddess should go study abroad. Zhang Qian continued. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Ming retorted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have a feeling she must be inside this school, and she might even have been watching me from the shadows. Zhang Qian pursed the corners of his lips. He had a sentence of MMP that he didn't know whether to speak or not. What a goddamned hunch. Looking at Chen Ming's somewhat paranoid and crazy appearance, Zhang Qian's heart was suddenly a bit afraid. If the other party knew the truth. If the other party knew the truth, he wouldn't kill him with a knife, right? Chapter 13. No, man, you're stressing me out. 10 o'clock in the evening. After searching the entire dormitory building as well as the one next door, Chen Ming returned to his dorm room with a face of disappointment. Seeing this, Zhang Qian helped to enlighten. It's alright, old Chen. Don't be sad. She's not even a student of Jincheng University. Someone else might be studying in France. No, Chen Ming was unusually insistent. France. I'm going to buy a plane ticket to France tomorrow. Zhang Qian's eyes glazed over. Zhang Hongbin was also shocked and slapped Chen Ming on the waist. You're crazy. This just started military training. No, you guys don't understand at all. Chen Ming shook his head. She is the white moonlight in my heart. It's completely worth it for me to do this. Then you're not going to make a special trip to France just for her, are you? Besides, what would you do with her even if you found her? Zhang Qian persuaded in a serious tone. Chen Ming was stunned for a moment. Yeah, what could he do even if he ran over there specifically to find her? Is it really a good idea to bother each other like this? Old Chen, in my opinion, why don't you send her a private message in Douyin? Or, add her private VX and tell her what you want to say? Zhang Hongbin suggested. It's useless. She won't pay attention to me. I've sent her, even the fan groups, she rarely sends messages, Chen Ming said with disappointment. What if you try again? Maybe there will be a different harvest this time. Zhang Qian followed suit. It's better this way. Don't come to him offline if you can talk about it on VX. I think he underestimated his roommate's determination. I thought that changing the IP address to a foreign country would dissuade Chen Ming. As a result, who knew that the other party actually did not even want to participate in military training, and directly wanted to fly to France? No, man, you're stressing me out. Zhang Qian thought to himself. Forget it. Chen Ming sighed. Hey, you nagging. Let me help you. Give me the cell phone. Zhang Hongbin grabbed the cell phone in one hand without saying a word. Chen Ming didn't care. He was still losing his mind at the moment. It's true that as much as you expect, you are disappointed. Yesterday, after learning that there was a possibility that his goddess would be at the same school as him, he was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. Now, hey, it seems it was really him who thought too much. Zhang Qian glanced at the two men, then took his cell phone and headed for the restroom. A few moments. Holy, Lao Chun, look quickly. Your goddess sent you a VX number. Zhang Hongbin shouted. Just now he took Chen Ming's cell phone in the Douyin fan group and just asked if he could add a VX, only to have the other party send him a private message the next moment. What? Chen Ming immediately bounced up from the bench and ran to Zhang Hongbin's side to snatch the cell phone over. Holy, it's true. It's actually true. Chen Ming said incredulously. Old Zhang, how did you do it? I just sent a message. Then she sent me a private message. Zhang Hongbin spread his hands and explained. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Old Zhang, I damned well love you. Chen Ming swept away his previous frustration. The whole person was glowing, took his cell phone, and went back to his bed in a nasty manner. He was going to have a nice chat with his goddess. Wait for Zhang Qian to come out from inside the toilet. He saw Chen Ming lying on his back on the bed, bearing a mouthful of big white teeth and giggling. Then he too lay back down on his bed. He gave Chen Ming his VX trumpet, and after squatting in the toilet for a few minutes just now, he also chatted briefly with the other party. TSK, how did this IP address disappear again? Chen Ming muttered to himself. Jiang Qian raised an eyebrow when he heard the alarming words. Good boy. So alert? He was just in the bathroom, canceling his IP address. Zhang Hongbin also squeezed into Chen Ming's bed. What do you care? Quickly show me how you guys are chatting? You quickly show me your goddess's circle of friends. Roll on, no give, no way. Old Chen. You're not being nice enough. Well, at least I'm the one who asked for the VX for you, right? Okay, I'll show you. Come on, I'll show you. Just this? 3 days of visibility? I'm watching a fair? Jiang Qian listened to the two of them jostling. At the moment he is faced with another dilemma. Just now, one of the 3 big brothers in his livestream, some star, sent him a private message asking if he could add his private VX number. As a very principled blogger, Jiang Qian should have scoffed at this. But, just a few days ago, the owner of some star had rewarded him with no less than $50,000. After a short period of deep thought, Jiang Qian sent over his VX trumpet to it. The most important thing in a person's life is to know what's going on. And it's not like personal principles are set in stone. There is an old Chinese saying that, Sissy misunderstands John Wei. After adding the VX, some of the star bosses were very generous and sent him several $200 red envelopes. This universal evil of capitalism. Jiang Qian was so angry that he hurriedly took the red envelope. Jiang Jian, boss atmosphere. Ichiban star, can you play a game with me for a while? Jiang Prayan, sure. What kind of games does the boss play? Handheld or end game? Some stars, just handhold it. King. River prayer and, yes. No problem. I'll be on in a minute. After saying that, Jiang Qian cut out the screen and tapped on the already installed King pesticide on his phone. As it happened, Chen Ming also sent him a VX message at this time. Chen Ming, Sister Zhou, do you play games? Jiang Qian, no fight, I don't play games. Timmy. Jiang Qian didn't turn off the sound of his cell phone either. A Timmy drew the attention of his roommates, which, of course, did not include Comrade Ji Shutao, who was burying his head in hard reading at the table. Lao Jiang, you play King? Chen Ming asked. Let's do it together. I'm going to drive one too. Chen Ming was a little lost. I didn't realize my goddess didn't play games. Alas, a common topic of conversation is lost. Count me in. I want to come along too. Zhang Hongbin interjected. You guys play? I'm going to double row with my friend. Jiang Qian politely refused. Kidding aside, between his roommate and his boss, he'd definitely go for the rich and powerful boss. No, together what's the point of this, playing ranked together? Rushing points, Chen Ming said in disbelief. Go, lazy asses. Hiss, you kid. Chen Ming keenly caught a hint of something wrong. You're not double rowing with a girl, are you? Jiang Qian was silent in response. Seeing this, Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin did not invite. A gentleman, a man of honor. Chapter 14, What Fairy Banshee? The life of military training is always boring and tedious. From middle school to high school to college. 3 times military training. Training to training is just a few things. Military posture. Formation training. Marching training. Military boxing. Soon the first week of military training passed. This afternoon, when Mu Yining appeared with 2 large bags of watermelon, the entire Chinese language and literature class wailed with excitement. Mu Yining hadn't missed out on giving them benefits this week. Watermelon, drinks, popsicles, ice cream. Though this week their counselor hasn't shown up yet. It's the counselor from the class next door who is running them. But all of a sudden they felt as if it wasn't impossible to let Sister Mu come to be their counselor. She was beautiful and had a good personality. It was just perfect. The other majors were drooling with envy. Other classroom assistants are not only pretty, they are also so nice to their students. And look at your own Banshee. It's only ABA. There's really no comparison. There's no harm. All hands, on my mark. When Instructor Li whistled, he instructed the boys and girls in the class to sit opposite each other. Unlike the first impression, after this week's contact, everyone thought that the bad-tempered Instructor Li was actually a comedian. Now, Mr. Mu has brought you all watermelons. Do you want to eat them? Everyone's voices were soft from being exhausted from training long ago this big afternoon. Are you guys not wanting to eat? Instructor Li yelled at the top of his voice. Think. Not urgent enough. Think. You guys don't crave watermelon enough. Think. It could have been done better. Think. Zhang Qian was somewhat speechless. It's just a watermelon. Do you have to put on so much drama? Mu Yining was silently watching from the sidelines. Except that her cell phone camera appeared to be shining a light on the rest of the class. But in fact, it was always aimed at Zhang Qian. Not much longer. The already paddled watermelons were then placed in front of the boys and girls. A watermelon line that separates the boys and girls on either side. Next, I'll whistle and whoever grabs the watermelon first will eat it. Instructor Lee said. Good. The crowd replied. A whistle fell immediately afterward. There are men and women who are comparing hand speeds with each other. There were also boys who showed complete gentlemanly style by giving watermelon to the girls. Zhang Qian looked at the girl sitting across from him, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. Soft, he pushed the watermelon in the center across the room and said, Class, you eat. No, I don't want it. Zhang Qian, you eat it. I don't. Li Wenwen pushed the watermelon back. Zhang Qian had been famous among all the girls' dormitories in the whole school this week. There was no way. With this white reflective skin, on the playground, it was hard not to attract someone's attention. The face is also very capable and totally looks better than any of the TV stars. Lin Yi was sitting right next to Li Wenwen. Seeing the scene, she handed her watermelon to Zhang Qian and then said to the two of them, Wenwen, you eat. Zhang Qian, you eat mine. As soon as the words left his mouth, the face of the boy sitting across from Lin Yi turned odd. This watermelon. I think he just gave it to Lin Yi. It's like he's, all of a sudden, a clown. Mu Yining, who had been silently recording the good life with his cell phone, was a bit unable to sit still. When he got up, he walked to Zhang Qian and gave Zhang Qian most of the watermelon still left inside his pocket. There's more here. If you don't have enough you can get more. It was to Zhang Qian, and to the other boys in the class. Lin Yi skimmed his lips at this. Thank you, senior sister. Zhang Qian took out a tooth of watermelon from inside the bag. The other boys who didn't get a share of the watermelon also walked over to Zhang Qian's side at this moment. Instructor Lee, have one too. Mu Yining reached out and took out a tooth of watermelon from the bag and handed it to Instructor Lee. Well, thanks, Mr. Mu. Instructor Lee took the watermelon in a panic. Mu Yining was too beautiful, making him, a boy who had been single for 28 years as a maternal solo, not know how to react. In summer, a bite of chilled watermelon can make the dryness in your heart go down a lot. Zhang Qian felt unfulfilled after finishing a watermelon. Maybe it's because we're in the middle of military training, so the watermelon all tasted a lot better than usual. Maybe it was because it was so obvious that he was smashing his mouth. Lin Yi saw it all in her eyes. Zhang Qian, I haven't eaten yet. Do you want to eat this? Boys across the street. He vowed that if it happened again, he would never give up his watermelon again. No, you eat. Zhang Qian waved his hand. This he was too embarrassed to ask for. After all, the dude beside him had eyes like he was trying to kill someone. Mu Yining glanced at the time. It was only 3:30. There was still a long time until the end of the afternoon drills. Zhang Qian, come with me to the office. Mu Yining said directly. Good. Zhang Qian responded. The rest of the students were a little envious, especially the male students. I don't understand what Mu Yining is looking at Zhang Qian. Not just good looking a little? This week, the students are all in the eyes of the students. Mu Yining is often called Zhang Prayan to help in the office. Inside every class, to a greater or lesser extent, there are so many students who have an excellent relationship with the counselor and can be said to be the counselor's lapdog. In the Chinese language and literature class, Zhang Qian was one of such people. The rest of the students did try to get on good terms with Mu Yining, but it was completely useless. Third floor of the General Education Building. Teacher's office. Zhang Qian followed Mu Yining in. In the absence of the counselor for the past few days, it was Mu Yining who picked up the slack and handled all the business within the class. Walking to my office seat, I saw a small, round watermelon sitting on the seat. Are your hands strong? Mu Yining asked, turning his head. It's okay. A man can't say he can't. Although Zhang Qian is as thin as a bamboo pole. Then help me split this. Mu Yining pointed at the watermelon on the table and said, Senior sister, you called me over just for this? Zhang Qian swept his eyes at the watermelon on the table. If it was a big watermelon like the one he just ate, he might not be able to do anything about it. But this Cocoa Crisp, that was a matter of a slap. Aha. Alright, sit down. You can have this half. Here's a spoon. Mu Yining took out a disposable spoon from his pocket and handed it over. Zhang Qian was a bit confused. What are you fuming about? Just sit down and eat. In the past few days he and Mu Yining had sort of grown familiar with each other. He also finally realized how important it was to have a good relationship with his banshee. It's been a week of ice cream for him, because Mu Yining would accidentally buy more than a few servings every time. Buy more and it all falls into his lap. At the beginning of the school year, Zhang Qian was still a little embarrassed to face Mu Yining, but now, he just wanted to look up to the sky and sigh. What kind of divine banshee is this? Please give me a dozen, okay? Chapter 15, Village People? Little Blackie? It's complicated. Evening. Training at night is much easier than during the day. Usually after practicing for that short period of time, the instructor would tell the students to sit down in place, and then start a song-pulling contest with the other classes. After the song, it was time for the talent contest. The opposite class sent a girl who did a sexy, hot dance. After one dance, the eyes of the boys from those two classes could not move a bit. The clapping ended. The opposite class, under the command of the instructor, yelled, "The east wind blows. The war drums beat. Third squadron, come one. If you're told to come, you come. Twisting and turning is not the way to go." Like what? Like the girl. If you want to come, do it. If not, retreat. Instructor Li's face instantly became unsightly. Looking at the students in the first class of Chinese language and literature, he said, "There's not a single one in our class who can dance. The students look at me and I look at you." Coincidentally, there really wasn't a single dancer in the class. Seeing that his morale was being suppressed, Instructor Li said anxiously, "It's okay if we don't dance. Is there anyone who can sing?" Wait! A sudden sharp cry came from within the class. Zhang Qian was a bit confused, for the drink came from his ear. Turning his head to look, it was none other than Chen Ming. "Old Chen, what are you doing?" Zhang Qian said in disbelief. "This week's time to get along down." His own roommate is what kind of his heart is still a little bit than the number. Talent. That's not there at all. In addition to being able to dance a chicken, you're too beautiful. And so on. Masaka. Does that mean? Zhang Qian looked at Chen Ming with some surprise as if he had guessed some possibility. Chen Ming slowly stood up with a mouthful of middle-of-the-road lines. "That is to say, it is now my turn for the pale blue beast to make an appearance." Zhang Qian? Village people? Little Blackie? The roommate component is a bit complicated. Instructor, I can dance, Chen Ming said confidently. Oh, a glint flashed in Instructor Li's eyes. The student in front of him was full of confidence. It was impossible to say that he didn't have some skills. Old Chen, could it be that you? Zhang Hongbin, who was at the other end of the team, also stood up and looked at Chen Ming, as if he suddenly understood something in his heart. Chen Ming looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, slightly melancholy, and said in a low voice, "Old Zhang, want to come along?" "No, I'll just forget about it." Zhang Hongbin waved his hand. Chen Ming then proceeded to look at Zhang Qian beside him and asked, "Old Zhang, what about you?" "I forget it too." Zhang Qian smiled without losing his politeness. "Can't you see that even Zhang Hongbin, who is also an E-man, has a hard time? He's an I-man. I'm afraid this will become a stain that will be hard to wash off in his life." "Chan Ming, do you really want to go on stage? I think it's better to forget about it. If you finish dancing here, how can you find a girlfriend in the future?" Zhang Qian reminded. Chen Ming heard this but laughed disdainfully. A real man holds up a building that is about to fall, and pulls back the tide of madness that is about to fall. I can't just stand by and watch the opposite side be so arrogant. Good. Very good. Instructor Li quickly stepped forward and patted Chen Ming's shoulder. "That's a good point. I didn't realize the kid in front of me had such a strong sense of collective honor." "Not bad. Very nice. What song do you want to accompany it?" "I'll go play it for you." Instructor Li continued. Chen Ming waved his big hand. "No need. Instructor, let me do it myself." With that, he strides over to the stereo. At this moment, Chen Ming's figure became magnificent in the eyes of the people in the first class of Chinese language and literature. They didn't know what kind of dance Chen Ming was planning to do, but looking at this confident stride, it was clearly not simple. Zhang Qian held his forehead and looked at Chen Ming's back, not knowing what to say. Maybe this is the legendary social cow? Chen Ming walked over to the stereo to tune the music. Mu Yining walked right up to the class. The job of a counselor is busy and not too busy, to say the least. Instructor Li. Mu Yining greeted politely. "Teacher Mu." Instructor Li responded. Although the girl in front of him was a few years younger than him, but lately it was the other party who was managing the class. Besides, it was impossible for him to call out Sister Mu, Sister Ning, like the other students, so he simply addressed the other party directly as teacher. Looking at the somewhat off-kilter atmosphere of the class, Mu Yining asked, "What's going on here?" Comparing talents, instructor Lee replied, "Just now the opposite class danced a hot dance. Now it's our class turn to send someone." "No, that student has already gone up. This student. It's not simple." Mu Yining nodded thoughtfully, then walked over to Zhang Qian's side and sat down. She's easygoing and very grounded, plus she occasionally brings a little perk these days. The crowd within the class had long since turned their backs on Mu Yining. If Sister Mu tells them to go east, they will never go west. "Sister Mu," Zhang Qian greeted. "Why don't you call me Sister Ning like the others?" Mu Yining was curious. "Getting used to it, I guess. It feels a bit uncomfortable to suddenly change my name to Sister Ning." Zhang Qian scratched his head. "What's not to get used to? You haven't called Sister Mu for a few days. From now on, you can call me Sister Ning, or call me Aunt Ning," Mu Yining said. "What? Auntie Ning? How?" Zhang Qian said in shock. This was something he couldn't call out. The words just fell. The BGM then came on. As soon as the intro to the song started, the entire playground's attention was drawn to it. "Just because you're so beautiful, baby. Just because you're so beautiful, baby." 2 short sentences. Heart control playground everyone. Chen Ming stood in the limelight, picked up the microphone, twisted his hips and jumped while singing, "The oncoming you make me so stupid. This feeling I've never had. One more look and you'll explode. One closer and you'll be melted." The students in the first class of Chinese language and literature froze with expressions on their faces. Instructor Lee was also a little numb. He didn't understand why Chen Ming was so confident just now. With this runaway voice and comical movements, that's not as good a jump as he is. 2.5 minutes later. One dance done. The same class has felt what it means to be groundless. They so wanted to clear the air with Chen Ming. Zhang Qian was also embarrassed and his toe bunions were picking tight. 6. Mu Yining clapped his hands. Snap. Seeing their own class assistants leading the applause, the students of the Chinese language and literature class had to laugh and clap at the same time. Chen Ming made a handsome finishing move, wiped the sweat that emerged from his head, and then picked up the microphone and said, "Toby 7 Lua thank you buckle whoosh. Youth no ka ga toothkey, the sweat that is wielded is the glory of youth." Pulled full. Really pulled full. Zhang Qian estimated that Chen Ming should be famous in the whole school now. Chen Ming's dance also set the atmosphere ablaze in an instant. Singing, dancing, rapping, performing magic. Various people with great skills took the stage one after another. After the student performance, just yell at the instructor to get on stage. A set of military boxing is finished. The uncharacteristically beautiful Mu Yining then attracted the attention of the opposite class, yelling for the banshee to come on stage and perform a talent as well. Rarely, this time, the opinions of the Chinese language and literature class were also surprisingly consistent. They also wanted to see their own beautiful class assistants perform their talents. Mu Yining was naturally open and walked to the center of the stage with great generosity. Only, she swept a glance in the direction of her class and said, "I'd like to find someone to sing along with the chorus. Are there any willing?" Chapter 16, My love is like an angel watching over you. For Zhang Qian, listening to songs was fine, but asking him to sing, that would be a bit difficult for him. So he didn't think to raise his hand, but instead buried his head a few points lower. There were not a few people in the class who wanted to sing with Mu Yining, whether it's a boy or a girl. Nee. Sister Ning, pick me. I'm the McMaster. Me. Sister Ning, pick me. I sing Thief 6. Me. Sister Ning. I Tianfu Tangled Luan. Zhang Qian was squeezed by the boys behind him and also around him. However, the next moment, Chen Ming's sentence gave him a whole won't. Sister Mu, Zhang Qian wants to sing with you. He says he sings like a thief. After saying that, Chen Ming even raised Zhang Qian's hand high. Okay, then it's Zhang. Come on stage. Mu Yining smiled. Not bad. Very good. This Chen Ming student is very up to speed. We can consider opening the back door for him in the future. This Chen Ming and Mu Yining, two people a question and answer, completely did not give Zhang Prayan time to react, and when he came back to his senses, he quickly explained. No, wait, I can't sing. Chen Ming tugged Zhang Qian to stand up from the ground, then pushed the man out with a hand. What will or won't? Go Lao Jiang. Staring at the two figures on the stage, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. He would also like to meet with his goddess one day and sing together. Seeing Zhang Qian and Mu Yining together on the same stage, the students underneath whispered with some disbelief. How come it's Zhang Qian again? Why do I feel that Sister Ning has two concepts for him and for us? Nonsense. You don't take a look at what you yourself look like. What others look like. Girls love beauty. That's nature. Someone retorted. Ugh. I want to go up and sing along too. You don't say you want to. I do. Senior sister. I don't know how to sing, Zhang Qian said urgently. With his voice, he's just going on stage. It's just a disgrace. It's okay. I'll take you. No one else will hear you. Mu Yining held her cell phone in one hand to search for songs, and held the microphone in the other hand. But the microphone wasn't open at the moment, so other people couldn't hear the content of the conversation between the two of them, her and Zhang Qian. Why don't I just go down? Zhang Qian looked around. Hundreds of eyes were staring in unison. His legs were shaking a little. Relax. Mu Yining softly soothed. Looking at Zhang Qian in this timid manner, she felt a little amused. On the network, often thousands of people live in the room. Zhang Qian is talking and laughing. Now, just a couple hundred people watching. I have the song tuned. No running. Mu Yining continued. As soon as the words left his mouth, a melodious song intro sounded from the stereo on the side. As soon as the intro sounded, Zhang Qian froze. It was a song that he knew well. His parents used to have a favorite song and sang it to him countless times when he was little. Influenced by his parents, it is also one of his favorite songs. If he sings any other song, he can run out of tune 10 times out of 10. Then the song, 10 lines, he can sing 10 lines correctly. While he was still in a daze, Mu Yining was already holding the microphone and sang in a clear voice, "Where will the fallen leaves go with the wind? Leave it to the sky to be beautiful." 2 lines sung. Zhang Qian was silent, and so were the listeners on both sides. The song seems to be a bit out of tune. Mu Yining had the sense to bring the microphone to Zhang Qian's mouth after singing 2 lines. Why is she on stage? And why did she pick this song? That's because this song is Zhang Qian's favorite. Of course. In his previous life, every time he went to KTV, Zhang Qian would order this song. And this is what Zhang Qian sang when we got married. Had fluttered like the sound of angel wings, crossing my happy past. Zhang Qian sang next. He seemed to be embarrassed early, and I'm afraid Mu Yining on the side was even more embarrassed than him right now. Although he didn't know why Mu Yining had picked this song. But fortunately, the pick is the only one he knows. Where love has come before, the fragrance of yesterday remains. That familiar warmth, like angel wings, crossed my boundless heart. Mu Yining went on to sing. Though off-key, her voice was unusually clear. This song, again, is one of her favorites. Zhang Qian slowly let go. There was no way. Infected by Mu Yining beside him. This off-key guy isn't even embarrassed. What's he embarrassed about if he's not? I believe you're still here. Never left. My love. Like an angel guarding you. If life only goes so far, there's no more me. I'll find an angel to love you for me. You're still here. Never gone. My love is like an angel guarding you. If life goes on till here, from now on without me, I'll find an angel to love you for me. A song. Zhang Qian is singing high. You don't say. That's true. After this song, he had quite a sense of accomplishment in his heart, which was quite nice. The listeners of the 2 classes on either side of the room were sending up a round of applause at the moment. Senior sister, can I ask you why you chose this song? Zhang Qian was curious. The Chinese music library is as vast as an ocean. To be able to pick the song Angel Wings out of this, he thought it was also a bit unbelievable. Mu Yining's eyes were a little moist, blinking furiously to hold back her tears. Then she looked up and smiled at Zhang Qian. Because I like it. Just as she sang, a lot of memories from before came back to her. The memory ends with some little old man whose life had come to an end caressing her face and saying, "Don't be afraid, wife. I'll turn into an angel and watch over you." Such a coincidence? Zhang Qian was surprised. I like this song too. That's really a good coincidence. Mu Yining said faintly. The last song was sung. The night drills also came to a close. It's time to go back to the dormitory, to fall in love, and to go to the grove. Zhang Qian followed his roommate and first went to the supermarket to stock up. Potato chips, chili fries, marinated chicken claws, crystal pork rinds, instant noodles, ham sausage. Looking at Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin's stuffed snacks, Zhang Qian's mouth indisputably secreted saliva. He wants to buy it too, but he has to save his money. When the time comes to pay it all off, he must buy and eat big. Old Zhang, aren't you buying anything? Chen Ming asked. No, I don't really like snacks. Zhang Qian spoke against his will. That's fine. Chen Ming didn't think much about it, and didn't think at all in the direction of Zhang Qian and not having any money in his pocket. In his opinion, the first day of school reports, Zhang Qian body but wearing a brand name cell phone is also 6,000 price Huawei. Back to the dormitory. Zhang Qian then received a game group invitation from the owner of some stars. Almost every night for a week now, the owner of Ichiban Star had come to him to play the game, and the pay he gave was quite objective. Damn capitalism. Damn rich people. Zhang Qian tearfully accepted the red packet from his boss today. He could have been half a capitalist. But the family is in a state of decline. Chapter 17, Professor Mu, why are you here? The school forums at JCU have also been buzzing with activity in the last week. There's CPDDs, there's fishing for people, there's gossiping, and there's freshman students asking questions towards their seniors. The names Zhang Qian and Mu Yining had also appeared frequently on campus forums recently. There are even photos of the two uploaded here every day. Zhang Qian was relying on his face value of 1 in a million, and in just 1 week he had already set the campus on fire. And Mu Yining has long been a popular figure in the school. There are senior sisters anonymously begging for Zhang Prian's contact information on the forum, and there are also some freshman students anonymously begging for Mu Yining's contact information. It's common to see things like schoolmates chasing after schoolmates, schoolmates chasing after schoolmates, and so on. It's college. It's not junior high or high school. This college is for free love. We're all adults, and it's a perfectly normal thing to see eye to eye. But in addition to seniors and juniors, there are also students chasing professors and students chasing counselors. For example, 2 years ago, a young man who had just started college, named Shen Nian, was in a relationship with Prof. Chu Evening, who was the first flower of Jincheng University at that time. Just after my freshman year, I was on maternity leave for someone else's professor. A living example of a small horse and buggy. Wow, that's a great song. What's the name of it? This elementary school boy is really good looking. Angel's Wings. Take it away. Isn't that just a little white boy? What's there to see? Ha, say it like you're so good looking. No, dude, what kind of pixels do you have on this phone? And, why are you singing along? Sister Mu is as pretty as ever. I heard that she even treats the class to watermelon popsicles. Why didn't I meet this kind of divine class assistant back then? +1. I want to repeat a grade now. Does the school agree? At Jinseon University official. In just 2 hours. However, there were already hundreds more comments under the video of Zhang Qian and Mu Yining singing together. Imperial Bay. A villa area within the 3rd ring road of Jincheng, just 5 kilometers away from Jincheng University in a straight line. Sister, what's wrong? I saw brother in singing with that woman. What? What woman? What singing? Sister, look. Mu Xiaoyu placed the cell phone in her hand on the desk. Mu Shuiyin frowned and picked up her own cell phone, which displayed the forum of Jincheng University on its screen, and the latest piece of news was the video of the two of them, Mu Yining and Zhang Qianan, singing in chorus on the playground. This woman. Although the video picture quality was a bit unclear, Mu Shuiyin still recognized it at a glance. Wasn't it her favorite student Mu Yining and her brother Zhang Qian? Sister, I'm going to find brother Inan. I want to sing with him too. Mu Xiaoyu wiggled her little hands. Little fish good boy. Brother Inan is in military training. You won't be able to see him. Besides, you have to go to kindergarten tomorrow. Hurry up and go to bed. As soon as Mu Shuiyin picked up Mu Xiaoyu, she returned to the other's bedroom. But, I want to see my brother. I want my brother to sleep with me. Mu Xiaoyu pouted. Good boy. When brother Inan finishes his military training, sister will take you to see him. Okay? Mu Shuiyin coaxed. Mu Xiaoyu was very clingy to Zhang Qian. Every day when she came back from kindergarten she would be the first to run over and ask her if she could go to brother Inan. Okay. Mu Xiaoyu said bereft. Carrying the person back to her room and placing her on the bed, Mu Shuiyan walked downstairs and said to the nanny who was handling the household chores, Auntie Lu, I might be back later in the evening. Remember to leave the door open. Okay, Missy. Aunt Lu nodded. Mu Shuiyan quickly walked to the parking garage, chose a sports car from it, and drove all the way to Jincheng University in a windy manner. On the way over, she had also gotten a brief glimpse of the news from the forums. She suddenly recalled the other person running up to her a while back and asking her to please say she wanted to go to freshman year as a classroom assistant to work on her skills. She didn't think much of it at the time and agreed. Now it seems. Why did she have a premonition that this disciple of hers looked like he was running towards her brother Zhang Qian? Get out of the car. Mu Shuiyan walked quickly towards the teacher's apartment. Recently, Jincheng University was just the beginning of military training for freshmen, so she didn't return to school early to live in the dormitory. Plus, her stepmother was abroad, and she didn't feel comfortable with little fish at home all by herself. Teacher's apartment 301. Mu Yining was sitting on the sofa in the living room in a sweet double row with Jiang Qianan. It should be said or not, boys seem to have a special talent for games. From what she had learned, Jiang Qian played almost every game, and was still the kind that played quite well. King of this game, she also played in her previous life, but only started to play after she got together with Jiang Prayan, and at that time, she was also old enough to play the dish. So it's just a matter of picking a secondary and not putting to follow Jiang Qian's ass blindly. Including right now, there's only one hero she can play. Yao. Knock. 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 There was a sharp knock on the door. Who is it? Mu Yining maneuvered her cell phone as she headed for the door of her room. Going to the door of the room and looking out through the cat's eye, only the face of an iceberg beauty appeared before her eyes. Mu Yining hurriedly put away her cell phone. After taking 2 repeated deep breaths to adjust her state, Mu Yining began to simply organize her attire again. Splat! The door to the room opened slowly. Mu Yining's face carried an Oscar-winning movie star level of astonishment. Professor Mu, why are you here? Mu Shuiyan's eyes were half narrowed, seriously scrutinizing the voluptuous little face in front of her. Mu Yining is very beautiful, coupled with a good personality. People are also generous. According to Renault, at least 70% of the boys have more or less fantasy about her. But Mu Yining has never been in love in all these years. Mu Yining warmly greeted, Professor Mu, please come in, please come in. No kidding, with her acting skills, which had been steeped in 2 lifetimes, no one would be able to see through it as long as she didn't say anything. Then go and act in a movie and it's all awards in minutes. Mu Shuiyan is a person she also understands. Suspicious but proud, never doubting her own judgment. Originally, according to Mu Yining's plan, this should have been the first time she and the other party met after being reborn. But it couldn't be helped. People's plans were not as good as God's plans. I didn't expect that when I went back to return the clothes last time, I happened to bump into Mu Shuiyan. She guessed that Mu Shuiyan must be suspicious of her right now, wondering if she was approaching Jiang Qian with ulterior motives. The solution was also very simple. Just give full play to her peak acting skills and make Mu Shuiyan think that everything was a coincidence. Chapter 18, A Whole World. Professor Mu, is there something you want to see me about when you come over so late? There were no paper cups inside the room either, so Mu Yining brought over a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator. Mu Shuiyan looked at the familiar living room. It's nothing, I just stopped by to see you. Oh, Mu Yining nodded and didn't ask any more questions. You came to me at the time saying that you wanted to go to freshman year as a class assistant for experience. Why did you choose to go to the major of Chinese language and literature? Mu Shuiyan caught the other party's micro-expression and looked hard. This is also her biggest doubt. If Mu Yining just go to a random class, she does not matter, but it said by name to go to Chinese language and literature. This is a bit intriguing, because my father was and is a student of Chinese language and literature, including his later graduation from the school, and was one of the teachers in the subject. In fact, when I was in high school, I wanted to choose this major, but because my family didn't agree, my mother favored me to study finance. Mu Yining explained in a half-truth. It's true about his father, but she did make it up later. She was trying to study finance herself back then. Every time I think about it, I feel a little sorry for myself, and I actually want to walk the same path my father walked. When I came home this summer, my father was very sick and dragged me around posing a lot of anecdotes about his old campus life, which is the main reason why I asked my professor to want to be a classroom assistant in Chinese language and literature. Mu Yining proceeded to speak in a half-truth. Father was indeed ill, only not a serious illness, just a common little cold. Nor did she drag her to talk about any interesting stories on campus. She only said this to make Mu Shuiyan more convinced that she really chose the Chinese language and literature major because of her father. Mu Shuiyan was silent after hearing this. Mu Yining then muttered to herself, but Professor Mu, I really didn't expect that, and it's really coincidental to say that I didn't expect that your brother would be a student in my class. Is it really just a coincidence? Mu Shuiyan's eyes were half converted, and her body gradually leaned backward, leaning on the soft sofa, with one long white smooth leg resting on the other, and her hands folded on her knees, her body slowly relaxing. The eyes that looked at Mu Yining gradually became a little less tentative. What a coincidence, hey! Speaking of which, Jiang Prayan and I are also really destined to be together. A week before school starts. Mu Yining hadn't finished speaking. Mu Shuiyan then let out a very uncomfortable sound, which rose in tone, obviously a bit dissatisfied with a certain phrase in her words just now. Mu Yining had to be sensible and shut his mouth. The suspicions in Mu Shuiyan's heart were slowly disappearing. If she followed her own previous guess, if Mu Yining had really planned and arranged all of this on purpose, then there would definitely be a break on her face. As someone who minored in psychology in college, she trusted her vision. From just opening the door until now, she had been observing Mu Yining's micro-expressions all the time. She was confident that as long as there was even a hint of something wrong with Mu Yining, she would be able to see it immediately. But now the truth was that she really seemed to be overthinking it, and there was nothing under the sun. So maybe there really was such a coincidental coincidence? Mu Yining was also secretly sizing up this teacher of his through his afterglow. Mu Shuiyan was observing her, and she was likewise observing Mu Shuiyan. In her previous life, she hadn't dealt with Mu Shuiyan much, compared to the old fox Mu Shuiyan who was in her 30s. The current. It's simply a bit too young. Half an hour later, Mu Yining had finally managed to get Mu Shuiyan to drop all of her guard. Professor Mu, are you going to rest here tonight? No, there's something else going on inside my house. It should be a while before I come back. Mu Shuiyan stood up from the sofa and slowly walked towards the outside of the room. Professor Mu, then be safe on your way back. Mu Yining thoughtfully reminded. This is finally the end. Good. Men's dormitory A301. Hiss. What's going on tonight, boss? How come you dropped the line while playing? And, he's not answering his messages. Do I want my money back? Jiang Qian lay on his back on the bed, his hands raised high on his cell phone. 2 hours ago, the Ichiban star boss inexplicably dropped out of the game. But thankfully that one was still won as well. Old Jiang, Chen Ming bellowed. Jiang Qian shivered. His hand shook, and the cell phone held high in the air smashed straight down against his face. Hey! Jiang Qian rubbed his nose. Chen Ming, there's something wrong with you. Why are you yelling so loud at night? Old Jiang, be honest. Who were you talking to just now? What chat? Pretend. You're still pretending. I've just seen the green light reflecting off the cell phone screen. Chen Ming said and showed his cell phone screen to Jiang Qian. The green and white light of the VX chat page sending messages is extra clear since the lights are off in the middle of the night. And, Chen Ming, this kid's cell phone pixels are still extremely good. After that photo was enlarged, one could see the chat page reflected inside Jiang Qian's pupils. Awesome. Jiang Qian raised his hand and gave the other party a nod. Looks like he'll have to change his position from now on. Be honest. Who were you chatting with just now? Chen Ming laughed obscenely. Lin Yi, I think. I have a feeling it's Lin Yi. Zhang Hongbin guessed. Oi. Chen Ming coaxed. Shut up. I didn't even friend her. Jiang Qian retorted. No. Really? Chen Ming said doubtfully. Old Jiang, according to my years of experience, this Lin Yi is definitely interested in you. What do you mean? Pretend. You're pretending again. What else can it mean? The meaning of male love. After Chen Ming finished speaking, he even clapped his hands together and snapped a few times for love. What? I just met her a week ago. Jiang Qian also saw the meaning of the other party's gesture and couldn't help but be a bit speechless. TSK, this is where you don't understand women, right? Chen Ming laughed. In a woman's mind, as long as you're good looking, you don't even need to tease. Others will fork their legs themselves. Old Jiang, trust me, Lin Yi definitely means that to you. Chen Ming patted his chest and said with great confidence, Old Jiang, I think Lin Yi is not bad looking, and her personality. So far it's also okay. Why don't you try dating her and see? Zhang Hongbin also persuaded. Forget it. Forget it? What? You don't see anyone else? That's not true. I've only known her for a week. What's the point of talking about liking her? Ever since he was a child, Jiang Qian had been especially envious of his parents' romance from school uniform to wedding dress, and he longed for a lifetime of. Even though his own mom and dad are divorced, his idea of love is still to grow old with one person in hand. Get to know each other, then show your feelings, settle down, get married, have kids. Two people grow old slowly. Chapter 19 Sister. Stop filming. 21 days of military training. Blink of an eye is already half over. The first week, the training was all pretty simple. Military posture, turning left to right, squatting, standing up, marching in place, toward the back. It began to gradually incorporate marching. Square training. Jiang Qian's training performance in the previous week couldn't be said to be excellent, but at least it wasn't wrong. But at the back of his worst problems were gradually revealed. Turn STH. Whether he was marching in unison, or marching in front, he did it with the same hand and the same foot. Instructor Li also tried various methods, like taking 2 bamboo poles and leading him along, or standing beside him, taking him step by step. However, not only did this banding fail to solve Jiang Qian's smooth abduction problem, Instructor Li himself was still being led astray. In addition to Jiang Qian, There is someone else. Also shun abduction. Chan Ming. The two were also named Crouching Dragon and Fong Daisy by Instructor Lee. Every time they saw the two kicking that front step, many in the class covered their stomachs and snickered. They didn't want to laugh, but they just couldn't help it. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Left, 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 left and right. Oops. Wrong again. What's the matter with you two? Is it intentional? Instructor Lee had a helpless look on his face. He has also led several sessions of student military training over the past few years. Students like same hand, same foot can also be met every year, but it was the first time he met this kind of how to teach cannot be taught. Or two. This is totally the Waterloo of his coaching career. Zhang Qian didn't say anything. He was helpless in this situation. He tried to change it, but every time he walked it became the same hand and foot. Instructor Lee said it had something to do with his usual walking habits. Zhang Qian was feeling that he usually had no problem walking, because he usually walked without swinging his arms, and his hands were attached to the sides of his body. Chen Ming's face skin was much thicker than Zhang Qian's, and he didn't think he was ashamed in this situation, but also thought he was honored. Instructor, don't be in a hurry. Instructor Lee instantly exploded with anger at the sight of his playful appearance. His temper just about to flare, but his eyes glanced at Mu Yining on the side, and he held his breath back in his stomach. Hey, forget it, you two should rest too. Instructor Lee waved his hand. Zhang Qian took a long breath. The feeling of being singled out for training is particularly unpleasant, and it feels like you've instantly become the center of attention in the entire playground. A very social death. Especially, seeing Mu Yining, who was taking notes on his cell phone on the side. He was more than happy to die. It's embarrassing enough to be looked at for fun, but it's even more embarrassing to have someone try to record him like this. This is properly documenting his black history. Sister Mu, stop filming. Zhang Qian estimated that the other party's cell phone should have quite a lot of his black history inside. Mu Yining came to the playground every day to train with them, just holding a cell phone and filming them training. Some of the pictures taken will be posted to the class group and some will be passed on to the students face to face. I didn't shoot you. I shot Chen Ming. Mu Yining replied. Oh, Chen Ming immediately struck a handsome pose. Come, senior sister, please give me a close-up. Good. Zhang Qian always had an illusion. He felt like Mu Yining's camera on that cell phone was pointing at him all the time. But every time a picture is sent out inside the class group, it doesn't have him in it. Even if they did, most of them were pictures with classmates around them. Zhang Qian, want some water? I bought an extra bottle of Coke here. Linny was holding a bottle of ice-cold Coke. Just now when Zhang Qian and Chen Ming were training alone, the rest of the students had already disbanded to sit in place and rest. No, I had my roommate bring me water. Just now, when Zhang Qian and Chen Ming were called out individually by the instructor, they let Zhang Hongbin help bring water. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Hongbin returned with a pocketful of 3 bottles of water. It's okay, I bought an extra bottle here. Linny forcefully shoved the Coke into Zhang Qian's hand. The commotion didn't fail to attract the attention of others. Quite a few students within the class and some from other classes laughed. Everyone understood. 9 times out of 10 this girl buys water for a boy. She has a crush on him. A man chasing a woman is a mountain. A woman chasing a man is a veil. Not to mention that Linny is actually not bad looking. While a head of blonde hair is a bit unusual, for the most part it's not a demerit, but still a plus. Alright, the photos are done. Mu Yining said to Chen Ming. Hiss. Senior sister, this photo-taking technique of yours is fine. Chen Ming complimented. If he only had a level of 50% face value, then he had 80% in the photo. Lao Jiang, come over here. Such a good photographic technique. If you do not give your roommate a bit of amenity, it really cannot be said. Chen Ming immediately dragged Zhang Qian in front of Mu Yining, and incidentally also took a bottle of water from the hands of Zhang Hongbin. Sister, you take a picture of him alone too. I think this will come out beautifully. Chen Ming was really curious about how Zhang Qian's nearly perfect face value would be presented in Mu Yining's cell phone. No. Zhang Qian had just tried to politely decline, when Mu Yining readily responded. Yes. Zhang Qian was a bit nervous, although normally, he often faced the cell phone camera, but now was obviously different. He had absolutely no idea what kind of pose he was supposed to be in at the moment. Relax. Mu Yining held up his cell phone. Looking at the teenager's stiff body inside the screen, she slowly walked up and lifted Zhang Qian's arm up, then separated her index finger and thumb and made a scissor hand gesture. The corner of Zhang Qian's mouth twitched. Mu, are you sure? Are you sure you want to use? Are you sure you want to use such a traditional and vintage pose? The universal scissors? Fine. Fine. You stay still. Just keep it that way. 3, 2, 1. Eggplant. Mu Yining pressed the shutter. As Chen Ming, who was watching from the sidelines the whole time, at this moment, looking at the photo on Mu Yining's cell phone screen, he didn't hold back and laughed out. The photo shows Jiang Qian comparing cheerful scissor hands, but his face is a face with capitalized embarrassment. No matter how you look at it, it's a little funny. Jiang Qian soon received the photos sent by Mu Yining. You call that okay photo skills? Looking at himself in the photo, he did a double take. That's a proper ugly picture. Well, is it good? Mu Yining asked with a smile. Good looking. Jiang Qian replied with a smile as well. It's so pretty. It's simply beautiful to look at. Just look good. Mu Yining replied with a beaming smile. Chapter 20, Why are you yelling so loud? Weather in Sichuan and Chongqing. It's divine. It could be clear skies one second and dark clouds the next. It was still sunny all morning at JCU, and then in the afternoon it was pouring rain. With this rain, naturally, there is no way to have military training. Various freshmen were cheering how timely the rain was. Ding dong. At all members, organize your housekeeping in the dormitory in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock, the counselors and instructors will come to check on time. A sudden Snap group message broke the joy of the various students. No, what's the point of coming to check on housekeeping when it's pouring rain? Doesn't it smell good to stay inside the room? Zhang Hongbin spoke a pure northeastern dialect and cursed as he walked over and over inside the dormitory. Old Chen, what do you think of this school? I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm talking to my goddess. Old Jian, what do you think of this school? I don't know. Don't ask me. No. What? You're talking to a goddess too? Zhang Hongbin curiously looked toward Jiang Qianan's bed. His height was enough to support him to be able to have an unobstructed view of what Jiang Qianan was doing on the bed from where he was standing. I was talking to some friend. Jiang Qian almost blurted out Chen Ming's name. Alright. I really envy you guys. You all have girls to chat with. Zhang Hongbin sighed with a sigh of ouch, and then turned his gaze to Rolling King, who had the lowest presence in the dormitory. Secretary Qi, how do you feel about the fact that it's pouring rain in our school, but the instructor came to urge us to do our chores? Zhang Hongbin asked curiously. The three of them had high hopes for Ji Shutao. It's been almost half a month since school started, and I've been hugging my books and studying every day as soon as I can. Cell phones, games, froze up and didn't even look at them. With this kind of ideological awareness, the future of the proper hall-level cadres I don't know, Ji Shutao said without lifting his head. Come on, it's redundant to ask you. Zhang Hongbin estimated that if there was a stripped beauty standing in front of Ji Shutao, the other party would be able to just push him away and say, don't disturb my studies. Chen Ming, Sister Jian, how often do you post videos? I'm ready to grab the front row sofa. Chen Ming, as an Iron fan, I suggest you make more videos of black and white silk, which are obviously going to get more likes than other types. Chen Ming, Sister Jian, can I hear your queen's voice? For this bomber-like news, Jiang Qian directly adopted the cold treatment. Reply with an oh, or just don't reply at all. He was a man of principle. The big bosses who swiped gifts for him, he was able to welcome a smile and chat with them or play games with them. But ever since he learned that the owner of the fourth highest-ranking gift list was his roommate, he was completely cut off. Chen Ming, Sister Jian, there are some local specialties from my hometown that are quite tasty. If you don't mind, I can send some over to you. River prayer and no need. Oh, you kid, how can I not know what's on your mind? Jiang Qian turned his head and looked at the figure on the opposite side of the bed that bared its big white teeth in silly joy. Trying to get his address? Not even close. He was very skeptical that if he did give out an address, Chen Ming would hoof it over to him. Rumble of thunder. Thunderstorm outside the window. Even in this inclement weather condition, the teachers and instructors of the school were ready to go to the boys' and girls' hostel blocks to check the housekeeping together. Mr. Mu, why don't you join me for a piece of umbrella? Instructor Li invited. Girls have little strength, and if they use umbrellas in this kind of weather, they may not even be able to stabilize their hands with the umbrella when the wind blows. Several female counselors and instructors off to the side were sharing an umbrella. Mu Yining glanced at the sky outside the window, turned her head and simply refused. No need. 1 foot of water on the road was enough to wet shoes and pant legs. Many counselors have started complaining about the leadership above them. I don't understand why they were called to check on student housekeeping issues in this weather. The instructors didn't say a word. It wasn't like they hadn't experienced worse weather in the army than they were experiencing now. Wait, downstairs in the boys' dormitory. Mu Yining's pair of sneakers had already gotten a lot of water inside. The jeans' legs were also quite wet. There were also wet marks all over his body. Umbrellas are of minimal use in this weather. When some students saw the instructor and counselor come in, they hurriedly ran back and greeted their classmates. The instructor is here. The instructor is here. Some of those who were still lying in bed playing with their cell phones immediately sat up. Those who smoked on the balcony also immediately stubbed out their cigarettes. What started out as a light-hearted afternoon tea time instantly became tense. Jiang Qian was still catching up on his dozing. He didn't used to take lunch breaks, but since military training, he'd slept that much at noon almost every day. There was no way around it. He was too tired. One day of military training was more exercise than he had gotten in the past week. He was shaken awake by Instructor Li. Their dormitory was in a special location, a 301, the first dormitory to be inspected. Having just woken up, Jiang Qian was still a bit confused. They say that rainy days go extraordinarily well with naps. And it's true, he slept extraordinarily well this sleep. And there were faint traces of drool still hanging in the corners of his mouth. Jiang Qian and Instructor Li stared at each other wide-eyed. Chen Ming was a bit unable to watch and pretended to cough as he reminded. Only then did Jiang Qian come back to his senses, looking at Instructor Li and Mu Yining in front of the bed with an embarrassed expression. Instructor Li, Teacher Mu, are you still awake? Hurry up and come down after wiping your saliva clean, Instructor Li said in a bad mood. He has just 2 students in his class that he remembers fondly at the moment. One is called Jiang Qian and the other is Chen Ming. These 2 brothers, he reckoned he could remember them for the rest of his life. Only he hadn't realized that the pair of difficult men were actually still roommates. Fine. Jiang Qian numbly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Mu Yining frowned slightly, not because of Jiang Qian, but because of Instructor Li. This instructor, isn't he a bit too fierce? What are you yelling about? Inside the dormitory, Jiang Qian and Chen Ming and the others had cleaned up earlier. Can't say it was spotless, but it was also clean, and all the things were placed neatly. After briefly scanning the circle, Instructor Li's face slightly eased a few points. Checking the housekeeping is not only checking the hygiene situation, but also checking if there are any illegal things brought inside the dormitory, like pets, or high-powered electric appliances. Then came the main event of the day. Fold the quilt into tofu blocks. This stuff was just 2 days before military training, and the instructors had demonstrated it to various students on the playground. Subsequently there were also in daily checks. The various instructors also turned a blind eye to the quilts folded by the individual students. They don't ask for much, just fold it like that. But today is different. The leader above clearly instructed the afternoon training content. Just 1. Fold the quilt. Chapter 21, Teach me how to fold a quilt. First this, and then press the covers a little. Instructor Li earnestly taught the correct posture of folding tofu blocks. Jiang Qian and the others also watched attentively. Only by the time they get to it. That's the answer to the saying, the brain sees it, the hands don't follow. No matter how they folded it, they couldn't get the kind of effect that Instructor Li had. Instructor Li stayed in 301 for a while and then went to the next dormitory. With so many people in his class, there was no way he could spend all his time on one dorm room. He left, but Mu Yining didn't follow along. Instead, it's still staying at 301. Sitting on the chair where Jiang Qian's seat was, he watched Jiang Qian earnestly fold the quilt. Jiang Qian in his previous life was very good at housework. Fold quilts, change sheets, mop floors, do laundry. One person takes care of all the housework in the house. Every day during that time she came home from work to a hot meal on the dining room table. It's cozy and wonderful. Jiang Qian carefully folded and refolded his quilt one at a time. Wait until he's well and truly folded to a satisfactory level. Mu Yining walked over and snatched the quilt he had managed to fold in his hands. Can I try? Jiang Qian had a question mark on his face. Zhang Hongbin and Chen Ming, who were still busy with their heads bowed, also looked up at Mu Yining in puzzlement. However, there was a figure that remained focused on the matter at hand. Ji Shutao does not listen to what is going on outside the window, and only focuses on folding the quilt in his hands. Try what? Jiang Qian asked. Folding the quilt. Mu Yining replied. Mr. Jiang, can you teach me? Wait, the instructor seems to be right next door. Jiang Qian said and tried to take his quilt back. Mu Yining's sensitivity dodged. He has to teach other students. It's inconvenient. I see that your folding is quite good. Why don't you teach me? Sister Mu, what are you learning to fold quilts for? Jiang Qian said curiously. What else do you think? Fold the quilt. This answer. Although Jiang Qian didn't know what the other party was thinking, he didn't inquire too much more for the sake of Sister Mu, the divine class assistant. Just asked the other guy to give him back the quilt. Then he spread the quilt, which had been so easily folded, out again. Mu Yining immediately brought his body to Jiang Qian's side. You see, first this, then a little pressure with your hand. Jiang Qian was originally teaching in a serious manner, but slowly, he caught a whiff of the scent, this familiar scent of roses. Normally, he would be able to smell some faint scent from Mu Yining's side, but today it's extra thick, perhaps caused by the rain soaking my clothes and hair. Aha! Mu Yining listened attentively, not noticing Jiang Qian, who had a strange face. Chen Ming looked at the two people in front of him who had their backs turned. He suddenly had the feeling that he was knocking CP. The feeling was indescribable, but he looked at the two together. Extraordinarily well matched. He felt that Jiang Qian was more compatible with Mu Yining than with Lin Yi. Old Zhang. Look at old Jiang and school sister Mu. Is there a sense of CP? Chen Ming inquired in a low voice. He suddenly recalled the last time the two of them sang shoulder to shoulder on the playground, as well as Mu Yining's frequent calls for Jiang Qian to go to the office. He didn't even feel it before, but today, looking at the two figures in front of him, one teaching and the other listening attentively, he suddenly just realized something. It seems that Sister Mu is a bit special to Jiang Qian. What? Zhang Hongbin stared with eyes as big as copper bells. Old Chen, are you kidding me? CP sense? Do you know that Sister Mu is the white moonlight of how many boys in the whole school? What about the white moonlight? Chen Ming rolled his eyes. Old Jiang doesn't look bad either. Okay. There is a clear trend in the country now that the percentage of sibling relationships is increasing every year. Listening to Chen Ming's crackling pile of words, Zhang Hongbin impatiently pulled out his ears. Big brother, do you think that with this looks of Sister Mu, she will not have any suitors? Old Jiang is only good looking, but he has no money and no power. Besides, do you think Mu is the kind of person who simply looks at her appearance? In my opinion, she doesn't have that kind of heart for Lao Jiang at all. Don't look at Sister Mu's gentle and tender treatment of us and her good character, but I know that behind her back, Sister Mu has rejected no more than 1,000 people, and if Lao Jiang has unrealistic fantasies about this tenderness, he can only end up being sad. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin both argued in whispers, and then it was even more noisy from the room to the balcony. No one can convince anyone. Chen Ming, don't you think that Sister Mu is being a little too nice to Jiang Qian? I haven't seen anyone else in the class who can be called to the office in 3 days like old Jiang. Zhang Hongbin, based on this? Big brother, didn't you see the beginning of the school year? Sister Mu and Jiang Qian must have known each other a long time ago. Chen Ming, old Zhang, trust me, my intuition tells me. Zhang Hongbin, stop. What intuition are you pulling? Last time your intuition also told you that your goddess was a student of our school, and your intuition also told you that the other person was right next to you. But what happened? The other person is from abroad. Chen Ming. Knock knock. Jiang Qian knocked on the door on the balcony, opened it and looked at Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin who were holding each other. What are you two doing? Nothing. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin replied in unison. Old Jiang, where is Sister Mu? Chen Ming was curious. Gone. After learning to fold quilts, Jiang Qian looked back at his quilt, folded like a messily kneaded squash. But Mu Yining was satisfied with this and left 301 with a clap of his hands. Close to dinner, the torrential rain that had been falling all afternoon stopped. Another announcement was made in the class group. At all members, have a good night's rest tonight. No need to assemble. Finally, a piece of good news. After making sure there were no reversals, the freshman finally broke into a rare smile. Someone who is ready to hack and play games with their roommate. There are young couples ready to go for a nice dinner. There are also those who are ready to take advantage of the gap to go for a nice stroll outside. JCU is next to University City, with a wide variety of cuisines. Jiang Qian and Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin are prepared to go out to eat at night. Jiang Qian hadn't wanted to go, but was forcefully dragged out of the dormitory by the two men. In the meantime, the other side. Women's betting. Lin Yi, we're going out for dinner tonight. Are you going? No go. Really not going? No go. Ugh, that's a shame. Originally I was all set to make a date with Jiang Qian and their dormitory, saying that we would go out for a hot pot meal tonight. Lin Yi looked at her roommate. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Don't worry. I'll help you out tonight and show you what it means to be a top wingman. Chapter 22, I'll protect your happiness. Rice noodle, nice shaved noodle, long dumpling, cassoulet, chicken pot, grilled fish, Roast pork. Jiang Qian looked at the wide array of food stores in the neighborhood and was a bit unable to avert his eyes. The more I read, the hungrier I get. The more I want to see. Old Jiang, tell me about you. You're really just not what you seem. Just acted like a chaste woman inside the dormitory. Talking about not wanting, not coming, not wanting to eat, not interested. Now, look at your already drawn eyes and your lack of talent. Chen Ming laughed and joked. Jiang Qian quietly rolled his eyes and belabored. You think I don't want to eat? I was trying to economize on money, but there was no stopping the two men from dragging him out without reason. Now that it's all out, might as well think of something nice to eat tonight. With AA, it's not that expensive. $100 tops. Normally you should economize, but you should not over-economize. That way, life will be a lot less fun. How about we eat hot pot tonight? Zhang Hongbin suggested. Fondue? I think it's better to have roasted meat. Chen Ming said. I can do anything. Whether it was hot pot or barbecue. Jiang Qian didn't bring a pick. He hadn't had fondue or barbecue in months. The last time he ate it was on winter break from his senior year of high school when his oldest sister took him there. There's a surprise in eating hot pot. Zhang Hongbin grinned. What surprise? You'll know when we arrive later. Zhang Hongbin smiled mysteriously, whetting Jiang Qian and Chen Ming's appetites. Ding dong. The cell phone message alert beeped. Jiang Qian picked it up and saw that it was from the boss of some star. Ichiban singing, on the number? Jiang Prayan, still eating out. Should be a while. Some stars, okay. Send me a message when it comes down. River prayer and, okay. In front of the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Qian and Chen Ming finally understood what Zhang Hongbin had said about the surprise. 4 girls. Still know them all. Same class. Lin Yi, Li Wenwen, Zhang Yu, Lin Wanwan, Old Zhang. You can. Chen Ming looked at the 4 girls in front of him thoughtfully. That's a must. Come on. Let's go in and eat. Zhang Hongbin hooked his shoulders and swept Chen Ming and Jiang Qian and the two of them. After greeting each other with the girls, a few of them entered the hot pot restaurant. The location chosen was a window. 7 in a row. Small square table. 4 directions, 2x2, 2x1 seating distribution. Zhang Hongbin took the lead in sitting with Lin Wanwan as soon as he entered. Lin Wanwan, with features that look a bit on the young side, is quite durable. Li Wenwen sat down with Zhang Yu. Jiang Qian was indifferent. It was just a meal. Sitting alone and next to whoever was next to him. He'll just bore his way through the meal. He hadn't eaten hot pot for so long, but this mouth of his was craving for it. Jiang Qian, sit here. Lin Yi uttered an invitation. Old Jiang, sit with me. Ever since bumping into the CP of Jiang Qian in Muining, Chen Ming felt, Lin Yi, it's a bit generic. Not as good looking as MS. Mu. Her figure is not as good as MS. Mu's temperament. This rebellious yellow hair is simply completely killed by the gentle black long straight hair of MS. Mu. Jiang Qian showed Lin Yi an apologetic look, and then he sat down with Chen Ming. Compared to Lin Yi, he was obviously closer to Chen Ming. If Chen Ming kowtowed to the CP of Sister Mu and Jiang Qian, that Zhang Hongbin kowtowed to the CP of Lin Yi and Jiang Qian. But unfortunately, Zhang Hongbin's entire mind was on the young lowly in black silk beside him at the moment. Not much longer. After ordering dishes totaling $600, several people have run to the seasoning section to hit the seasoning. Jiang Qian, I have a unique recipe for hot pot. Do you want to try it? Lin Yi said. Lao Jiang, come here. I just saw a very tasty pairing at night. Chen Ming had been keeping an eye on Lin Yi's movements. Seeing Lin Yi strike again, he followed suit and went up for single defense. Dude's happiness. I'll keep it. Alright. I have my own recipe for fondue. You two fight yourselves. Jiang Qian waved his hand. As a qualified Sichuan Chongqing people, I have eaten hot pot since I was a child. Not 1,000, but also 800. For the hot pot dipping sauce, he has long developed a set of his own. Minced garlic, chopped green onion, oyster sauce, cilantro, chopped green onion, chopped peanuts, chili peppers, vinegar. As well as being able to eat spicy food, he can also eat sour. Whether he's usually eating noodles out or hot pot, he adds a lot of vinegar. Lin Yi's eyes half narrowed as he stared at Chen Ming in front of him. Since just now, this Chen Ming had been badgering her. Mr. Chen, do you have a problem with me? Lin Yi approached Chen Ming and asked in a low voice. No. Chen Ming busied himself with the seasoning. No? Then can Chen do me a favor? Can't. Chen Ming said with a bewitching smile. Lin Yi was genuinely feeling the urge to snap the small bowl in his hand on the other's head. Tripe, duck intestines, beef, shrimp sliders, brains, Jiang Qian completely transformed into a qualified foodie. A few people at the same table were chatting while eating the dishes of a few people, but he just lowered his head and grubbed the dishes in his bowl. It had been too long since he had eaten hot pot, and as he ate this, he suddenly had the urge to shed tears. It's so good. As he ate, Jiang Qian couldn't help but think back to other cuisines. Barbecue, steak, skewers, American frogfish head. These he hadn't had in a long time either. Originally, before the college entrance exam, he was planning to go on a summer vacation to travel and try the food specialties of different places. But, alas, Dad, where are you? Before he came to the school for military training, he had also been to the police station and specifically asked people's police officers to give him a call if they had any news of his own father. But by now, it's been over a month. He doesn't know if his dad is alive or dead. He tried to find it, but there wasn't the slightest clue. His dad didn't even tell him where he was going to get the big bucks. 1 hour later, Jiang Qian patted his already propped-up belly contentedly. The fondue was a real treat for him. Linny was beside himself with frustration. Just now, she had been looking for a topic to strike up a conversation with Jiang Qian, but every time the other person was Old Jiang, I have to say that I did underestimate you a bit before. It was also the first time that Chen Ming had seen Jiang Qian like this. At least half of the dishes on this table fell into Jiang Qian's stomach. And Jiang Qian also ordered a bowl of egg fried rice. So what? I'm going to use the restroom first. Just after eating, Jiang Qian had a bitter face. He seems to be eating a little too hard. It's a little hard on this stomach. Jump up STH. Chapter 23 Going behind my back to drink. Ichiban singing, have you finished eating? Jiang Qian, finished eating. On the way back. Some stars, good. Jiang Qian's face was pale. Squatting on a toilet in this summer. That sweat was pouring out and his back was soaked. Eating hot pot is fun. Squatting in the restroom afterwards. It's also painful. Not only were his legs numb from squatting, but his ass was on fire. But if he were to do it again, Jiang Qian would still choose to gorge himself as usual. In front of the hot pot restaurant. While Jiang Qian went to the restroom, Chen Ming and the others discussed where to go later in the evening. It's so hard to have an evening at your disposal, so you definitely need to go out and have a good time. From movie theaters to karaoke to bars. The movie theaters haven't had any new releases of good movies lately either. KTV. A few people don't sing much. Bar. College students who had just turned 18 were still pretty curious about this place. How about we go to the bar later? Zhang Hongbin proposed. Okay, I'm all for it. Lin Wanwan agreed. A bar? Won't be bouncing. Li Wanwan and Zhang Yu said awkwardly. What bouncing The bar and not have to go bouncing. You that said nightclubs. Explained Zhang Hongbin. We are talking about clear bar. Simply enjoy the alcohol fun. Li Wanwan and Zhang Yu glanced at each other, and both of them had some intentions in their eyes. Old Chan, are you going or not? Zhang Hongbin asked. Go, why don't you go? Chen Ming was also a bit impatient, very eager for this novel experience. Linny lowered his head on the side, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Wanwan said well before she came, to be her wingman and help her chase Jiang Qian. But after arriving, this talk is just like farting. Did not care about her at all. Has been in and Zhang Hongbin two people you and me. As for her other two roommates, Li Wanwan and Zhang Yu, she hadn't planned on expecting the two to help her. They were both pretty introverted and helping out as wingmen was obviously out of the question. Now all she could count on was herself. What? Drinking? I'm not going. Jiang Qian shook his head and refused. Lao Jiang, look at what you said. Everyone is going. Why don't you go? It's rare to be able to take a vacation. Why don't you enjoy it? Zhang Hongbin came over and persuaded. Chen Ming also pulled Jiang Qian's elbow to prevent him from leaving. Come on old Jiang. Let's go drink together. Old Zhang has already bought the bill. It's rare that this kid treats us. Don't you want to go and kill him? Jiang Qian originally didn't want to go. After all, he had just made a date inside the restroom for his top one big brother to play a game together later back in the dormitory. But, a treat. It doesn't seem like you can't go. Jiang Qian squatted in place and thought carefully. This military training has been so long and exhausting. Like there's nothing wrong with relaxing. Also, the bar. Jiang Qian was also very curious about this place. I went there once in high school with my classmates. Only that time I was caught by my own older sister. He used to hear his classmates talk about how much fun the bar was. Go. Jiang Qian nodded. That's right. I'll take 2 cars later. I'll pay for your spending tonight, Zhang Hongbin said generously. Good. Chen Ming was a bit excited. The girls' dormitory side of the generous Zhang Hongbin is also treated differently. Lin Yi looked at Zhang Qian, and after hearing that the other party was going to the bar as well, her heart sighed with relief. It didn't take long. The 2 hitchhikers pulled up right in front of a few people. Zhang Qian, Chen Ming, Lin Yi won. The remaining few people won. After learning that Chen Ming had some opinions about himself, Lin Yi didn't show too much more, but rather, he all tightened up. Zhang Qian, sorry boss, I have some things to do today. I shouldn't be able to call. Some stars. Ichiban Hoshi, it's okay. Is something wrong? River Prayer and a friend suddenly asked me to go out with him tonight. Ichiban Sing, oh, that's fine. Okay, then it's just as well to play tomorrow. River Prayer and, good. Classroom apartments. Mu Yining plopped down on the sofa, a little annoyed, her little legs kicking back and forth in the air. I waited for you for an hour. You told me you were going out to play. Pissed off even. Mu Yining's fists clenched and he swung several punches violently at a sofa cushion to the side. Then, seemingly a bit out of breath, he whacked the couch cushion in his arms again. She felt slightly better when she had whacked the couch cushions out of shape, and what she didn't realize was that the anger that had just subsided rubbed off on her when she opened her friend's circle half an hour later. She has a total of 2 VX numbers. The trumpet added Zhang Qian's trumpet. The big one added quite a few students in the class. The first thing she saw in the large circle of friends, Chen Ming sent a circle of friends. The first photo is a photo of eating hot pot, although not photographed clear face, but the girl's hand into the picture. The second is a picture of the front entrance to the bar. The third is a picture of drinking. The left side is sitting Zhang Qian. The right side is sitting Hu, although not too clear to see the face. But this head of conspicuous long blonde hair. Mu Yining immediately distinguished this as Hu. Mu Yining immediately rolled over and walked off the sofa, not even changing the clothes on his body or the slippers on his feet. Walked straight to the parking lot at a quick pace. Destination entered, Drunken Breeze. The whole journey is 8 kilometers. It's at the peak of the off-duty rush hour. Estimated time of arrival is 30 minutes. With the sound of the navigation, Mu Yining kicked the gas and the sports car made a roaring noise. Drunken Breeze. A bar and lounge that is known far and wide. The bar's overall color palette is dominated by dark wood, and the dim lighting creates a mysterious atmosphere. Zhang Qian stepped through the door of the bar and curiously surveyed the inside of the bar. There were quite a few people in the bar. 3 by 3, all chatting and drinking at the same time. This bar is predominantly young. There were even several students from the same school. Zhang Hongbin is a long time ago placed an order in a group, so as soon as a few people entered and scanned a QR code, the waiter boy took them to a location off in the corner. Several people took their seats one after another. Lin Yi also didn't open her mouth again to let Zhang Qian sit beside her because she knew Chen Ming would definitely stop it. Come on, let's start with 1 bottle each. Zhang Hongbin went from person to person and gave no one a bottle of Ha beer, while several people were looking for a corkscrew to get ready to open a bottle of wine. He chose to try to play a handsome wave straight away. Hold the bottle in your hand and knock the cap against the table's eaves. It's not cracked. 1 more knock. Still not cracked. Brother, don't knock it. Just drive with this. Zhang Qian handed over the bottle opener in his own hand. Chapter 24 Drunkenness. Let's play a game. When you come to a bar, it's natural for you to have table trivia. At Zhang Hongbin's suggestion, a few people quickly started the first minigame. It's called Pour Full and Drink. Just a wine glass, each person adds wine to it individually, and the last person to let the wine come out full drinks it. Started by Zhang Hongbin. It was Zhang Qian's turn to finish. When the first round went down, everyone was still restrained, and they all just added a little bit to their glasses. But in the second round, when it came to Lin Yi, she looked at Chen Ming sitting beside her as well as Zhang Qian, picked up the beer bottle and slammed it inside her glass. Wait until it's almost full out before you call it quits. Both were pretty much to her liking no matter who got hit. If it was Chen Ming who drank it, consider it her revenge. If it's Zhang Qian, that would be better. There's a saying that if a woman doesn't get drunk, a man doesn't stand a chance. And that's true when you switch genders. Looking at Zhang Qian's perfect face, she gradually developed many small thoughts in her heart. TSK, Lin Yi, you're hitting too hard. Lin Wanwan snickered. Old Chen, you're going to be finished. Zhang Hongbin looked at Chen Ming sympathetically. To enhance the excitement of the game, the cups they take are large. The capacity is a full liter. A beer is only 500 or 600 milliliters. This one drink down on the spot was the equivalent of blowing 2 beers into a bottle. He Chen Ming laughed contemptuously, raising his hand to pick up the bottle and flick it inside the glass. Only a ripple was seen in the glass that was already on the verge of overflowing, but the drink did not slip from the mouth. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Old Jiang, you go well. Chen Ming thought to himself. Jiang Qian also wanted to follow Chen Ming's example, picking up the bottle and gently pointing out 2 drops of liquor. But the glass had reached a limit, and it wouldn't hold a single drop. The inside of the glass filled up at him. Ha 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 ha, old Jiang. Zhang Hongbin laughed out loud. Luckily, if Jiang Qian hadn't finished, he would have been next. Several people at the table breathed a sigh of relief. After the tension, the atmosphere was gradually mobilized, and several people shouted, "Drink! Drink! Drink!" Jiang Qian didn't push back. If he lost, he lost. The wine should still be there. With a clench of his teeth and a close of his eyes, he lifted his hand to the glass and gulped down the contents. A liter of beer was a bit much, and it took him several sips to drink it all. Immediately after that, the second round began. This time it starts with Jiang Qian. He swept his eyes at Zhang Hongbin, who was laughing heartily beside him. A few thoughts of revenge came to mind. Laugh. I'll make you laugh. I'll see if you laugh later. Jiang Qian held 2 bottles of beer in each hand and poured them inside the glass together. The white foam rose quickly. Jiang Qian didn't take it seriously, but by the time he wanted to stop it was too late. The white foam quickly rushed out of the cup and bubbled outside. Lao Jiang, you're going to need another drink for this, Zhang Hongbin said excitedly. He is also not a little cute. He's not a cutie either. And just now, Jiang Qian's attitude was clearly aimed at him. I'll go. Old Jiang, you're awesome. Chen Ming was surprised. If Jiang Qian really drank them back to back, it would be equivalent to blowing 4 bottles of beer in succession. Jiang Qian was silent. He had a bit of an urge to cry. This was purely picking up a stone and stoning his own feet off. He pouted, saying, what's this and that? Hurry up Lao Jiang. Don't be so abrasive. Like a pussy. Zhang Hongbin urged. Jiang Qian, are you still okay? If you can't, let me help you. Linny got up and tried to bring the filled wine glass to herself. No need. Jiang Qian's fighting spirit was instantly aroused. Isn't it just a glass of wine? What's the big deal? He picked up his glass, and with a heartbeat, poured the beer into his mouth. After finishing the cup in its entirety, Jiang Qian then felt the aftertaste of the last cup gushing out instantly. Dizzy as hell. Old Jiang, awesome. Zhang Hongbin and Chen Ming gave a thumbs up. Subsequently, the third round begins. This time, before it was Jiang Qian's turn, Linny was hit. Her hand shook and she accidentally overfilled her drink. Taking the glass, Linny looked at the mouth of the glass in front of him. Implicitly, the cup was rotated slightly. Then both hands lifted the glass up. It didn't open the drink either, but sniffed lightly with the tip of his nose, as if sniffing the mouth of the glass for any particular flavor. She didn't draw attention to herself with this little gesture. With that, she slowly pressed her lips onto the spot where Jiang Qian had just drank. Round 4. You guys go ahead and play. I'm a little dizzy. Jiang Qian only felt that his head was spinning right now. No, old Jiang, you can't do this? Zhang Hongbin was puzzled. Jiang Qian didn't hold back and rolled his eyes, tempted to curse and retort. If you want to be good, try drinking 2 big cups for me in a row. It's fine. Lao Jiang, you can rest first. We'll play first. Chen Ming said. Jiang Qian chose a comfortable position and lay down on the sofa behind him. Don't, Lao Jiang. Let's change the game. Get up. Change the hammer and you leave me alone. Jiang Qian said impatiently. He was feeling bad now. The first time he drank so much alcohol. He even gradually developed a few stumps when he looked at people. Really some top. He simply closed his eyes directly, and Zhang Hongbin beside him yelled to play some kind of miscard, and he didn't care in the slightest. I used to hear my friends say that bars were fun, but now it seemed it would be better to let him stay inside the dormitory and play 2 games with the boss. Close your eyes and rest for a while. He didn't know how long he'd been resting, but he only heard a confused voice from beside him. Chen Ming held up a white flag with a paper towel. Can't drink anymore, can't drink anymore. Guys, let me off. Zhang Hongbin, old Chen, why are you more vegetable than Lao Jiang? Other people Lao Jiang at least drink 2 cups with a big cup. You have a small cup. Only 4 cups. You give me that you cannot? I can't. I really can't. Old Zhang. You may not believe me when I say it. The more I look at Lao Jiang now, the more he looks like my goddess. Especially this eyebrow and eye. It's practically identical. Chen Ming slapped his groggy head violently. It was also his first time to come to a bar to drink. 4 glasses of wine was already his limit. Somehow, when he looked at Jiang Qian's frown, he suddenly had the idea that if he let old Jiang wear black silk and put the mask on, cause a bit of his goddess, that doesn't seem to be a no-no. I'll go. Then you're really drunk and are starting to hallucinate. Zhang Hongbin rubbed his eyebrows, not realizing that both of his roommates were so bad at drinking. Jiang Qian stood up in a daze. The beer was just a little too strong, and his brain was now a jumbled mess at the moment. Just stood up and sat down again eastward. Repeat this twice. Zhang Hongbin asked. Old Jiang, what are you doing? But Jiang Qian looked like he didn't hear. He should want to go to the restroom. He just drank so much wine. I'll help him just go. Linny said and stood up, holding Jiang Qian's shoulders and walking towards the restroom. Chapter 25. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? Hello, ma'am. May I ask you? Looking for someone. Mu Yining threw down two simple words and walked straight inside with his long legs. Even though she hated to put the gas pedal into the bottom of the car along the way, she arrived 10 minutes later than expected in the face of the rush hour. Looking for someone? Then may I ask if you know what table your friend is at? I can take you there directly. The waiter boy's eyes lit up. It was the first time he had ever seen a girl as pretty as this in real life. Although the dress is a bit simple. Just white tee sports shorts with a pair of black flip-flops. But this face is totally prettier than some of the actresses on TV. Especially with those big watery winks. He didn't know what the historical scourge of the country and its people, Su Daji, was like before, but after meeting Mu Yining today, he knew. Even though the lighting inside the bar was a bit dim, it couldn't hide the white as paraffin skin. No, I'll find it myself. Mu Yining didn't have the time to chat with the little brother in front of her about something or other right now. The waiter boy didn't retreat either, but followed Mu Yining around, accompanying the search. What are the characteristics of the person you're looking for? Can't say I should have seen it before. The bar was still a bit big, with 2 floors, and it would definitely take some time to find it if it went on like this. Should still be students. One of the men is a bit thin and white, wearing black short sleeves, Mu Yining said while looking around. The waiter boy on the side frowned slightly at the description. The students who came to the bar today couldn't be said to be many, but they were by no means few. Black short sleeves, thin, white. The image of Jiang Qian instantly came to his mind. Jiang Qian gave him a somewhat deep impression. Those delicate features, on the feminine side. At first glance, he thought it was a girl. Isn't it a bit showy looking, like a girl? The waiter boy asked. Right. Mu Yining nodded. I know where they are. The waiter boy said and pointed his finger in the direction of the back corner. Thanks. Mu Yining thanked him softly. Follow the other man inside. Not much longer. She then saw Zhang Hongbin. Several people. Zhang Hongbin saw her too. The 3 girls beside her, Li Wenwen and also Zhang Yu, rubbed their shoulders and stood up. Maybe because of the good students are used to do. At the moment to see this little teacher they both a little trembling. Sister Mu? Sister Ning? Zhang Hongbin and Lin Wanwan successively wondered. Mu Yining smiled without losing her politeness. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you all here. Even though we're resting tonight, we still have military training tomorrow. Don't play too late. Fine. Sister Mu. Got it. I didn't expect you to be in this bar too. Do you want to sit down and play together for a while? Mu Yining has an easygoing personality and treats people gently and softly, like a big sister who knows her heart. And the students in the class are all very happy with her. Zhang Hongbin. Several people hoped that the other party would sit down and play together for a while. I won't be able to. My friend and I were just about to go back. You guys take your time to play. Mu Yining laughed softly. By the way, how come I don't see Jiang Qian? He should have gone to the restroom. And Lin Yi too, Zhang Hongbin replied. Sister Mu, you don't know. My 2 roommates' drinking capacity is really a bit poor. A few glasses of wine and they got drunk. Without waiting for Zhang Hongbin to finish his long-winded nonsense, Mu Yining turned around and headed for the restroom. Jiang Qian, Lin Yi, drunk. Those 3 key words caused the frequency of her steps to gradually increase. The waiter boy who had been following Mu Yining around froze at the moment. He did know that Mu Yining was telling lies. But what shocked him more was still the relationship between Mu Yining and Jiang Qian. Teacher-student love. After coming to the bar for so many years, he had seen many different kinds of people. And just now Mu Yining said a bunch of things before finally pointing out the point, which was to ask where the boy named Jiang Qian was. After realizing this, he felt a little empty inside. Alas, it is true that sweet love is someone else's, and he should just concentrate on being a minion. Restrooms. Lin Yi helped Jiang Qian slowly walk to the side of the men's restroom. The scent of Jiang Qian's body made her can't help but feel a little bit apoplectic. The restroom is here. Go ahead, Lin Yi said. Jiang Qian shook his unconscious brain and looked at his surroundings. He was a bit confused. Where is this? I want to go to the restroom. The bathroom. Linny replied. Jiang Qian looked like he couldn't understand what she was saying, just holding his head with one hand and the wall aside with the other. Seeing him in this state, Linny raised an eyebrow and asked, Jiang Qian, do you know who I am? Jiang Qian shook his head. He felt as if there was someone in front of him. The other person seemed to mumble something to him, but he couldn't quite hear it. Ha? What did you say? I said you recognize who I am. No. Linny stared into Jiang Qian's eyes. In high school, in gym class, she glanced hurriedly, and the three words Jiang Qian were deeply imprinted in her heart. Ha? Jiang Qian shook his head, already looking drunk. Linny stared at the perfect face of the teenager in front of her, her heartbeat gradually accelerating. How many dreams had she dreamed of this scene coming to life? Taking advantage of the fact that Jiang Qian was drunk now, she could totally sneak a taste and act like nothing happened afterwards. Jiang Qian was born very good looking, red lips and white teeth. Those lips are not thick or thin, very plump. Kissing up should not be bad. Linny swallowed twice and slowly brought his mouth forward. Her heart beat faster the minute her mouth moved forward. The guests passing by on the side of the toilet are also not surprised. The wine is still very easy to drink to the head. However, several guests still stopped and looked curiously towards Jiang Qian and sighed for a few moments. The boys are quite pretty. Some pretty over the top. Girls. Yellow hair? They're not bad looking. But did these two get the wrong script? How come it's a girl pinning a guy against a wall? Just as Linny was about to get her way, she only felt someone behind her tugging at the collar of her shirt, pulling her back violently with force. The pull barely made her stagger to the floor. Student Lin, what are you doing? Mu Yining's eyes were ablaze with anger. Good. She had underestimated Lin Yi. I didn't realize this was a real dare to get mouthy. Sister Mu? Lin Yi frowned. I'm asking, what were you planning to do just now? Mu Yining asked sternly. Just now. Lin Yi's words lurched. Jiang Qian was drunk and wanted to go to the restroom. So I brought him to the restroom. Going to the bathroom? Mu Yining laughed frivolously. Holding someone against the wall? I see that he seems to have something on his face. So I'll help him take a look. Lin Yi went on to explain. Ha! Mu Yining held Jiang Qian's arm and walked outside step by step. Senior Mu, what are you doing? Lin Yi stopped in front of the two. I'll take him back to school. Mu Yining said frankly. It's better if I do it. Ha! Student Lin, do you think that because I usually haven't gotten angry inside the school, you think I'm easy to talk to? Mu Yining's tone gradually chilled, and her eyes became icy cold. Lin Yi was frozen in place by the glare. Chapter 26. No. Why? Mu Yining dragged Jiang Qian into his car by force. Jiang Qian was a bit restless all the way, kept pushing and shoving her. It was hard to get someone into the passenger side. Just as he was about to close the door, he saw Jiang Qian's right leg step out. Take your feet back, Mu Yining said in a cold voice. Her anger hadn't subsided yet. Jiang Qian's alcohol consumption is very poor. A few bottles of beer can be drunk unconscious. White wine is even worse. Two mouths have to fall. In his previous life when he got married, Jiang Qian toasted with plain water. Moreover, Jiang Qian because of the physical problems as long as a drunk, that immediately with the awakening of the second personality as if the next day to wake up completely will not remember drunk after the things that happened. You really don't listen at all. Mu Yining angrily pounded Jiang Qian's thigh. Then she still bent down and held Jiang Qian's thigh with both hands and put it back in the car. Just as soon as she put it in, within seconds, it gave way to her restlessly sticking her thighs out again. Mu Yining was a bit speechless, so he had to bend down once again. Only this time she learned her lesson and immediately slammed the car door shut, then walked to the other side and opened the door ready to drive away. Just got in the car before she could fire up the engine. He saw Jiang Qian on the side stomping on the car door with his legs. After stomping twice and seeing that it wouldn't open, and seeing that she had left the window open, she poked her head out again, followed by her entire upper body arching out. Jiang Qian, Mu Yining yanked the person back, and after his hands were firmly secured, he quickly bolted on the seatbelt again. Jiang Qian's consciousness was hazy, but his body's instincts were still there. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He wanted to go to the toilet so badly. You? Hurry up and sit down. Mu Yining's words just fell. The seatbelt came undone with just a snap. Jiang Qian, what do you want to do today? You still want to go back and drink again, don't you? I'm telling you, it's impossible. At the mention of wine, Mu Yining recalled Jiang Qian's disheveled appearance in his previous life. That's why she very much didn't want Jiang Qian to come into contact with cigarettes and alcohol again in her life. Jiang Qian looked anxious. I want to go to the restroom. I can't hold it in. You. Mu Yining was stunned. Didn't you just go to the restroom? Jiang Qian couldn't care about what the woman in front of him said. He just yanked the car door handle back and forth with both hands forcefully and violently. Fine. Just take it easy. I'll take you there. Mu Yining hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. After opening the passenger door, Jiang Qian's alcohol was slightly sober at the moment, and he was able to walk a straight line, instead of heading inside the bar. Though, he walked toward an aspen tree next to the bar. There are still a lot of people coming and going from the bar at this hour. Coupled with the addition of the conspicuous contraption of a sports car, many people's eyes looked over. Jiang Qian, not that way. Mu Yining hadn't reacted at first, and when he did, Jiang Qian was already standing under the poplar tree. This scared her and she rushed forward. Jiang Qian was already pulling out his dick, but the next moment, the zipper of the pull-down pants was pulled back. Mu Yining dragged him at a quick pace inside the bar. Welcome. The waiter boy's face was stunned. He thought it was a new guest arriving at the store, but he didn't expect it to be Mu Yining and Jiang Qian. The two of them swished past him as if they had something 100,000 times more urgent to do. The location of the toilets is at the front center of the entire bar. Mu Yining and Jiang Qian also didn't meet Zhang Hongban Linyi and the others. Men's restroom. Fortunately, the urinal is just no one. Or see Mu Yining rushed in. Probably have to be scared to hold back the urine. Mu Yining also immediately pulled Jiang Qian right into one of the toilet cubicles. When he entered the cubicle, Jiang Qian squirmed instead. What are you doing? Hurry up, Mu Yining said in disbelief. You turn around. Jiang Qian was embarrassed. Hey, are you embarrassed with me? I remember clearly how many moles you have on your buttocks. Mu Yining said in a bad mood. Oops, hurry up. I'll help you. After saying that, Mu Yining wanted to take matters into his own hands. No, you don't. I'll do it myself. Then hurry up. Someone's coming later. Can you turn around then? Okay, I get it. I'll turn around and not look at you. Mu Yining bristled and turned around, his back to the toilet. It wasn't long before she heard pattering coming from behind her. Mu Yining waited in peace and quiet. Except she apparently overlooked one thing. Just because the urinals are empty doesn't mean the cubicles are empty. The sound of her and Jiang Qian's conversation fell clearly into the ears of those who were still squatting. Good lord, do young people nowadays play so openly? There were 4 men in all, and each one of them, in unison, turned his head to the left and stared at the cubicle on the left. Mu Yining's face gradually reddened as he listened to the vibrant sound of entering water. In his previous life, Jiang Qian reached 30-40, because of tobacco and alcohol, that the health of the body is a sharp decline. The problem of incomplete and frequent urination gets worse with age, so much so that aspect is getting out of hand as well. In fact, Jiang Qian's capital is still very sufficient. At the beginning of that moment, Mu Yining really tasted what is called the real pleasure of turning over the clouds. TSK, Jiang Qian, I'll give you this. You're not allowed to drink and smoke in the future. Got it? Mu Yining said. Jiang Qian didn't reply. Mu Yining didn't ask much, just waited for another moment. Have you gotten better yet? I'm turning around. Mu Yining sensed something was wrong and turned around, only to see Jiang Qian sitting on the toilet lit asleep. Ugh! Letting out a slow sigh, she followed up and helped Jiang Qian up, outside the cubicle door. The 4 buddies were all staring intently at Jiang Qian, the cubicle door. At the moment, they'd like to see how it went. Crunch! The door opened slowly, only to see a pretty-as-a-button girl holding up what looked like a sleeping boy. So what? Sorry, my boyfriend is drunk. Mu Yining looked at the 4 boys in front of her with embarrassment. Of the 4, 3 looked dumbfounded, while the remaining 1 replied dully. No, nothing. By the time the people were gone, all 4 boys hadn't slowed down. I'll go. No, man. On what grounds? I don't know. The way I saw it just now. Why did it feel like a girl took the initiative? Blanche, no more playing. Go home. Chapter 27, Who am I? I'm your wife. This time, Mu Yining helped the person into the co-pilot, and the other person was much better behaved. Just now she left the house in too much of a hurry and didn't have her ID with her. Otherwise, she could have just gone to the hotel across the street from the bar and booked a room. Now we have to bring people back to the teacher's apartment for the night. Jiang Qian was extraordinarily peaceful after falling asleep. From the bar parking lot to the school parking lot, it was peaceful and quiet. After Mu Yining loosened his own seatbelt, he turned sideways to loosen Jiang Qian's seatbelt. Snap! By the time the seatbelt was loosened, Mu Yining was still in a sideways position. It's not too late. It's past 10. There were also a few scattered students passing in front of the parking lot. Mu Yining suddenly remembered the image of Lin Yi trying to steal a kiss inside the bar just now. If she hadn't rushed over, maybe Lin Yi would have already kissed. And it was inevitable that the other party wouldn't take this opportunity to do something even more excessive. Mu Yining raised her hand, two onion-white fingers cupping Zhang Qian's chin and pulling the other party's face a few points closer to her side. The exhaled nostrils sprayed her face, tickling it. Looking at Zhang Qian's pretty face, she licked her mouth. You can't go out drinking with other girls in the future. Got it? Mu Yining said in a gentle voice. Never mind. You'd probably forget even if I told you. I'm going to give you a little punishment. Mu Yining slowly pulled Zhang Qian's face closer. She was talking about punishment, but in reality, she just wanted to taste her 18-year-old husband's youthfulness again. The claustrophobic space inside the car, as well as the students passing by in front from time to time, made Mu Yining feel a different kind of excitement. She felt like a bad woman at the moment, a bad teacher. She had originally planned to hug and kiss and nibble well enough after she had established a relationship with Zhang Qianan, but she can't hold back some of it now. Maybe Lin Yi had irritated her, or maybe Zhang Qian was now drunk. He won't know when he wakes up tomorrow anyway, Mu Yining thought to himself. When her lips touched Zhang Qian's lips that were not too thin and not too thick and full of softness, she could feel every cell in her body leaping. This long-lost feeling. Mu Yining had a habit. Usually when she came across something delicious she would save it for last. When it comes to men and women, she also likes to take her time to savor, feel, and linger. Zhang Qian's breathing slowly became rapid. He felt like there was something in his mouth that kept moving. He tried to push it out with his tongue, but his opponent was cunning enough to avoid it every time. The slurping sound echoed all over the car. The more Mu Yining kissed, the more energized he became. The more Zhang Qian kissed, the more confused he became. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Subconsciously, he used his hand to push something unknown in front of him. After this drunkenness, his strength was 10 times less than 1. And Mu Yining felt that the hands Zhang Qian placed on her shoulders were less like pushing her and more like flirting. She raised her own hands as well, wrapping one hand over Zhang Qian's back and knocking on the back of his head with the other. Zhang Qian's face reddened from being smothered, and his eyes, which were still closed, instantly opened. And without the slightest hesitation, his mouth bit down on the cunning contraption. Hiss! Mu Yining immediately drew back his attack in pain. This one gave her a whole lot of pain in her eyes. Who are you? After a short rest, Zhang Qian felt his mind clearing up slightly. Who am I? Mu Yining rubbed her mouth and said with tears in her eyes, I'm your wife. You nonsense. Zhang Qian looked at the woman in front of him who gave birth to a residual shadow, feeling that it was a bit familiar, but couldn't recall. I'm the one who doesn't have a wife. Too lazy to talk to you. Believe it or not. Che, I even said I'm your father. Zhang Qian justified. Mu Yining, who had intended to get out of the car, snapped the door shut again. What did you say? I said I'm your father. Don't you dare say that again. I'm your father. Well. Mu Yining gasped and laughed. As expected of an 18-year-old? That's a lot of guts. To reverse the Big Dipper? Mu Yining's body leapt from the driver's seat to the passenger seat. Just straddled Zhang Qian's lap. What are you doing? Zhang Qian tried to reach out and push the woman in front of him again. What am I doing? Mu Yining locked that restless hand firmly in place, and his tight face was face to face with Zhang Qianan. I'm going to show you whose father we are today. You. Zhang Qian's mouth had just spat out a single word when the rest of the words that were still unfinished were all gagged into his mouth. When he saw his opponent do this again, he was ready to bite down again as well. But Mu Yining, who had already fallen for the trick once, could have learned ample lessons. Not waiting for Zhang Qianan to bite her, she took the first step and rolled Zhang Qianan's tongue out. Then, a bite down, slowly increasing the force. In no time at all, Zhang Qian's tears also came out in pain. His mouth mumbled something unknown, and his body began to resist violently. After biting to an appropriate level, Mu Yining let go of her mouth and provoked. Dare you say it again? Cough cough cough. Zhang Qian choked twice. Looking up at the smug look of the woman in front of him, his fire instantly came up. Bite him? Waiting. Ugh. I'm your father. Zhang Qian opened his mouth when he finished speaking and took a bite on Mu Yining's arm. You. Mu Yining's brows furrowed together in pain. 18. In addition to youthfulness, there is rebellion. Zhang Qian didn't have the slightest intention of showing any mercy with his mouth until he tasted a few bits of blood in his mouth. And only then did he loosen his mouth. Mu Yining held back and didn't say anything. On her right arm, There was already a clear blood-red teeth mark. I didn't expect you to still be so wild. The Jiang Qian of his previous life wouldn't have done such a thing. After Jiang Qian had bitten it, he tilted his head high, with a dead pig's head. Anyway, big deal. You bite me, I bite you. He was ready to be bitten hard by the woman in front of him, but after waiting a while, it was rather different from what he thought. Instead of proceeding to bite him, the woman in front of him opened the car door and stepped out. Okay, come on, go back to bed. Mu Yining covered his arm. Bite back? Forget it. She didn't want to bite a wound out for Jiang Qian. Biting your tongue like that is okay, but not like that arm bite. You? Jiang Qian had a question mark on his face. How did this matter develop a little differently from what he thought? Don't you, get out of the car. Can you walk? Can't walk, I'll help you. Mu Yining said in a bad mood. She estimated that the wound on her arm should not fade in a short period of time. Can you walk? Right? Jiang Qian also didn't continue to stay in the car. After this sleep and wakefulness, although the brain is a little dizzy, but walking is not a big problem. But, he felt as if he was suffering from amnesia at the moment, unable to recall any memories at all. Looking at the woman in front of him, Jiang Qian couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Could this really be my wife? Chapter 28, Don't Suck My Blood. You're really my wife, aren't you? Jiang Qian looked sideways at Mu Yining. Not to mention, the woman in front of me was quite pretty. No. Mu Yining covered his arm. Jiang Qian's mouth was really hard, almost biting off the flesh on her arm. Didn't you just say yes? Where am I your wife? Mu Yining said conspiratorially. Aren't you my father? Jiang Qian scratched his head in some embarrassment. I was just joking. Mu Yining immediately disliked back after hearing this. I'm also joking. In fact, I'm not familiar with you. You stay away from me. No, I'm sorry, old granny. Although he didn't have any memory of the woman in front of him, but, looking at the other party's exquisite face, Jiang Qian felt, the other party might really be his wife. Ha! Mu Yining let out a light laugh. I'm not your wife, so don't call me that. Jiang Qian could tell that the other party was in a fit of anger, and immediately gestured and ran from Mu Yining's left to his right, then picked up the arm that he had bitten and blew on it. What are you doing? Mu Yining asked. I'll blow on it for you. Jiang Qian replied. Blow? You think this is a burn? Blow on it. I've been bitten by you. What's the use of blowing? You'll blow blood all over my clothes. Oh, got it. Wait a minute. Jiang Qian nodded thoughtfully. Mu Yining was still wondering what the other party was up to again. The next moment, he only saw Jiang Qian barfing a kiss directly on Mu Yining's wound in a swift manner. Mu Yining stopped in his tracks. What? You still bite? This scared her and she immediately started to pick at Jiang Qian's head with her other hand. If she let Jiang Qian bite down, her hand would be ruined. Picking and pulling twice. Did not pick and pull. Jiang Qian hands deadly tugging her arm. Push cannot be pushed. Don't suck it. It was only then that Mu Yining saw what Jiang Qian was preparing to do. Jiang Qian sucked all the oozing blood into his mouth. You spit it out. Mu Yining's words just fell. Jiang Qian swallowed all the blood inside his mouth as soon as his throat moved. Hey, you! Mu Yining was in a hurry. How is the swallowing everything down? Jiang Qian smacked his mouth twice. The flavor was still special. A little salty and a little fishy. Wife, now you're not angry, right? Jiang Qian asked. Hey, you're really, what can I say about you? Mu Yining's originally taut face burst out laughing all of a sudden. Jiang Qian was like this. When he was drunk, it was like he had awakened a second personality, and the whole person was silly. The two of them had made some jokes in their previous life. But when they got up the next day, Jiang Qian couldn't even remember them at all. Forget it, just hurry back. Mu Yining pulled Jiang Qian and walked quickly towards the teacher's apartment. Teacher's apartments. Jiang Qian lay comfortably on the soft bed, wrapped left and right. The quilt smells so good with a rose scent. Mu Yining was sitting on the edge of the bed, and was taking medical alcohol, cotton swabs, and bandages to treat the wound on his arm. Honey, why is our bed so small? It feels a bit cramped for two people to sleep, Jiang Qian said in disbelief. Because it's not our home. Not our home? Then where is our home? Home is elsewhere. This is just my dorm room at work. Work? Honey, what do you do? Why can't I recall any memories? I'm your teacher. You don't have to think about it. You won't be able to remember it even if you think about it that way again. It's a problem with your physique. Mu Yining patiently answered each and every one of Jiang Qian's questions. While talking back, he tended to the wound on his arm. The wounds were not complicated and were quickly cleaned up. Ha! You're my teacher? Zhang Qian was a bit confused. You mean, you're my teacher and my wife? Right. Mu Yining nodded. I'll go. Zhang Qian looked down at his hands with some disbelief. So how long have we been together? Not together yet. Oh no. Hard to say. We've been together for 60 years, I think. Mu Yining thought back carefully. Each of these words, Zhang Qian could understand. But together? He was a bit confused. What do you mean you've been together for 60 years? That's not an extra zero. I'm afraid. 60 or 6 years? Zhang Qian asked. 60. Mu Yining affirmed. Ha? Zhang Qian froze. 60. Are you sure about 60? Then how old are we now? Now. Hey. Forget it. I can't talk to you. Hurry up and take a shower and get ready for bed. Mu Yining waved her hand. This was going to be a lot of explaining. She couldn't even explain it. Rebirth? Who'd believe it? Zhang Qian's brows were tightly furrowed together. He was a bit skeptical that this wife of his was not a little cutie. How is this saying something a little crazy? What are you thinking about? Mu Yining threw over a bath towel. Hurry up and take a bath and go to sleep. Oh. Zhang Qian picked up the towel and walked into the bathroom. And a moment later, opened the door again toward Mu Yining and asked, Wife, do you want to wash together? Don't. Mu Yining refused. Okay. Boys' baths are usually simple. 2 or 3 minutes for a short one, and no more than half an hour for a long one. 10 minutes passed. Zhang Qian returned to the bedroom. You can sleep inside this room today. I'll go sleep on the sofa. Mu Yining hugged a blanket and headed outside. The weather was still hot and a blanket was sufficient for the night. What? Why are we sleeping separately? Zhang Qian was puzzled. Because I got my period today. I'm afraid it's hard for you to sleep with me. 18 years old. At a vigorous age. Mu Yining didn't want the other party to lose sleep when they slept with her at night. As for Auntie, it didn't come, and it's a few days before her period. This first time, beautiful memories. Surely can not just give it. Not to mention the two now have no certainty of the relationship. Just this state of Zhang Qian now. If you do it tonight, then wake up tomorrow have to forget everything. If you're on your period, you're on your period. Why do you have to sleep separately? Honey, what do you take me for? Zhang Qian frowned. Does he look like that kind of beast who doesn't know the difference? His own wife is on her period and he is still charging in blood? Ha! Mu Yining laughed and didn't say anything. She could still not understand Zhang Qian. In my previous life, it was, I'm just taking a night off, it's cold in winter. Let's sleep together, I just want to sleep, it's too cold. I want to hold you and sleep, I'll just rub. I just want to sleep. I'll just rub against you. Men's mouths, lying ghosts. Okay, don't talk about all that stuff. Just go to sleep you. Mu Yining said one thing and didn't continue arguing with Zhang Qian, holding the blanket and heading outside. Wait, I'll be the one to sleep in the living room then. How can I let you? You give me the blanket. Nosy, get your ass to bed. Mu Yining dryly closed the door. Chapter 29. Good night, wife. It's night. Zhang Qian lay in bed, unable to sleep horizontally. He had been a little sleepy before, but now he was sleepy. The room was silent. Only vague moonlight poured in through the windows. Zhang Qian slowly climbed up from the bed and gently opened the door of the room. The curtains in the living room were drawn and it was somewhat dark. Still, he could see the sleeping figure lying squarely on his side on the couch. He approached slowly, the woman on the couch breathing evenly, not even noticing his arrival. Looking at the bandages wrapped around the other's arm, Zhang Qian suddenly felt a little guilty. The couch isn't too big or too small to accommodate one person sleeping, but two would be a bit of a challenge. Zhang Qian slowly bent down, one hand passing through the bend of Mu Yining's knee, one hand hugging the other's back. After picking the person up, the blanket that had been covering them slowly slipped off and landed on the couch. The woman in her hands looked like she didn't weigh anything, obviously so well built. Zhang Qian sighed a little. His own wife is really perfect. It's just that she looks so good. Her body is also so good. The concave place is concave. The convex place is convex. He walked slowly, extra careful in the darkness. He didn't want to wake up the person in his arms. It didn't take long. He then carried the man back to the bed in the bedroom. The bed was a little small, but it was better than the couch outside and was more than enough to accommodate two people. Good night, wife. Zhang Qian placed a gentle kiss in front of Mu Yining's forehead, his hands embracing the other party's body, and his chin resting against the other party's dark tresses. The corner of Mu Yining's mouth, who was being held in her arms, imperceptibly raised in an arc, as if saying in a silent voice, "Good night, husband." The next day, early morning. Since becoming a counselor, Mu Yining has developed a whole new biological clock. You wake up from your bed at exactly 7 o'clock every day. Military training was originally a morning exercise, is to run around the playground 2 laps, but due to yesterday's heavy rain, the playground are still water, so today the freshmen only need to eat. 8:30 punctually in the playground collection on the line. When Mu Yining opened his eyes, Jiang Qian also opened his eyes. There was no way. The recent military training had hardened his biological clock that used to stay up all night and broke it back. At first glance, Jiang Qian thought he was dreaming. At the second glance, he rubbed his eyes vigorously with his hands. At the third glance, shock covered his eyes. Mu Yining's eyes didn't change much, just staring straight at Jiang Qian. Sister Mu, yesterday, Jiang Qian looked like he was instantly jerked out of his language system, stammering for half a day, but didn't utter a complete sentence. Mu Yining instead stared at the flustered teenager in front of her with interest, and after watching for a while, she saw this face of Jiang Qian, slowly turning from a milky white color to a red like a ripe apple. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be nervous. Speak slowly. Mu Yining gently smiled. Jiang Qian's mind was a bit messed up at the moment. He just remembered that he followed Chen Ming and the others to the bar last night and drank. Then, he drunkenly laid down on the sofa to rest. And then, there was no more. His last memory of last night was stuck in the moment when he drunkenly fell down on the sofa to rest. But who can tell him? Now he's lying in the same bed as Mu Yining. And, Jiang Qian looked down at himself. His clothes were gone. Only a pair of underwear was left. He then looked at Mu Yining again. Although the other party's hands were grasping the quilt to cover the snowy whites of her chest, the shoulders that raced through the white snow, and the bare slice of thigh that was exposed. It's totally just like him. Sleeping naked last night. A man and a woman. Sleeping naked face to face? Is that reasonable? If something didn't happen here, Jiang Qian wouldn't believe it. But for the life of him, he couldn't think of anything. Okay, don't think about it, Senior Jiang. Nothing happened to us last night, Mu Yining comforted. Then why? I'm in your bed? You really don't remember anything that happened last night at all? Mu Yining said doubtfully. Jiang Qian sniffed and cocked his head in contemplation for a moment. Can't remember. Hey, Mu Yining sighed. It's really coincidental. I met you at the bar last night and was just about to go to the restroom, but you ended up tugging at me, crying and asking me to take you away. I don't want to, and you're in a hurry, calling me daddy 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 in every breath. Your father called, so I had to reluctantly bring you back. As for why you're in my bed, hiss. I remember I did give you a blanket last night and told you to go sleep outside on the living room couch. It was probably you who, in the middle of the night, snuck into my room when I wasn't looking and climbed into my bed. As Mu Yining spoke, he noticed the wonderful change on Jiang Qian's face again. It went from being full of red, and then quickly cooled down to a ghastly white color. Jiang Qian's eyes were glazed over as he listened, called his father, and then sneak into his teacher's bed in the middle of the night? Holy, CS. Sister Mu, I'm sorry. Jiang Qian didn't pay attention and fell under the bed. Mu Yining wanted to reach out and pull, but as soon as she moved, the spring light appeared, and Jiang Qian immediately buried his head down, itching to burrow inside the floor. It's fine. You don't need to apologize. Nothing happened to us anyway. Just don't go out and talk nonsense. Mu Yining comforted. Okay, senior sister. I know. Jiang Qian really wanted to smack himself in the face twice. And don't ever go drinking again. Got it? Yes. I know. I'll be sure not to drink in the future. After this wonderful experience, Jiang Qian felt that he would be somewhat allergic to alcohol in the future. Come on, don't bend over and raise your head either. Don't. Sister Mu, this won't work. I'm all dressed, so if I tell you to lift, you lift. Mu Yining was amused by Jiang Qian. Seeing that the other party still kept her head down, she had no choice but to get out of bed herself, walk over to Jiang Qian, and hold the other party's head upright with both hands. All right, get cleaned up and ready to get up for breakfast. Jiang Qian nodded and immediately lowered his head again, not because of Mu Yining, but because of himself. He wasn't wearing any clothes now. Standing naked in front of his own counselor was humiliating. Mu Yining also seemed to realize this. Your clothes are on the other side of the bed. After saying that, she left the bedroom with her long snow-white legs. Chapter 30, You Be a Man. Mu Shuiyan dragged her suitcase from home to school early in the morning. There wasn't really anything in the suitcase, just a bed sheet and duvet cover and a few changes of clothes. The school's teacher's apartment is still her regular residence throughout the year. I left the house at 7 a.m. and was in front of the teacher's apartment at 7:30 a.m. She still had the key to the apartment. There were two in total. One was given to Mu Yining and the other she kept for herself. Snapped open the door. Right on cue. He bumped into Mu Yining just coming out of the bedroom. Good morning. Mu Shuiyan took the initiative to greet. Her feelings towards Mu Yining were still quite good. Smart and gifted. No one who was a teacher would dislike a smart student. Moreover, in the last 2 years, Mu Yining has really given her a good reputation, winning all the big and small competitions, making her stand out in front of the other teachers and professors in the school. The words just fell, but saw the other side of that as if they had seen a ghost, spread their feet and ran to the bedroom. Mu Shuiyan instantly froze in place. She usually seldom took the initiative to greet people. Inside the room, Jiang Qian, who was changing his pants, was instantly startled, his mouth wide open, about to open his mouth to ask. Mu Yining hurriedly rushed to the other party with quick steps and covered the other party's mouth with his hand. Jiang Qian said vaguely. Shoo. Mu Yining's heart rate instantly rose. After this rebirth, how did she feel if Professor Mu was clashing with her destiny? Last time too, she went back to Jiang Qian's house to return a piece of clothing just to be bumped into by the other party. This time too, if the other party knew that Jiang Qian slept in the same bed with her last night, then she'd probably have to be expelled from the division immediately. She was still quite impressed with Professor Mu, a teacher who had really taught her a lot, including later in life. The other person also helped her a lot in her career. Jiang Qianan, who saw the meaning, nodded and waited for the other party to remove the people before asking in a low voice. Sister Mu, what are you doing? Don't talk loudly, keep your voice down, your sister is outside. Mu Yining whispered. My sister? Jiang Qian froze. The first reaction was Jiang Evening Zhou, but after thinking about it the other party should be abroad at the moment. You're talking about Sister Shuiyan ah? Right. Mu Yining nodded. That. Sister. Why don't you loosen my hands first and wait for me to put on some pants? Jiang Qian said with a strange look on his face. As soon as Mu Yining rushed over just now, she not only covered his mouth, but also incidentally clamped both of his hands firmly, afraid that he would struggle. Okay, sorry about that. But then again, why is Sister Snow Smoke out there? That's the apartment she lives in. Oh, okay, by the way, senior sister, can I ask one more time? What is your relationship with Sister Snow Smoke? She's my teacher. Ooh-hoo. Without a few moments of effort, Jiang Qian put on his clothes and pants. Just like Mu Yining, his heart was also a bit weak right now. If Mu Shuiyan saw him and Mu Yining coming out of the same room, the other party would definitely think of him. A student sharing a room with his own classroom assistant at night. That doesn't seem like much of a problem. But there was a precondition. If Mu Shuiyan knew that he had secretly climbed into Mu Yining's bed last night, then he would probably be immediately loathed by his nominal sister. Right? Knock. 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 Listen to the door of the room being knocked on. Jiang Qian and Mu Yining's hearts simultaneously trembled. What's wrong? Mu Yining inquired. There's a blanket on the couch. I think it's yours? Well, it's mine. I brought it to you. Oh good. Right away. Mu Yining replied while signaling Jiang Qian to hurry and hide under the bed. Mu Shuiyan always felt that there was something strange about Mu Yining today. Professor Mu. Thanks. Mu Yining opened the door and took the blanket from the other party. It's fine. Mu Shuiyan curiously glanced inside the other's bedroom several times. After looking around, there was nothing else but the messy bed. Hey, Professor Mu, have you had breakfast yet? I recently found a breakfast place outside that's particularly delicious, so hurry up and pack up. I'll take you there to try it. Mu Yining casually flung the blanket in his hand onto his bed, then took Mu Shuiyan's arm and walked outside. She was going to take Mu Shuiyan out first, and then let Jiang Qian take the opportunity to leave. What happened to your hand? Mu Shuiyan noticed the other party's bandaged arm. It's okay, just a bite from some unruly dog. Have you been to the hospital? Any vaccinations? Harm. It's fine. That dog is vaccinated. How is this going to work? You'd better go to the hospital. Whether the dog is a vaccinated pet dog or a wild dog from the side of the road, you've got to go to the hospital. Mu Shuiyan said solemnly. That's no small thing to get a dog bite wound. Even from a vaccinated dog, you need to go to the hospital and see a doctor. Although the dog has been vaccinated, the possibility of it carrying the rabies virus cannot be completely ruled out. Rabies is a fatal disease with an almost 100% mortality rate once it develops. Fine. I know. I'll check out the hospital later. Let's go out for breakfast. I'll go put my luggage down first. Mu Shuiyan pushed her own suitcase and walked into the room opposite Mu Yining's bedroom. Professor Mu, let me help you. No need. Zhang Qian hid under the bed, did not dare to move, even the atmosphere. He did not dare to breathe more. He didn't crawl out from under the bed until he heard the slamming of the door from outside and waited for the two women to leave the room. Sister Mu was bitten by a wild dog? Zhang Qian then recalled that he did see the other side's arm wrapped in bandages in the morning, but at that time, he was in the shock of sharing the same bed with Sister Mu, and didn't have time to care. Ding dong! A message came in from the cell phone VX. Mu Yining, later, you go eat breakfast by yourself. Oh, I helped you to greet instructorly. You can take a day off today. No need to train. River prayer and, thank you, sister. After the hangover, he did feel a little dizzy, and if he went to training, he probably would have fallen on the floor after standing in a military position for half an hour. Zhang Qian looked at the message on his cell phone screen and felt a little guilty. Sister Mu, treating him so well, and yet he, AI, Zhang Qian, be a human being. How could you do such a thing? Chapter 31. I have severely criticized the students in our class. Outside JCU, the breakfast shop, Mu Yining and Mu Shuiyan were like two walking beautiful landscapes. The two attracted a lot of attention when they sat down. Were you bitten inside the school last night? Mu Shuiyan asked curiously. Inside the school, there are basically no wild dogs, and even pet dogs are rare. Outside then, it's a very rare thing to be bitten by a dog. No, outside the school. Mu Yining took small bites of the Xiaolong bao in her hand. Looking at the cold woman sitting opposite her, she had a change of heart and opened her mouth. Professor Mu, it's really a coincidence. I was supposed to be drinking with my friends at the bar yesterday, but I didn't expect to meet Zhang Qian and the others. Mu Shuiyan frowned. Her hand holding disposable chopsticks paused in mid-air. And then, Mu Yining faintly and imperceptibly revealed a fox-like cunning smile. And then guess what I saw? I saw your brother Zhang Qian drunk. And then right outside that restroom, being pressed against the wall and kissed by a girl with yellow hair. The words just fell, only hearing a click. The disposable chopsticks in Mu Shuiyan's hand broke into two. Mu Yining's eyelids fluttered as he watched. Worthy of being a woman with kung fu. This hand strength is just great. Breaking disposable chopsticks with one hand. Awesome. Professor Mu, don't worry. Since I saw it at that time, I naturally wouldn't ignore it. I immediately stopped the inappropriate behavior of the student in our class and even severely criticized her. She also deeply realized her mistake. Mu Yining continued. Mu Shuiyan's face looked slightly better when she heard the word stop, but then she once again turned cold when she heard students in our class. In your class? Yeah, Professor Mu. The freshmen nowadays play really flowery. Mu Yining had a tone of chatting about idle gossip, making it impossible to hear the slightest hint that she was doing it on purpose. In these 2 years, she had also often chatted about some of the interesting things that happened inside the school during meals with Mu Shuiyan. From the smallest gossip inside the campus to the biggest international events that are happening, all of which could be the talk of their master and apprentice at dinner. Yellow-haired girl, said Mu Shuiyan, silently memorizing this external feature. Although she currently didn't teach any of the classes inside Zhang Qian's class inside the school, she still knew some of the teachers of the other class. When the time came, she would definitely have to talk to those teachers and give this yellow-haired girl extra study assignments or something. JCU playground. Military training breaks. Linny has been a bit soulful since he came back last night. A few of her roommates were a little curious and asked if she was sick with a cold. In response, she just shook her head. She was regretting it a little now, having gotten a little tipsy from last night's drinking. It would have been fine if they hadn't been found out, but they had been found out, and the one who found out was their current class assistant. Lin Yi, are you alright? You have such heavy dark circles on your face, Lin Wanwan said with concern. It's fine. I just had a bit of insomnia last night. Lin Yi waved her hand. She was now afraid that Mu Yining would come to trouble her, although she wisely rounded up a lie last night. Last night's school sister Mu was really different, a huge contrast from her usual amiable appearance. Until now she remembered that cold look. Right, Lin Yi, where did Zhang Qian go last night? Zhang Hongbin asked me to ask you. Lin Wanwan wondered. Last night they had seen Zhang Qian and Lin Yi leave the drinking table together, but in the end neither one came back. They even wondered for a moment last night if the two were doing shy things, until a few people returned to the dormitory. She found Lin Yi lying on the bed inside the female dormitory, but Zhang Hongbin didn't find Zhang Qian in the men's dormitory. Just when they gathered, Zhang Hongbin ran over and asked her to ask Lin Yi if she had seen Zhang Qian. I ran into school sister Mu last night, then Zhang Qian followed school sister Mu. Lin Yi replied simply. Oh, so, Lin Wanwan nodded. On the other side, the boys' team. No, I Lu Atart just, old Zhang. You give me say once again. Last night Lao Zheng finally was taken away by who? Chen Ming's entire body was bad. He shouldn't have craved for alcohol last night. This is great. The CP he knocked is going to be gone. This morning when he woke up inside the dormitory and didn't see Zhang Qian, a few bad feelings were born vaguely in his heart. He then asked Zhang Hongbin, hanging heart is finally dead. Anyway, last night I remember it was Lin Yi who took Zhang Qian into the restroom. And in the end both of them didn't come back, Zhang Hongbin said impatiently. Okay, don't howl. I let Wanwan go and ask Lin Yi. She should know right away where old Jiang went last night. Chen Ming frowned suspiciously, then slammed his thigh as he realized something. If Zhang Qian and Lin Yi went to a room together last night, then why was Lin Yi in the playground now and Zhang Qian wasn't? Which suggested that things might not be going in the direction he thought they were. No, big brother, what do you want to do with all this fuss? Zhang Hongbin was a bit speechless. What was the point of patting his thigh for a good reason? It's fine. Sorry for the wrong shot, Chen Ming said, taking advantage of the gap between the two of them talking. Lin Wanwan's VX message also sent over, saying, I've asked. Zhang Qian was taken away by school sister Mu last night. Senior sister Mu. Zhang Hongbin and Chen Ming both spoke out in surprise. Holy, sister Mu. Chen Ming seemed to have thought of something, and a smile uncontrollably appeared at the corner of his mouth. TSK, old Zhang. What was the situation last night? Why did school sister Mu come? I don't know. I did meet sister Mu last night, only I didn't expect Zhang Qian to be taken away by her either. Zhang Hongbin was also confused. Ha. In my opinion, Chen Ming thought of certain fragrance scenes. Come on, put the dead look of yours away. Don't think about anything. What kind of things are you thinking about? Hara is almost flowing out. Zhang Hongbin disgusted. Cough. Chen Ming cleared his throat. Old Zhang, you see what I said at first? I told you that sister Mu is a little bit special to Zhang Qianan. Zhang Hongbin rolled his eyes and retorted. No, what are you thinking again? Sister Mu probably saw that old Jian was drunk, so she took him back. It's a teacher's duty. Chen Ming, what do you know? This man is drunk. Zhang Hongbin, stop. I do not want to listen to you say some have no. And so see Lao Jiang. We ask him not on the line. Zhang Hongbin, but the old Jiang this person is also really. Last night I gave him no less than 10 phone calls. He froze one, did not pick up the message is not back. Harmed me last night for nothing to worry about. Chen Ming, aren't you talking nonsense? Maybe people were busy last night. How to answer your calls? Return your message? Chapter 32, you two are still comparing? Noon. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin returned to the dormitory. Zhang Qian was lying on his side on the bed thinking about life. Holy, Lao Jiang. Chen Ming let out a yelp and walked over to the bed shaking the guardrail. What for? I'm bored. Don't shake, Zhang Qian said impatiently. After this morning, he tried to recall a few moments of last night, but nothing came back. Old Jiang, you kid, honestly, where did you run off to last night? Chen Ming asked directly. The hotel. Sister Mu took me there. Holy, hotel. The two of you? A king-sized room? Chen Ming let out a sharp popping sound and couldn't stop the old fatherly smile on his face. Can you hear me out? Zhang Qian breathlessly skimmed his mouth. About the two of him and Mu Yining sharing a room last night, this was definitely not something that could be said outwardly. So just now he had also discussed this with Sister Mu, and said that he had taken him to the hotel last night, and then after placing him in the hotel, he went back to the teacher's apartment by himself. What? Sister Mu left you alone in the hotel and left? Chen Ming looked puzzled. Zhang Hongbin immediately saw the situation, said with a smile, Okay, old Chen. You say you do not understand the language or how? Hurry up. Give money. 50. Do not play not afford Before returning, the two then made a wager. A $50 deposit. Chen Ming bet that Zhang Qian and Mu Yining were together last night. Zhang Hongbin bets that Zhang Qianan and Mu Yining are not together. Come on, look at you. It's only $50. I'll transfer it to you later. Chen Ming picked up his cell phone and reluctantly the other party $50 over. Old Jiang, did you really sleep in the hotel by yourself last night? What else is there to ask? Didn't they all say so? Zhang Hongbin received the red envelope with a smile on his face. Zhang Qian didn't pay attention to the two people who were fighting. His mind was in a daze right now. Last night, did he really call Mu Dad? And sneak into his bed in the middle of the night? He really didn't feel like such a person. Old Chen. Let me ask you a question. Jiang Qian chimed in with Chen Ming. Do you think it's very easy for people to act contrary to their usual behavior when they're drunk? Nonsense. Of course. Or where do you think the saying that booze makes you strong came from? Okay. Jiang Qian rubbed the corner of his forehead. If that's really the case, then he should be worried about whether or not Mu Senpai's cell phone had recorded his drunkenness last night inside. After all, in the past half a month or so, Sister Mu had loved to record their usual military training life. In particular, quite a few people's embarrassing moments were always accurately captured by Sister Mu. Zhang Hongbin staggered with a fierce voice. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Is it a big deal to have a loud voice? Chen Ming was the closest, and this voice almost didn't rupture his eardrums. Jiang Qian also pulled out his ears in disgust. You guys, look at the school's forum. Zhang Hongbin handed his cell phone to the two of them, pointing to a message at the top of the cell phone screen. Do you guys know about Professor Mu from our school? Who? Professor Mu? I don't know. Who is this? Chen Ming shook his head. Jiang Qian's eyelids twitched when he heard this familiar title. Professor Mu. He's familiar with it. Not only is he familiar, but he's also a brother and sister. So the relationship is. It's just that the relationship is a bit ordinary. The reason why he filled in this school in his college entrance examination was not because Prof. Mu was his relative. Rather, it's because it's close to home, making it easy for him to go home and continue to make some video money on weekends when he's on vacation. Plus he's usually a bit of a nerd, doesn't like to go out and play, just likes to stay inside his own home, watch movies, play games. He hadn't traveled out when he was growing up. He hadn't even been out of Sichuan or Chongqing, and he had only been out of Jincheng so many times. You don't even recognize Professor Mu. Zhang Hongbin scared and shook his head. Old Jiang, do you know? I don't know. That's fine. Let me introduce you to. Zhang Hongbin turned his back and slowly said, Professor Mu, like Sister Mu, is our school's recognized face value bearer? Before Sister Mu's enrollment, Professor Mu's face value in our school that was a unique existence. She doesn't know how many people's dream girl she is, not only in Jincheng University, but even in other schools. The name of Prof. Mu Shuayan Mu is like a thunderclap. Her usual class. That classroom is packed. Many other grades of other majors will run over to listen to. That is called a hot. This situation naturally also alarmed the school leadership. The above also had to send people do not belong to the original classroom students out. There is no way to do not do. Professor Mu cannot feel at ease in the classroom. Handing out love letters and sending breakfast is commonplace, as is setting out candles and gifts. But Prof. Mu doesn't say anything about it, and she's never talked to any of the boys or male teachers except in class. Prof. Mu and Sister Mu are both the flowers of our school. Old Chen, your goddess can't be compared to the two of them at all. Chen Ming had been listening well, but Zhang Hongbin's last sentence was a bit too much for him to bear. Inexplicably cue his goddess. Can he tolerate this? Although Prof. Mu and Sister Mu were good looking, it was said as if his goddess was anywhere near as good. Old Zhang, what do you mean my goddess can't compare? What do you know? My sister Jiang just doesn't want to show her face. If she takes off her mask, she'll kill that Professor Mu. Chen Ming retorted excitedly. He wouldn't allow anyone to say half a bad word about his sister Jiang. Oh, but also take off the mask, even if really picked down. But also then, Professor Mu and not only face good looking, learning and appearance family history. These three, TSK, you goddess can't compare. You fart. Take it easy. I'm in a hurry? Chen Ming laughed, then ran to Jiang Qian's bed and asked to Jiang Qian, who was still in a daze. Old Jiang, you say, who is better between my goddess and that Professor Mu? Jiang Qian was silent. No, dude, why are you two even comparing? Lao Jiang, you quickly say, analyzing from an objective point of view, is it that Professor Mu is better? Zhang Hongbin asked. Screw you, it's obvious that my sister Jiang is better. What do you know? Chen Ming then retorted. Old Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Qian was a bit speechless and rolled over to turn his back to the two. How can I see? I'll look with my eyes. The two men. One of them was him and the other was his sister. What's the comparison? Chapter 33 Sobering Soup. Throughout the lunch break, Jiang Qian just kept listening to the two Zhang Hongbin and Chen Ming pushing lie, and wait until after the lunch break. The two pointed the finger at him again. What the hell? Taking a vacation? Lao Jiang, you're not right. What's wrong with you? Where do you look like an uncomfortable person? Zhang Hongbin was puzzled. Jiang Qian's face was flushed. Where did it look half uncomfortable? That's right, Lao Jiang. You can't betray our revolutionary friendship. We're working hard at the bottom of the military training. And you're up there blowing the air conditioning? What's going on here? Hurry up and go down together. Chen Ming directly went up to his hand, trying to yank down Jiang Qian, who was lying on the bed. Jiang Qian directly shrugged off the other's hand, and first looked at the sky outside. The blazing sun was in the sky, and then said to the two of them, I drank a bit too much wine last night, and my head is still a bit dizzy. You guys don't need to care about me, just let me rest here quietly by myself. Though after a morning of catching up on his drowsiness, his head wasn't dizzy and his body wasn't sore. But Sister Mu has given him a whole day off. If he didn't rest inside the dormitory for the whole day, wouldn't it be a waste of the other party's thoughts? You pretend. You pretend again. Chan Ming gasped. Who didn't get drunk last night like? He got up this morning that head was still dizzy. Originally, after training all morning this morning, when he came back and saw Jiang Qian lying comfortably in bed, he was slightly unbalanced in his heart. And now he's given him a break for the afternoon. How is this going to work? I've been in the rain and you're still thinking about an umbrella. It didn't matter if he could rest himself, but while he was exhausted from training, his own roommate was inside his dorm room blowing on the cool air conditioner. Just thinking about it made him feel like he had ants crawling all over his body. What am I pretending? Why don't I give Sister Mu a call? You two talk to her yourselves? Jiang Qian obediently picked up his cell phone. Under the intimidation of school Sister Mu, Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin had no choice but to helplessly skim their mouths when they saw this. Okay, just stay up there by yourself. The two of them were so envious in their hearts. This military training, it's really a dog that doesn't want to stay one more day. Afternoon. Mu Yining walked into the boys' dormitory carrying a lunchbox. The dormitory auntie saw that it was a girl and wanted to cut the person off. But when she saw the other person's face, her butt that had left the cushion sat down again. Mu Yining's looks were really memorable. And I'm afraid that no matter how old or young a man or woman was, after seeing one side of it, it would be deeply remembered in their hearts. After the torrential rains, the temperature began to plummet. The air is all a little less hot and dry and a little more cool in the fall. Mu Yining carried a stainless steel lunchbox in her left hand, which she had specially bought from inside the school supermarket at noon. From the first floor to the third floor, it didn't take 2 minutes to walk to the door of Jiang Qian's dormitory. Knock knock. After knocking lightly twice, she pushed her way in. Jiang Qian heard someone knocking on the door. Originally sitting on the bed playing games, he turned around, and was meeting Mu Yining, who had just entered the door. He immediately flung the cell phone in his hand to the side, then held his forehead slightly with his hand, trying to act like I'm a little dizzy. This crappy acting made Mu Yining want to laugh. Compared to her, Jiang Qian, this was simply full of holes. No, I measure your horse, playing the field. Do you know how to play or not? If you can't play, hurry home and play 4399. An angry roar came from a cell phone off to the side. Jiang Qian raised an eyebrow and immediately brought back the cell phone that had been flung to the side again, tapping on the cell phone screen a few times before flinging the phone out again. Alright, hurry down. Are you still dizzy? Mu Yining laughed. Jiang Qian nodded thoughtfully, still a bit dizzy, but it's much better. He didn't want to be called down for military training right now. Who doesn't love touching fish? He just started a handful of platoon. Here's some sobering soup. Come up here and drink some of it. It should make you feel better. Mu Yining raised the lunchbox in his hand and lifted the lid. A rich smell wafting through the dormitory. Sobriety soup. She'd boiled it so often in her previous life that she could say she'd memorized it. This was the first time she had boiled sober soup for Jiang Qian since she was reborn. But hopefully this would be the last time. Sobering soup? Jiang Qian was slightly surprised, but still immediately got up and walked off the bed. Sister Mu, you're being too polite. There's no need to get these. I'll be fine after a nap. Cut the crap and hurry up and drink. Mu Yining handed over the lunchbox in his hand. Okay. Jiang Qian took it. Should I say no? This sobering soup cooked by school Sister Mu. Why does it feel a bit different? The color of the soup was a light amber, with some red dates and wolfberries floating on the surface, and it smelled like there was a faint fragrance tickling the taste buds. He has been teaching himself to cook since he was a child and still has an appreciation for food. Sobriety soup. He'd made that too. He used to make it for his alcoholic father. However, Sister Mu's bowl of sobering soup was so much better than his. Jiang Qian curiously took a sip of the bowl of sobering soup. A warmth flowed slowly down his throat and instantly traveled throughout his body. The soup is very tasty. with the pungency of ginger, the sweetness of red dates, the sweetness and sourness of goji berries, and the various flavors mingling with each other. One bite, wanting a second. Third bite. Soon, Jiang Qian drank the entire bowl of sobering soup in its entirety. Awesome, Sister Mu. This craft of yours, professional? Jiang Qian gave a thumbs up. I learned it from someone before. Mu Yining had originally planned to boil a bowl of sobering soup for Jiang Qian when she woke up in the morning, but she hadn't expected to coincidentally bump into Mu Shuiying coming back. She all but found the opportunity to make this bowl of sobering soup and bring it here at noon. Oh, Jiang Qian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. However, in his estimation, the fact that Sister Mu's sobering soup was boiled so well meant that there was an alcoholic in the family. On the off chance that there was an alcoholic in the family, you are allowed to rest for one more afternoon, and remember to go to the playground for training in the evening, Mu Yining reminded. Didn't we agree to take a day off? Jiang Qian retorted in a small voice. So are you still dizzy? It still seems a little dizzy. Alright then, you'll be allowed a day off and remember to be at the playground tomorrow morning for practice, Mu Yining said as she took the lunchbox and headed for the balcony. She planned to clean it right here by the way. However, before he took 2 steps, he heard a voice from behind him that was slightly understated. Sister Mu, actually, this head is quite dizzy. Tomorrow morning when I wake up I might still be a bit dizzy. Do you think we should? Mu Yining didn't reply even after hearing this, only turning around to stare at Jiang Qian in front of him. After staring for several minutes, Jiang Qian felt himself getting a little hairy from the staring. What's that? Sister Mu, don't pay attention. I'm just kidding. Chapter 34, you two don't need to kick the canter. After a day's rest, Jiang Qian returned to the team on the second day to continue to participate in training. Seeing him come back, Instructor Li's face instantly darkened. Wulong and Feng Xiao, 1 already gave him enough of a headache. 2, he was really a bit overwhelmed. Jiang Qian's same hand and foot he really didn't know how to solve. He'd thought of everything he needed to think of, and it didn't work. It's a good thing that the school also has a separate squad for such students who can't change back from the same hand to the same foot. The small national flag flower team, as the name suggests, just need to take the small national flag and walk to the front of the podium during the military training debriefing show to shake on the line. Do not need to kick the front step, and do not need to shout slogans. Usually this squad is dominated by those who are unable to participate in training for medical reasons. Jiang Qian, Chan Ming, you two come over here with me for a moment. Instructor Li instructed the 2 men. He didn't want to give up on the 2 until he had to. But, watching the 2 kick that square, not to mention the students in his class, he had the urge to laugh as he watched. If the military training had been longer, he might have been able to correct the 2 men's movements back. But now there's only almost a week of training left. Instructor, what's wrong? Jiang Qian asked. Nothing, it's just that you two. Hey, Instructor Li didn't know how to open his mouth. It was the first time he had encountered this kind of situation, and he was afraid of hitting the 2 students' self-confidence. Instructor, what exactly happened? Chen Ming asked after him. Instructor Li thought twice and finally chose to speak bluntly. You two don't need to train anymore from today. Go to that squad over there. Don't think too much about it guys. How about this? Well, Instructor Li was still biting his tongue and thinking of wording, trying not to let his words hurt the young hearts of the 2 students in front of him. However, Jiang Qian and Chen Ming both looked at each other and could see the ecstasy in each other's eyes. If the 2 of them had just seen it correctly, the squad that Instructor Li pointed to, it seems to be the Flower Flag team. This team is also well known to both of them. To be more precise, there is no student in the entire playground of military training who doesn't know it, because the students on this team haven't trained much at all since military training began. The only training was to stand in military position for a short while and then be dismissed to rest in place. Over time, the team became famous among the students. Many people cursed and felt unconvinced, but after knowing the facts clearly, they expressed understanding. Most of this team are people with specific illnesses, like severe heart disease, high blood pressure, anemia, asthma, UV allergies, and so on, and there are special conditions to get into this team. First of all, you have to have a certificate of diagnosis of the disease from a grade 2A hospital or higher. Instructor Li, I understand. We all understand. You don't need to say anymore. Chen Ming sighed and feigned a deep look. Jiang Qian also did not lose the wind in the slightest. His face was slightly sad, but his heart was already happy. This is great. No more training. Hey, you two, go over there later. Instructor Li patted the shoulders of the 2 men, didn't dare to look at the expressions on their faces. and directly walked back inside the group. Zhang Hongbin suddenly felt that something was a little off, because this break was almost over. His two roommates, Lao Jiang and Lao Chen, hadn't come back yet. Ding dong. The cell phone message alert beeped. It's a VX group message from the dorm. Students that Qingbei can never get. For Chen Ming, Lao Jiang. You have to refuel and train well. Lao Jiang and I can still watch you on the side. River prayer and go go go. Zhang Hongbin? You too. What does that mean? Zhang Prayan, literally Lao Chen and I were moved to the flag flower team by instructor Li. Zhang Qian, hey, it's really bad here. The instructors don't care about us. They just let us each play with our cell phones and fend for ourselves. Chen Ming, that is to say, I can't even stand in military posture if I want to. Everyone sits down and the instructors don't care about us. Zhang Hongbin. Zhang Hongbin looked over towards the side of the playground, and sure enough, he saw the two of them, Chen Ming and Zhang Qian, sitting under the shade of a tree while playing with their cell phones and chatting. The two seemed to see him as well, and shook their hands at him. Zhang Hongbin's heart immediately became unbalanced, and he immediately found Instructor Li and said in disbelief, Instructor, on what basis can the two Zhang Qian and Chen Ming go over there? I authorized it. Instructor Li replied succinctly, I want to go too. Where do you want to go? Flower Flag Squad. Tell me again where you want to go? Instructor Li stood up with a miso, that military oppression instantly bluffing Zhang Hongbin. It's okay, Instructor. I said I wanted to go to the bathroom. Hurry up. It's almost time to gather for training. Instructor Li said. Zhang Hongbin wasn't the first person to run over and say he wanted to go to the Flower Flag Squad. Slowly, when the students on the class realized that Zhang Qian and Chen Ming had gone, they also wanted to find Instructor Li to discuss switching over, but they were all dismissed by Instructor Li. However, there were still some bold ones who understood that the two Zhang Qian and Chen Ming were moved over by Instructor Li because they were lousy at front kicks, so a few of them started to swing for the fences as well. In response, Instructor Li did not show any mercy, and one kicked the other in the ass. The final week, in addition to team marching practice, also saw the start of rehearsals. The entire freshman team stood in order lined up on the playground. The same BGM kept playing over and over on the playground speakers. Each square kicked a standardized front step, in addition to Zhang Qian and Chen Ming's squad, but the two did not feel the slightest bit ashamed. Military training. Where is not training? Chapter 35, A Tribute to Love. The next few days were just a constant rehearsal. Zhang Qian and Chen Ming thought that if they came to this flag flower team, they would be able to rest and relax more. But as it turns out, they seemed to be thinking a little too much. Although the instructor didn't take them to train like other squads, this rehearsal 7 or 8 times a day was still a headache for the two. But thankfully, there was no kicking in the right direction. Except for the rehearsal for the military training debriefing, there was also a rehearsal performance for the orientation night that night. Singers, dancers, magic performers, comedians. Zhang Qian didn't play with his cell phone when he was resting, but looked at the seniors who were performing their talents in the center of the playground. He was the most admiring and envious of these people with their talents. If he had that skill, he wouldn't be cosplaying women's clothing to make money. He'd just switched to being a talent blogger. Mu Yining had hardly come back to class in the last few days. Zhang Hongbin for Chen Ming and Zhang Qian to such behavior strongly condemned. Basically every day back to the dormitory will be a good count 2 people. This was followed by hugging the 2 men and wailing about how Instructor Li had been an inappropriate person today. Zhang Qian and Chen Ming sympathized with each other, but also bloated a bit, rolling eyes. Then it was the day of the military training debriefing. The sun is being extraordinarily unforgiving today, with dark clouds like it's going to rain at any moment. The debriefing show officially starts at 9 o'clock. The Northwest Wind Drinking School leaders on stage take turns saying a bunch of lines. What with this dean and that dean, this director and that director, until finally the principal does the wrapping up. After each school leader has spoken, the students on stage applaud with a neat frequency. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just the clapping thing alone took 3 days of practice. Playground bleachers. There were sophomores and juniors sitting there, as well as teachers and professors. Maybe some people are born to be the protagonist and just stand there and become the center of attention. Mu Shuiyan was like this. Mu Yining was like this. And Zhang Qian was like this. Countless gazes would fall on them intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Qian was suddenly a little glad that he didn't have to go kicking ass today. Otherwise, this face is probably going to be a big loss. The daytime military training debriefing lasted 2.5 hours. from 9 to 11:30. 21 days of military training came to an end. When military training is over, it's time for the instructors to leave. 21 days is not a long time to say, and not a short time to say. Instructor Li's serious and occasionally amusing appearance had long been memorized by the students of the first class of Chinese language. Maybe in a few years it will slowly fade away with the loss of time. But in the moment, the crowd is still pretty upset. Instructor Li had seen too many of these parting scenes in recent years and had become accustomed to them. But unlike before, he remembered two people this time. One is called Zhang Qian and the other is Chen Ming, the first pair he met in his educational career. The hard luck couple who couldn't be changed back with the same hand and foot. Old Jiang, come over here. You stand here. Chen Ming pulled Zhang Qian and then walked to the C position in the center of the team. On the C seat, there were two people. One was Instructor Li and the other was Mu Yining. At the moment, with Zhang Qian, that would be three people. It didn't take long. Click. Time seemed to be frozen in this moment. Mu Yining took her cell phone from a certain unknown classmate and looked with satisfaction at the first photo of her and Zhang Qian together inside her hand. In the photo, she had a smile on her brow, but Zhang Qian had a tense face. I'll go back later and cut out the photos, Mu Yining thought to himself. After the group photo, it was also past 12 o'clock noon, and it was time to eat. The people on the playground dispersed one after another. By the end of the night, it was then the turn of the orientation party. To be honest, in the past few days on the playground, Zhang Qian had watched almost all of these performances. Singing, dancing, performing magic tricks, telling skits. After watching it for so many days in a row, he lost any interest, just looking down and playing with his own cell phone. Chen Ming cursed on the sidelines. Asterisk 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 this fruit phone. What kind of broken signal This is no network. Zhang Qian looked down at the full signal on his cell phone after hearing this. He used to use a fruit phone too, but then he switched to Warwick. The fruit phone is pretty smooth to use, but the signal is really bad. In many places there is no signal or internet for no reason. I'd like to invite our finance class of 2021, Mu Yining, to present a piano solo, Salute to Love. The three words Mu Yining were like a special magic. The moderator finished a sentence. It instantly sparked cheers from many in the room. Zhang Qian also looked up instantly. Just now he noticed the grand piano on the stage. But he didn't have any interest in piano music. But if it was Sister Mu, he should listen carefully. Holy, Lao Jian, did you hear that? Chen Ming staggered. I'm not deaf. Zhang Qian replied. I Lu a bean. You quickly look. Mu school sister. So beautiful. Chen Ming excitedly pointed his finger at the figure on the stage. Mu Yining was wearing a white strapless dress. Her long ink-black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Unlike the usual gentle neighborly sister, the Mu Yining at this moment was elegant and noble. Stepping on a pair of glistening white heels, she sauntered over to the piano and slowly caressed her skirt and sat down. The entire playground was instantly quiet even after she sat down. Not much longer. Note after note drifted out. Zhang Qian nodded his head along with the rhythm, which sounded pretty good. He had basically never heard a piano song since he was a kid. Except for a dream wedding he heard inside a TV show when he was a kid. Love's Salute. Zhang Qian softly recited the name of the tune, intending to go back and search for it later. I'll go. Lao Jian. Lao Jian. Lao Jian. What the hell is wrong with you? Sister Mu is looking good. Got it. Watch it. Zhang Qian wanted to stay away from this annoying goods around him. It's too noisy. But his attention was also slowly focusing from the melodious sound of the zither to Mu Yining who was flanking him. Sister Mu's side profile was perfect, and her skin was as white as snow and delicate as porcelain. The familiar charming eyes of Zhang Qian in the past were now slightly downcast, gazing at the black and white piano keys in front of him. Slender swan necks connected to white, jade-like shoulders. Sister Mu seems to be a bit thin, and that collarbone is obviously a bit excessive. Then Zhang Qian's mind, not knowing what was going on, recalled the fragrant scene he had seen that morning. By the time Mu Yining dropped the last zither note, his face had also reddened into an apple. Yeah, it's really yeah. Old Jiang, you say, school sister Mu. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Yes, there is. If you don't believe me, get a mirror and see for yourself. Maybe it's still a little hot these days. Chapter 36, Brother, can you come and lie in the grove? Stage. Mu Yining gave an elegant salute to the audience. The scene immediately erupted into thunderous applause. Okay. Let's thank the class of 21, Mu Yining, for bringing us the piano solo, and next to take the stage is a dance brought by our school's dance team. The host's words fell. Zhang Qian then lowered his head and opened the king on his cell phone screen. Not because he didn't want to see it, but because he'd seen it too many times over the past few days during rehearsals at the playground. Chan Ming, who was on the side, was also a bit disinterested in this, and he didn't have any interest in the sexy dancing schoolmates on the stage. Lao Jiang, don't drive yet. Pull me, Chan Ming said. Do you have a signal on your crappy fruit cell phone? No. So you're still coming? Just don't you turn on a hotspot for me. 6. How do you justify saying such a thing? Zhang Qian said with a little bit of dislike, but after saying that, his hand movement is not slow. Not a moment to Chen Ming opened the hotspot. Password 88. The joy of playing a game with two people in a double row is significantly greater than one person in a single row. The prerequisite, though, is that your teammate is someone who was at a similar level to you, or far greater than you. A few minutes later, welcome to King Pesticide. The enemy army has 5 seconds to reach the battlefield. Please get ready. Zhang Qian maneuvered Missy and was about to start making a big move. 2 dings. 2 messages popped up one after the other on the phone screen. Mu Yining, Zhang Qian, are you free now? Mu Yining, I'm in a bit of trouble here. Can you come over and help me? River Prayer and, what's wrong? Mu Yining, it's just, my stomach hurts a bit. And then my heels just accidentally got stuck in the manhole cover on the side of the road. River Prayer and, okay, where are you? Mu Yining, it's on the side of the road next to the playground in that grove. Zhang Qian, okay senior sister, I'll be right over. After sending the message, Zhang Qian immediately stood up. Chen Ming looked on and asked, this game just opened. Where are you going? I have some pain in my stomach. I'm going to the restroom. Zhang Qian casually said perfunctorily. No, man. Qualifying. Ah, you don't have a tummy ache sooner or later. You have a tummy ache now? Hey, it can't be helped. The feeling came on suddenly. I'm going to the restroom first. Ah. Zhang Qian waved his hand and ran towards the small forest next to the playground after he finished speaking. Mu Yining stood on the manhole cover, looked down at his feet. At that moment the heel of her high heel shoe was stuck right into the manhole cover. But it seems to feel like it's not realistic enough to do so. She proceeded to step the heels of her heels completely inside the manhole cover. That done, she looked down and around again. JCU Grove, a mysterious and hormonal place. It is rumored that every time this place comes to a late night, the sound of a woman crying faintly will be heard. Even in the middle of the night there would be a few ghostly figures seen vaguely from inside the woods. A few moments. Mu Yining's vision then appeared within the silhouette of Zhang Qian walking quickly over this way. Seeing this, she immediately pinched the 220 knit around her waist, bent over, and covered her stomach with a pained look. Great aunt. A girl's lifelong enemy. Some people die of pain because of it, others feel nothing about it. Mu Yining is the latter. Every time she has her period, she doesn't feel anything. She ate, played and didn't even take a sip of hot water. What's wrong with you? School teacher? Zhang Qian jogged all the way over, and his forehead was already covered in fine sweat. Mu Yining's pair of good-looking eyebrows were tightly furrowed together, her shell teeth clenched her jaw, and her mouth slowly held back 2 words. Nothing. Matter. Fine? You don't look like you're okay. Zhang Qian hurriedly crouched down. This expression on his schoolmate's face he had seen before, on his own sister Zhang Eveningzhou's face. Zhang Eveningzhou used to every time she came to her period. The pain was simply rolling straight on the bed. Every time he had to get a tummy rub, and boiled brown sugar and ginger water. Hey, old habits. Mu Yining sighed leisurely. Just hold still for a minute and I'll help you get your shoes out. Good. Mu Yining looked down at the dark tips of Zhang Qian's hair. Slowly, he watched as the other man carefully lifted her feet and placed them on his knees, then kept his hands busy on the manhole cover. Zhang Qian blushed slightly. It's not like before. Today's Mu Yining not only wore a formal dress, but even her toes. She's also wearing nail polish. The color is between pink and gray. It looks pretty good. The high-heeled shoes were stuck tightly inside the manhole cover, and Zhang Qian worked for a long time before he managed to take out the shoes. High-heeled shoes decorated with simple and exquisite. The overalling white. Look out, isn't Mu Yining today's dress completely matching? Schoolboy, can you help me put it on? I don't have the strength here. Mu Yining said and bent down, her arm propped on Zhang Qian's shoulder. A few strands of long black hair fell in front of Zhang Qian's face, and he once again smelled the familiar scent of roses. Zhang Qian gulped, holding Mu Yining's white as jade feet in one hand and her high heels in the other, slowly put shoes on each other's paws. The whole time he didn't even dare to raise his head to look at Mu Yining. He was afraid that he would have those thoughts that he shouldn't have again. It didn't take long. After putting on each other's shoes, Jiang Qian slowly stood up. Alright, senior sister. Aha. Mu Yining softly hummed, but maintained a pained expression on his face. Senior sister. Jiang Qian thought about the wording. Are you on your period? Mu Yining lowered her head, perfectly bringing out the shyness that a young girl should have. Let me take you to the milk tea store to sit for a while and get a cup of hot water on the way. Jiang Qian wanted to say, why don't I rub your stomach? But Mu Yining is not Jiang even Zhou. He estimates that if he dares to say so, maybe the next moment the school sister will throw him a big mouth and call him a hooligan. Good. Mu Yining covered her stomach and nodded. Jiang Qian, can you hold me? I'm really a bit off my feet. Sister, stop talking. I'll hold you. Jiang Qian couldn't help but take the other party's small hand. The feeling Mu Yining was giving him right now was as if he would break at any moment. The other side of the grove. Chen Ming's mouth was wide open as he looked at the two people not far away with an incredulous expression. I've got beans. That's involved. Just now Jiang Qian even touched Sister Mu's feet. These two are moving a little fast. Chen Ming's heart had long since set off waves of shock. He had just wanted to sit on the playground and play king properly. Even though Jiang Qian was gone, he couldn't give up on the game. That was a handful of points. However, after Jiang Qian walked away, he remembered. He seemed to be connected to Jiang Qian's hotspot, so he rushed out after them again. This chase out, he happened to bump into Jiang Qian and Mu Yining next to the grove. They were behaving intimately. Chapter 37, Can you rub my tummy? This is because the sophomores and juniors are gradually returning to school in the past 2 days. Milk tea stores and cafeterias are opening up inside the school. At this point in time, the milk tea store was deserted because everyone was at the playground watching the party. Jiang Qian walked very slowly holding Mu Yining. Sister Mu's hands were soft and boneless, yet smooth. He led the way, and by the time he reached the milk tea store, sweat was slowly seeping out of his hands. Hello. The owner of the milk tea store greeted the people as he saw them come in. Usually, there were some students inside the store doing part-time jobs, but tonight, because of the welcome party, they were all watching the show on the playground. Jiang Qian first helped Mu Yining to sit down on the seat before walking to the front desk, looking at the menu and ordering 2 cups of water. Let's have a cup of hot water. Then a cup of coconut milk tea. The hot water was ordered by him for Mu Shuesan, and the coconut milk tea was ordered by himself. He hadn't had much water this night, and he was a little thirsty now. Hot water? The owner was slightly surprised. Yeah, can you do it? Yes, I can. The boss nodded, then said, but we have brown sugar and ginger tea in the store. Do you want to see if you want to order a cup? The boss had also met situations like Jiang Qian's. Girlfriend is on her period. Boyfriend comes to the milk tea store for hot water. He encountered quite a few of them last semester. So after this summer vacation, he decisively introduced a new type of drink, specifically for girls on their period. Brown sugar ginger tea. Yes, then have a cup. Jiang Qian didn't care why it wasn't on the menu in front of him. If he could order brown sugar ginger tea then he would. If he couldn't, then he would order another cup of hot water. Okay, that's $20. Just scan the payment code in front of you. Good. The milk tea was made quickly, and within a few minutes of work, the 2 drinks ordered by Jiang Qian were brought out. Sister, drink some of this. You should feel better. Jiang Qian put the brown sugar ginger tea in front of Mu Yining. Then he walked across to her, drew back the bench and sat down. Mu Yining bit the straw and took a few small sips of the brown sugar ginger tea in his hand. The flavor, how can I put it? It's a bit hard to drink. Nowhere near as half as good as the one Jiang Qian cooked himself. Jiang Qian drank a few mouthfuls of the coconut milk tea he was holding and said with concern, how is it, academic sister? Isn't it much better? No. Jiang Qian, why don't you help me go to the infirmary? I'll go get some ibuprofen and forget about it. Mu Yining's delicate little face had become wrinkled at the moment. How come? Does your stomach still hurt? Why don't you try rubbing it yourself? Jiang Qian suggested. Ibuprofen was not a drug he was unfamiliar with. His sister used to take it when she had menstrual cramps from her great aunt, but it's medicine that's poisonous, so he figured he'd try not to take it if he could. My hands are cold. Mu Yining whispered. You do this. Rub your hands back and forth. Jiang Qian raised his hand to demonstrate, his left hand and right hand rubbing quickly in midair to generate heat. He used to have to do this when he rubbed his old sister's stomach in the winter to warm up his hands. Mu Yining frowned. The corners of her mouth flicked, trembling as she raised her hand. And just after rubbing it twice, a cry of pain escaped from her mouth as she said, I know. It's just too painful. Jiang Qian, you'd better take me to the infirmary. Sister, it's already past 8 o'clock. and the teachers in the school infirmary are off duty. Oh, that's right. I forgot. So why don't you take me to the drugstore outside of school? Or maybe you can go get me some ibuprofen and bring it back. Do you know about ibuprofen? The full name is called ibuprofen extended release capsules. School sister. Zhang Qian hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Taking medicine is not good for your body. If you don't mind, let me help you rub your stomach. My sister used to have menstrual cramps when she was at home. Then every time I rubbed her stomach, she would get much better. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yining, who was sitting across from him, instantly lowered his head. Zhang Qian only thought it was because the other party felt that there was something wrong with this proposal of his. I don't know. At this moment, Mu Yining was suppressing the corners of his mouth that were frantically rising upwards. Senior sister, then I'd better go buy medicine for you. Zhang Qian said helplessly. No need. School brother, I just thought about it. It seems like it's really not a good idea to take medicine all the time. Two shy blushes slowly appeared on Mu Yining's pretty face. School brother, you sit over here. Come sit next to me. Zhang Qian couldn't help but look dumbfounded. He only felt that at this moment, Mu Yining was more beautiful than at any other moment in the past. Especially with this little woman-like demeanor. It completely aroused his protective desire as a man. Well, Zhang Qian murmured and nodded. Immediately standing up, he walked over to Mu Yining's side and sat down. Seats in milk tea stores range from sofas that look like a vertical row of couch seats to seats that look like several benches put together. And as soon as Mu Yining entered just now, she chose the sofa seat. A seat where the two of them could stick together with no armrests blocking them in the middle. Zhang Qian was like a mechanical puppet man, sitting down and stiffening up. Even his body was straight. Although it wasn't the first time that he and school sister Mu had been in close contact, and the two of them had even had negative distance contact. But right now he didn't know what was wrong with him, and his heart began to thump gradually faster. What are you doing? Why are you sitting so straight? Military training is over. Relax. Mu Yining was about to be amused by Zhang Qian's appearance and broke his defenses. How can an 18-year-old husband be so cute and want so much asterisk? Senior sister, then I'll help you start rubbing your stomach. Zhang Qian was all a little afraid to look at Mu Yining at this moment. He could feel that his face seemed to be a little red as well. What are you doing with your head down? Keep your head up. It's okay, I'll just do this. Zhang Qian hadn't even finished speaking when one of Mu Yining's small, soft hands forcefully yanked over his large hand, then pressed it against a flat stomach. Schoolboy, is this your first time rubbing a girl's tummy? No, I did rub it for my sister at home. And besides my sister, am I the first? Yes. Chapter 38, this is not a man chasing after a woman. It's clearly a woman chasing a man. I love the old Jiang. I've got beans. I've got a good one. I didn't realize that normally you kids look introverted, but you're actually this kind of person. Outside the milk tea store, Chen Ming crouched in a bush. Zhang Qian and Mu Yining were sitting in a position right next to the window, so he could see exactly what the two were doing. Just couldn't hear what was being said between the two. But that's not the point. The point is, what is Zhang Qian doing now? He actually put his hand on Sister Mu's stomach. If the rest of the school saw this, the school forum would explode tomorrow. Although he also knocked the CP of Zhang Qian and Mu Yining, he honestly didn't expect the two to progress so fast. Holding hands and rubbing tummies now. If it had been a few days later, we might have kissed. Hey, Chen Ming alongside a mouthful of cloudy air. His three roommates, Zhang Hongbin and Zhang Qian, have a goal, and the development of all extraordinarily good. Only he and G secretary, not the slightest progress. Secretary G is bent on learning, completely not close to women, even if tonight is a literary evening. The other party also wearing headphones, listening to the English 4 or 6 listening to play out inside the phone. Not so with him, he and his goddess were, not halfway there at all. Where his goddess was he didn't know, and what was his true nature under the mask, he didn't know. Inside the milk tea store, Zhang Qian's face was already red as if it could drip blood at this moment. School brother, I feel as if I'm really getting better. Thank you. Mu Yining arched her eyebrows, and the painful expression on her face disappeared at the moment. Well, hearing this, Zhang Qian hurriedly drew back his hand. This was the first time he had ever touched the bodies of girls other than his own oldest sister. Just now some thoughts kept welling up in his mind. When he rubbed Zhang Evening Zhou's stomach, he was not making any waves inside, calm as water. Even if Zhang Evening Zhou was good looking and had a good figure, but rubbing Mu Yining's stomach, he actually wished that he wanted to keep rubbing it like this. Also, he remembered those previous intimate behaviors with school sister Mu in the course of just now. Jiang Qian, why is your face so red? Is it uncomfortable? Mu Yining said with concern, taking the time to speak. She slowly brought her face closer, stopping when she was roughly a fist's distance away from Jiang Qian's face, lifting her hand and exhaling as if it were an orchid. She continued, let me take a look. Do you have a fever? After saying that, the white palm of his hand was pressed against Jiang Qian's forehead. Hawk-san. Wait. I'm not uncomfortable. Jiang Qian panicked. But your face is so red, eh? That's probably because it's still a little hot these days. Jiang Qian quickly moved to the left. He was able to clearly realize that something was wrong with him at the moment. It wasn't like he hadn't been around girls before, but like right now, it was the first time that his heart was beating so fast. Maybe it's because today's school sister Mu is a bit different, a lot prettier than usual. Or maybe it's because the contact just now was a bit intimate. Oh, Mu Yining raised her eyebrows and turned her body sideways, like a seductive siren, showing off her charms in a big way, with her snow-white shoulders, delicate collarbones, and that rather large chest. Hawk, sister, does your stomach still hurt? Jiang Qian even stuttered a little. It's much better already. Thank you, Mu Yining said and moved her body away. Point to point can be too late. She believed that tonight this experience certainly let Jiang Qian very unforgettable. And, when she just turned sideways, it seemed that through the window, she saw a sneaky figure inside the bushes outside. Ding 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 ding. Just at this time, Jiang Qian's cell phone rang. It was a call initiated by Zhang Hongbin in the VX dorm group. Zhang Hongbin, hello? Lao Jiang. Lao Chun. Where have you two been? The show is almost over. And you two have gone stealing cows? Jiang Qian, I just went to the restroom. I'll be right back. Zhang Hongbin, old Chen, where have you been? When the show is over, do you want to buy a cup of milk tea on the way back? Jiang Qian, I can do anything. Chen Ming, me too. Something came up just now. I'll be right back. Chen Ming's heart rate spiked to 180 at the moment, just like Jiang Qian's. Just now, he looked at Mu Yining's sudden closeness to Jiang Qian and thought that the two of them were going to kiss the next moment. He was so excited that he almost jumped out of the bushes. Sister, my roommate wants to see me about something. Jiang Qian put down his cell phone and prepared to get up and leave. The sound of the call just now was relatively small, and Mu Yining could only hear his voice, and the voices of the other people in the cell phone were inaudible. Good. Then go back soon. So does your stomach still hurt? You've just rubbed my stomach for half an hour. It's much better now. You don't have to worry about me. Just go back. Good. Jiang Qian left the milk tea store straight away with a red face, leaving in a bit of a hurry. Even the milk tea on the table that she hadn't had more than a few mouthfuls of didn't have time to take away. What a waste. Mu Yining naturally picked up the coconut milk tea across the table that she hadn't taken more than a few sips of, then put it in her mouth and took a big slurp. As for the brown sugar and ginger tea in front of her, it was moved to the other side in disgust. Jiang Qian, who had hurriedly left, did not see the scene, but Chan Ming, who was hiding in the bushes and was about to leave, saw this scene. Only his eyes were round, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Originally, he thought that Jiang Qian and Mu Yining, two people must be Jiang Qian initiative to chase our Mu school sister is right, but now it seems, this is not a man chasing a woman. It's clearly a woman chasing a man. Chapter 39. Don't worry, senior sister. I'll keep an eye on him for you in the future. Unexpected. Unexpected. Chen Ming scared and shook his head, and in the next moment, he slumped his body down a few more points, nearly completely melting into the darkness. He still had to wait for Mu Yining to leave before he could leave. Otherwise, it'd be bad if we were exposed later. A few moments later, when Chen Ming reared his head, he was ready to check if Mu Yining had left. As a result, he saw a pair of long, straight, white legs in front of him. Mr. Chen, Mu Yining greeted with a smile. Mu, sister Mu, what are you doing? Nothing for nothing, I just dropped something around here. I was looking for something. Oh, so did you find your stuff? Not yet. Chen Ming's gaze was averted. The senior sister Mu in front of him was completely unlike her usual gentle demeanor and was somewhat aggressive. Be honest, how much did you see? Mu Yining asked directly. Sister Mu, why can't I understand what you mean by that? Oh, Mu Yining's eyes half narrowed, an appalling aura permeating his body, and he said in a deep voice, I'll give you one last chance. Chen Ming only felt that the current school sister Mu was very different from usual. It was terrifying. After gulping and swallowing, he still gave an honest account. Saw it all. Since how long have we been followed? Mu Yining pursued. The Grove. When Lao Jiang put on your high heels. Chen Ming replied truthfully. So, Mu Yining nodded thoughtfully. Sister, in fact, I've always felt that you and old Jiang are quite compatible. Chen Ming's desire for survival was overwhelming at the moment. He felt that if he didn't show his loyalty, he was afraid that he would have small shoes to wear in the future. Chen student, in fact I also think you are a very understanding person. This after going back to what should be said and what should not be said. You understand it, right? Mu Yining threatened with a straight face. After saying that, she looked at Chen Ming in front of her, and after a pause in her voice, she then continued, Chen Ming student, senior sister would like to ask you for a favor. Is that okay? Sister, just say it straight. What are your orders? It's not a big deal. It's just that in the future, help me take care of Jiang Qi and more. And then if there's any situation, give me a report. Understand? Mu Yining purposely accented the word look after. Chen Ming was also a smart person, and instantly understood the other party's meaning, quickly nodding his head and saying, I understand. Senior sister, I understand. Don't worry, student Chen, as long as you do a good job, the benefits will not be lost on you. Hit a stick, then give a date. Mu Yining took out her cell phone and boldly sent Chen Ming a red envelope of several $100s. She couldn't let people do things for her for nothing. She definitely had to give the other party some benefits so that the other party would be willing. Late night, the moody Jiang Qian dragged one of the benches inside the dormitory to the balcony. Sitting alone staring into the dark night, Zhang Hongbin had a question mark on his face, pushed Chen Ming beside him and said in confusion, Old Chen, what's wrong with him? Lao Jian? Why do I feel that he is strange and weird? This time from the playground back the whole person is not right. Chen Ming glanced at the balcony and said, Don't ask too many questions. Do what you need to do. Do you think he's horny? I think it's possible. Zhang Hongbin nodded rather approvingly. But what's up with Lin Yi lately? He hasn't even come over to look for Lao Jiang. Is it possible that he's trying to escape? Oh, I see. Zhang Hongbin suddenly realized. Old Jiang must be sad because Lin Yi hasn't come to him lately. I'll now. Bam. Chen Ming really didn't hold back and slapped the other party on the waist. Old Zhang. I can warn you. Just mind your own business. Don't knock blindly, or else you won't even know how to die in the future. Tonight's Sister Mu could be considered to have overturned his previous impression of her. The usual Sister Mu was like a big sister next door, gentle and soft. Tonight's Sister Mu, she's a bit strong and overbearing, as if she won't let him have a good ending as long as she doesn't say a word. But talk was talk, but he had to do what he had to do. Today, Sister Mu sent him a red packet of $800, which he's going to save up for later when he swipes a gift for his goddess to go. Why are you talking so evil? Zhang Hongbin was puzzled. Alright, go play on the side by yourself. Don't bother me guarding the wooden leaf. Chen Ming shooed the person away, followed by quietly opening the front camera of his cell phone and taking a picture of the balcony. Chen Ming, reporting to senior sister. Jiang Qian is in what seems like a somewhat bad mood right now. Is sitting alone on the balcony and staring blankly. Picture. MU endeavor. Good. Mu Yining, reward. Red packet, 50. Chen Ming, don't worry. Sister. I'll continue to follow up. Chen Ming, oh yeah. Senior sister. There's one more thing. Zhang Hongbin from our dormitory. He wants to set up Lin Yi and Jiang Qian. Chen Ming, but please don't worry. Senior sister. I'm here. I can help you with your defense. Mu Yining, good. Mu Yining, red packet, 200. Mu Yining, from now on, if there is any wind, report to me in time. Chen Ming, Roger. Sister. I Lua Bean. School sister. You give this really generous Chen Ming joyfully received 250 red packets. This is good. From his goddess of the list of one, and a small step forward. Balcony. Jiang Qian scratched his head. He had to calm down and chill out or he was afraid he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. MS. Mu. Too much of a leprechaun. Just like those books describe the phantom. Exuding charm all the time. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Ichiban star, why don't you play a game tonight? Did you meet something? Jiang Qian, I've got something on my side. Ichiban star, what is it? Is it convenient to talk about it? Jiang Qian frowned. He did have some desire to find someone to talk to right now. Originally, he wanted to find Jiang Evening Zhou, but he had just called several times and no one was connected. He then called his former high school friend and still no answer. The current roommates, Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin, obviously not a good fit. This is if the two of them knew that they were with senior sister Mu. Then there will definitely be a misunderstanding. 1-star boss. I don't know him and he doesn't know me. Fit. Some stars, don't get me wrong. My friend, I came from your age too, and the problems you're experiencing now might have happened to me back then, so I should be able to give you some advice if you tell me. Looking at another message that popped up on the cell phone screen, Jiang Qian pondered for a moment, raising his hand. He then stacked an A on the cell phone screen for himself first. Actually, it's not me. It's just that I have a friend who has recently encountered something. Chapter 40 Who wants to take their time with you? Ichiban Sing, you mean you met a girl today who made you a little restless? Your heart beat faster, and strange thoughts popped into your head from time to time? River Prayer and, it's not me. It's a friend of mine. Boss, I'm a girl. Some stars, Anan yes. Sorry, it's you your friend. Ichiban Hoshi, in my opinion. This friend of yours. In all likelihood, he's got his heart set on this girl. Jiang Qian, but this friend of mine and that girl have only met a few times. Some stars, that's not the point. Kid, heartbeat doesn't need a reason. Maybe you'll think you should look for a so-and-so ideal type, but when you really meet the one who makes your heart sing, you'll realize that those original bars don't exist at all. Ichiban Sing, try to think back. When you were with this girl, did you feel relaxed? Happy? Did you want to stay with her for a while longer? When you held her hand, did you want to hold her hand all the time, and just keep on holding it? Looking at the question that popped up on the screen of his cell phone, Jiang Qian seriously thought about this period of time with school sister Mu, and then seriously replied, no, Jiang Prayan, my friend just felt stressed and nervous and wanted to leave quickly. Mu Yining, who was far away in the teacher's apartment, saw this reply and almost didn't jump straight up from the sofa in anger, but after calming down and thinking about it, she understood. The current Jiang Qian was not like the one she knew in her previous life. The current Jiang Qian is quite introverted, more so than an I-man. Some stars, how can I say? This thing will have different reactions when put on different personalities. Maybe the manifestation of the heartbeat when put on you is to be rushed and nervous. Some stars, but I can tell you quite plainly, my boy, that's a sign of a heartbeat. River Prayer and, boss, first of all, I have to emphasize again, it's not me, it's my friend, Jiang Qian. Secondly, I think that friend of mine should be very slow to warm up. He won't be able to move his heart casually. He, 2A. Mu Yining looked at the message on his cell phone screen with some disgust. Indeed, Jiang Qian was slow to warm up, so slow that he was very good at mouthing off. Let's see if I give you back a slow burn this time. Mu Yining said to himself. She was going to set a small goal. Within a month, she was going to take down Jiang Qian. As the saying goes, the fastest road to a woman's heart is the road. And thinking differently, this works for men too. This is especially true for male students who have not yet experienced male-female affairs and are in their youthful years. One snap is enough to make the other person eat their words. And if not, then a few more. This was the case in his previous life. The two of them were slow to heat up for almost a year. Not only Jiang Qian was slow to heat up, in her previous life she was also quite slow to heat up. And then the night the two of them had sex, she was a bit regretful, hating herself for why she hadn't been a bit earlier. Mu Yining? What are you doing? Mu Shuiyan frowned. When she passed by the living room just now, she vaguely seemed to have heard this student of hers muttering something about slow heat. It's okay, Professor Mu. I just suddenly thought of something. Mu Yining calmly closed the cell phone screen. By the way, are you free tomorrow? Come to a meal with me tomorrow if you're free. Mu Shuiyan invited. There was a dinner party tomorrow that she didn't really want to go to, but she had to. And when she did, it was inevitable that she would have some drinks, so she sought to bring along someone she knew and could take care of herself. In fact, this wasn't the first time she had asked Mu Yining to accompany her to dinner. I'm free, Professor Mu. What time tomorrow? Mu Yining asked. 7 o'clock in the evening. Okay. The next day, freshmen who have just finished military training have a 2-day mini vacation. Some people take advantage of this vacation to go out with friends. Some people nest inside the dormitory and roommates hacking. And some people take advantage of this opportunity to take their girlfriends out of the room. Just after military training, most people's biological clocks are still stuck in military training time. People waking up past 6 a.m. abound. Dormitory A301. Ji Shutao was the first in the entire dormitory to get up from his bed. After getting up, he went to a seat and started flipping through the English 4 to 6 dictionary. Although he usually slept late and got up early, it didn't affect Jiang Qian and the others. After him, the people inside the dormitory came to their senses one after another. I'll go. Secretary G, let's not go too far, right? You're starting to involutionize in the morning? Chen Ming looked at the table lamp that was turned on under the bed with a puzzled expression. I don't understand how someone who loves to study so much is in the same dorm room as the three of them losers. If he had worked half as hard as the other guy, he would have gone to Qingbei. Awesome. Zhang Hongbin nodded his head repeatedly at this. Lao Jiang. What's wrong with you? These dark circles under your eyes. What time did you sleep last night? It's nothing. Zhang Qian rubbed his eyes somewhat uncomfortably. You didn't sleep well last night? You were the one who slept the earliest amongst us last night. Zhang Hongbin was puzzled. No. Zhang Qian stretched his back, and then proceeded to lie backward. This military training is already over. Why does he get up so early? He might as well sleep comfortably. He was tossing and turning last night and didn't fall asleep until after 3 in the morning. Right. Guys, what are our plans for today? Going out to play? Zhang Hongbin inquired. There was an awkward silence in the air. None of the 3 people in the dormitory other than him paying any attention to him. Ji Shutao is studying at the bottom. Zhang Qian adjusted his sleeping position and was about to make up for his doze. What arrangement, you ask him? That would definitely be to sleep first. Chen Ming lowered his head and fiddled with his cell phone as he was reporting the information back to Mu Yining in a timely manner. Chen Ming, Sister Mu. Last night Zhang Qian was suspected to have insomnia. And according to my speculation, the reason for his insomnia should be because of you. The message had just been sent and a reply was received. Mu Yining, okay. Mu Yining, Chen will just tell me what he's doing next time, without adding some of his own speculations. Understand? Chen Ming, yes. Ma'am. Mu Yining, red packet, 50. What are you boys doing? Zhang Hongbin very nonchalantly jumped directly onto Chen Ming's bed. Seeing this, Chen Ming numbly put away his cell phone. Zhang Hongbin, hide. You still hide. I saw it all. Did you just chat with your goddess again? Chen Ming, no. Zhang Hongbin, no? Do you think I'm blind? All also saw you received each other's red envelopes. Old Chen. You can now and your goddess have economic transactions? Chen Ming, heh. You are indeed blind. Zhang Hongbin, you. Forget it. I'm too lazy to bother with you. What are our arrangements today? Chen Ming, I don't know. Chapter 41, Schoolmate. Can you bring me some wine? From 7 to 11 o'clock. Zhang Qian made up 5 hours of sleep. At noon followed Chen Ming Zhang Hongbin to the school's small cafeteria to eat a chicken casserole. In the afternoon, returning to his bedchamber, he proceeded to lie in bed from 1 o'clock until 6 o'clock. After casually dealing with a packet of instant noodles for dinner, he proceeded to lie in bed again. As soon as this military training was over, Zhang Qian wanted to lie in his bed all the time like this. He planned to take a day off today and then go home tomorrow to shoot some video. He's not updating at all during this military training. That a bunch of fans in the background were pushing him to update. And some were even wondering if he was said to have been adopted by his boss and then is now pregnant and in the midst of raising a baby. Old Jiang, come down and play some games together. No, you guys fight. I'll read a novel for a while. Zhang Qian said with a lack of interest. His Zhang Hongbin thumped up to Zhang Qian's bedside. What's wrong with you today? Why do you look like you're withered? Lying in bed all day. Quickly down. The 3 of us open black. I take you gaga mess kill. Forget it, brother. I don't want to go down there. Today's season update gives away a free case. If you say so. Rather, it gives me the urge to go down reluctantly. Zhang Qian rolled out of bed, walked to his seat, turned on his computer, and boarded the Wingstop. He's got a lot of luck with this number. It's very European. The single draw produced a lot of red quality stuff. Old Jiang, give me the chest. I'll help you open it. I'm a lucky thief today. The 3 boxes that were sent. I got out 2 gold. Chen Ming leaped forward, ready to take Zhang Qian's mouse in his hands. Roll. Let me come. Lao Jiang. I'm the lucky one. Zhang Hongbin said. You'd better forget about it. 3 boxes. Purple breath. Not a single gold one. You flash aside to play. Lao Jiang. Let me do it. Alright. Zhang Qian looked at the 2 men who were about to fight. It's just 3 boxes. What's there to grab? One person opens one. I'll go first. After saying that, Zhang Qian's mouse clicked lightly. Only on the computer screen. Purple light, gold light, and red light flew towards the box in unison. Eventually a red light rushed into the treasure chest. The computer screen immediately flashed the exclusive close-up only available for red quality weapons. Holy! Asterisk. Zhang Hongbin and Chen Ming both exclaimed successively, then said in unison, dog toy. The sound of the 2 of them shrieking scared Zhang Qian so much that his hand slipped and he clicked another, open box again, button. What are you 2 yelling about? Scared me. The words just fell. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin stared at the red light that continued to emerge from the computer screen and continued to call out an alarm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Jiang, you're not allowed to play this game. Zhang Qian looked at the close-up of the red quality skin that had popped up again on the computer screen, and he was a little surprised as well. These two skins, a red skin for Sima Fistblade and a red skin for Tomb Raider Linky Little Brother, and he got them so effortlessly and watertight? Here's another box. Which one of you wants to open it? Zhang Qian got up and prepared to give up his seat. Just now he had agreed to have one box per person, and now he had accidentally opened an extra one. Don't! Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin had one hand each, holding down Zhang Qian's left and right shoulders, holding him down in his seat. Old Jiang, keep driving again. We both want to see if you're playing games with your young life or not. That won't be necessary. Zhang Qian wanted to refuse, but the two didn't give him a chance to refuse, catching his finger and pressing down the mouse. All three of them were instantly staring at the computer screen with dead eyes. Only after seeing that it was a ray of purple light did a few people breathe a slight sigh of relief. Ego, I'm going to go. Scared me to death. I thought you kid was going to be out of the red in all three boxes. Me too. Lao Jiang, isn't your number a little too European? Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin wiped the sweat from their faces. Originally, Chen Ming was still complacent because he had opened 2 golds, but now, there is no harm without comparison. Alright, hurry up and get on the number. I'm going to try out the new skin. Zhang Qian urged. Zhang Hongbin, I suddenly kind of don't want to play anymore. Chen Ming, me too. What do you two mean? Get your ass back here and sit down. The trio fought from 7 to 9. Zhang Qian, who drew 2 new red skins, was like a god of war. Several kills to the warlord in the matchup. Chen Ming plays Wu Wei Ho in every game, and every time he opens the big one, he shouts aloud in a very middle-aged voice, "Cloak the firmament, be invincible." The original skin got tired of shouting, and he proceeded to shout the other skins' voices. 8-9 Xian Gong, Battle Avatar, Dharma Heaven and Earth. The sun and the moon shine together. One battle with 100 gods to worry about. Heavenly soldiers out of the Han family. Although he didn't have all this skin, it didn't stop the middle-aged soul burning inside him in the slightest. Zhang Hongbin was also infected by his opponent, and as he fought, he also began to follow along by shouting the middle of the road line. Those who stand in my way, all will be destroyed. Zhang Qian also wanted to join the world of the E-Man, but it's really a bit too forced. Just as he shouted, he felt the embarrassment of being able to pick his toes out of a 3-room apartment. It was not clear why Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin were both able to shout so naturally. Fortunately, Comrade Ji Shutao went to the library in the afternoon. Otherwise, staying inside the dormitory would not be able to study at all. 9:30 at night. End the last handful. Zhang Qian nodded with satisfaction. This score was indeed cool enough. After stretching, he was ready to get into bed and lie down. Unexpected. The cell phone rang at that moment. Glancing at the notes on his cell phone screen, Zhang Qian quietly ran to the toilet. Hey, Sister Mu, what's wrong? Hello? Is this Jiang Prian? Buy me some wine. I want to drink. Hiccup. What? Sister Mu, what's wrong with you? You sound a bit abnormal. Are you drunk? Hurry up and buy wine. I want to drink. Hiccup hiccup. You're burping out of this wine. Where are you? Nestled in the school's grove. You hurry up. I'm going to keep drinking. I'm gonna get drunk tonight. Good. You wait for me. I'll be right over. Zhang Qian hurriedly hung up the phone and quickly rushed out from the bathroom. Zhang Hongbin looked stunned. No Lao Jiang. Where are you trying to go in this hurry? It's a big night. Chen Ming also looked stunned, but then thought of some kind of possibility and turned his head to Zhang Hongbin. I guess he's in some kind of hurry. Hurry up, King. Get on the number. Chapter 42. A woman is 3 times drunk. Act until you cry. 9 o'clock in the evening. Teacher's apartments. Professor Mu. Are you okay? We're here. Let me help you upstairs. Mu Yining first parked the car under the apartment building, then assisted Mu Shuayan, who was already drunk and unconscious, upstairs. Once she got the people settled, she went back downstairs and drove the car toward the parking lot. The parking lot wasn't that far from the grove at Jincheng University, just about a couple of 100 meters away. Mu Yining parked the car and took out a bottle of erguotu that he had prepared beforehand. It was something she had asked the waiter to pack from the drinking game she had just been at. She was a good drinker. After all, she had been in business in her previous life, and she had been asked to join her for dinner at some point. And for girls, especially those in business, it's essential to get your drinking skills in shape. But even if she had been a good drinker in her previous life, It didn't really apply to the present moment. Her current body was that of a 21-year-old college girl. Okay for beer. White wine. A little too forced. The purpose of her taking the white wine out wasn't to drink it. It was just for show, so that Zhang Qian would just mistake her for being drunk. There's a saying that describes a woman who's 3 times drunk and acts until you cry. Twisting open the cap, Mu Yining first sniffed the nose-piercing odor of the wine, then poured some of the white wine inside the bottle onto his hand. Use your hands to spread the white wine over the top half of your shirt. Not for a while. She herself smelled a little disgusted at the smell of alcohol all over her body. To make it even more realistic, she slammed another gulp of doppelganger into her mouth and rinsed her mouth back and forth several times. Now, not only did she smell of alcohol all over her, but even her mouth was full of it. Mu Yining checked her own conditions several times to make sure there were no problems, then picked up her cell phone and dialed over to Jiang Qianan. Hello? Is this MS? Mu? What's wrong? Hello? Is this Jiang Prian? Buy me some wine. I want to drink. Hiccup. From the boys' dormitory to the college grove. It's about a 7 or 8 minute foot ride. Jiang Qian ran all the way and froze, reducing the time to 3 minutes. When he heard Mu Yining's tone just now, he knew that she was very drunk, and her hiccups were even more frightening than his drunken father's. It's even more frightening than his drunken father. Just as he arrived at the grove, Jiang Qian saw from afar that not far away, under the streetlight, Mu Yining was squatting on the steps by the side of the road. The weather in September has begun to turn cooler, but Mu Yining at the moment on the body, wearing a very cool, the upper body on a black waistless small suspenders. The lower body is much more normal. A pair of black jeans. Mu Yining bent her legs, her head buried in her knees, her long soft hair covering both sides of her cheeks, peacefully, as if asleep. Senior sister? Jiang Qian quickly took a jacket off of himself and covered Mu Yining's back. Just as he walked up to the other man, he smelled the pungent odor of alcohol. Based on his previous experience of taking care of his alcoholic father, he was able to clearly determine that Mu Yining must have had quite a bit to drink tonight. Senior sister? Jiang Qian lightly patted Mu Yining's shoulder. It wasn't a good idea to sit here in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, he didn't know Mu Yining's classmates or roommates either. He was going to send Mu Yining back to the girls' dormitory and hand it over to the dormitory aunt downstairs there. Or, can I call Mu Shuiyan? Last time he looked, Mu Shuiyan and Mu Yining seemed to have a pretty good relationship. Mu Yining's body trembled slightly and shook her head in confusion. Sister, you finally woke up. Let me send you back to the dormitory. Or I'll give Professor Mu to make a call. Jiang Qian said and took out his cell phone, quickly rummaging inside the address book to find Mu Shuiyan's phone number. But the next moment, Mu Yining, who was still crouching on the ground in front of him, suddenly jumped up. Her arms wrapped around his back, and her head was buried in the side of his neck. School sister. Jiang Qian was so startled that his cell phone almost fell to the ground without holding it steady. What are you doing? Hurry up and let go. Jiang Qian's face was a bit unnatural. Mu Yining that was the proper devil body, and now, he could clearly feel what it was that was pressed against the front of his chest. If he had the jacket from before then it would be fine, but now he was only wearing a thin bottom shirt. Mu Yining's little garter. He felt like wearing it was the same as not wearing it. Honey. Mu Yining's head was resting on Jiang Qian's shoulder, her mouth exhaling sticky hot air, her tone soft and sticky. Jiang Qian, a pair of eyes staring straight round slip, the hand unsteady. Cell phone suddenly fell to the ground. However, he didn't rush to pick it up, but slowly turned his head, a few words popping out of his mouth with difficulty. Hawk. Sister. What did you just call me? Mu Yining pouted and pouted. Husband? If I don't call you husband, what else can I call you? You. You. Jiang Qian's face reddened again in a blur. Sister. I'm not. You're calling the wrong person. Jiang Qian reminded. Take a good look at who I am. I know. Mu Yining hands tightly locked Jiang Qian's back. Delicate face kept rubbing back and forth on Jiang Qian's shoulders left and right, while rubbing, but also shouted, hubby 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 hubby. Jiang Qian exerted some effort to pull a step away from Mu Yining in his arms. Senior sister, you're drunk. I'm not your husband. Mu Yining tilted her head in confusion, staring at Jiang Qian's reddened face and asked, Hubby, what's wrong with you? What are you talking about? Why is your face so red? Hokage, come to your senses. Jiang Qian grabbed Mu Yining's shoulders and shook them vigorously. Honey. Jiang Qian shook it again. Honey. Jiang Qian then shook it again. Honey. I'm not. Never mind. School teacher. Just wait. Jiang Qian gave up. He didn't even dare to imagine if Mu Yining woke up tomorrow and recalled tonight. What kind of wonderful expression would be on his face? Picking up the intact Warwick cell phone from the ground, he dialed Mu Shuiyin's number, but after several calls, there was no answer at all. Husband, do you not want me anymore? Mu Yining didn't know when her face was already covered in little pearls that snapped and fell to the ground. No, senior sister, don't cry. Zhang Qian turned his head to comfort. Mu Shuiyan didn't answer the phone, so he had to send Mu Yining back to her dorm room. Senior sister, let me send you back, Zhang Qian directly said. Mu Yining stood frozen in place, wiping her tears while saying aggressively, hubby doesn't want me. Oh, hubby doesn't like me anymore. Zhang Qian turned his head in confusion. It was the first time he had seen such a drunken frenzy. I didn't realize that Sister Mu, who usually looked so dignified and gentle, like a lady of the house, would be like this after she got drunk. However, recalling the matter of him drunkenly calling Mu Yining dad not long ago, he instantly felt relieved again. Chapter 43, Kissing Fiend Mu Yining. Okay, schoolteacher, don't cry. Zhang Qian comforted Mu Yining, who was already crying into tears in front of him. Although the grove was a bit remote inside Jinchang University, there were still quite a few people who chose to go on a date here on this big night. If he was seen later, people might think he was bullying Mu Yining. He tugged Mu Yining to a position in the middle of the grove. But don't get me wrong, he was trying to send the other guy back, and going through the middle of the grove was a shortcut. Ooh-hoo. As Mu Yining walked, she slowly changed from bawling to whimpering. Then she looked at her surroundings and slowly hugged Zhang Qian from behind, the tears on her face soaking the clothes on the other's back in no time. Honey, is there something I did wrong? Why are you treating me like this? Not. Sister, Zhang Qian tried to explain. Do you know who I am? I'm Zhang Qian, your schoolmate, not your husband. Liar. You are. You look exactly like my husband. Hey, sister. Zhang Qian turned around and was about to explain properly in a bitter manner. Who knew that the next moment, Mu Yining brought her face up and her lips were pressed against his. Zhang Qian was shocked, his pupils seismic. He reached out in a hurry and tried to push the other man away, but Mu Yining didn't give him a chance, pushing his shoulders and falling back. When he dropped to the floor, he was again in the woman on top position. Seeming to see his intentions, the other man's hands firmly pinned his hands to the ground. Zhang Qian struggled violently, but Mu Yining didn't give him a chance at all. The inside of that mouth pried his teeth right open and kept lingering with him inside his mouth. He was a little confused. This was his first kiss if you don't count that first encounter. And Mu Yining's kiss was a bit overbearing. That was almost stuffed inside his throat. TSK, TSK, TSK. The sounds of the two entwined were especially noticeable in the grove. Zhang Qian's face was getting redder and redder. He was about to break. The inside of his mouth was also filled with the flavor of alcohol from the other man's mouth, which smoked his head a bit too. The woman in front of him was like a greedy predator that kept plundering everything inside his mouth. Zhang Qian could hear that extraordinarily clear gurgling and gulping sound. A drunken Mu-senpai is too scary. Hokage. The strength of a boy is inherently greater than a girl's. Zhang Qian finally pushed the woman in front of him away with one hand. Honey. Mu Yining smacked his lips as if savoring and reminiscing. Then he immediately leaned down again, face to face with Zhang Qian, and slowly said, Hubby, I like you so much, let's kiss again. What? Zhang Qian hadn't even slowed down yet, and at this moment, when he heard the other party say to do it again, he quickly pushed and shoved and said, No way. School sister. I said, you're drunk. Don't do this. He was very worried that when Mu Yining got up tomorrow and recalled tonight, he would still take care of him in the future. His greatest fear was that tomorrow, Sister Mu would wake up with a start and come running to question him. Why didn't you push me away? I was drunk. Could it be that you were drunk too? Honey, you're so nosy. Mu Yining went up to his hand and directly backhanded Zhang Qian's head, tried to kiss down, but was dodged and dodged by the other's agility. Hey, do we really have to be here? I feel still scared. Trust me, baby, you're going to love how this feels. Bugger, you're so bad. Hey, baby, are you wearing stockings today? Wearing, inside the jeans. You're such a pervert. A couple walked past Zhang Qian and Mu Yining. When it's nighttime in the grove, the visibility is bad, and the moonlight doesn't shine in at all. As long as you don't make a sound, almost no one will realize what you're doing. Taking advantage of the gap between the young couple passing by, Mu Yining caught Zhang Qian's break and kissed him again. Zhang Qian's heart was that scared, listening to the sound of footsteps beside his ears. He was afraid that someone would find out what he and Mu Yining looked like at the moment. Only when he heard the footsteps getting farther and farther away did he push Mu Yining away with renewed force. "Hubby, kiss." Mu Yining had a silly smile on her face. "Hey, senior sister. You're a few dishes drinking like this now?" Jiang Qian was a bit helpless. "Kiss, don't you kiss. I'm afraid you'll wake up tomorrow with a knife after me." "Kisses, husband, kisses." "Awesome." Jiang Qian dragged Mu Yining and brought the person to the teacher's apartment by pulling and dragging. Along the way, Mu Yining was like a kissing fiend and kept asking for kisses there. It was fortunate that he was the one who met him tonight. If it were anyone else with a weak heart, I'm afraid they would have already committed a crime. "Sister, the key?" Jiang Qian asked, reaching out. "I said key, the key to open the door." Jiang Qian kind of realized how hard it was for drunk people to communicate. It was completely like two channels. After gesticulating for half a day, Mu Yining finally saw what he meant and fished out a set of keys from inside his pants pocket. "Open the door. Help the person inside the room." Jiang Qian then prepared to leave. The good thing was that after entering the door, Mu Yining suddenly became particularly peaceful. "Hey, Hokage, will you remember what happened tonight when you get up tomorrow?" Not being able to hold back, he managed to get the question out the moment before he left the room. He was a little worried that his relationship with Mu Senpai would be estranged over this. "Honey, what are you talking about? Why should I forget about tonight?" Mu Yining's eyes suddenly became clear, and his face didn't continue to wear a silly smile. "It's like a completely different look than when I was drunk before." Unfortunately, Jiang Qian didn't see it, and he didn't hear the other party's reply. After he asked, he simply closed the door and left the room. Not bad. Mu Yining reviewed her performance tonight. Out of 100 points, she gave herself 110 points. Perfect. Go take a shower, Mu Yining said to himself and was in a good mood. The songs are all still humming. A few moments. When she returned to her bedroom, she picked up her own cell phone and cut out her small number to send a message over to Jiang Qian. "Some stars, playing games tonight?" "Jiang Qian, no more fighting, boss. Something's up tonight." "What's going on?" "It's that friend you told me about yesterday. Did something happen again?" Jiang Prayan. Not. Chapter 44, Insomnia from being ed by my sister again. Late night. A 301 boys' dormitory. The two of them, Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin, were snoring one after another, as if they were singing a duet. Jiang Qian lying in his own bed tossing and turning. 11:30 on the bed. Now already 2 o'clock in the morning. Cannot sleep. He really cannot sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, I think of Sister Mu tonight. Why would she call me her husband? And kissed me? Even if you're drunk. It shouldn't be like this, right? So why did she call me? Was it a random call? Or, will Mu-senpai wake up tomorrow morning and remember what happened during the night? If she does, what should I do? Jiang Qian gripped his hair in annoyance. After some more thought, he picked up his cell phone and sent a message to the owner of One Star. Jiang Jianan, boss, are you asleep? I have some questions to ask you. After the message was sent, there was a long wait for a reply. The next day, teacher's apartments. Mu Yining woke up with a start and received a message sent to her by Jiang Qianan. Not sooner, not later, you wait until I'm asleep. Grumbling briefly, she still replied, what's wrong? 9:05. Looking at the time on her cell phone screen, Mu Yining then exited the VX trumpet. Just after boarding the big one, she received many messages. There were messages from students in a Chinese language and literature class, from people I didn't know, and a whole bunch of friend verification messages. Ignoring what should be ignored, Mu Yining briefly swept her eyes and opened the chat box with Chen Ming. Chen Ming, reporting to senior sister. This morning's Jiang Qian was wearing dark circles under his eyes again. It should be because he had insomnia again last night. After waking up, he went straight out the door. Chen Ming, I've also asked for you. He's going home today. His home address is, No. 31, Group 7, Unity Subdivision, Concentric Bridge Road. Chen Ming, sister, can I ask one more time? What did you guys do last night? I feel like his condition last night was even more off than even the night before. Mu Yining, don't ask what you shouldn't. Mu Yining, red packet, 50, going home? Mu Yining mused. She was thinking about how she could reasonably go to Jiang Qian's house this time. She'd have to find a reason to do that. Ding dong. Jiang Qian, sister, are you there? Mu Yining, yes. What's wrong? Jiang Qian, that. You last night. Do you remember? Ha. Looking at the message on the cell phone screen, Mu Yining smiled wryly. It's not just right. The reason is sent to the door by itself. Mu Yining, last night? Did something happen last night? Mu Yining, I just remember I seem to have had some drinks. And then, I had a phone call with you, and I can't remember what I said. And then, hiss, I can't remember. Did something happen? Did I cause something to happen? River prayer and, don't you remember what happened last night? Mu Yining, can't remember. What happened last night? How did I wake up lying in my bedroom? Mu Yining, I've got a headache. I can't think of anything. This wine is really not a good thing. Mu Yining, I think it was you who sent me back last night, wasn't it? Anyway, the last thing I remember about my last night was calling you over. Jiang Qian, yes, senior sister. I did send you back last night. Emily, so did anything happen to us last night? River prayer and, no. Sister was very cooperative all the way. Quiet and no noise. Mu Yining, oh that's fine. Thank you. Schoolmate. River prayer and, it's okay schoolmarm. Who? Jiang Qian, who was sitting on the bus, looked at Mu Yining's chat with him at the moment, and his hanging heart was finally put down. It's good that you don't remember. It seems that Mu Shuiji should have the same physique as him. That is, getting drunk and completely disconnected. Waking up the next day and being completely unable to remember what all happened in between. Mu Yining, schoolmate, where are you? I caused you so much trouble last night. Let me treat you to a meal. Jiang Qian, no. Senior sister, it's fine. It's just a small thing. Jiang Qian's hand shook a little as he returned the message. Mu Yining, I have to thank you for sending me back last night as a drunken schoolgirl, or else I might have been out there and something might have happened to me. Jiang Prayan, no. Really no. Senior sister, it's just a show of hands, and I have things to do today. Mu Yining, it's okay I'm already out the door getting ready to go downstairs to your dormitory. Jiang Qian, sister, I'm not in the dormitory. Mu Yining, so where is it? Is it home? Jiang Prayan, what's that? I'm sorry, senior sister, my cell phone is going to be turned off with no power, and I'm not at home. After replying to the last message, Jiang Qian immediately exited the chat box with Mu Yining. With that, cut out the VX trumpet. The one-star boss has replied to him. Ichiban Hoshi, what's going on? Jiang Prayan, or my friend. There is a girl drunk call him, asked him to go over to pick her up, and then the girl has been calling him husband, but also actively looking for him to kiss. Jiang Qian, the relationship between the two of them. Let's call them friends for now. Ichiban Singh, so what's your question? Jiang Prayan, it's just that I want to ask this girl why she's like this. Why she called my friend her husband and then asked my friend for a kiss. Ichiban Star, is this maybe just a normal drunken and confused behavior? Drunken and confused behavior? Jiang Qian frowned and thought about it. This explanation made sense. Only, River Prayer and, boss, so do you think she's like this to everyone? Or is she only like this to my friends? I mean, if the one who went there wasn't that friend of mine, but another person, would this girl still call other people her husband or kiss other people? Ha. Mu Yining, who was washing up in the bathroom, saw this message and instantly laughed. How she smelled a hint of jealousy between the lines. Chapter 45. In that moment, you were the one she trusted the most in her heart, and the cell phone is dying to be turned off. What a little liar. Mu Yining was holding an electric toothbrush to her teeth, murmuring a vague voice. After a few moments of contemplation, she then proceeded to reply on her cell phone screen. Some stars, no. She's only supposed to be like that with your friends. River Prayer and, where did this come from? Ichiban singing, first of all, look, this girl was drunk and didn't call anyone else but your friend. What does that tell you? River Prayer and, what does it say? Some stars, it means that the assumption you just made doesn't exist at all, and the one who comes will only be that friend of yours, and only him. Some stars, do you think a girl would just find a phone number in her address book and dial it when she's drunk? Some stars, the fact that that girl dialed your friend at that moment shows that at that moment, in her subconscious, your friend was the person she trusted most in her heart. The most trusted person. Jiang Qian's heart skipped a beat as he looked at these words on his cell phone screen. Boss, you're from the past. So you think, this girl, does she have a crush on this friend of mine? Jiang Qian then typed on his cell phone screen, and after sending this sentence, his face also turned red. In this instant, he recalled all the things he had spent time with school sister Mu before. Mom and Dad used to say that when one likes someone, the person's voice and face will unconsciously come to mind. It seemed like he really kind of liked sister Mu. Yuhu Mu Yining skimmed his lips when he saw the message and replied, why do you ask that? Jiang Qian, because this friend of mine seems to have a crush on this girl. He also has a little bit of heart for this girl. Mu Yining froze. A moment later the corner of his mouth unconsciously revealed a smile again. I guess so. This girl should have a good feeling about your friend. Jiang Prayan, okay. Thanks boss. I'm done with my questions. Some stars, aha. Who are you talking to here and laughing so hard? Mu Shuiyan had a sleepy face and had just come out of her room when she saw Mu Yining standing in front of the bathroom door giggling. She was still reeling from last night's drink. Luckily, she didn't have any of her classes this morning, and she'd be able to catch up on her sleep later. With a friend. Mu Yining laughed. Professor Mu, what are your arrangements today? Morning break, afternoon classes. You ask? Oh, it's fine. I was just concerned about you. After all, you were drunk last night and I had to work my ass off to get you up here. Mu Yining was playing her own little game in her heart. She asked this, of course, to prevent an embarrassing scene like the last time she returned the clothes. Professor Mu, wait, I'll go make you a bowl of sobering soup. I'm fine. I don't need to. You have something to do today, you go ahead and do your thing. Mu Yining shrugged his shoulders and leapt past Mu Shuiyan, not taking the other party's words to heart at all. Anyway, she hadn't used up all those ingredients she bought last time to make sober soup for Jiang Qian, and there were leftovers. She might as well take this opportunity to brush up on Mu Shuiyan's favorability. Halftime. Mu Shuiyan came to the living room after simply washing up, was thinking of going downstairs for an early dinner. A quick glance caught a glimpse of breakfast still steaming on the table, and a bowl of sober soup covered by a transparent lid. The flavor of this soup. Mu Shuiyan tasted a few mouthfuls. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The sobering soup made by this student of hers. There were a few similar flavors to her stepmother. On the table, in addition to the sobering soup, there was also soy milk and xiaolong bao in takeaway boxes. Mu Shuiyan ate while finding Mu Yining in the VX list. On the takeout bag, there is a sticker with the price of the takeout. That's $16. She sent over 20 to Mu Yining. Usually the breakfast store in front of the campus. A cup of soybean milk or what vegetables porridge pumpkin porridge are only $2. If not enough, can also add their own. But online, a serving of millet pumpkin porridge costs $8. Mu Shuiyan took small bites of her breakfast when a call suddenly came in on her cell phone screen. Hello? Hello? Mu Shuiyan frowned and was about to hang up. In general, there were several types of calls that were completely ignored. Agents, selling insurance, sales, and those who didn't talk when the call went through. Hello? Mr. Mu, you are? Mu Shuiyan only felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had heard it before. But we haven't seen each other for only 3 or 4 years and you can't recognize my voice? It's me, Li Siyao. Li Siyao? Mu Shuiyan immediately recalled this person. Her college classmate, who used to have a pretty good relationship, but since the other party left the country a few years ago, it slowly faded. Yeah, you're not just going to forget about me, are you? That's not true. You're calling me now, are you? Mr. Mu, you're still so direct. Well, I'll get right to the point. You're currently serving at Jinchang University, right? Yeah, what's up? Then we'll be co-workers soon, and I've got a job as a counselor at your place. Hearing this, Mu Shuiyan heart vaguely guessed some kind of coincidence. Jiang Qian, that class counselor in the first day of school by the dump truck, dramatic flying this matter. In the school inside already are not a secret. School leaders posted the job rush online some time ago. You wouldn't be the counselor of the 24th grade Chinese language class, would you? Mu Shuiyan opened her mouth and asked. How did you know? The caller was surprised. That's quite a coincidence. Mu Shuiyan ate her breakfast while exchanging pleasantries with this BFF who she hadn't seen for a long time but was about to become her co-worker. The two talked about this for almost an hour. By the way, there's someone in your class to keep an eye out for me when the time comes. Who? A girl with yellow hair named Lin Yi. She's related to you? Nothing to do with it. Mu Shuiyan remembered what Mu Yining had told her last time, and her anger immediately went out of control. Actually trying to take advantage of her brother. I just heard that this student is very diligent and good in character, and she usually likes to help people the most. Mr. Li, if there is anything you don't understand after the school year starts, you should ask her, and if there is anything else you need to run an errand, you should look for her as well. Hiss, why do I feel like I'm saying the opposite when I hear your tone? But don't worry, I know what to do. In the meantime, Concentric Bridge Road, Unity Neighborhood. Hello passenger, welcome to bus number 62. This bus is bound for the Oceanarium. Passengers who have just boarded the train, please walk inside. Card holders, please swipe your card. No card, please put in coins. Arriving at the Concentric Bridge Road station ahead, listening to the announcing voice on the bus, Jiang Qian got up from his seat in the back row and walked to the back door, ready to get off. But something was wrong with his face as he walked this way. He looked out through the car window. Not far away, next to the bus stop sign on Concentric Bridge Road, a red sports car was very conspicuous. Chapter 46, Sisters See You in Women's Clothing. Jiang Qian had a helpless smile on his face. If he remembered correctly, he should have told Mu Yining that he wasn't home when he got in the car. But why is the other side here? And by the looks of it, it was obvious that he had been waiting for a long time, clearly knowing that he was lying. So embarrassing. Jiang Qian had a very social death feeling. People will always want to say something when they are embarrassed. So he looked at the distance the sports car was parked, and the bus stop road sign not far away. Sister, you can't park casually next to the bus stop. You'll have to pay a fine if you're caught like this. Mu Yining looked indifferent and hooked her hand at Jiang Qian. Then why don't you hurry up and get in the car? Sitting on the car, Jiang Qian revealed a harmless smile to Mu Yining. Senior sister, why are you? Guess. Mu Yining didn't wait for the other party to finish her question before answering, as if she already knew what question Jiang Qian would ask. Hokage, I haven't asked here yet. Aren't you just going to ask why I'm here? When the words fell, Mu Yining kicked the gas, and the sports car's engine roared to life. Pushback is a close second. Jiang Qian felt a stirring in his heart. No boy would dislike the pushback feeling from deep stepping on the gas pedal, and he was no exception. Unity neighborhoods are geographically isolated and usually have little vehicle traffic. Plus it's daytime again, so you don't have to worry about the nuisance caused by sports car engines. There's not much in the way of electronic eyes around. Mu Yining properly took Jiang Qian to feel some speed and passion. A few moments later, Jiang Qian could feel his heart beating a lot faster. How about it? Schoolboy, want to drive it for you instead? Mu Yining pulled over to the side of the road. Jiang Qian took a few breaths and waved his hand to refuse. No need, senior sister. I don't have a driver's license, and there's still something going on inside my house, so I have to go back quickly. While the free sports car looked tantalizing, he had to get back to work on the video now before he could do anything about it. Not making a video is the same as not having any money, and he's still carrying over $1 million in debt on all of them. It's okay, it's not like there's any traffic cops or anyone around here. So give it a try. Mu Yining didn't even remember that Jiang Qian owed money now, because the other party hadn't told her that there was such a thing in her previous life. Forget it, I have to go home, Jiang Qian said and unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door and got out of the car. He was still clear about what to do when, although he also wanted to buy a car, but that's all for the future. He now had to focus on paying back the money quickly. Don't you rush off. Mu Yining also unbuckled her seatbelt and followed. She was a bit puzzled. According to her understanding of Jiang Qian, the other party should be very fond of locomotives. Senior sister, don't follow. I still have things to do at home. Jiang Qian smiled without losing his politeness. He had said this euphemism to this point, almost as if he had directly said I don't welcome you to my house today. He didn't believe that the other party could not understand what he meant. Oh, well then. Mu Yining nodded thoughtfully. How could she not understand the other party's meaning? But it's one thing to understand and another to do it. She walked back to the car and watched Jiang Qian go away. She waited until the person was about to disappear from her sight before she proceeded to step out of the car and follow quietly. As soon as I get home, Jiang Qian then directly began to prepare to shoot short videos. First the secret suitcase, then the wig, mask, and silicone milk cover from the suitcase. One by one, he installed the equipment onto himself. And then he ran to the next room and randomly picked out a dress that Jiang Evening Joe had given him. Other people's older sisters give their younger brothers gifts like shoes, hand-me-downs, digital goods, and then, to be cheesy, just money. Jiang Evening Joe was good. Every time he sent him women's clothing, skin-care products, cosmetics, and even several pairs of high heels, totally treating him like a girl. Within a few minutes, Jiang Qian had changed his clothes, walking out the door of his room. He didn't go straight to the video, but went straight to the restroom. According to the layout of his house, if you want to go to the toilet bathroom, then you must go through the balcony. When he went there, Jiang Qian didn't notice anything wrong because he was in a hurry to urinate. But when he came back, he then saw what looked like a silhouette inside his own yard. Turning his eyes, it was Mu Yining sitting on his family's swing, gently swaying. He looked over, and so did the other. The two men's eyes met in midair. Jiang Qian froze for a moment, then reacted and looked down towards himself. Misty grass. He immediately fled back to the living room. Below, Mu Yining was still gently swaying on the swing. Jiang Qian's yard iron door is generally daytime when someone in the house is not locked. The yard inside there is nothing valuable. To lock will only lock the first floor and the second floor of the room door. She had just seen the courtyard door left open and walked right in, then sat on the swing and pondered whether she should go up now or later. But this thinking, a girl with long, shaggy hair was just out of her party's line of sight, walking quickly from the second-floor balcony. Just now, Jiang Qian had loaded all the equipment, but the only thing he didn't wear was a mask on his face. For a moment, she wondered if there was an extra girl in Jiang Qian's house. It was also the first time she had seen Jiang Qian's female appearance with her own eyes. She was a little awed by it all. Normally, including before, she could only see Jiang Qian, whose face value was sealed by the mask, on short videos. "It's beautiful," Mu Yining exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Jiang Qian was originally the top face value of boys and girls, so once he changed into women's clothes, if he walked out, I'm afraid no one would suspect that this was a boy. Even the issue of girls' voices was not a problem at all for Jiang Qian. "Suddenly I kind of want to hear my husband's queenly voice." The corner of Mu Yining's mouth slowly hooked up. With that, he moved off the swing and quickly headed for the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Yining knocked politely on the door. "Schoolmate, are you home? Can you open the door?" Jiang Qian hid in his bedroom, his family's old house, and don't expect any soundproofing. The thumping on the door was especially harsh to his ears now. "Schoolboy, I saw you earlier, could you open the door? I have something I want to say to you." Hearing this, Jiang Qian buried his head even lower. Opening the door is out of the question. Not in this lifetime. Social death. It's too much of a social death. How can I be seen by Mu-senpai in her female attire? She doesn't think she's a pervert, does she? You sure you don't want to open the door? I've just taken a picture of you. Oh. Mu Yining let out a voice and shouted, afraid that the other party would not be able to hear him. Splat. Mu Yining's words had just fallen, and within a few seconds, the door to the room in front of him opened. Chapter 47, Shudao Mountain. Jiang Qian immediately got up from the bed and ran out to open the door after hearing that the other party had taken pictures. Sister Mu's words were no different from a threat in his eyes. "Sister, don't misunderstand. Let me explain. It's a dress my sister just bought, and then she wanted me to try it on for her to see if the size fit." Jiang Qian gave some explanation that he himself felt was quite reasonable. "Ooh." Mu Yining smiled and nodded, then raised an eyebrow and pursued, "Then what is this big thunder on you?" This." Jiang Qian's eyes were a bit flustered. "My sister's. She has small breasts and likes to wear these things when she goes out. She has small breasts and likes to wear these things when she goes out to play. I helped her try on the clothes, so naturally I needed to help her see if they fit after wearing them. Anyway, Jiang Evening Joe is not here right now, so he can just dump all the pots on the other side." Mu Yining didn't think to break the other party down, and just returned a flat. "So that's how it is. However, schoolmate, you wear up women's clothing, but also strange good-looking Lu." Mu Yining then praised. "Ha, ha, ha." Jiang Qian laughed awkwardly twice with a leathery smile. "Senior sister, come in first. I'll go get you a glass of water." Welcoming the person in, he immediately followed by going and pouring a glass of water back for Mu Yining. "Senior sister, look, this photo. Can you delete it?" Jiang Qian looked blearily at the cell phone in Mu Yining's hand. If one day Mu-senpai accidentally shakes her hand and sends the photo to someone else. "Photos? What photos?" Mu Yining pretended not to understand. "It's those pictures you said you just took." Jiang Qian reminded. Did I just take a picture? Why don't I remember taking a picture just now?" "No, senior sister, you clearly said just now," Jiang Qian said. Looking at the sly smile in front of him, he instantly realized that he seemed to have been fooled. Mu Yining took out her cell phone with a smile on her face. "You said taking pictures. Is that it? Ouch. What a simple-minded 18-year-old husband. What kind of pictures could I have taken in the time it took to rush past the balcony just now?" She had merely found a reason to get the other side to open the door. Now well, the door was open, and she had taken several pictures of the other woman's clothes in the open. "Me!" Jiang Qian immediately stormed up and made a flying leap, pouncing Mu Yining onto the sofa. Don't think he's usually quite introverted and eye-ish, but now, he doesn't want to have a handle on someone. Mu Yining was also a bit confused, and hadn't reacted after being pushed down onto the sofa by Jiang Qian, while the cell phone in her hand was directly snatched by the other party. Jiang Qian directly opened the photo album and deleted his female photos one by one. After deleting all of them, he took a long breath and apologized to Mu Yining. "Sorry, sister, I'm not used to someone pinching my handles." After saying that, he returned the cell phone to Mu Yining. "That's fine, Jiang Qian." Mu Yining didn't call out schoolmate this time either. and directly called out Jiang Qian's full name in a flirtatious tone. I'm sorry, senior sister. Jiang Qian then apologized. It's fine. Mu Yining waved her hand. They're still recently deleted inside the phone anyway. Jiang Qian's hand, which had just been stretched out, directly drew back. He had almost forgotten that there was such a thing. Luckily, he hadn't just locked the screen, and the phone was still unlocked. He glanced at Mu Yining, who was already sitting up, and directly took several steps backward, pulling away to a distance where he wouldn't be snatched back by the other party to retrieve his cell phone. It was then that he tapped on his phone's photo album and tapped on recently deleted. The next moment, he was confused. Mu Yining's recent deletion on his phone requires a Face ID to open. What are you running so far for? Mu Yining laughed. Isn't it just that you want to delete the photos that were recently deleted from it? You give me your cell phone. I'll delete them for you in front of you. Jiang Qian looked up at Sister Mu, who didn't look like she was joking, but for the sake of the boat of mutual trust not to capsize, he still uttered a classic Chuanyu quote. Sister, did you say child exemption? The smile on Mu Yining's face smiled wider and wider, and she followed suit by returning a classic line from a Chuanyu girl. I'll count to 3, and if you don't give it to me, you'll have to figure it out yourself. 1, 2, fine, I'll give it to you, but only if you delete it in front of me. Jiang Qian can do nothing. This is after all someone else's cell phone. He cannot run out now to find a cell phone store to help crack it. And he still has quite a bit of trust in Sister Mu. Sister Mu shouldn't have lied to him. Well, give me the cell phone. Mu Yining took the cell phone in the other party's hand, then immediately opened the recent deletion inside the phone, and tapped to delete the several photos of Jiang Qian's women's clothing. Phew! Jiang Qian was also immediately relieved to see this. He knew that Sister Mu really wouldn't fail him. Sister, I have something to do at home later. Look. Seeing that the photo was successfully deleted, Jiang Qian wanted to politely invite the person out. He's got a video to make later. How can he shoot if Mu Yining is here? What? Want to drive me away? Mu Yining said directly. Senior sister, look at what you're saying. Jiang Qian rounded off. Mainly because I do have some personal matters at home later on. After saying that, Jiang Qian immediately created a new idea in his mind. He was thinking about how he should answer if Mu Yining asked him what was going on later on. Alright, I'll just go back then. Mu Yining's answer made Jiang Qian a little surprised. Senior sister, next time you come to my house I'll cook you a big table of delicious food. Jiang Qian replied. Mu Yining slowly walked out towards the door, but halfway there, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Jiang Qian, who had already relaxed. Oops, I almost forgot. There's still a cloud backup inside my cell phone. The photos you took just now should still be backed up in my cell phone. At those words, Jiang Qian's originally cheeky expression instantly stopped being cheeky. Chapter 48. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, schoolboy. I'm a little thirsty here. Hokage, there's warm water here. I don't want plain water. Is there a drink? Yes, there's a Rebbe at home. Jiang Qian said and ran to the kitchen, returning with a can of Reebok. Hey, schoolmate. I went out this morning and didn't have time to eat. I'm a little hungry. Do you have anything to eat at your house? Sister, I don't have any snacks at home. There's some noodles in the kitchen. Do you want some? Sure. Then have some hung noodles and give me extra chili and vinegar. Okay. Jiang Qian ran back to the kitchen and proceeded to place a bowl of noodles for Mu Yining. This taste of Sister Mu's was a bit like his. He also liked to eat something sour and spicy. Not a moment too soon. He then served Mu Yining a bowl of his hot soup noodles, and in order to satisfy Sister Mu, he added some leaves of vegetables and incidentally fried an egg. Hokage, the noodles are ready. Aha! Mu Yining took the chopsticks in her small hands, although she had already eaten breakfast, but she could crave Jiang Prian's cooking, and the last time she had eaten a load of noodles. She still remembered it even now. Jiang Qian sat on the side and just watched Mu Yining keep shivering the noodles in the bowl. Sister Mu was very good looking, although the shivering face shivering was a bit indecent now. It didn't affect that perfect face value at all. If they hadn't taken his picture just now, he would have thought that at this moment, Sister Mu looked better. Senior sister. Seeing the other party shivering for several mouthfuls, Jiang Qian couldn't help but speak up as well. The picture inside your backup. Mu Yining raised her hand and waited for all the noodles in her mouth to be swallowed before turning her head to Jiang Qian and saying, I know what you mean, but first wait for me to finish this bowl of noodles. Good. A few moments. Jiang Qian cleared the table. I'll just do the dishes. You sit down. No. Schoolteacher. It's better if I go wash it. You just sit here. I'll wash it when I say I will. Give it to me, Mu Yining said with a resolute attitude. Jiang Qian cooks and she washes the dishes, as it was before, as it should be now, and as it will still be in the future. Okay, here you go. Jiang Qian hurriedly handed over the bowl in his hand to the other party. This is good. Why are you still in a hurry? Mu Yining carried the bowl and went around Jiang Qian's side. Wait for Mu Yining to finish washing the dishes. Jiang Qian just sat on the sofa with the other party wide-eyed. That. Senior sister. The photo. What photo? Mu Yining said, playing dumb again. It's the photo inside your phone's cloud backup. You're the ones who just took those pictures of me in women's clothing. For some time in the past, Jiang Qian had thought that Mu Yining was like the kind of gentle big sister next door. However, right now, he felt that this senior sister Mu in front of him was more like a girl with a mischievous personality. You want me to delete this cloud backup of photos? But it was so hard to take. I kind of can't delete it. Mu Yining put on a difficult look on his face. You're kidding. Delete? Delete a hair. It's something she had a hard time filming, so how could she delete it? Sister Mu Yining. Jiang Qian's voice suddenly raised several decibels, and his face was as serious as it could be. Mu Yining didn't bring the slightest bit of falsehood and directly glared back with her eyes. What are you doing? Being mean to me? Senior sister. I'll say it again. Delete the photo. Jiang Qian said in a deep voice. If it were anyone else, he would probably have been successfully bluffed by him. But unfortunately, Mu Yining wasn't anyone else. What if I don't delete it? Jiang Qian slowly stood up. He was a bit tense. Originally, he thought that maybe by putting on an angry face, he could make Mu Xuejie realize the seriousness of the matter. But now it looks like it's not going to work. He's kind of riding the fence a little bit. Mu Yining won't delete it. What can he do? He couldn't really seem to do anything about the other guy. Jiang Qian just stood there, silent. Time passed slowly, and Mu Yining also saw his embarrassment, so she opened her mouth to give a step. How about this? You answer me a question. If you answer me honestly, I'll delete the photo. Good. Jiang Qian agreed with alacrity. There's no way. I can't agree to it. I can't keep looking at each other with big eyes with Sister Mu, right? Tell me honestly, are you that Douyin blogger? Just the one I told you about last time? Mu Yining asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian already felt sweaty, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke decisively. No, you'd better answer honestly. Oh, if you lie, there will be consequences. Mu Yining reminded. Okay, schoolteacher, it's me. Jiang Qian bowed his head and admitted. Often walk by the river, where there is not wet shoes. Since being brought on this line by his sister in prison, he knew this day would come, because paper can't hold fire after all. But he didn't expect this day to come so soon. He's only just started college. He had wanted to make more money, pay it off, and then save up a fortune. And then he would be golden and start swinging for the fences. What's the point of keeping your head down? Keep it up. It's not like you're doing anything unseemly. Mu Yining walked forward and straightened the wig on Jiang Qian's head. Sister, can you delete the picture then? Okay. Delete. I'll delete now. Mu Yining took out his cell phone again and clicked on the cell phone cloud backup. Why are you still looking at it? Turn your head around. I'm going to lose the password. Oh, Jiang Qian immediately glanced away. After the other party had entered the password, he began to stare at Mu Yining again as he operated step by step on the cell phone screen. He hadn't used things like cloud backups anyway, but after seeing the other guy delete all the photos with his own eyes, he was finally letting go again. Okay, I'm done deleting. Mu Yining put his cell phone away. The cloud backup was deleted, but taking advantage of the gap between entering the password just now, she secretly restored it to the original album of the phone. Hokage. Jiang Qian, you can't be like this, trying to drive me away again? Mu Yining grabbed the words, looking at Jiang Qian's look of wanting to say something. She knew that the other party was going to give her another I have something to do at home later. No, senior sister, don't get me wrong. Don't you actually? I get it all. Aren't you just thinking of making a video? Mu Yining grabbed the words. Now that I know your real identity, why are you still avoiding me? Why don't I just shoot it for you? How can this work? Sister Hokage, this won't work. Jiang Qian vetoed firmly. It was fine for him to shoot alone. If Mu Yining helped him, then how could he let go? What can't? Mu Yining smiled with the corner of her mouth. Senior, you don't want to be known by the people inside the school as your true colors either, right? What do you mean by that? School teacher? Literally. Mu Yining clasped her hands on her chest with a look of determination. Schoolmate, do you not believe in schoolmate's photo-taking skills? Quite a few people in my class have complimented me on my photo-taking skills. Ha. Zhang Qian really wanted to roll his eyes. Good photo-taking skills? That almighty scissors photo from last time is still fresh in his mind even now. Hey, let's give it a try and you'll know. Let's just shoot a group first. If you think it doesn't work, let's stop there. Mu Yining proposed. Alright then. Zhang Qian thought carefully for a moment, but he still answered. Chapter 49, 18 years old is good. Good to fool. Don't be so stiff. Be natural with your body. A little more ass. A little more boobs. Yeah, that's it. Then tilt your head. Look at me in this shot and do a wink. Wink. Mu Yining took her cell phone and carefully shot material for Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian was reluctant at first, but after shooting 2 clips, he got a taste of the law of true scent. The ones taken by Sister Mu were indeed better than the ones he took himself, and it's a pain in the ass for him to shoot alone, needing to adjust the camera angle himself and all that. But now he just needed to listen to Mu Yining. Schoolmate, do you want to shoot somewhere else? Mu Yining looked at the time. It was already lunch meal time. Where to? Zhang Qian queried. His previous videos were all shot inside this house. Outside. He did go shooting with Jiang Wanzhou a few times. I know a good place. What good place? Hey, just follow me. Mu Yining beckoned, ready for Zhang Qian to follow her. Wait a minute. Zhang Qian shouted. Senior sister. So what? If it's to go to a crowded place. I understand. I understand. Mu Yining turned around, patted Zhang Qian's shoulder, and said in a serious tone, don't worry, school brother. The place I take you to is usually no one has ever been there. Moreover, you can rest assured that on the matter of you being a big man in female clothes, school sister, I won't go to tell anyone. This is the secret between the two of us. Zhang Qian heard certain words in the sentence, or a little unnatural lowered his head. For the matter of being known by Mu's school sister's real identity, he was afraid that he would have to spend a few days of effort to get used to it. Senior sister. Actually, I just want to make some money. I don't have a fetish for that. You know what I mean? Zhang Qian went on to explain. I understand, I'll make money well. Not too shabby. Mu Yining raised his hand. Zhang Qian face mask removed. She is 1.7 meters too, and Zhang Qian about the same height. After seeing her husband in women's clothing, she's kind of in love. Schoolmate, at your age, it's great to have this realization. You're better than schoolmate me. I don't know how to do anything. I only managed to ask for money from my family. But you're different. You're only 18. You've already started earning money on your own. You should be proud of yourself. Mu Yining praised from the bottom of his heart. This time, whatever she said, she had to get her husband into the good habit of wearing little dresses. Zhang Qian's head that had just been raised snapped back down. Senior sister, wouldn't you think it's strange for me to be like this? It's not strange. What's so strange about it? No one else who wants to make money like you is qualified to do so. You're God's way of feeding you. By the way, I remember that voice in the video you made before. That female voice, how did you do it? Using a voice changer? Mu Yining pretended not to understand and then asked. Mu Yining's words made Zhang Qian temporarily free of worries, and he was just a little afraid that Mu Yining would misunderstand him if she knew his true identity. But now it seems that he was overthinking it. Sister Mu is really a good person. Zhang Qian thought to himself. It's not a voice changer. That one is sort of my own voice. And I can do some voice changing kung fu. Facing Mu Yining's question, he also began to answer truthfully. Mu Yining's beautiful eyes flashed a few moments of astonishment upon hearing this, admiringly saying, your own voice? Oh, I see. The voice actor kind. Then what kind of voices do you know? For female voices, the imperial voice, the queen voice, the teenage voice, those 3 are kind of my best, and the other voices are okay. And then the male voice then. Wait a minute. Mu Yining interrupted Zhang Qian with some excitement, and said with a face of adoration, the queen's tone? Senior, can you demonstrate it for me? Actually, I've especially liked voice acting since I was a kid, but I don't have that talent myself. Zhang Qian raised his eyebrows, looking at school sister Mu's face of adoration. He couldn't help but feel a dark pleasure in his heart, and immediately said, okay, school sister, wait a moment, I'll find you a text to demonstrate. Good. Mu Yining nodded with satisfaction. Then let's go out first. Let's talk as we walk. It's dinner time now. Okay. Zhang Qian was a bit helpless. He also didn't expect Mu Yining to come back today. And when he went to school for military training, he had already emptied the refrigerator at home. I was thinking I'd just come back today and eat a couple meals of instant noodles and just get by. Now that Sister Moo had come over, he couldn't let someone else eat instant noodles with him. Had to go out to the next restaurant. In the sports car, Moo Yining looked as if he was all ears. Jiang Qian had also found a good dubbed text, the one that Chen Ming had played inside the dormitory at the beginning of the last school year. A brief breath adjustment was made, followed by finding the vocal position. Jiang Qian then looked into his cell phone and read out the above lines in the Queen's voice. Put your head up and look in the mirror. Can't understand a word. Can you? I thought you didn't like me? So what are we doing here? What am I to you? Say it. Call your sister. Moo Yining, who was listening to it, was right. That's the feeling. It's so right. In her previous life, when she first heard the Queen's tone from Jiang Qian's mouth, she was stunned. But unfortunately, every time she asked Jiang Qian to use the Queen's voice, the other party squirmed and died. Thinking of this, Moo Yining glanced at the slightly red-faced teenager sitting in the passenger side. It's still good to be 18. It's good to fool around. Chapter 50, How Can You Meet a Fan? Krabby Stalls. The distance to the Unity neighborhood is about 2 kilometers in a straight line. In Sichuan and Chongqing, the most cost-effective is never those high-class luxury restaurants, but the fly taverns with ordinary decoration, which have good taste and at the same time, the amount of food is still large enough to eat until the end of the day. Looking at the familiar restaurant in front of him, Jiang Qian suspiciously turned his head toward Moo Yining and asked, Sister, have you ever come here to eat? This restaurant, when he was a child, he often came with his parents and Jiang Evening Zhou. This restaurant is one of the few places that has preserved fond memories of his childhood. No. First time here. Moo Yining understood what Jiang Qian wanted to ask. I was watching those individual shop hunting bloggers on Douyin who had recommended this place, so I made a note of it. Oh, so, that's quite a coincidence. I've been coming to this store since I was a kid. It's delicious. Jiang Qian thought that Moo Yining would not be used to eating here. After all, the limousines parked on the roadside outside were not cheap, and looked out of place with this kind of pale wing pavilion. Yeah, get in there. I'll buy you lunch today. How can this work? Jiang Qian retorted. You came to my house, equivalent to being a guest. How can I let you treat me to dinner? I should be the one to treat you. I was trying to thank you for taking care of the drunken me last night, Moo Yining said as she pulled out her cell phone and swiped at the collection code on the wall. Seeing that Jiang Qian still wanted to continue to retort, she then continued. Let's do it this way. I'll treat you to this meal first, and you can just invite it back later. In the face of Moo Yining's proposal, Jiang Qian was a little reluctant, but there was nothing he could do about it, because the other party was really a little fast, and in the blink of an eye, he boldly gave the money for the meal, and then was even more direct to the boss's wife, shouting, Auntie Wang, 2 family portrait set meals. The noodle shop owner was a middle-aged woman in her 30s, and the store was the equivalent of what she had taken over from her own father. At this moment, when she heard someone calling her name, Auntie Wang turned around and saw 2 top-notch beauties standing in front of her store. As she fixed her eyes, she could only think, one of them looked familiar, but the other person was wearing a mask and she couldn't see her face. There were a lot of people coming and going for lunch, and she didn't have that free time to think about it. So she hurriedly greeted the people in and then lowered her head to busy herself with the matter at hand. Jiang Qian and Moo Yining found a corner to sit in after entering the store. Sister Moo, is this really your first time here? Jiang Qian listened to the offhand Auntie Wang just now, which shouted more affectionately than even he did. Of course, I saw the shop hunting blogger on that Douyin shouting like that, so I followed suit. Moo Yining explained, but Jiang Qian heard or some doubt. This first time to the store, should be called boss lady, right? Even if it is a little more intimate, at most it will be called an aunt. Moo Yining looked at Jiang Qian's thoughtful look, then understood that just now was his own carelessness, and immediately changed the topic. Senior, look around. I noticed there are a lot of hit to measure your eyes. Jiang Qian raised his eyes and hurriedly swept a glance. Indeed, he had noticed quite a few people's gazes looking towards them. For just a moment, he was sweating a little. He does this every time he puts on women's clothes and goes to a crowded place. Senior sister, why don't we go? Jiang Qian hurriedly lowered his head down, and incidentally raised his hand in front of his forehead. Why are you leaving? It's all here, and I paid for my meal. But, Jiang Qian didn't know how to express this discomfort in his heart. He had just entered the store completely forgetting that he was still wearing women's clothing. It's okay, Day, don't be afraid. Schoolmate, lift your head up. You're so good looking. Why do you always keep your head down? Besides, aren't you still wearing a mask? It's not like people know who you are. Jiang Qian not only didn't raise his head after hearing this, but instead buried it a few more points lower. Mu Yining saw this and wanted to continue to persuade a few words. Only the waiter boy on the side had already walked over with 2 bowls of family favorites. Hello, your meal is ready. The waiter boy greeted warmly, but his eyes were always on Jiang Qian's body. After putting down the 2 bowls of meals, he didn't leave immediately, but looked carefully at Jiang Qian for a while before hesitantly asking, "Excuse me, are you that Douyin bloggerin?" "No." Jiang Qian cut a strip of girl's voice in denial. "No, you are," the waiter boy exclaimed. "So what, goddess? I'm your fan. I've been following you for 2 years. The waiter boy continued. Jiang Qian's 2 eyes went black. He was not expecting to run into a fan even in this place. He wasn't a big internet celebrity, was he? The number of fans totaled only 600,000. Inside the school and their own fans as roommates is just how this out to eat a meal can still run into their own fans. Excuse me, may I take a picture? Yes, I'll shoot it for you, Mu Yining said. Thank you, goddess. Have you paid? If you haven't you don't have to. It's on me. No, it's given, Jiang Qian replied blandly. This is the first time he's ever taken a picture with a fan. Not a moment later, the photo was taken. The waiter boy looked at the photo on his cell phone screen with satisfaction, and then went to get Jiang Qian a lot of snacks and fruits from the store, as well as drinks. The whole lunch down, Jiang Qian was able to notice his fan friend, glancing this way a few times from time to time, seemingly wanting to take advantage of the meal to see his true colors under the mask. In response, he didn't give the other man the slightest chance, and during dinner, he moved the mask above his nose. It's a pain in the ass to eat this way, but it's safe. Compared to his unhappiness, Mu Yining ate happily throughout the meal. Not only were they full, but there were also a lot more photos inside the cell phone of Jiang Qianfang using the mask as an eye mask. Excuse me, 2 young ladies, is it convenient to add a VX? 2 boys with nice faces walked up and struck up a conversation. Sorry, there's someone. Mu Yining politely refused. Okay, excuse me. The 2 boys turned their heads and left. TSK, TSK, TSK. Mu Yining wiped his mouth. Hey, senior, look at you, wearing a mask. There are so many people coming up to find you for VX. If you take off the mask, it's not going to mesmerize a whole lot of people. Senior sister, don't talk nonsense. They're all just trying to add your VX. I'm just being slightly on by the way. How could Jiang Qian not understand the boys' minds? The 2 boys just now weren't the first. During the whole lunch period, at least 4 or 5 people wanted to come up and add Mu Yining's VX. Chapter 51, I think she's back. After coming out of the stall, Jiang Qian followed Mu Yining to the so-called good place in the other party's mouth. A good place means a large field of golden-colored canola. Mu Yining has been filming a lot of material for Jiang Qian here. For the rest of the afternoon, the 2 of them walked alongside this field of rape. By the end of the night, Jiang Qian first went home to change his clothes and then unloaded the equipment that needed to be unloaded. Then I took a ride with MS. Mu and went back to school. While riding in the car, he also stopped by to edit the footage he had shot today into a video and post it on Doo-Wop. Hadn't even walked into the dormitory yet. Jiang Qian then heard a deafening sound coming out from inside his dorm room, followed by a series of intensive table slapping sounds. The school soundproofing was already bad, and some days at night, you could hear the next dorm room chatting. It is safe to say that if you make any noise at all, your neighbors can hear you up and down the street. Chen Ming had a loud voice, and Jiang Qian didn't know what was happening inside the dormitory. As soon as he approached, his roommates from the left and right dormitories gathered around the door of his dorm room. Chen Ming, what are you yelling about? My roommate just took a shower. You scared him with your voice. What do you call this? Chen Ming, my roommate was just rewarding himself. This voice of yours directly scared him into impotence. Jiang Qian peeled away the crowd standing in front of his dormitory door in front of him. Chen Ming also realized that he was wrong, bowed his head and quickly admitted his mistake, and said that he would definitely not do so next time. The onlookers were all in the same class, and seeing Chen Ming like this, they didn't give each other a hard time and quickly dispersed. Old Chen, what are you doing? What's got you so excited? Jiang Qian asked curiously. Chen Ming didn't reply, but instead snapped the open dormitory door shut, and then laughed epileptically with a ha 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 ha. Jiang Qian looked confused from the sidelines. What's going on here? Crazy? Seeing Chen Ming's worrisome mental condition, he turned his gaze to his remaining 2 roommates. Comrade Ji Shutao is not in danger. still lying down in front of his desk and doing his own thing, before reading the 4th and 6th grade English dictionary. But now he is holding a pen and brushing the test paper questions. Jiang Qian took a glance over and then averted his gaze from this future leader. Apparently the leader doesn't care about what's going on around him. He had no choice but to look at Zhang Hongbin, who was lying on the bed, counting on the other party to give him an explanation. Old Jiang, leave him alone. Zhang Hongbin had a face of flesh pain. He was the biggest victim of Chen Ming's voice just now. Just because of Chen Ming, his cell phone screen now fell to pieces. So what exactly happened? Jiang Qian then pursued. Looking at such an abnormal Chen Ming, he had a vague bad feeling. Lao Jiang, old Jiang. Chen Ming walked around the dormitory in a frenzy and turned around to give Jiang Qian a bear hug. What for? Jiang Qian pushed the person away with one hand. Hiss, Lao Jiang. You're a bit fragrant today. Chen Ming sniffed the faint fragrance permeating the air with his nose. Forget it, it's not much of a focus. Lao Jiang, come over here. I want to talk to you about something big. You stay away from me. Jiang Qian pulled back a step away from him. Just say what's going on. Don't get into all this nonsense. Lao Jiang, my goddess, she seems to have returned. Chen Ming excitedly pointed at the cell phone screen. Jiang Qian's face twitched. The photo on Chen Ming's phone was exactly the one he took with his fans when he and Mu Yining ate at the big stall at noon today. Lao Jiang, are you free tomorrow? Why don't we just take a cab over to that stall tomorrow? I have a hunch that I'll definitely meet her tomorrow. Chen Ming was as excited as if he had shot chicken blood. He'd have to thank this fan friend more often than not. As soon as this fan got the picture with his goddess, he hastily uploaded it on doo-wop. Originally, he didn't know about it at first, but he couldn't help the other party from showing off to the fanbase. The long silent fanbase instantly exploded. Since that fan friend's Douyin homepage had a lot of photos of her life, Chen Ming immediately typed the location of the other person's work on the map after seeing it. Krabby Stalls. When he learned that this place was in Sichuan and Chongqing, and that it was also right in Jincheng, Chen Ming was so excited that he couldn't stop talking. So there was the scene that Jiang Qian came back and bumped into. Jiang Qian was silent for a moment. Old Chen, forget it, what are you doing here in the past? The others just had a meal there. Don't think too much about it. TSK, old Zhang is going. You're not going? Just give your buddy a word back. Are you going or not? Chen Ming pursued. Go. Jiang Qian was somewhat helpless. Can he not go? If Chen Ming goes over there and asks what's wrong, what's going to happen? Not only was he going to go, he was going to ask Sister Mu later if she was free. And if she was free, he'd bring Sister Mu along. Since he had been honest with the other party today, Sister Mu was his most trusted ally besides Zhang Evening Zhou. Okay, then let's make this Krabby Stall tomorrow night. Chen Ming first finalized the schedule for tomorrow night with Jiang Qianan, then turned his back, walked towards the balcony, pulled out his own cell phone, and sent over a VX to Mu Yining, saying, Sister Mu, there's a situation on my side. Mu Yining, speaking. Chen Ming, I have an appointment with Lao Jiang to go to a restaurant tomorrow. See if you want to come over then. Mu Yining, okay, where is it? Chen Ming, hold on. I'll send you a location. Mu Yining, this restaurant. Chen Ming, what's going on? Mu Yining, it's okay. 9 o'clock at night. Chinese Language and Literature I class button group. The class finally waited for their counselor. Counselor Li Xiao. Hello everyone, I'm your counselor. You can call me MS. Li, or Sister Yao. Wow, our class counselor is finally here. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Li. The buttoned-up class group was in a rare state of hilarity. Many people in the class are curious about the new counselor, and many of them are speculating about how the personality is, and if she is pretty. Buckle's personal page is still able to see some information. Only this Mr. Li space is locked. The crowd could also only see the age of the other party. 27. Chapter 52, My Dad's Gone. The next day, Jiang Qian got up early. The course schedule was posted to the group 2 days before. 5 days a week, 5 days or early 8s. After getting up, Jiang Qian looked at the time, 7:30, then looked at Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin who were still asleep on the side. Their entire dormitory, all of which belonged to being night owls, had begun to stay up late in the past 2 days since the end of military training. Ji Shutao is no exception, except that others are different from them. They stay up all night playing games. Others stay up all night studying. Jiang Qian truly admired this kind of extremely self-disciplined person. Get up! Get up! Jiang Qian acted as a humanoid alarm clock. It didn't take a while for Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin to wake up. After the two woke up, They picked up their cell phones by their pillows and looked at the time, then said in unison, 5 more minutes of sleep. Awesome. Jiang Qian didn't care about the two anymore. He had already done what he needed to do. After walking to the bathroom and briefly washing himself, he walked out the door of his dorm room. On his way to class, he stopped by the supermarket to pick up a loaf of bread and milk for breakfast. He got up at 7:30 and arrived at the classroom at exactly 8 o'clock sharp, practically stepping on time. Jiang Qian found a random seat inside the classroom and swiped his cell phone with his head down. First class. English class. Jiang Qian couldn't say he liked the course, nor could he say he hated it, as long as the teacher didn't make him get up and answer questions in spoken language. He's one of the typical ones who can do the roles just fine, and he really needs to be made to talk. That's a bit annoying. Jiang Qian, your roommate didn't come? Lin Yi chimed in. I guess it's on its way. Jiang Qian estimated that those two masters shouldn't be able to do something like missing class on the first day of school. Oh. Lin Yi nodded. Jiang Qian, do you remember what all happened at the bar that night after you got drunk? Jiang Qian frowned and looked at Lin Yi with some surprise. Could it be that Lin Yi heard him call Sister Mu dad that night? What did I do? Jiang Qian asked rhetorically. I don't even seem to remember. It's nothing. I saw you being taken away by Sister Mu at that time. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, Mu Yining shouldn't have told Jiang Qian about the bad things she did that night. Between the two conversations, a female teacher wearing rimless glasses walked into the dormitory. According to incomplete statistics, from elementary school to university, between the teachers of various subjects, counting the English teacher to wear the most foreign style, a week wear may not bring the same. For example, this English teacher now, wearing a dark green cheongsam with her hair pulled back high, has a flavor of the Shanghai Bund in the 1980s and 1990s. Hello everyone, I'm your English teacher. My name is Zhang. You can call me Mr. Zhang. The English teacher first briefly introduced herself, then looked at the students below and asked, is there a student named Lin Yi in the class? Ha! Lin Yi heard his teacher call his name and stood up in confusion. Teacher has heard that Lin is very capable. Are you interested in being a class representative? Teacher Zhang asked. Lin Yi was confused. But this teacher had taken the initiative to ask, so she was too embarrassed to refuse. So she agreed. Okay, next we'll start the roll call. The students whose names I read out will just answer a present. Teacher Zhang took the class roster and name after name came out of her mouth. The first day of school. Everyone is very to the class teacher face. Basically no absenteeism. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin both came at the right time. Teacher Zhang had just read their names when the two of them appeared at the door of the class one after the other. Thinking about this first day of school, Mr. Zhang didn't mark the two as late and reminded them that there can't be a next time. In the morning, in addition to the English class, there was a course on ancient literature. When you go to college, it's not like high school, where teachers are in charge of you all the time. All you had to do in high school class was wander off and that swish of chalk would hit you in the head. In college classes you just don't disrupt the class and the teacher doesn't care. Some people in the classroom were listening attentively. Others were playing with their cell phones. And still others were lying on their desks to catch up on their sleep. Jiang Qian listened carefully to the first half of the lesson, and the second half. Just played 3 rows with Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin beside him. End of morning session. The afternoon is still full of classes, all day long. Jiang Qian's King segment was also finally adding 5 more stars. Afternoon dismissal. According to the established plan last night, Jiang Qian had planned to follow Chen Ming to the big stall, but as soon as he stepped out of his dorm room, he received a call from his own mother. Hello? Mom, is school over now? Come over to Mu's house if you have time. What's wrong? Your Uncle Mu is gone. A simple sentence. Jiang Qian froze for a long time before reacting to what it meant, but in order to confirm the suspicion in his heart, he still asked more than once. He, gone? Well, there was a car accident. Didn't make it. Good. Just take your sister Mu's car and come back. I've already talked to her and she's waiting for you in the parking lot. Okay. Jiang Qian turned his feet from the direction of the dormitory to the direction of the parking lot. He had also met Uncle Mu a few times, and this nominal stepfather could not talk about how close he was to him. However, now that the person has gone, the dead is the most important thing. Should go to the courtesy or have to go. While walking, Jiang Qian sent separate messages to Chen Ming and Mu Yining, saying that he had a temporary problem at home and had to go home. Mu Yining, actually, I wanted to ask you yesterday. Why did Chen Ming want to go to that big stall? Jiang Jian, AI. It's a coincidence. Jiang Qian made a long story short and gave a brief explanation of the matter. Mu Yining, is he a fan of yours too? River Prayer and, yeah, I didn't think of that either. Jiang Prayan, sister, you mustn't let my identity be exposed. Mu Yining, don't worry. I know what you mean. Chen Ming, what do you mean? Lao Jiang, now you tell me you have something going on at home. In the end, what is the 100,000 urgent matter? River prayer and, my father is gone. Chen Ming, what do you mean by gone? Zhang Jian, gone in a car accident. Chen Ming, condolences. River prayer and, aha. Before he even reached the parking lot, Zhang Qian saw an SUV pull up beside him. Get in the car, Mu Shuiyin said. Good. Zhang Qian opened the passenger door and sat up. Along the way, he was a little afraid to strike up a conversation with Mu Shuiyin. He was a little unsure of how to comfort the other party. I'm sure it's a very painful thing when your own father passes away in a car accident. Chapter 53, Mu Shuiyin. What are you doing to my brother? Along the way, it was like Zhang Qian could feel the low air pressure permeating the car. He sneaked a few glances at Mu Shuiyin beside him. The other party, as usual, had a cold, unreadable face. Sister Shuiyin, don't be sad. Zhang Qian still opened his mouth and comforted. Aha. Mu Shuiyin flatly Truth be told, she wasn't much saddened to hear the news. She had never experienced her father's love even when she was growing up. When she was a child, every time she got out of school, it was her family's nanny who picked her up, and she envied those who had a mom or dad to pick them up every day after school. Even for parent-teacher conferences, his own father never showed up once. What with the holidays and birthdays with her? It's more like don't even think about it. She and her father probably didn't talk much all year. The other person's care for her may be reflected only in the material aspect. She didn't understand it before, and she still doesn't, except that now that she's older, it doesn't matter. Zhang Qian was still trying to follow up with comforting words were all blocked in his mouth. Now it seemed, he was better off not talking. Most of an hour later, Zhang Qian and Mu Shuiyin finally arrived in front of Mu Tianhe's spiritual hall. When you walk through the door, you can immediately feel a solemn atmosphere. The body of the deceased was placed in the center of the hearse, surrounded by flowers and candles. A huge black and white mugshot hangs directly above the remains. Zhang Qian had just entered the door when Mu Xiaoyu took her own short legs and jumped headfirst into his embrace. Brother Mu Xiaoyu rubbed her face against Zhang Qian's thigh. Little fish, good boy. Zhang Qian squatted down and softly comforted. In his opinion, the little fish is definitely not feeling good in his heart right now. Little fish, don't feel bad. Brother is there. Pray in. You're here. Su screwed up and followed Mu Xiaoyu. Her husband's sudden death made her become haggard, and her entire mental outlook was poor to the extreme. Mom! Zhang Qian shouted politely. After Su screwed and nodded at him, he turned his head to Mu Shuiyin, who was at the side, and said, Shuiyin, you go over and take a look at your father first, and pray in. You should also follow along. Although you and your uncle Mu have not met a few times, he is quite fond of you. Okay. Zhang Qian followed behind Mu Shuiyin, and the two siblings walked forward and backward. Mu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was firmly following Zhang Qian's ass. There were still a lot of people coming to the site. Everyone had a serious look on their faces. Zhang Qian and Mu Shuiyin came in a hurry and didn't bother to change their clothes. Both were a little underdressed for the occasion, so Su Screwed immediately ordered down and had someone bring back 2 sets of clothes. The memorial service process was well organized. The Mu family had a great reputation in Jin City, and usually Mu Tianhe loved to make friends, so there were many people who came to pay their respects. Seeing her father lying peacefully inside the spirit hall, Mu Shuiyin's heart began to flood with sadness, even though she used to hate and not understand her father. But at this moment, looking at the other party lying peacefully in the middle of the hearth, her tears would unexpectedly bubble up uncontrollably. She held her head high and tried to hold back the tears, but it was no use. The more she seemed to do this, the more the tears were going to come out on their own. Mu Shuiyin quickly drew away. She didn't want to cry out like a little girl in this place. More importantly, she also didn't want to show such a wretched appearance in front of her father. The evening breeze blew cool on a fall night. Mu Shuiyin found a place to sit by herself. Sister Snow Smoke. Zhang Qian ran out after Mu Shuiyin. He just did see the crystallized tears at the corner of Mu Shuiyin's eyes and could clearly feel the other party's sadness. Aha! Mu Shuiyin turned her head to the side and inadvertently raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes. Why did you come out? It's too stuffy inside. I sought to come out for some air. Zhang Qian replied. Just now not only he saw the tears in the corner of Mu Shuiyin's eyes, Su Screwed also saw it, and immediately let him chase out to properly comfort Mu Shuiyin. As the words fell, He took off the suit jacket he was wearing and handed it to Mu Shuiyan. Sister Shuiyan, it's cold outside. You put this on. No need. Mu Shuiyan waved her hand and refused. And although the words were spoken, her head was turned to the other side. Not daring to turn her head, Zhang Qian's hand holding the clothes stalled in midair. He was a little embarrassed. If only Mu Shuiyan was Zhang Evening Zhou. He had 10,000 ways to make the other party happy. It was a pity that Mu Shuiyan was Mu Shuiyan and Zhang Evening Zhou was Zhang Evening Zhou. Both were people with very different personalities. Zhang Qian didn't leave. He just stood straight beside Mu Shuiyan. Mu Shuiyan also didn't dare to look back at her brother for fear of losing face. The scene was extremely awkward for a while. Just as Zhang Qian was wondering if he should walk back, Mu Xiaoyu chased after him. Brother, sister, what are you guys doing out here? Mu Xiaoyu blinked her big, ebony eyes. She first ran to Mu Shuiyan and looked at the other's face. Her small mouth exclaimed, "Sister, why are you crying? Don't talk nonsense." Mu Shuiyan retorted in a cold voice, "I'm not bull ting. You're all still moist here." Mu Xiaoyu directly dismantled the stage, and after saying that, she ran over to Zhang Qian's side, her small hands tugging at the other party's coat corner, and pulled the person over to Mu Shuiyan's side and sat down. "Brother, quickly give your shoulder for sister to lean on so that she won't be sad." Mu Xiaoyu continued. Every time she was sad, she would want to lean on Zhang Qian's shoulder, as this would be able to minimize her sadness to a great extent. She felt that even if she had the greatest grievances and sadness, as long as she leaned on brother and Anne's shoulder, it would not be a problem. The corners of Zhang Qian's mouth twitched slightly, and Mu Shuiyan was also stunned. However, the next moment, before the two of them could even speak, Mu Xiaoyu's two small hands held onto Mu Shuiyan's shoulders, forcefully causing her to lean on Zhang Qian's shoulders. Little fish, Mu Shuiyan just wanted to stand up straight away. Mu Xiaoyu's small hand nudged on Mu Shuiyan's lips. The words fell out of her mouth and she went back to her business, only to see her small hand pulling Zhang Qian's hand and wrapping her arm around Mu Shuiyan's shoulders. "Sister, in that case, it won't be sad anytime soon," Mu Xiaoyu said to herself. Zhang Qian, who was already embarrassed, was even more embarrassed at this moment. "No, I'm not sad." Mu Shuiyan directly stood up. "Sister." Mu Xiaoyu was puzzled in her eyes. But before she could finish, a growl came from not far away. "Mu Shuiyan, what are you doing to my brother?" Chapter 54, Sister really misses you. Zhang Evening Zhou hoofed it over just as soon as he got off the airplane. Originally, she wanted to secretly give Zhang Qian a surprise, so she took the fastest flight back home after she finished her business abroad. But just as soon as the plane, Su Screwed sent her a message, said Mu Tianha passed away, asked her if she was free to come back to a trip. No time even if. Mu Tian and nothing for Zhang Wanzhou. She rushed over in such a hurry all because she knew that Zhang Qian would also rush over. As a result, just as she arrived, what did she see? Mu Shuiyan, the face-palmed woman, actually leaned her head on her brother's shoulder. Outrageous. What's this for? Zhang Qian instantly realized who was coming when he heard that mid-air roar. Sis. Zhang Qian, who was supposed to have a sad face, didn't hold back the expression of joy on his face at the moment. Zhang Evening Zhou thumped and rushed to the middle of the two of them, Zhang Qian and Mu Shuiyan, and pulled his brother behind himself to protect him. Then like a mother hen protecting her calf, she glared at Mu Shuiyan with a pair of fierce eyes. Mu Shuiyan, what were you doing just now? Zhang Evening Zhou belongs to the typical Sichuan and Chongqing temperament girls. A little bit will explode. She looks about 6 times like Zhang Qian, compared to Mu Shuiyan, who was 1.75 meters. Zhang Evening Zhou, who was 1.68 meters, was a whole lot shorter. She never lost her temper, though, didn't do anything. Mu Shuiyan stared at Zhang Evening Zhou, who was a cut shorter than her in front of her. She hadn't seen her for a long time. This nominal sister of hers was still like this without any changes. Her standard high ponytail bunched hair, and on her face were the features that were a few points similar to Zhang Qian's. Didn't do what? I just saw you bury your head on my brother's shoulder. Zhang Evening Zhou was a little angry. She especially hated Mu Shuiyan, and she hated it from the first time they met, because not only was this one trying to steal her brother from her, but he was extraordinarily loaded. All day cold face. Do not know thought who owes Mu Shuiyan money like. Too lazy to talk to you. Mu Shuiyan didn't want to communicate more with the other party because it wasn't useful and might even make her mood worse. You. Zhang Evening Zhou hated this Mu Shuiyan. Too pretentious. Make it seem like there are no smart people in the world besides herself. Sister Jiang. Mu Xiaoyu weakly shouted. I was the one who leaned my sister's head on my brother's shoulder just now. Don't be mean to her. Why are you leaning her head on brother's shoulder? John Evening Joe squatted down and asked in a soft voice. Unlike Mu Xuan, Mu Xiaoyu she kinda liked. The little girl looks white and tender. Her little face still has baby fat. Rubbing up the feel of the hand in childhood Zhang Qian is almost the same. Because my sister was crying just now. I saw that she was sad. So I buried her head on my brother's shoulder. I thought that my sister should be able to be happier this way. Mu Xiaoyu truthfully stated her thoughts. Mu Xuan, who had just turned her back to leave, had a footstep, and after hearing Mu Xiaoyu's words, she quickened her pace. Crying? Zhang Evening Joe grinned as if he had heard a heavenly joke, then raised his head, ready to use it to make a good mockery of Mu Xuan. But the other party didn't give her the slightest chance, and in a puff of smoke, the person had already run out of sight. No, sis, what do you mean by that? Zhang Qian was dissatisfied. Just now, Zhang Evening Joe rushed over and didn't even look at him, including now, without bringing back a glance at him, as if treating him as air. Sister's good and on. Sister really misses you. Zhang Evening Joe turned around and gave Zhang Qian a hug. Go go go. Sis, why are you back now? Zhang Qian pushed Zhang Evening Joe. At this time of year, school should be in session abroad, right? The whole summer vacation Zhang Evening Joe did not come back, and like his father, he said that he wanted to do a big job. Fortunately, Zhang Evening Joe is still there and has not disappeared. TSK, old brother sister has prepared a big surprise for you this time when she came back. Zhang Evening Joe crossed her arms with a confident smile on her face, as if she had prepared some extremely impressive gift. You said surprise. It's not another one of those. That. Zhang Qian glanced at Mu Xiaoyu on the side. Although this sister of his was only 5 years old, but for safety's sake, it was better not to let her hear certain words if she could. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to his image of greatness in his sister's mind. Don't worry. I didn't bring you women's clothes this time. Before Zhang Evening Joe could finish his words, he was covered by Zhang Qian. Little fish, did you just hear something? Zhang Qian looked at Mu Xiaoyu somewhat sheepishly. Zhang Evening Joe moved the hand covering her mouth away, then said unconcernedly, what can a 5-year-old child understand? Sis, keep your voice down, okay? Well. Mu Xiaoyu stared wide-eyed at brother Anan and sister Evening Joe in front of her. She understood the meaning of the two men's words. She had even seen Zhang Qianan wearing a small dress with her own sister's cell phone. Despite the mask, and despite her own sister's claim that it wasn't brother Ani, she recognized it right then and there. She's going to buy a lot of little dresses for her brother Anan to wear in the future, too. What's wrong, fishy? Zhang Qian looked down. Mu Xiaoyu didn't know what was going on, but she suddenly hugged his thigh and wouldn't let go. Old brother, can you here first guess what the gift I brought you is? Zhang Evening Joe said. Zhang Qianan's lowered head straight. After not seeing her for so many months, her brother seemed to have gotten a lot better looking again. How can I guess this? Zhang Qian was a bit helpless, but looking at Jiang Wanzhou's expectant eyes, he still opened his mouth and guessed. Clothes? Skincare products? No. This time the gift is different from the past. This time the gift, I guarantee you will like it a lot. Zhang Evening Joe swore. Zhang Qian pondered suspiciously for a moment. Cell phone? Watches? Shoes? Computer? Geez, can you open up the grid a little bit? Guess bigger. Bigger guess? What does that mean? It means it's worth a lot of money. Worth? How valuable can it be? Hey, forget it. Old sister, if you don't just say it. Zhang Qian urged. Okay, then close your eyes for a moment. No, you're still doing this? Geez, close it quick. Zhang Evening Joe and the others closed their eyes. His right hand slowly touched his pants pocket. Then from it he felt a bank card. Alright, open up. Sister, what are you? Inside this card is $200,000. Keep it. How much? $200,000? Zhang Qian's eyes rounded in shock. That's right. Zhang Evening Joe raised her chin very proudly. This is all your old sister's hard-earned money in these 2 months. Earned? 2 months? You wouldn't have gone on a robbery, would you, old sis? Zhang Qian was surprised. That's a better rate of earning money than even he has. Wait a minute. Sis, I suddenly remembered a question. Is this $200,000 of yours RMB or USD? Neither. It's euros. Euro? Zhang Qian was a bit confused. What's the exchange rate of this euro again? It's about the same as dollars. 1 to 7. 1 to 7? Doesn't that mean you're getting 1,400,000 RMB? Where's the money-making speed that's a bit better than his? It was clear that it was a huge step ahead of him. Chapter 55, Tell Sister. What's her name? What's with this strange look on your face? Jung Evening Jo was a bit puzzled. She thought that this gift of hers was still quite good. Giving anything is not as good as giving money directly. I remember when I came back last time, you told me that you wanted to buy a car. So take this money and buy it, Jung Evening Jo continued. Jiang Qian faced contemplation. He previously was not planning to tell Jung Evening Jo that his family owed money, because Jung Evening Jo are still in school abroad, not yet out of work. Looking at Mu Xiaoyu, who was standing by the side, he first said to him, Xiaoyu, brother is going to whisper to sister for a while. Don't eavesdrop. Okay. Mu Xiaoyu nodded obediently. Jiang Qian then pulled Jung Evening Jo to a distance that ensured he wouldn't be heard by Mu Xiaoyu. Older sister, listen to me. He took a few minutes to briefly recount to his oldest sister the great events that had occurred in the family in the last 2 months. What? Dad gave someone a guarantee and owed $3 million? And then he is still missing now. Jung Evening Jo frowned as she listened. Why are you telling me about this only now? Those people who came to collect debts didn't do anything to you, right? I'm fine. They didn't do anything to me. They just made me pay the money back. And how much is owed now? I paid back 1,370,000. There is still 163 left. Jiang Qian broke his fingers and counted it up. This is all still what he had paid back before. Last month's short video earnings and live streaming income didn't count. And also this recent period of time he accompanied his boss to play the game also didn't count. So totaling up, plus the 1.5 million that Jung Evening Jo took out now, there shouldn't be much left. You paid back 137 by yourself? Jung Evening Jo immediately became a bit anxious. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Then I didn't know that you were really getting big money these 2 months. Jiang Qian hadn't even taken Jiang Wanzhou's comment about getting a big job seriously in the first place. After all, the last one to whisper that in his ear was still missing. This dad really doesn't let it go. Jung Evening Jo was a little angry. Okay, sis. We'll talk about this later. Why don't you go in and check on mom first? Jung Evening Jo came at 8 p.m. and left at 9 p.m. and dragged Jiang Qian along with him. After Su Lemon remarried, she rarely contacted this mother of hers again. I've been back so many times a year, but all of them are with Jiang Qian and in the old house. Not only was there little contact with her mother, but her words with her father were becoming fewer and fewer. Ever since her parents divorced, she's understood one thing since then. In the future, relying on her parents won't always work, and all she can rely on is herself, for his own future, and his brother's. Jung Evening Jo usually studied how to make money whenever he was free. She had made a little money in the last 2 years, being able to support himself while also buying a lot of gifts for Jung Pran. But the last 2 months have been kind of the first big money of her life. You'll go with sister from now on. Sister will support you, okay? In the cab, Jung Evening Jo inquired about his brother beside him. Sis, I just started college. Where am I going with you? Jiang Qian was replying to Sister Mu's message in his hand. Sister Mu gave him a brief account of tonight's events. After learning that Chen Ming ran to the big stall to look for clues, Mu Yining arrived at the stall a step ahead of time, found the waiter boy at the time, and communicated with him properly. The result of the matter was that Chen Ming ran over and found no clues whatsoever. Who are you talking to? Jung Evening Jo stretched his neck and looked toward Jiang Qian's cell phone screen beside him. Friend, Jiang Qian replied, and his hand movements were not slow, quickly covering the cell phone screen. This action immediately made Jiang Wanzhou suspicious. Friend? What kind of friend? Male or female friend? Sis, I'm turning 18 here. I can understand if you didn't let me fall in love early in the past, saying that it delayed my studies, but now that I'm in college, you can stop worrying about my personal affairs. Jiang Qian put his cell phone away. Sister Mu looked good to him, good-looking and well-built, although a little bad some of the time, but that didn't hurt. So, you do have a favorite girl? Jung Evening Jo frowned. To be honest, she didn't think anyone in the world was good enough for her brother. Her brother is the best in the world. Nowadays there are a lot of scum girls and sea kings out there. You have to be careful. Tell you what, you give me the girl's name and then I'll scout her out for you. Jung Evening Jo said with a smiling face. If she waited for her to get a name, she'd just run to the school and find the girl. And then some straight-up bullying and intimidation like they've been doing for a few years now. Examining what? Old sister, have you misunderstood something? Jiang Qian waved his hand. Examination? But don't, just like him, if Sister Mu can look at him, he's a high climber. What's the misunderstanding? Just tell your sister what this girl's name is. She wants to be friends with her. Jiang Evening Zhou then pursued. Jiang Qian still shook his head, then changed the topic and said, Sister, how long are you going to stay at home this time when you come back? Can't stay long. About a week I have to leave. Jiang Evening Zhou would like to stay like this all the time, but she has to go back to making money. She has to make a lot of money to do that. This way my brother can have a happy day every day. Oh, that's true. Unfortunately I'm going back to school tomorrow. This course is full every day. I might only be able to come back on the weekends to spend time with you. It's fine. It's fine. I can come to your school and keep you company. You're going to get bored like this, aren't you? It's fine. It's not boring. Jiang Evening Zhou laughed. It just so happened that she could still go to the school to see who was trying to abduct her brother. Chapter 56. What's the difference between this and making me pull the road in the street? It was past 9 o'clock in the evening when I arrived home from the funeral. Jiang Qian locked himself inside his room when he got home and counted the money he had earned recently with a single stroke. 200,000 short. Jiang Qian looked at the number given on the calculator. The heart was at ease. The $1.5 million that my oldest sister brought this time could be a great relief. Then add in the income from his live streams and short videos throughout the summer. And he's currently just 200,000 short of the final 1,670,000. He can make so much money over the summer thanks to the three big brothers on the air. Anun, what are you doing? Jiang Evening Zhou knocked on the door of the room and asked. Nothing for nothing. Sis, what do you want? It's okay, I just want to ask you. Those clothes I bought you, why don't you wear them? And those skin care products, cosmetics, why don't you use them too? Jiang Qian opened the door, looked at the clothes and cosmetics Jiang Evenjo was carrying in her hand, and couldn't help but spit out. Sister, do you see me as a girl? I'm a guy, a proper boy. What's wrong with boys? Mayanin is so pretty. She should dress up properly. Try this skirt. Don't you think it's cheap? But I think you'll look great after wearing it. Jiang Evening Zhou shoved a gray wraparound skirt in his hand hard into Jiang Qian's hand. Jiang Qian's head was big as he watched. The skirt in his hand had just two tiny suspenders on top, and the hemline underneath was pitifully short. He doubted it would cover his butt cheeks when he wore it. Although he usually wore women's clothing, he also picked the kind like this. Even if it killed him, he wouldn't wear it. No, sis, if you're fine, go back inside your room and play by yourself in your own clothes. Just try it. How do you know it's not suitable if you don't try it? Ha! Jiang Qian laughed softly twice, then snapped the room door shut. Let him try that? What's the difference between that and letting him in public? The biggest scale he usually accepts for his videos is just a long dress, and he usually wears mostly neutral outfits. Although there are times when there are some black silk benefits for fans, but like that kind of wraparound skirt, he couldn't take a bit of it. Hey, don't close the door. Jiang Evening Zhou continued to knock on the door of Jiang Qian's room. Okay, old brother, open the door. Don't we still have business we haven't talked about? How much money do you actually owe now? She came back this time and basically gave all the money she had earned recently to Jiang Qian, and she still had only 20,000 euros left in her hand that she intended to spend on herself. Squeak! Jiang Qian opened the door again. I counted. There are still 200,000 RMB. 200,000? Jiang Evening Zhou blushed. It's okay. I'm now holding 20,000 euros in my hand, which translates to 140,000. In which case it's only 60,000 short. Why don't we go inside and sit down to talk? Jiang Evening Zhou continued. Come in and talk? It's fine. Jiang Qian reached out and took all the things in the other party's hands. These things, just leave them outside. $60,000 is not too much or too little. After some discussion, the two siblings then decided to temporarily ignore. Anyway, that the debtor forced is not urgent. To them set is within half a year can pay off on the line. If not finished within 6 months, it will be in accordance with the rules of the interest rate. Then the two discussed the fathers of the two men. Jiang Qian was skeptical that his dad was being pitched somewhere, but the only clues that were available left the two siblings with no way to get to anyone even if they wanted to. Day 2. Jiang Qian got up early, at 6 o'clock. His house is still quite far from the school, an hour by bus. The subway is convenient, but you have to change buses several times in the middle, while the buses don't even need to change, just sit all the way to the end. When he got up, Jiang Evening Zhou was still up. All night long, she just couldn't sleep. Jet lag didn't kick in, plus another long nap on the plane yesterday afternoon. She was up all night last night, so to speak. Holy, sis, you didn't stay up all night last night, did you? Well, Jiang Evening Zhou nodded. Then don't say anything about coming to my school to accompany me today. You'd better sleep at home. Jiang Qian would like to take Jiang Evening Zhou to visit his school, but now it seems that it's better not to go. He's really afraid that Jiang Evening Zhou will die suddenly on the way. I want to eat. Hungry. Jiang Evening Zhou's cloaked appearance was two people compared to yesterday afternoon. If yesterday looked like a fashionable woman who had just returned from abroad, then this morning's Jiang Evening Zhou was the unkempt housewife. Okay, what's for dinner? Breakfast outside? Or should I cook you some noodles? Jiang Qian asked. Noodles. I want to eat the noodles you laid down. If anything, it was what was holding Jiang Wanzhou strong, making her refuse to sleep now. Then it must be the pasta cooked by my own brother. It's delicious. It was quite a few times better than all those individual cuisines she had eaten abroad. There were also the meals and dishes cooked by Jiang Qian, and every time she came back, she could feel her food intake jumping by a large margin. Okay, so give me a second. Or is it spiced with marijuana and spice? Jiang Qian hadn't planned to cook at home by himself, and was going to go out and buy some breakfast for the road. But since Jiang Evening Zhou had asked for it, he had no choice but to show his hand. Unlike the sour and spicy style he usually liked to eat, Jiang Evening Zhou liked to eat numb and spicy, and every time he had to add quite a lot of dried chili peppers and pepper oil. Right. Jiang Wanzhou nodded and sat paralyzed on the sofa with a dying look. Every time she returns home she has to be jet-lagged and somewhat miserable. And that's becoming more and more apparent as we get older. 2 or 3 years ago, she could stay up all night and wake up the next day still alive and well. But now, after an all-nighter, she already feels like she's going to die. Right away. Jiang Qian threw down these words and walked quickly to the kitchen. 10 minutes later, when he came out with 2 bowls of hot soup noodles, Jiang Evening Zhou was already nodding her head vigorously, looking sleepy. But when she saw him come out, she immediately perked up again. Boys generally eat at a much higher rate than girls. A bowl of soup noodles. Jiang Qian dazzled a few bites and ate it all. Looking at the time, he didn't bother to wash the dishes. He just carried them and put them in the cistern in the kitchen. Then while walking outside, he said to Jiang Evening Zhou, "Sister, just put the bowl inside the kitchen when you're done eating. I'll wash it when I come back tonight." Chapter 57. Well. Tuesday. Second day of school. Another day of early 8s. Chen Ming didn't sleep well last night, partly because he didn't find any clues to his goddess yesterday, and partly because of what he said to Jiang Qian yesterday afternoon. In the middle of the night last night, he all but got up and slapped himself twice and said he deserved to die. But today he and Zhang Hongbin were not late. After learning a lesson from the first day of school, he and Zhang Hongbin both set more than a dozen alarms each morning during the week. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Jiang Qian's figure. Old Jiang. Chen Ming thought about it all night last night and felt that he should still come and comfort this roommate of his. You two actually got up this morning? Jiang Qian looked at the two of them, Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin, with surprise. He had thought that the two of them would probably be late for another day today. No, old Jiang, don't interrupt. Listen to me. Chen Ming sat his butt down next to Jiang Qian. Do what? Jiang Qian queried. I didn't mean to do it yesterday afternoon. And please save. I'm sorry. Chen Ming dawdled for half a day before finally popping out these words. Zhang Hongbin saw the situation also follow together and said, Lao Jiang, you don't be sad. There we are. What do you want to eat at noon? We take you to eat. It's fine. I'm fine. Jiang Qian said very naturally. I understand. Lao Jiang, don't be sad. If you want to cry, go ahead and cry. While there aren't many people inside the classroom now. Or go to the restroom and cry for a while. What's wrong with you? Who's going to cry? In front of us? You don't need to disguise yourself as so strong. Chen Ming said. No, did you two misunderstand something? What I said yesterday about my dad being gone wasn't my dad actually being gone. It was the equivalent of one of my stepdads being gone. Jiang Qian felt that Chen Ming and his duo should be thinking too much. Sad? A little bit. But not much. I was very emotional when I went last night, but as soon as I got home, that sadness instantly vanished without a trace. If that was his real father lying inside the hearth last night, maybe he would actually be doing what the two feared now. What the hell? Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin looked at each other. Jiang Qian, this short sentence almost didn't dry burn both of their CPU. It took a few moments to react to what that meant. So we both worried about you for nothing last night. Chen Ming complained. After college, Jiang Qian realized that he was getting more and more unable to listen to the teacher's lectures. Without listening for a while, It felt as if the teacher was reciting a hypnotic spell. He yawned at the sound of it. Plus there were Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin playing games around again. Somewhat unable to resist the temptation, he joined the happy three platoons together. Freshman year basically had classes every day except Friday afternoons. Reading school forums seniors say that this gets better by junior year, when classes are few and far between. From morning to afternoon. Another whole day passed. Zhang Qian's king segment fell instead of advancing, and today it directly dropped 5 stars. Zhang Qian, I heard your father died. Are you okay? Linny turned his head in concern. I'm fine. Do you want to go for a cup of milk tea together after school later? My treat. No need. We have something to do later. Chen Ming said. Zhang Qian, can you come out with me later? I have some things I want to talk to you alone. Linny had also sensed, if at all, over the past 2 days that Zhang Qian seemed to be gradually distancing himself from her. Although the two would greet and chat for the past 2 days, it was nothing like it had been when school first started. When school first started, Zhang Qian would put his cell phone down and concentrate on chatting with her. But now, when he chatted with her, he was looking at his cell phone. After thinking about it, she decided that it was better to tell Zhang Qian what was in her heart. In the past 2 days, her roommate has also prepared her mind for a woman chasing a man through a veil. What words? To be said alone? Chen Ming was curious. You just let my roommate talk to Zhang Qian alone for a while, Lin Wanwan said helpfully, and as soon as she did, Zhang Hongbin followed suit and said, Old Zhang, I reckon Linny should have something important to say. Yes, Zhang Qian, I do have something urgent to tell you, Linny said eagerly. Zhang Qian looked at her impatient face, nodded and said, Okay, then let's go talk outside later. It was at the time when the afternoon classes were over, and there were still quite a few people inside the school building. Zhang Qian and Linny waited inside the classroom for a while, then went out and turned right, walking to the end of the corridor and standing on the balcony. What's so important? Zhang Qian took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Zhang Qian, do you still remember when you were in high school? There was a time in gym class when your school uniform disappeared? Lin Yi calmed herself, but a shy blush still crept up on her face. Zhang Qian frowned and thought back carefully. This thing that Linny said. It seemed like he couldn't remember some of it, but he still answered with his mouth. What's wrong? Actually, at that time, I took that school uniform of yours, Linny said. Ah, Zhang Qian nodded, and looked forward to Linny's next words, but after waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, Linny kept looking down at her toes. Zhang Qian then didn't hold back and spoke. Then what? You took the wrong clothes with me. Then what? No. Linny waved her hand. It's not a mistake. I took it on purpose. Took it on purpose? Zhang Qian frowned. Then his brain instantly reacted. Looking at Lin Yi's blushing face in front of him, he fiercely understood what the other party was up to. So what? Classmate Lin. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do later. I have to hurry back. Zhang Qian turned his feet, ready to bolt immediately. If he didn't, it would be his turn to be embarrassed later. I like you, Zhang Qian. I like you. I've liked you since the first time I saw you in high school. Linny mustered up enough courage to speak all the words in her heart, and then she was ready to tell Zhang Qian about her crush over the past 3 years. Zhang Qian just called out the name. The originally silent corridor suddenly resounded with a rhythmic clapping sound. Snap, snap, snap. The sound came from far away. Well, what a favorite. What a first time to see a favorite. Zhang Evening Zhou stared at Linny, who had dyed her hair blonde, in front of her, wanting to knife a person whose eyes could not be hidden. It would be this guy, the girl who talked to her brother last night. Chapter 58, Truth is Ever Changing. Chen Ming, Sister Mu. Something big has happened. Nurenin, what's up? Chen Ming, Lin Yi and Lao Jiang are on the balcony right now. They look like they're about to confess their love. Mu Yining, where's the balcony? Chen Ming, next to our classroom. At the end of the corridor. Mu Yining, okay, I got it. You find a way to run and stall them. Chen Ming, it's no problem sis. Mu Yining, wait, no need. After Mu Yining finished replying to the last message, he took large steps toward the girl who was asking for directions not far away. The most recognizable thing about Zhang Evening Zhou is the high ponytail bunched hair, which is bound with a thin red rope. The red rope was given to her by Zhang Qian on her 16th birthday. Zhang Qian said at that time that Zhang Evening Zhou looked much better with her hair tied up than with it draped. Zhang Evening Zhou always remembered this sentence and bought many identical red hair ropes after that. Although she had only seen the back, Mu Yining recognized it at a glance. Hello classmates, May I ask in which classroom is the 24th grade Chinese language and literature class? Jiang Evening Joe stopped a classmate, but the other shook her head at her question. Not sure. Okay, thanks Jiang Evening Joe turned to leave. Jiang Qian didn't reply to her message, so she could only use this stupid method. Asked several in a row. Each said they didn't know. Hello, I just heard you asking about the Chinese language and literature class. Mu Yining walked up and struck up a conversation. The current Jiang Evening Joe was 23 years old, much more youthful than she remembered. Only, these thick dark circles on your face, is it because you didn't get a good night's sleep last night? Yes, do you know how to get there? Jiang Evening Joe's eyes lit up. Finally someone knew where her brother's classes were. But, the girl in front of me, so pretty. Jiang Evening Joe has seen a lot of beautiful women, and there are very few that can make so her heartfelt admiration. I know, I'm the class assistant of their class. Mu Yining briefly introduced herself. Immediately after that, he immediately led the way for Jiang Evening Joe. You follow me this way? I happen to be going to a class. Mu Yining was still remembering that someone was confessing to Jiang Qian. This was great. She didn't even have to make a move. With her impression of Jiang Evening Joe, if she sees this, she will roll up her sleeves and do it. But the current Jiang Evening Joe was so young. She shouldn't be so grumpy, right? Okay, thank you classmate. Jiang Evening Joe politely thanked him. She had wanted to proceed to inquire about Jiang Qian's performance inside the class, but Mu Yining had left a bit quickly. She couldn't even open her mouth in time, and could only grudgingly quicken her pace to follow. By the time she followed Mu Yining to the third floor, she was a little out of breath. Hey, classmate, you have enough stamina for this. Jiang Evening Joe half squatted and flirted. The words just fell. The figure of her own brother appeared just inside her sight. Besides her brother, there was the figure of a girl with yellow hair. Alarm bells went off in Jiang Evening Joe's heart. Although she couldn't hear much of what the two were saying, the yellow-haired girl, with a shy expression on her face, was clear to her. Without waiting to catch his breath, Jiang Evening Joe took big steps towards the two men. Slowly, she also heard the two men talking. I like you, Jiang Qian. I've liked you since I first saw you in high school. The yellow-haired girl's words of confession were transmitted word for word into Jiang Evening Joe's ears. It also reached Mu Yining's ears behind her, and she followed Jiang Lancao's lead, except that she didn't approach any closer. Instead she took a step across and stood to the side of an empty classroom. Well, Jiang Evening Joe gasped and laughed, and his hands clapped along. You are? Lin Yi turned around and looked at the girl who had suddenly appeared in front of him, slightly skimming her lips, feeling very dissatisfied with this presumptuous interruption. Sis, why are you here? Jiang Qian was surprised. When he went out in the morning, he saw Jiang Evening Joe's sleepy look and thought that the other party was going to sleep all day today. As a matter of fact, Jiang Wanzhou did immediately fall into bed after he left the house. But she didn't sleep for a few hours before she was woken up by the alarm clock because she was afraid that if she slept too much, she wouldn't be able to reverse the jet lag during the day. Sister? The moment Lin Yi heard this title, he immediately put away the impatience on his face. Jiang Evening Joe laughed coldly in her heart, but she still pressed down her temper, because Jiang Qian was right next to her. How bad would it be if her brother saw her grumpy side? Follow me. Jiang Evening Joe walked forward and pulled Jiang Qian's arm and walked back. This brother of hers had just turned 18, and this yellow-haired girl in front of her didn't look like a good person. Jiang Qian Lin Yi stopped in front of the two, first called out Jiang Qian's name, then turned her head to look at Jiang Evening Joe and said, Sister, I truly like him. I've liked him since the beginning of high school. Lin Yi felt that all the courage she had in her life might have been spent at this moment. Oh, then what? Jiang Evening Joe disliked back very nonchalantly. No, classmate Lin. I think we might have some kind of misunderstanding. Jiang Qian stepped out and rounded off the scene, then gave Lin Yi several winks. Lin Yi completely ignored it and looked straight at Jiang Evening Joe, then said, Sister, stop. Jiang Evening Joe raised her hand, interrupting Lin Yi. First of all, don't call me sister. I'm not that familiar with you. Secondly, the thing of sincerity is supposed to be transient. You say you like it now. What about later? I'll always like it in the future too. Lin Yi retorted. Two soft laughs rang out. One was Jiang Evening Joe in front of her, only to see her gaze with scrutiny. Don't say anything about all the time. The weight of this word is too heavy. Don't just open your mouth. Another soft laugh was from a classroom not far away. Mu Yining also laughed when he heard Lin Yi's words. Sincerely, maybe, she believed that Lin Yi was genuinely fond of Jiang Qian at this point in time. But wait a few years and it's not so sure. Jiang Evening Joe was right. Genuineness is inherently transient. Alright, classmate. My brother and I still have some things to do. Jiang Evening Joe's fists were clenched, and without waiting for Lin Yi to open her mouth again to reply, she pulled Jiang Qian and hurriedly walked down the stairs. Jiang Qian. Lin Yi waited for Jiang Qian to pass by her and reached out to pull on the hem of the other party's coat. You are really enough. Jiang Evening Joe couldn't stand it anymore and instantly exploded. Sis, don't be in a hurry. Jiang Qian patted Jiang Evening Joe, then turned his head to Lin Yi. Lin student, I don't want to hold you up either. I only treat you as a common friend. Don't misunderstand. After dryly refusing Lin Yi, Jiang Qian took Jiang Wanzhou and left at a fast pace. When he left, he passed by a certain classroom door and happened to bump into Mu Yining, who was happily eating melon. School sister Mu, why are you here? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Jiang Qian's face. This sister Mu couldn't have heard everything just now? Your sister was just down there asking for directions. Then I saw it and brought her up. Mu Yining explained. Chapter 59, Sister Jiang, let's add a VX. In the classroom of the first class of Chinese language and literature. TCH, why don't you guys think the two of them are back yet? What's going on right now? Zhang Hongbin sat in his seat, his face full of curiosity. What can happen? In my opinion, this Lin Yi will fail in 9 out of 10 cases. Chen Ming leisurely shook his head. No, it should be 100% will fail. Old Chen, I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean 100% will fail? Zhang Hongbin said in disbelief. What? You don't believe it? Chen Ming said disdainfully. Jokingly, if this could work, it would be a waste of the information he had just sent over to Sister Mu. Unbelievable. So let's have a poker game? I'll bet 200. I bet the two won't make it. Chen Ming was very confident. Just finished, opened his VX collection code, as if he was determined to eat the appearance of this bet. Come on. I'll bet 200 too. I bet Lin Yi will succeed. Zhang Hongbin followed and placed his bet. Lin Yi wasn't bad looking, plus it was an active confession. Old Jiang shouldn't reject it. When he was in military training, he watched the two chatting quite happily every time. I'll bet on 1 too. I'll bet 500. I'll bet on my roommate Lin Yi to succeed. Lin Wanwan followed and placed her bet. Last night, their entire dormitory had prepared Lin Yi, including what words to say when confessing, what words to say first and what words to say later, what kind of expression should be. They have done all of this analysis. Lin Yi was considered a little beauty in their eyes, and she had a crush on Jiang Qian for 3 years. Their entire dormitory was a little touched last night listening to Lin Yi's history of crushes. I'll go. Lin Wanwan, are you sure? This is 500. Are you sure? Chen Ming looked at the extra 5 red tickets in front of him. In his heart, he was even happier. This was great. Just in such a short while, he had earned $700. When the next time his goddess goes live, he'll be able to swipe several more Porsche gifts. I'm sure. Lin Wanwan nodded. Chan Ming, we have a total of 700 here, and you're only offering 200. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'll go. You little two. Chen Ming was dumbfounded, then slowly extended 2 fingers at the two, saying, I'm all in. I'm offering 2,000. Do you guys dare to follow? $2,000 is not a small amount of money for a college student just starting out. Both Zhang Hongbin and Lin Wanwan were surprised by Chen Ming's instant bravado. Old Chen, are you crazy? 2,000? Zhang Hongbin said in disbelief. Just say if you'll follow or not. Chen Ming waved his hand with confidence. He believed in Sister Mu and Old Jiang. The two would definitely not let him down. Lin Wanwan heal. We heal. What? Wanwan, are you crazy too? This is 2,000. Not 200. Zhang Hongbin was just about to dissuade the two from getting so carried away. It's just a small bet. And now this situation. Whoever loses later will be embarrassed. A small gamble is good for the heart. A big gamble hurts the body. And a strong gamble goes up in smoke. Alright, do you believe me? Lin Wanwan's sentence directly made Zhang Hongbin shut his mouth. The three waited in the classroom for another full 10 minutes. Seeing as there's still no one back, Zhang Hongbin was a bit unable to sit still. I'll go out and look to go. This is almost half an hour. How are they all still not back? Once he went, Chen Ming and Lin Wanwan followed alone. Previously, because she was afraid of disturbing her roommate's confession, Lin Wanwan was stopping the two together in the classroom. But now that Lin Yi hadn't returned, she was also a bit suspicious. It shouldn't take this long to confess. End of the corridor. Lin Yi leaned against the wall and tilted his head to look aside at the sky, his figure looking a bit forlorn. As soon as Chen Ming and the three of them came over to see her in this state, they immediately understood. And the silence was even better than the sound. Lin Wanwan stepped forward and calmed her roommate. Chan Ming, on the other hand, was standing on the side with Zhang Hongbin, talking in whispers. You see Lao Zhang, what did I say? Chen Ming had obviously expected this ending. $2,000? Remember to give. This man has to have a gambling character. Alright, I know. Zhang Hongbin replied impatiently. In the meantime, while Chen Ming's trio was comforting Lin Yi, Zhang Chen brought Mu Yining and Zhang Eveningzhou to the school's milk tea store. Student Mu, our family Prayan is really troubling you to take care of them. What Sister Jiang said. As a class assistant, I should take care of every student in my class. Sister Jiang, this headband of yours is so pretty. Where did you buy it? Oh, well, I can send you a link if you want. Okay, then Sister Jiang, let's add a VX. Zhang Qian stood at the front desk of the milk tea store and ordered 3 cups of milk tea according to the menu. But his eyes occasionally glanced to the 2 people who were chatting fiercely on the side. He felt that his sister seemed to have a pretty good impression of Mu Yining, and the 2 of them had been talking and laughing since they had just come down from the school building. 2 coconut milk teas and 1 pearl milk tea. In no time, he walked back with 3 cups of milk tea. Mu Xuejie surprisingly liked coconut milk tea as much as he did, while pearl milk tea was his sister's. As he approached, he was just in time to hear the 2 men talking about him. Mr. Mu, my brother's behavior in school should be okay, right? Do you have any record photos or anything? Can you take them out and show them to me? Sister Jiang, wait a moment. During the military training I did take pictures of the students inside each class for record. Mu Yining had a business-like attitude. After such a conversation, she always felt that the 23-year-old Zhang Eveningzhou, extraordinarily good at talking? Sis, Sister Mu, the milk tea has arrived. Let's drink the milk tea first. Zhang Qian directly interrupted the 2. He military training what performance he still know in his own heart. In terms of his performance with the same hand, same foot and smooth abduction, if this photo and video were to be taken out, he was afraid that Zhang Wanzhou would burst out laughing directly. Sister Jiang, let me send you the photos directly by VX. Take a look. Mu Yining said. Okay, classmate Mu. Trouble. Zhang Eveningzhou laughed. Me? Zhang Qian desperately blinked his eyes for Mu Yining, the meaning of which was self-evident. Chapter 60, if you like someone in the future, can you be the first to tell me? Student Mu, it's really hard for you. I didn't expect you to be so responsible and take so many pictures. Ha, I should. Sister Jiang, this is all what I should do. Mu Yining said modestly. Zhang Qian sighed in relief. Fortunately, the photos that Mu Yining sent to Zhang Eveningzhou were all pretty normal, and there wasn't any photo video of him when he was kicking the right way. Are Student Mu and my brother very familiar? Zhang Eveningzhou looked at the 2 people sitting across from her, and she didn't know what was going on. She always felt strange. It's okay, after all, they're students in my class. I'm quite familiar with them all. Mu Yining answered the question in a very formulaic manner. Zhang Qian sat beside her and nodded along with this reply when he heard it, slightly saddened in his heart. Luckily, he thought that he and Sister Mu were quite close to each other. Not saying it's great, but at least it's better than the rest of the class, right? But now Mu Yining's reply, undoubtedly was stating to him that in her heart, he, Zhang Qianan, was the same as everyone else, and there was nothing special about him. Mu Yining of course sensed that something was wrong with the person beside him. Don't look at the fact that she had been locking eyes with Zhang Eveningzhou, who was sitting across from her, but all of her attention was on her side. That's what she answered on purpose. It was clearly not a good time to showdown with Zhang Eveningzhou. Noticing something was wrong with her little husband, she wouldn't go without any indication. Only her hand under the table slowly moved over to the side. Slowly it overlapped each other with the hand that Zhang Qi had placed on his thigh. Then after 2 gentle taps, Mu Yining drew back his hand. Zhang Qian was shocked and immediately turned his head to look, not understanding what Mu Yining meant by this. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Mu's words? Zhang Eveningzhou asked in disbelief. No. Zhang Qian smiled unnaturally on his face. Just after a glance, he turned back and looked at Zhang Eveningzhou. It's fine. I just want to say that Sister Mu is quite popular in our class. Sister, you don't know yet. Our class counselor was hit by a dump truck on the first day of school, and it's all Sister Mu who's leading us during this military training. Zhang Qian took the initiative to provoke the topic of idle gossip. Sister Mu had patted him on the arm just now. Could it be that she was comforting him? Maybe she's just saying that on the surface, but in her heart, it's not really like that? Mu Yining's act of patting the back of his hand was like sending him an "I care about your feelings" signal. After chatting for half an hour at the milk tea store, the three of them went back to the school's risotto place for a late lunch. Mu Yining left after dinner. Jiang Qian brought Jiang Wanzhou to walk around inside Jincheng University. There are many ginkgo trees planted inside the college. And now that fall is here. One ginkgo leaf after another falls down when the wind blows. The roads are littered with golden leaves. Many students began to take pictures in droves. Jiang Qian followed Jiang Eveningzhou to the roadside bench and sat down. Fall always feels like a season of many partings. Jiang Qian remembers that it was also in the fall of that year that his parents chose to divorce. Will you blame your sister for being nosy? Jiang Eveningzhou coldly and suddenly came out with a sentence. What meddling? Jiang Qian asked. Just worrying about your personal stuff. Did you like that yellow-haired girl today? Jiang Eveningzhou looked sideways at the teenager beside him. The little boy who used to follow her ass and ask for candy gradually took on the appearance of an adult. Sister, what's wrong with you? Jiang Qian also turned her head, and the two of them looked at each other. Nothing, just feeling a little emotional that you're 18 and grown up now. No, I don't like that girl today. Jiang Qian said truthfully. Then Ifan has a favorite girl in the future. Can she tell her sister first? Sis, why are you talking about this? Not for what? Just afraid you'll meet a bad guy in the future. Promise your sister that if you have a favorite girl, you must tell her first, okay? Jiang Eveningzhou was looking forward to Jiang Qian answering. Before she was strongly against Jiang Qian's early love. Later, although she was also against it, if it was something that Jiang Qian really liked, she could also try to accept it a little. Her biggest fear is that Jiang Qian will meet those bad girls who cheat on her feelings. She only has this one brother. She is so precious. If he is spoiled by others, then she will have to die of sadness. Got it. Sis. Jiang Qian nodded. Then if sis falls in love in the future, you should also tell me in time, and I'll help you keep an eye on you. Idiot. Sister doesn't want to fall in love. Jiang Eveningzhou dotingly rubbed Jiang Qian's head. For what? Not for anything. Sis, you're not lying to me. Are you? Or are you having one now and sneaking around in an underground affair? No way. Jiang Eveningzhou retorted. What's so good about falling in love? Look at how much mom and dad used to love each other. But now, the whole thing is like an enemy. Is it fun to be in love? Sis, you can't just look at this. Okay, it's dark. Get ready to go home. Jiang Eveningzhou got up and patted the ginkgo leaves that fell on her body. Just such a moment's effort. Several pieces fell on her clothes and jacket. Are you going home or back to your dorm room? Jiang Eveningzhou then asked. Go home and accompany your sister. Jiang Qian followed suit and got up. TSK, and an your mouth is just sweet. But then again, you'd better go back to your dormitory. If you go home I guess you'll have to get up early for class again tomorrow. This coming and going, troublesome. Jiang Eveningzhou though she also wanted Jiang Qian to go home with her. But it's just too much of a hassle to go back and forth on public transportation. Originally, this time she came back she was planning to let Jiang Qian buy a car. But plans can't catch up with changes. It's nothing. It's fine. Sis, it's not easy for you to come back once. I'll stay home with you. Let you go back. You obediently go back to me and wait for the weekend to properly accompany me. Jiang Eveningzhou pushed Jiang Prayan in the other direction several times. That's fine sis. Be safe on your way back and remember to send me a VX when you get home. Aha, I know. Jiang Eveningzhou nodded. Chapter 61. Why don't you go and take the initiative? Old Zhang. Today's meal is extraordinarily comfortable for my buddies. Chen Ming hooked Zhang Hongbin's shoulder as he walked down the road, an immensely satisfied smile on his face. Look at your villainous look. Zhang Hongbin disliked. Dude almost took this month's living expenses with him. Harm. It's fine. Don't you keep this money to fill up the game anyway? I'll take it as helping you quit your internet addiction. Then I really thank you. Zhang Hongbin gritted his teeth. But then again, how did you know that Linny would definitely not succeed in his confession? Confidentiality. Chen Ming smiled mysteriously. He had promised Sister Mu that he couldn't talk about it outside. Sister Mu was so generous. His mouth had to be able to stand up to the red envelopes that others had sent him. Old Chen. Look if it isn't old Zhang. Zhang Hongbin pointed his finger diagonally ahead, where Jiang Qian was sitting on a bench chatting with a girl they didn't recognize. Holy! Chen Ming exclaimed in shock, then pulled Zhang Hongbin in place to find a tree to cover his form. What's the situation now? Lao Chun. Who is the girl sitting with Lao Jiang now? You ask me? Who am I going to ask? It's the first time I've seen her. This girl can't see her face with her back to us. The two of them, Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin, could then only see Jiang Eveningzhou's back. In addition to the girls' backs, the two of them could also see Jiang Qian's happy smile. Holy, could it be that old Jiang has had a girlfriend for a long time? Zhang Hongbin guessed. Don't you talk nonsense. Chen Ming quickly took out his cell phone and snapped a picture of Jiang Qian, who was still chatting not far away. What are you doing? Stealing a picture? Zhang Hongbin said in disbelief. You stay out of it. After the photo was taken, Chen Ming turned his back and was about to send the photo in his hand to Mu Yining, but after thinking about it, he let it go. Although Mu Yining had asked him to report Jiang Qian's news in every detail, but right now, it was better for him to confirm the situation. The two just hid behind a tree and cat. After waiting about 7 or 8 minutes. Okay, old sister. Then I'll go back too. Okay, bye. Jiang Qian and Jiang Eveningzhou said goodbye to each other. The two were not on the same path. The dormitory and the school gates were in two completely opposite directions. Jiang Qian watched Jiang Eveningzhou gradually leave. During this time, Jiang Eveningzhou would look back at him several times. And when she saw him standing motionless and dumbfounded, she called out to him, Anun, you should also go back soon. It's autumn. The weather is cool. Remember to wear more clothes. Well, so are you. Jiang Qian waved his hand at his oldest sister, who was drifting away. He waited for the person to disappear completely from his sight before he turned around, ready to go back to his dorm room. Just as he turned around, he was startled. It was a big night, and he didn't know when Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin were standing behind him silently. No, what do you two want? Jiang Qian said breathlessly. People scare people to death, don't you know? TSK. TSK, TSK, Zhang Hongbin looked up and down Jiang Qian several times, as if recognizing his roommate for the first time, and then followed the tone of the girl just now. And then you also go back quickly, the weather is cool, remember to wear more clothes. Lao Jiang, what's the situation? Who was that girl just now? Chen Ming asked curiously. Can you two be normal? That's my sister, Jiang Qian said without a trace of anger. Your sister? Chen Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the CP he was knocking around would not let him down. Your sister? Lao Jiang. Really fake ah? Zhang Hongbin asked. Right. I also want to ask you this afternoon what's going on Lu. How do you give Lin? He refused. Just reject it. There's no reason. Jiang Qian didn't want to chat too much on this topic. It's not like I said I liked her. Ha 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 ha. Old Jiang. Good refusal. Wonderful refusal. Chen Ming patted Jiang Qian's shoulder. Dude really didn't misjudge you. Just because of you. Dude directly earned $2,000 today. What $2,000? Jiang Qian queried. The thing is like this. Chen Ming told the whole story of his bet with Zhang Hongbin. Jiang Qian only felt that the two of them were a bit bored after hearing this, and waved his hand before walking back towards the dormitory. 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Qian accompanied his boss to play the game as usual. Now that there were only 60,000 left, he was instantly under less pressure. He was going to save up enough money to quit behind. Playing games with his boss did make money, but he preferred to have those free hours all to himself some of the time. As Jiang Qian typed, he suddenly remembered the image of Mu Yining slapping his hand under the table at the milk tea store this afternoon. He would have liked to ask Sister Mu directly and ask if it was as he thought. However, he couldn't ask this question. If it wasn't, then he would have to die again in front of school Sister Mu. If it was, he didn't know what to do. Jiang Prayan, boss. Take a break first. I have a question for you. Some stars, what's going on? You say. River Prayer and, it's just that I have a friend. Ichiban Hoshi, is that the friend you told me about last time? Jiang Qian, no, it's another friend of mine. Some stars, okay, so go ahead. What's going on? Jiang Prayan, it's like this. That friend of mine and a girl in a milk tea store. And then that girl. Then I think. Jiang Qian roughly recounted what happened in the milk tea store in the afternoon. But he didn't say it was him, but rather a friend out of nothing. There was a moment of silence across the room after the message was sent. Some stars, your guess might be right. That girl might actually care a little bit about that friend of yours' feelings. Zhang Jiayan, then can I assume that that girl really has some good feelings for my friend? Some stars, behaviorally, yes. Some stars, let me ask, does this friend of yours like this girl? River Prayer and, yes. Some stars, since your friend likes this girl and this girl has a crush on your friend, why don't you go after someone else on your own initiative? Some stars, you can ask your friend to think back to whether this girl treats him noticeably differently than she treats other people. Jiang Qian, the difference. Jiang Qian's face was deep in thought. He thought back to the past month about the little bits and pieces of the past month about being with Mu Senpai. Sister Mu did seem to treat him a little differently. Gang Prayan, I asked him, and it seems so. Jiang Prayan, initiative to chase. But this friend of mine has a concern. In case if he did not chase, what should I do? Zhang Qian, he's never chased a girl before. Zhang Qian wanted to try, but was a bit of a wimp. If he succeeded that would naturally be good, but if he failed, then he and Sister Mu would probably be strangers from now on. Some stars, tell your friend not to be afraid. This girl should have a good feeling about him. And, again, it is not for your friend to go directly to confession, but slowly, step by step. If in the way of chasing this girl did not give your friend any feedback, you are telling your friend to give up. Some stars, besides, aren't there still me around? If your friend has any questions in the future, you can just ask me directly. Chapter 62, I'm a good student who loves to learn. Zhang Qian and some star boss talked a lot in this night. He was roughly all about asking for advice on how to chase girls for his friend from nowhere. Originally, he thought that the other party would teach more techniques or routines, but the other guy just gave him a line: sincerity is the way to go. The next morning, Zhang Qian then made a decision. He's going after Sister Mu. This is something that he would be right to do in secret. It would be embarrassing to make it known and not catch up in the end, especially if you can't let your roommate know about it. Zhang Qian always felt that Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin would laugh at his lack of self-importance and then advise him to give up. Old Zhang, what's going on with you this morning? How come it feels like you're a bit off? Chen Ming looked at Zhang Qian with an odd expression. This smile on the other party's face, he had seen it on his own father's face as well. That is, when his father won the lottery 2 years ago, that smile was called a big smile. Yes? Zhang Qian slightly tightened the smile at the corner of his mouth. I just suddenly thought of something happy. What happy things? Zhang Hongbin was curious. You stay out of it. Zhang Qian didn't want to say more and walked out quickly. Behind him, Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin looked at his back, and no matter how they looked at it, they felt that something was wrong. Hiss, old Chen. What do you think is wrong with Lao Jian? I don't know. Just give me a minute. I'll go send a message. If you send a message, why are you sending it behind my back? And what's the meaning of this anti-peeping screen? We're all buddies. Why are you doing this? Go go go. Don't keep me from my business. Chen Ming felt that he was becoming more and more of an undercover agent. After sending over Zhang Qian's extremely good mood performance, he also managed to receive a small red packet from the other party. Inside the classroom, Lin Yi felt that he had been unlucky during this recent period. The confession was rejected, and the teacher usually called her over to help with something. There were a total of 6 or 7 courses over the past 2 days. The first thing every teacher says when they come to the classroom is, I heard there's a student named Lin Yi in your class. She's very capable. Would you be interested in being the class representative? At first it was fine and she was happy to help the teacher. But after being the class representative for 3 subjects in a row, if she hadn't refused later, she might have been the class representative for 6 subjects by now. In addition to the classroom teachers, the new counselor, Mr. Li, also had something to tell her to make a trip to the office to help out. She had been busy as a gyroscope for the past 2 days. Zhang Qian entered the classroom and found a seat. Usually at this time, Lin Yi would run over and sit in front or behind him. But not today, but he didn't care. Hello class, can I sit here? A playful voice rang out. Zhang Qian just wanted to politely refuse, but after a sideways glance, he immediately changed his words again and said, of course. Sister Mu had a duck-tongued cap on her head today and wore a white shirt. It just so happened that he was wearing a white shirt today as well, in a sort of couple's clothing kind of way. Sister Mu, why did you come to our class? Zhang Qian said in disbelief. I didn't have any classes this morning, and I had nothing to do, so I just thought I'd come to class and watch you guys teach. Mu Yining explained. Oh, that's so. Zhang Qian nodded, and he didn't know if it was because he had decided to chase after his senior sister. But he now felt like he could easily think a lot because of senior sister Mu's words. For example, just now, in that sentence, come to class to watch you guys teach. Zhang Qian thought that it would have been better if the word guys had been removed. The matter of Zhang Qian and Mu Yining sitting together did not cause an uproar in the class. After all, it was obvious during military training that the two were on good terms. Many people enviously gave Zhang Prayan the title of a dog's leg. It didn't take more than a few minutes. The classroom teacher then entered the classroom. After the roll call, Zhang Qian then began to listen carefully. If it were normal, he would have opened his cell phone and boarded the king. But today was different. Sister Mu was sitting next to him. He'd have to make a good impression to do that. Lao Jiang, what are you doing? Aren't you hurrying to get on the number? Zhang Hongbin urged. Recently, all 3 of them had reached a tacit understanding. As long as the class was in session, all 3 of them would unanimously ascend to the king and start the 3 rows. On what number? Jiang Qifan pretended to be unintelligible, and turned his head to show a smile that contained a lot of moments. King Ah. Zhang Hongbin lowered his head and didn't see it. In his heart, Mu's senior sister and won't care about them playing the game. He also didn't know that the current Jiang Qian was very concerned about Mu Yining's opinion. Hurry up. We lost all day yesterday. Let's try to beat them all back today. Zhang Hongbin continued. Alright, you don't have to say it. Lao Jiang should be out of shape today. Let's fight. Chen Ming interjected. Jiang Qian silently gave Chen Ming a nod in his heart. This is a good brother. What he is still in bad shape? Then this morning smiled like a chrysanthemum. Zhang Hongbin raised his head, glanced to his side, saw Jiang Qian body plate straight. A good student serious about learning. No, old Jiang, you today is the return of the prodigal son? Jiang Qian did not take care of it, just sat upright and listened carefully to the teacher on the stage. Chen Ming was fine, but Zhang Hongbin looked like he had seen a ghost. Does schoolmate love to play games in class during the week? Mu Yining asked. No, absolutely not. Jiang Qian retorted righteously. In fact, in the past 2 days since the beginning of the school year, my heart was a little confiscated, so I indulged for 2 days. Sister, in fact, I am a good student who loves to study. Zhang Hongbin? Chen Ming? This was something Chen Ming couldn't even listen to anymore. A good student who loves to learn? Do you want to listen and see what you're talking about? Lying in the dormitory all day every day. Studying? If you had half the self-discipline of Comrade Ji Shutao, he'd really believe it. Spitting in his heart, Chen Ming had no intention of revealing it. In fact, there was no need for him to reveal it. He had actually told Mu Shuejia what Jiang Qian was doing every day. It can be said that the current Mu schoolmate is aware that Jiang Qian is blowing awesome. Lao Jiang, Zhang Hongbin, unlike Chen Ming, was about to open his mouth to break it up. Jiang Qian threw over a look. Old Zhang, your game is on. Zhang Hongbin glanced at Jiang Qian, then at Mu Yining, and finally at Chen Ming beside him. He seemed to suddenly understand something, and he didn't continue to make conversation. Schoolmate, you love studying so much? Mu Yining was slightly surprised. That's a shame. Thanks to that I was prepared to play games with you. In that case, forget it. Chapter 63, I don't really like studying that much. Senior sister, actually how to say it. Jiang Qian was a bit tense. Mu Yining's words almost didn't give him a whole break in defense. I used to be a really good student who loved to study, and I used to get up early and late every day in high school. But now that I'm in college, I suddenly feel like relaxing for so many days doesn't seem like a problem. Alright, school brother, just say whether you're coming or not. If you're coming, you should hurry up and get on the number. Mu Yining didn't want to interrupt Jiang Qian's casually made-up reason. It's just that she was afraid that if she said it again, Jiang Qian himself would blush in embarrassment. Come. Jiang Qian sharply took out his cell phone from his pants pocket, but instead of opening King, he opened Golden Shovel Battle, because he saw that Mu Yining's cell phone screen was open to Golden Shovel Battle. Zhang Hongbin and Chen Ming both looked stunned at such a lightning-fast face change. 1 minute he said he was a good student who loved to learn. The next second he took out his cell phone and opened the game. Hiss. Old Chen. I seem to know why old Jiang rejected Lin Yi's confession yesterday. Zhang Hongbin whispered. Good to know. But can you hurry up and drive? I've been waiting for you for 2 minutes. Wait. Old Chen. Do you think old Jiang can chase after Sister Mu here? In Zhang Hongbin's opinion, Jiang Qian must have rejected Lin Yi last night because he liked Mu Yining. But about whether Mu Yining liked Jiang Qian, here he would have to put a question mark. What's the matter with you? Hurry up and drive. Chen Ming said in a bad mood. Is it still possible to catch up? Don't look at Jiang Qian's pursuit. But in reality, it's all Mu's way of doing things. You think it's a man chasing a woman? It's obviously a woman chasing a man. Chen Ming cocked his head and glanced at school sister Mu beside him. He could only say those words in his heart, and if he really wanted to say them to someone else, he felt that Sister Mu would probably make him eat his words. At this moment, Mu Yining had a gentle smile on her face, a neighborly big sister attitude. Chen Ming looked a little skeptical as to whether or not it was the same person as the Sister Mu he had seen that night. Whoever invented the game Golden Shovel is a genius. This is the most honest assessment of this game by contemporary college students. A handful of games a lesson, provided you get first place. And if the old 8 is out, you'll have to listen carefully to the lesson next, or start another game. Jiang Qian and Mu Yining started their classes and played 2-player volleyball until school ended at noon, played a total of 6 hands. There is a first and a second and a third, but no old 8 out ever. Senior sister, you're playing this quite well, Jiang Qian complimented. This is nothing for me. You're the one who's great. Mu Yining laughed, and as the morning passed, her cell phone was about to run out of battery. Jiang Qian looked at the students in the class who were packing up their things and preparing to go to lunch after class, and raised his hand to stop Mu Yining, who was about to get up beside him, and said, "Sister, you wait. What's wrong? You're having lunch. What are you eating?" "I don't know yet. Let's go see it later." Mu Yining raised her eyebrows and looked sideways at Jiang Qian, who was a bit stumped. "What? You're going to treat me to dinner?" "Aha." Jiang Qian nodded. "Last time you invited me to lunch. It's only right that I should invite back this time." Mu Yining pondered for a moment. "Okay, let's go then. What are we going to eat? Is chicken casserole okay?" "Could be." Jiang Qian had a light smile on his lips as he followed Mu Yining out together. After the two left, the classroom erupted in laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, old Jiang, you lost again. Pay up, pay up. I'll be damned. I'm so convinced." Zhang Hongbin reluctantly took out his cell phone and gave Chen Ming the $50 over. The two had just gambled again in class. "See if Jiang Qian and Mu Yining will go to lunch together at noon." Chen Ming bets can. Zhang Hongbin's bet can't be. "What's going on with you guys again?" Lin Wanwan walked over, with Lin Yi behind her. Ever since the failed confession yesterday afternoon, Lin Yi's entire body couldn't lift his spirits. Today, after seeing Jiang Qian and Mu Yining sitting together in class, it suddenly dawned on her. It turns out that Jiang Qian already has a favorite. No wonder it is gradually distancing itself from her in the meantime. "Nothing, it's just that someone lost another $50 to me." Chen Ming laughed out loud. Go go go. Stay aside." Zhang Hongbin was in a somewhat annoyed mood. "What are you guys betting on here again?" Lin Wanwan asked. "Ask him yourself. I have to go to the cafeteria to eat as well." Chen Ming waved his hand. He used to go to dinner with Jiang Qian and Zhang Hongbin, but now, these two roommates of his are surrounded by women and he had the good sense to walk away. "Wait, Chan Ming, can I ask one thing?" Lin Yi shouted. "You say, does Jiang Qian like Mu Yining?" "Well, I don't know you see he is low." After Chen Ming threw out these words, he left the classroom with quick steps. Small cafeteria. Jiang Qian led Mu Yining to the only chicken pot restaurant in the school. He had eaten at this restaurant quite a few times, and the flavor was quite good. "What do you want to eat, sister? Chicken casserole? Beef brisket casserole? Or something else?" Jiang Qian inquired while handing over the menu in his hand. "I can do anything. Look at you." Mu Yining blocked the menu back. She wasn't picky when she was growing up. No matter what she ate, as long as she was following Jiang Qian, she liked it. "Then I'll order a chicken casserole," Jiang Qian said, and took the menu and walked to the front desk. Between the small and medium portions, he chose the medium portion. Just finished ordering. A message was received on top of the cell phone from the owner of some star. Originally, he used to add it with a small number, but since last night, he decided to worship this boss as a love warlord. When you're in a college relationship, you definitely have to have that one or two military advisors around. Compared to his two roommates, Jiang Qian felt that this wealthy boss was obviously more reliable. "Some stars, how's your friend doing? I have nothing to do right now, so I'm asking you as a gossip. River prayer and eating. Ichiban star, oh, do you want me to give your friend a hand? Jiang Prayan? What's so supportive about this meal?" Some stars, of course. This chase girls cannot just focus on their own dinner. It surely have to take care of each other. Help clip food when eating. Or see the girl's cloaked hair inconvenience. Thoughtful help her pull up her hair. Hiss. Looking at the message on the cell phone screen, Jiang Qian nodded with great recognition. It's true that he deserves to be the boss. This thought is thoughtful. If it were him, he'd probably just sister move for dinner. River prayer and, understood, thank you boss. Chapter 64, Hair Plate. After getting the boss's reminder, as soon as Jiang Qian returned to his seat, he turned to Mu Yining and said with concern, "Senior sister, with this hair draped over your head, will it not be too convenient for you when you eat later?" Mu Yining looked sideways for a slight survey. "It does seem a bit inconvenient, but I don't have a headband here to tie up my hair." "Senior sister, you can try using this." Jiang Qian took out a pair of disposable chopsticks from a side table. "What's this for?" Mu Yining feigned ignorance. "This barely works for putting your hair up." "Will this work?" "This will definitely work. Senior sister, if you don't mind, I'll get it for you." Jiang Qian got up and moved his position to Mu Yining's side. "It's okay. It's the first time I've used these chopsticks to put my hair up. It feels quite original." "Hokage, don't move. Jiang Qian held wooden chopsticks in one hand and pulled Mu Yining's long hair with the other. Sister Mu's hair was so soft and silky that it felt so good to the touch. Fine. I won't move, said Mu Yining, hooking the corners of her mouth slightly. Jiang Qian was very meticulous, and he had to thank his old sister more than anything else regarding the craft of tying hair. When he was still in kindergarten, Jiang Evening Joe asked him to go over and help her tie her hair every day. From the beginning of rubber bands slowly to later headbands, hair bands, hair clips, hairpins. But in the last few years, his older sister slowly stopped asking him to help tie her hair, partly because she's usually abroad, and partly because she only likes to tie high ponytails in the last few years. Senior sister, do you know how to coil your hair with a hairpin? Jiang Qian chimed in. No. Why? Oh, it's fine. I'm just asking you. Actually this using chopsticks it's the same as using a hairpin to coiffure your hair. Jiang Qian said while his hands were busy. It's not a complicated hair to put up, and it took 2 minutes to put up. Okay, school marm. Jiang Qian walked back to his seat and sat down. He preferred sitting on the opposite side of the table than sitting in the seat next to Sister Mu, because it would be more convenient for him to appreciate Sister Mu's magnificent beauty. The ancients said that a showpiece is a showpiece, and Jiang Qian now realized the true meaning of this word, just looking at the pleasing face across the room. He could eat even white rice with kimchi. Why do you keep looking at me? Mu Yining teased. No, Jiang Qian subconsciously retorted. No, I was just looking at how the hair I put up for senior sister looked. Oh, Mu Yining's voice rose and she laughed. Isn't that still looking at me too? As soon as the words left her mouth, she handed her own cell phone across the room. Here, schoolmate, take a couple pictures of me if you don't mind. How to say that this was also the first time Jiang Qian had helped her with her hair. Mu Yining felt that it was still quite monumental. Good. Jiang Qian took the cell phone. His face was slowly turning red because of Mu Yining's flirting just now. He felt like he was completely out of his league in front of school sister Mu. Thanks to him just now. He thought he was hiding it well and just looked at it playfully for a couple of moments. It still turned out to be caught in the act. Jiang Qian thought that his photo-taking skills were still quite good. After all, he had at least been a short video blogger for so many years. Photography skills can't be said to be professional, but it's always a whole lot better than the average person. But when he got Mu Shue's cell phone, he was a bit confused. Mu Yining's camera showed various parameters on it, which he could not understand somewhat. Usually when he takes pictures he just adjusts the camera angle or adjusts his photo pose. Jiang Qian didn't hold back his curiosity to look at the brand logo on the back of Sister Mu's cell phone. It was from Warwick just like him. Except, why hadn't he seen this phone model before? Mu Yining sensed that something was wrong with him and opened his mouth to ask. What's wrong? It's fine, Jiang Qian reluctantly said, thinking that it's just a photo shoot anyway. With this face value of Sister Mu, it definitely won't be bad. This 365 degrees without dead angle face value, just a shot designated very out of the film. After the shot, he regretted it. I can't say ugly or beautiful, only abstract. The first photo is a little blurry. I think he didn't get the focus right. The second photo was a matter of exposure, and Sister Mu's entire face was frighteningly white. Finished shooting? Show me. Mu Yining spread his hands and said, Don't worry, schoolteacher. Wait a bit, let me take 2 more shots for you, Jiang Qian said while pressing east and west on his cell phone screen. He finally took a more normal picture after Mu Senpai posed for several minutes and urged him to engage in snapshots. Here, senior sister, take a look. Jiang Qian handed his cell phone back. If there was a next time, he would definitely take his own cell phone to shoot, not Mu Yining's. Well, recognized Mu Yining. Nice shot. Before the words were out of her mouth, she noticed the strange photo in her phone's album. After a bit of opening, she looked at herself and laughed. Hey, Jiang Qian, if you don't know how to use it, just give me a heads up. There's no need to be so reluctant. Mu Yining placed the 2 abstract photos from earlier on the table. The corners of Jiang Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, senior sister, I'll pay attention next time. Let me take 2 pictures of you too, Mu Yining said and picked up his cell phone. Jiang Qian just wanted to open his mouth to refuse, but it was too late. After such a short while, the chicken casserole ordered by the 2 of them was also brought to the table at this time. Mu Yining pointed his cell phone camera at the table again. She still enjoys documenting her life. In her previous life, when she reached old age, she used to sit in the yard with Zhang Prayan, flipping through the photos inside the photo albums and chatting for an afternoon. People get especially fond of memories when they get old. This is something that Mu Yining feels deeply. At that time, Jiang Qian always said, It's a pity. It's a pity. It would have been better if I had met my wife earlier. In that case I would have been able to record more memories of my youth. Sister? Sister? Jiang Qian shouted twice in a row. It was only then that Mu Yining finally came back to his senses. What's wrong? Senior sister. You can taste this first bite first. Jiang Qian picked up his chopsticks and picked the largest piece of chicken and put it into Mu Yining's bowl. Thanks. This meal, Jiang Qian ate extraordinarily happily. Not just because the meal itself was delicious. There was also the fact that he actually experienced a kind of joy of feeding when he was feeding Mu Senpai. Finish eating. Jiang Qian had planned to send Mu Yining back to her dormitory. I ended up getting a phone call just as I left the door of the small cafeteria. The phone call was made by Su Lime, asking him to take Jiang Wanzhou to the hotel to eat a seat in the evening. Chapter 65, Sister Shuiyan. You call me Sister Shuiyan. In the hearts of Jiang Preian and Jiang Evening Zhou, this Uncle Mu who had passed away did not bring much grief to the two of them. It's not like he's their real father, although nominally he can barely call himself a father. But since they were young, the number of times the two of them have seen Uncle Mu can practically be counted on the fingers of both hands. Jiang Qian was fine. He used to be able to bump into the Mu family once or twice a year. But Jiang Evening Zhou is different. She has completely not much seen this Uncle Mu. In addition to Su Lian remarried today, the rest of the time she is abroad, even if she returned to the country, but also seldom go to visit her mother. So she is basically did not see much of this nominal father. Jiang Qian received a call from his mom at noon and immediately relayed Su Lian's meaning to Jiang Evening Zhou. Jiang Evening Zhou originally did not want to go, partly because she and that Uncle Mu were not familiar with each other, and partly because of Mu Shuiyan. She didn't know what was going on. Whenever she just saw Mu Shuiyan's cold and face-palmed face, she felt uncomfortable and it was like there were ants crawling all over her body. Just because she didn't want to go, it didn't mean Jiang Qian didn't want to go. Jiang Qian still listens to his parents quite well, even though the two are now divorced, but his contact with his mother was never broken. Su Lemon also took good care of him, bringing him especially good food every New Year's Eve, as well as stuffing him with a lot of pocket money. Plus, once he heard that there was a seat to eat, Jiang Qian didn't refuse after a little thought. With the Mu family's status, how can this cook be bad? What do you think you're going for? Might as well make a trip home. In the cab, Jiang Evening Zhou had a grumbling face. The thought of seeing Mu Shuiyan later annoyed her. Ever since Jiang Qianan was kidnapped a few years ago because of this Mu Shuiyan, she couldn't like this nominal sister anymore. Sis, eat the mat. Jiang Qian replied with gusto. Because of this? You want to eat seat you give me say not on the line. Jin Cheng you pick a restaurant. We sister go. Want to eat as much as you can eat, but also do not have to talk about what to take the etiquette. Isn't that what mom told us to do? She asked you to go. Ha? Jiang Evening Zhou now felt a bit diabolical towards Su Lime. Although at that time, their parents gave her and Jiang Qian a peaceful divorce, no one made a mistake, simply because they couldn't live with the daily chicken scratch. But Jiang Evening Zhou always felt that it wasn't so. Su Lemon just got divorced and fell in love with that Uncle Mu. Who would believe if there wasn't something fishy going on here? Sister, don't be angry. It's easy to get wrinkles when you're angry. Be cheerful. Jiang Qian comforted from the sidelines. Today he was in an exceptionally good mood. Not only did he dish up Mu Shuejia's hair during dinner, he also fed her a lot of dishes. He instantly felt as if he had taken a big step closer to Sister Mu. By the way, that Mu didn't do anything to you, did he? Jiang Evening Zhou was a bit tasty. It was only today that she saw on the internet that Mu Shuiyan was none other than a professor from the same school as Jiang Qianan. She hadn't even paid attention to this aspect before. And it wasn't like Mu Shuiyan had anything to do with her in her opinion. What? What does Sister Shuiyan treat me like? Jiang Qian said in disbelief. Jiang Evening Zhou was not like him. Every time he saw Mu Shuiyan, he would politely shout Sister Shuiyan. Every time Jiang Evening Zhou saw Mu Shuiyan, he directly called the other party's full name. Behind his back, he also secretly took a few nicknames surnamed Mu Face Paralyzed Face. That's, hey, Anun, I just thought of something. You didn't enroll in Jincheng University at that time because of Mu Shuiyan, did you? The expression on Jiang Evening Zhou's face was getting more and more out of place. She hadn't thought much about it when Jiang Qian said that he wanted to take the exam for Jincheng University. No, sis, what are you thinking? Jiang Qian said breathlessly. I chose Jincheng University purely because it's close to home. Do you think I'm like you? Do you think I'm like you? Who had to go abroad to study at a university? You really aren't because of that surname Mu? Jiang Evening Zhou asked again unsurely. Jiang Qian looked straight into the other party's eyes and replied, Sister, it's really not. Don't think too much, okay? And why would I choose a school because of Sister Snow Smoke? Jiang Evening Joe heard this mouthful of a Snow Smoke sister. The heart is a little uncomfortable. Snow Smoke sister, Snow Smoke sister. You this mouthful of Snow Smoke sister. You this is called affectionate. Jiang Qian was confused. Don't I always call sister Shuiyan? And she's also my sister. What do I call her if I don't call her sister Shuiyan? She's your sister? Then what am I? Jiang Evening Joe said sharply. Of course you're my sister too. No way. You can only choose one between me and that Mu guy. Ha? Jiang Qian seriously surveyed the Jiang Evening Joe at this moment. He was aware that the two of them, Jiang Evening Joe and Mu Shuiyan, were not dealing with each other. Hiss. Elder sister. You say you shouldn't be jealous here, right? Don't think of changing the topic. Jiang Evening Joe also looked at Jiang Qian seriously. Just tell me, if you can only have one sister, me and that Mu Shuiyan, who do you choose? You. Choose you. Choose you. Jiang Qian didn't even think before giving the answer. Jokingly, he wasn't stupid. If he dared to answer that he chose Mu Shuiyan, then Jiang Evening Joe shall not immediately go into a rage. Oof! Jiang Evening Joe's mood instantly soothed at this answer. Her hands held on Jiang Qian's head, rubbing and rubbing. The original good hair was rubbed into a chicken nest by her. I knew and wouldn't let me down. Ha! Jiang Qian laughed along. There was a brief moment of silence in the cab. Jiang Evening Joe's brows slowly frowned again. I just suddenly thought of a problem. You say, if me and your future wife fell in the water at the same time and you could only save one, who would you save? Jiang Qian kind of didn't want to answer this boring and idiotic question. But looking at Jiang Wanzhou's serious face, he understood that if he didn't answer, his old sister would definitely not stop there. You. Save you. I'll be the first to absolutely save you. Really? Why? Jiang Evening Joe was curious. Can I understand that in your heart? The weight of your sister is to be a bit heavier than your wife? Yes. So true. Jiang Qian nodded his head in a hurry. Growing up with Jiang Wanzhou since he was a child, he had long ago figured out Jiang Wanzhou's temperament. He was also telling the truth with this answer. If Sister Mu and his sister fell into the water at the same time, he designated that he had to save Jiang Wanzhou first. Why? Because Mu Yining can swim. Jiang Evening Joe can't swim. In the last 2 days he was surprised to find that Mu Shuiji's friend circle privilege had changed from being visible for 3 days to being visible for 1 year. Mu not only knows how to swim, but also plays the piano, horseback riding, archery. She has a wide range of hobbies. Chapter 66 Surname Mu. Explain to me what you mean by this. Dragon Hotel. Sister, why isn't brother coming yet? Mu Xiaoyu guarded the entrance to the hotel. She had asked this kind of question I don't know how many times in the past 2 days, and she had always hoped that brother Renan would come over to keep her company. But yesterday she kept watch for the whole day and didn't see anyone. Brother has to go to school. He'll come later after school. Mu Shuiyan comforted. Little fish is good. Go in first and wait for brother. Okay? Don't. Mu Xiaoyu shook her head. She just wanted to sit in front of the hotel. I just want to wait here. Mu Shuiyan didn't say anything, just silently followed and stood guard. Sister, is it because I leaned your head on brother's shoulder the other day that brother Renan didn't come? Mu Xiaoyu tilted her head. 5 years old, her body a tiny lump. Mu Shuiyan stood beside her in her high heels and she had to tilt her head when she spoke. No. And why is that? Why didn't brother Ren come yesterday when daddy was gone? Because it wasn't his dad. Mu Xiaoyu's tiny head had big question marks. Isn't brother Renan my brother? Isn't my dad his dad? No. Brother Renan's father is someone else. Mu Shuiyan patiently replied. She didn't want to go in right now anyway. There were so many people coming to pay their respects to her father that the seats inside the hotel were almost full. Mu Xiaoyu looked down and pondered for a short while before concluding. Then is it true that my brother and I are not related by blood? Since returning from Jiang Qian's house a month ago, she had made a point of asking the nanny at home what the blood relationship was. The nanny gave her an example of a mom and dad who were born that would be called blood relatives. No, you and your brother Anan don't have the same father, but the same mother. Mu Xiaoyu frowned, a little confused as to what this meant. But Auntie Wang at home told me that one parent gave birth to that's what's called a blood relation. Auntie Wang just gave a random example. Dads are different and mothers are the same. And when they're born, they're also related by blood. Mu Shuiyan slowly explained. She also didn't know how much of this Mu Xiaoyu could hear. Sister, is there any way to remove blood ties then? Why would you think that? Because I want brother Ren to be my husband in the future. No, it's not going to work. Why? Just because brother Renan and I are related by blood? Mu Xiaoyu was slightly frustrated, but suddenly as if she thought of something, she turned to Mu Shuiyan and then asked, Sister, then are you and brother Renan related by blood? Mu Shuiyan was silent for a long time. No. Then why haven't you? Because I'm different from both his mom and dad. Why are you different and I'm the same? Mu Shuiyan was a bit at a loss as to how to answer. This sister of hers was endless when she asked questions. She was simply a walking 100,000 reasons. No reason, Mu Shuiyan replied. It wasn't because she had lost her patience with Mu Xiaoyu, but a cab steadily stopped in front of her and Mu Xiaoyu. Mu Xiaoyu hadn't noticed yet, and was just staring at Mu Shuiyan with wide eyes, tilting her head in a curious baby-like manner. Jiang Qian and Jiang Eveningzhou also walked down at this time. Almost at the same time, Jiang Eveningzhou and Mu Shuiyan both chilled their faces after glancing at each other. Jiang Eveningzhou didn't treat Mu Shuiyan well. Mu Shuiyan didn't treat Jiang Eveningzhou very well either. From the first time the two of them met, Mu Shuiyan could clearly see that Jiang Eveningzhou was not happy with her. This displeasure comes from the fact that she is afraid that this nominal sister of hers will snatch Jiang Qian. At first she was disdainful, but later, she could understand Jiang Eveningzhou instead. Sister Shuiyan greeted Jiang Qian politely. Jiang Eveningzhou could not be as polite as him. Not only did he not greet one, but he also threw Mu Shuiyan a face. It was also right after his greeting that Mu Xiaoyu, who had been sitting squatting in the doorway, suddenly had a sentence come out of her mouth that confused the several people present. Sister, if you're not related to brother Renan by blood, will you look for him as a husband in the future? Mu Shuiyan, Jiang Eveningzhou, Jiang Qian. Between the flash of lightning and fire, Jiang Eveningzhou's temper came up directly. Not caring if Jiang Qian was by her side or not, she directly lost her temper and rushed at Mu Shuiyan and directly yelled, Surname Mu, you give me a good explanation of what you want to do. Question tag. Jiang Eveningzhou couldn't believe what he was hearing. No blood relationship. As a husband? Yuck. Mu Shuiyan, you're shameless. At your age, you want to be my brother's wife. Unless I'm dead, don't even think about it. Jiang Qian was completely confused. What kind of is this convening way? Sister Shuiyan and him? Holy, he is simply not able to give birth to half a mind. If his mom finds out about this, she'll break his legs. A series of black lines flashed across Mu Shuiyan's forehead, and she looked down at Mu Xiaoyu first, then spoke. Don't get me wrong. I just... Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? You'd better make things clear for me today, or else I'll make you suffer. Jiang Eveningzhou's fists were clenched. Although she didn't have the advantage in terms of height, being a bit shorter than Mu Shuiyan, but when it comes to a real fight, she doesn't come with a false sense of humor. Mu Shuiyan had wanted to explain properly, but looking at Jiang Wanzhou's attitude, she instantly lost the desire to explain. Mu Xiaoyu looked like she realized that she was the one who had said the wrong thing, and looked up at Mu Shuiyan who didn't say a word, and then at the angry Jiang Eveningzhou. After a brief thought, she stepped between the two women with her short little legs. Sisters don't argue. It's little fish who said the wrong thing. I was asking my sister why I can't take brother Renan as my husband. Before Mu Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, Jiang Eveningzhou became anxious again. What the hell? You, sis, calm down first, calm down. Jiang Qian hurriedly went forward and helped Jiang Wanzhou pat her back. Jiang Eveningzhou's face was red with this anger. Calm down? How can you tell me to be calm? Jiang Eveningzhou looked incredulously at the pair of sisters standing in front of her. Let me finish my sentence first, and hear them out? I'm afraid that if I hear them out, I'll just get pissed off. Jiang Eveningzhou tugged Jiang Qian and turned around to try to get a car on the side of the road to go home. It's too dangerous here. Gotta get home. Nope. Got to get out of the country fast. What's the matter with you guys? Why are you all standing in the doorway? Su Lemon walked out, as if sensing the wrong atmosphere, and asked with a frown, What's happening here? Chapter 67, You stay away from him. The situation is also roughly understood by me. Little fish. Mom give you a word? In the future, like this kind of words can't be said again. Brother Renan can't be your husband. At the dinner table, Su Screw was preaching to Mu Xiaoyu with a stern face. Just now at the hotel gate she felt that the atmosphere was vaguely out of place. And later, through Jiang Qian, she also briefly understood what happened. Oh, Mu Xiaoyu drooped her head, her mood a little low. After a lecture, Su Lemon then turned her head to look at Jiang Eveningzhou and said, Eveningzhou, don't take it to heart. This child is still young, doesn't know any better, and blurts out nonsense. Oh, Jiang Eveningzhou also reluctantly let out an oh. If it wasn't for Jiang Qian non-stopping her, She would have taken a taxi home by now. Prayan, how are your studies going these days? Su screwed towards Jung Prayan and asked. Not bad, Jiang Qimin said in vain. He had indeed been studying lately, only it was all in the King's Canyon and on the summoner board. Your sister Mu is also a professor at Jincheng University. Normally if you don't understand anything above your studies, you can go ask her. Su screwed her head back to look at Jiang Qian and Mu Shuiyan. Shuiyan, you have to help take care of your brother. Aha, Mu Shuiyan answered softly. What's there to take care of? Jiang Evening Zhou bristled. The majors are all different. She is studying finance. My brother is in Chinese language and literature. Evening boat. Su screwed his face a little worse. Jiang Evening Zhou turned her head to the other side after glancing at it. She had stopped listening to her parents years ago, otherwise she wouldn't have run away to study abroad. Sister. Jiang Qian's hand hidden under the table pulled on Jiang Evening Zhou's skirt. Then he politely said to Su Screwing and Mu Shuiyan. Don't worry mom, if I don't understand anything in my studies, I'll definitely ask sister Shuiyan. Jiang Evening Zhou knows that her own brother this is completely polite words. No one knows Jiang Qian better than her. This opening days of school, she can see Jiang Qian's king online every time. Only she didn't ask Jiang Qian to bring her along to play, partly because she still had to make money, and partly because she was a vegetable. She couldn't play the game. When she was little, she played Little Busters and a Contra, and she couldn't even walk. Every time before she went to bed abroad she would guess what Jiang Qian was doing, and unsurprisingly, she guessed every time, and she went to bed abroad right before Jiang Qian was still inside the classroom. Aha! Mu Shuiyan nodded, then got up and left the table. Snow Smoke, where are you going? Su Screwed asked. Restroom. Jiang Evening Zhou watched Mu Shuiyan's back and after waiting for 2 minutes, she also got up and left the table. I'm also going to the restroom. Restrooms. Mu Shuiyan came out after going to the restroom and looked at the woman in front of her, and suddenly had a bit of a headache. Jiang Evening Zhou clasped his hands in front of his chest, his eyes staring straight at her. If the eyes could kill, Mu Shuiyan felt that she had been cut by 1,000 knives by the other party at this moment. After locking eyes with the other party, Mu Shuiyan averted her gaze and sidestepped the other party. She didn't want to look for trouble, and she could understand Jiang Evening Zhou very well. If her favorite brother had ever encountered a life-threatening situation because of someone, Mu Shuiyan felt that she shouldn't give that person a good look either. Stand still. Jiang Evening Zhou took a step across and blocked Mu Shuiyan's body. Mu Shuiyan quietly looked at the girl who stopped in front of her as she waited for the girl's next words. Mu Shuiyan, I'm warning you, you'd better not have any thoughts about him. Jiang Evening Zhou looked straight into the eyes of the woman in front of her who was a cut taller than her, and her hands slowly dropped to her side, her fists gradually clenching, as if as long as the woman in front of her answered later on in the day that she wasn't satisfied with, she'd just strike out. Don't misunderstand. That's just my sister talking nonsense. I wouldn't have thoughts about my own brother. Mu Shuiyan looked at the other party's eyes and explained seriously. That's my brother. Jiang Evening Zhou retorted. Mu Shuiyan, stay away from him. Mu Shuiyan didn't intend to argue too much with the other party on such a meaningless issue. Jiang Qian was not only Jiang Evening Zhou's brother, but also her brother. Hey, surnamed Mu, I'm giving you a speech, did you hear me? Jiang Evening Zhou said fiercely. Mu Shuiyan didn't take any notice, but just took a step with her long legs and crossed over to the other side to the washstand. Jiang Evening Zhou chased after her, looking at the woman who didn't say a word and kept washing her hands silently. She gasped. Surname Mu, I'm telling you, you may have forgotten what happened back then, but I haven't. Mu Shuiyan's hand lurched, and the bathroom was plunged into silence, leaving only the sound of swish, 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 swish of the faucet flushing cold water. Mu Shuiyan raised her head and looked at herself in the mirror in front of her. After gazing for a few seconds, she shifted her gaze back to Jiang Evening Zhou in the mirror and slowly said, I didn't forget. The incident back then in Jiang Evening Zhou's mouth was the time when Jiang Qian was kidnapped together with her. I'm glad you haven't forgotten. Then get the hell away from him. Jiang Evening Zhou was very reluctant for Mu Shuiyan to approach Jiang Qian. That kidnapping back then, though both were rescued in time, but Mu Shuiyan came out with nothing at all on her body. Even her clothes were clean and dry. On the contrary, it was Jiang Qian, who was bruised and swollen when he was rescued. His clothes were shredded and torn, and there were quite a few wounds on his body. Jiang Evening Zhou saw the scene at that time, and the tears in her eyes instantly couldn't be stopped. Angry, She gave Mu Shuiyan a punch on the spot. Mu Shuiyan looked down and focused on washing her hands. Keep her away from Jiang Qian? She can't seem to do it. Surname Mu. I'm asking you, why don't you say anything? Jiang Eveningzhou was most annoyed by this silence of Mu Shuiyan. Hey, sis. Jiang Qian's shout came from outside the restroom. He realized that something was going to happen when he saw Mu Shuiyan and Jiang Eveningzhou leave the dining table to go to the toilet one after another. It was no exaggeration to say that if Jiang Eveningzhou and Mu Shuiyan were placed inside a room alone, something would happen 100%. He didn't understand Mu Shuiyan, but he understood Jiang Eveningzhou. Just a few years of work, Jiang Eveningzhou had never given Mu Shuiyan a good face. What brings you here? Jiang Eveningzhou looked sideways at Jiang Qian, who was standing next to the women's restroom. I came to use the restroom as well. Jiang Qian replied. Are you and Sister Shuiyan talking about something here? I see you two are strangely serious. It's fine. Jiang Eveningzhou immediately changed her face after seeing Jiang Qian come. Nothing? Then let's go back quickly. The dishes are on the table. I can help you see. There are a lot of old sister your favorite dishes. Chapter 68, can't you get less involved with the Mu family? Cold cucumber, cold chicken, sweet and sour spare ribs, kung pao chicken, shredded pork with fish flavors, returning pork. By the time Jiang Preian led Jiang Wanzhou and Mu Shuiyan back to the dining table, the dishes on the table had already almost been served. There were quite a few dishes that Jiang Eveningzhou really liked to eat, like sweet and sour pork. Back to the pot. Every time Jiang Eveningzhou would pester Jiang Preian to make these dishes for her as soon as she returned to China and arrived home. But now facing this table of delicious food, Jiang Eveningzhou only symbolically moved a few chopsticks. Subsequently, in the face of Su Lian's inquiry, she used the excuse of losing weight, so she lowered her head and began to play with her cell phone to herself. Jiang Qian was quite happy to eat. The chef of this grand hotel's craftsmanship is not ordinary, much more delicious than what he made himself. Preian, eat more fish. This fish can become smart if you eat too much of it. Su Lemon chucked a piece of fish into Jiang Qian's bowl. Thanks mom. Brother, you eat meat. Mu Xiaoyu also stretched her little hands and used her chopsticks to give Jiang Qian a piece of braised pork. Okay, thanks fishy. Preian, eat some of these vegetables too. Mu Shuiyan used her chopsticks to hold a piece of broccoli. Seeing that several people beside him had started to give Jiang Qian in dishes, Jiang Wanzhou's head, which was still lowered, immediately lifted up, and then picked up chopsticks and also started to give his brother dishes. Here, Anne, red meat. You can also try this pickled chicken feet, your favorite white burnt shrimp. Sister peeled the skin for you. In just a few minutes, the small bowl in front of Jiang Qian was already too much to be stuffed. Okay, sis, don't clip it. I can't even finish it here. Okay, you eat first. If you don't have enough, sister will give you another sandwich. Jiang Eveningzhou said as she swept her eyes one by one over the three women of the Mu family on the side. In her eyes, Jiang Qian was fine for her to spoil. No one else was needed. Su Lemon and Mu Shuiyan were used to this, and both of them were well aware that Jiang Wanzhou was a veritable fanatic who spoiled his younger brother. Mu Xiaoyu was different. In her eyes, Jiang Eveningzhou looked like he was giving her a provocation. At that moment, she didn't even eat her meal, directly changed her sitting position to standing position, and held chopsticks with both hands and kept giving Jiang Qian dishes. Jiang Qian's mouth didn't stop, and his mouth was filled with one bite after another. But even then, the bowl didn't show the slightest sign of diminishing. There were also a few people from the Mu family at the same table, and all of them stopped their chopsticks at the moment, looking at the movement on Jiang Qian's side. Okay, you two stop pinching. I can't even eat anymore. Jiang Qian said helplessly. Originally he was eating well, but after Jiang Eveningzhou and Mu Xiaoyu messed up like this, he was all out of the mood to eat. I'm sorry to see you laugh. They've always been like that with a couple of the kids. Su Lemon smiled at the few Mu family members at the same table. Several Mu family members looked at me and I looked at you. Su Lemon, this son of yours is really the family's group favorite. Dinner is done. Jiang Qian and Jiang Eveningzhou then took a taxi home. Su Lime originally wanted to have someone send the two back, but the two siblings were too troublesome. Mu Xiaoyu was very reluctant to leave, and when she saw that Jiang Qian was leaving, she directly jumped down from her seat. A pair of small hands tugged at Jiang Qian's pants leg in a deadly manner. While tugging, he also cried, "Brother, don't go." Jiang Qian broke free for several minutes before he finally walked out of the hotel. As soon as she got into the cab, Jiang Eveningzhou couldn't help but say, can't you move around less with the Mu family? What's wrong with you, sis? I feel like something is wrong with you today. It's not because I'm angry with that surname Moo. Jiang Evening Jo gritted her teeth. She always felt that this facepalm face had a particularly deep heart. What's wrong with you, Sister Shui Yan? Jiang Qian said in disbelief. It's not what she did to me. It's what she did to you. Jiang Evening Jo replied. Have you forgotten about that kidnapping a few years ago? Kidnapping? Jiang Qian face reminisced, then shrugged indifferently and said, that thing over or in the past. And what has it got to do with Sister Shui Yan? She's a victim just like me. Victim? Jiang Evening Jo lightly mocked. Have you forgotten how you two looked when you were rescued at that time? You were so miserable. But what about her? There wasn't even a piece of dust on her clothes. Where's the exaggeration? Sis, haven't I told you many times? It was me who wanted to protect her at that time. So don't blame her. Jiang Qian explained. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Evening Jo retorted with an exasperated voice, you protected her? How old were you back then? How old was she? You had just turned 12 at that time. And her? 21 years old. It's hilarious that a grown man needs a child to protect him. Jiang Evening Jo despised Mu Shuiyan from the bottom of his heart. If it were her, she would have thrown up her fists and done it. Anyway, she wouldn't let those bad guys touch a single cold hair on Jiang Qian. Sis, it's all in the past. Why do you keep bringing it up? It passes in your eyes, but not in mine. Hey, well, sis, don't think about it. Go home and I'll make you something delicious. Jiang Qian had noticed Jiang Wanzhou's performance at the dinner table just now, but he clearly knew the geometry of his old sister's meal capacity. What's cooking? I'm not hungry. Not hungry? Jiang Qian looked at Jiang Wanzhou's expression of bravado. Okay, sis, can I still not know you? Your use of dieting as an excuse only fools other people. Can I not know how much you eat? Every time you go home, you're like a starving ghost. Who are you calling a starving man? Slip of the tongue. Then old sister, do I still have to make you food? I lost weight. Really losing weight. Thanks to the fact that I was just thinking about making you a bowl of spaghetti for the whole family. Jiang Evening Jo was silent. Since she was a child, she wanted to lose weight more than once. Although she wasn't very fat, she wanted to thin out her waistline. On the road to weight loss, if we were to say the biggest obstacle, it would definitely be this younger brother of hers, Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian has been particularly fond of cooking since he was a child, and when Su Lin was stir-frying at home as a child, he moved a bench to watch from the sidelines. There was no hood in the old house, and the smoke was very pungent sometimes, but Jiang Prian didn't care, but pestered Su Lin to teach him how to cook. Sis, why don't you say anything? Eating or not? Then, eat it reluctantly for once. Jiang Evening Jo didn't care if it was awkward or not, because it's not the first time something like this has happened. Okay. Jiang Qian nodded with satisfaction, and then said to the master who was driving in front of him, Master, please go to the supermarket first. Okay. The cabbie responded. Chapter 69, Jiang Wanzhou never cooks. Jiang Qian is very much his own set of kung fu down there. Jiang Evening Jo didn't know why, but every time he ate it, he was especially addicted. Usually, as long as she was at home, she usually ate soup noodles cooked by Jiang Qian in the morning. Generally speaking, what Jiang Qian cooked was ordinary noodles in soup, in which there were only some green vegetable leaves in addition to the noodles. There's also a kind of noodles for the whole family, Jiang Qian's own creation, which is to add a lot of small ingredients. What ham sausage, fried egg, minced meat. If you usually have leftovers, you can still add them in. Hey, why don't you come with me to a foreign country? With your craftsmanship, I'm a bit reluctant to leave you. After shivering the last bite of noodles, Jiang Evening Jo was filled with reluctance. Jiang Qian heard this and put the bowl away with an expressionless face. Sister, almost got it. You'll say this every time you come back here. I asked you to learn from me, but you're good. You're dead set on not learning. Jiang Evening Jo liked to eat the noodles he laid down, which Jiang Qian knew. So in order to prevent the old sister's usual gluttonous drooling abroad, Jiang Qian used to be specially looking for a time period wanting to teach Jiang Evening Jo how to blow. Unlike him who liked to cook, Jiang Evening Jo very much disliked staying in the kitchen to cook. When he was a child, he pulled the other party in hard, and before he stayed for 2 seconds, Jiang Evening Jo ran straight out. This old sister of his was now 23 years old. Not to mention stir-frying, she didn't even know how to cook rice and noodles, and she hadn't even cut vegetables. She's basically never cut anything. Jiang Qian remembered that once, he asked Jiang Evening Jo to help peel a potato, and instead of having it chipped in the kitchen, it was taken to the living room. When 10 minutes passed and he went over, the original fist-sized potatoes were hardened to only about 3 finger-sized kernels. Yes, that's right, peeling potatoes can peel out the core. And he didn't know how Jiang Evening Joe did it. The only thing Jiang Evening Joe knew how to do was probably just cooking instant noodles. After all, this stuff is one that even elementary school kids know how to do. Will you still keep cooking for your sister in the future? Jiang Evening Joe followed behind Jiang Qian and walked step by step inside the kitchen. Although she couldn't cook, she could still wash the dishes. What do you mean by that, sis? I'm just asking. Maybe the next time I come back, you'll bring some other woman home while I'm not looking? Sis, what are you thinking? If I find a girlfriend, I'll definitely tell you first. Didn't we agree on that? Jiang Qian put the bowl in his hand into the cistern and was about to unscrew the faucet when Jiang Evening Joe's hand poked in. I'll do this dishwashing. I have to correct you a little. It's not that you find a girlfriend before you tell me. It's that you have to tell me when you have a girl you like. Old sister has to help you to check whether that girl is suitable or not. Jiang Evening Joe continued. Aha. Jiang Qian agreed with his mouth. But in his heart, he didn't feel the same way. He was more inclined to make it public after finalizing the relationship. If he goes on like a megaphone saying that he likes whoever he likes, then that's just purely adding unnecessary pressure on others. That yellow-haired girl who confessed to you last time. Are you guys still chatting? Jiang Evening Joe asked while washing the dishes. A yellow-haired girl? You mean Lin Yi? I don't care what her art is. Sis doesn't think she's right for you. Gee, sis, did you not hear me last time? Didn't I tell you that I don't like her? I thought you were talking about the scene at the time. What a scene. I'm serious. Jiang Qian said helplessly. A bowl, which could have been washed in 2 minutes. But the two chatted and talked in the kitchen for almost a quarter of an hour. Coming out of the kitchen, Jiang Qian went back to his room and went to bed early. He still needed to get up early tomorrow to take the bus. And if he was in the dormitory, then he was designated to stay up until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning before going to bed. The next day, 6:30, Jiang Qian was woken up on time by the alarm clock. After a brief wash, he went straight out the door. If Jiang Wanzhou didn't get up, he wasn't in the habit of cooking breakfast at home. Stopped by on the way to pick up a couple of small buns and soy milk. The morning buses are still crowded. There were students still in school, laborers at work, and elderly grandparents getting ready to go to the market. After Jiang Qian got on the bus, he sat directly in the back corner. This is because this seat does not usually have to be given up. There is a bus stop conveniently located right in front of JCU. Jiang Qian got on the bus at 6:50, and arrived at the station at almost 7:50. After a 10-minute hike, he reached the classroom. Today, school sister Mu did not come inside the classroom to listen to the lesson. Jiang Qian did not think much about it. After all, school sister also has her own class to attend. He was still on the King-in class as he had been for the past few days. The seats inside the class were very organized. Generally speaking, the students who wanted to listen attentively to the class would sit in the front rows, and the rest who wanted to sleep, play games, and fall in love, they sit in the back rows. Perhaps because he got up a bit early today, Jiang Qian was a bit sleepy. Don't think he went to bed early last night, but this sleep sometimes sleep short, rather than sleep long more energetic. As soon as class started, he yawned a bit, but that didn't last long, and after the king opened a ranked hand, his whole body was refreshed. What kind of hook 8 brainwashed playing field brush wild brush a whole game. He has played a group battle? The output is not as high as one of my assistants. Is this really the level a king should have? Chen Ming cursed, one sentence after another of classic nationalism with extremely high code content emerging from his mouth. The hand movements were not idle, cursing and pounding his thighs hard in anger at the same time. Only the ones he whacked were not his own, but those of Jiang Qian and Zhang Hongbin to his left and right. No, dude, do you have no legs yourself? Jiang Qian was still sleepy, but now he had the urge to burrow inside the screen and run down the network cable to beat up the battering ram. It was simply too pitiful. That's right, old Chen. If you break the defense, just break the defense. What are you whacking us for? Zhang Hongbin spat. Who broke defense? Chen Ming said sharply. Forget it. I'm not talking to you guys about this. Take a break. Chen Ming then said, have you guys heard about this? What did you hear? Jiang Qian asked. It's just that our school seems to be a club recruitment in the last 2 days. Do you guys have any clubs that you want to go to? Chen Ming looked at the two, picked up his cell phone and clicked on the school's forum, on which the recruitment information of various clubs were posted. I've already thought of it. The gaming club. Zhang Hongbin said. Jiang Qian, on the other hand, shook his head. He also only knew about the matter of club recruitment now. Old Jiang, what about you? Which club are you going to later? I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. Chapter 70 Recruitment of Clubs. Classmate. Freshman, do you want to join the club? We've got a lot of good-looking guys and girls in the literature club. No need. Classmate. Basketball club consider? It can strengthen your body. Thanks. No. Classmate. The music club is recruiting new students. Are you interested? There are a lot of young ladies in the club. You can play the piano and chorus hand in hand. The dance club is recruiting. You're Jiang Qianan, right? There are quite a few sisters in our club who have a crush on you. Do you want to come to our club? You will be assigned a date. I'm sorry, I can't dance. Jiang Qian waved his hand. The location of the school's recruiting site is just below the comprehensive teaching building, which just now, as soon as the class, he and Shen Ming a few people walking on the way back to the dormitory. There have been several sets of people to ask them if they have the intention of joining the club. School club recruiting is very lively. Can use a sentence of crowded is not too much to describe. There were even quite a few clubs performing their talents. The dance club dancing, the magic club performing magic tricks, the music club playing the piano and singing, and the basketball club. There were a couple of boys dancing in their backpacks. Holy, a bunch of little black guys. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin both ran to the side to watch the fun. Jiang Qian didn't want to go that much. He now only wanted to find Mu's club to join first. He had just asked around during class, and Sister Mu had started her own club called the Chinese Clothing Club. It's okay, we have free teaching for new members of the club, and it can also be one-on-one teaching from a senior sister. Oh, a girl with exquisite makeup stopped in front of Jiang Qian. Her red lips closed, and a tantalizing perfume smell filled Jiang Qian's nose with the undulation of her arm. No, forget it, senior sister. I'm a person with uncoordinated limbs. I'm really not good at dancing. Jiang Qian took a step back and pulled away. The school sister in front of him didn't know what kind of perfume she used. Not to say it was unpleasant, but he always felt it was a bit pungent. He still preferred the natural rose scent that Mu's school sister had on her. Dancing. The only dance he could do since he was a kid was a dance called National 7th Set of Radio Gymnastics Colorful Sunshine. He's not bull ****** ting about his uncoordinated limbs. He's serious. Otherwise, when he was in military training, he wouldn't have nearly broken the instructors. Brother, it's okay, as long as you are willing to learn. I guarantee that within a year, you feel that you can stand on the school stage. And in addition to performing inside the school, our club can usually go out and take orders for performances, and can earn their own pocket money at the same time, can open up their horizons. The president of the dance club explained slowly. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have bothered with this kind of verbiage. But Jiang Qian is different. He has a high face value. What do you look for inside a college campus? Aside from money, it's all about face value. Many of the girls inside their dance club were especially eager for this newly enrolled junior to join. Jiang Qian seriously thought about it for a while, but still shook his head and refused. I'm sorry, senior sister. It's mainly because I have clubs that I'm interested in. Kidding aside, he was definitely going to join the Mu Schoolmates Club. He had worn the hanbok once or twice in the past when he was shooting videos, so he barely knew anything about it. Anyway, he just felt that joining the hanbok club would always suit him a bit better than other clubs like dance, music, literature, etc. Ha. Isn't this our president Yang Ziqing? Why the bitter face? A girl in an exotic dance costume also walked up to Jiang Qian. Li Jiajia, this is none of your business. Yang Ziqing's face showed displeasure. Li Jiajia laughed, and then immediately turned her head to Jiang Prayan and invited. Senior, why don't you come to our power dance club? The senior sisters here can all warmly welcome you to join. Oh, Jiang Qian, Li Jiajia, what are you trying to do? Robbing someone. Yang Ziqing drank. Robbing people? Robbing what people? Li Jiajia blankly glanced at the other party. You think I didn't hear you just now, right? The other elementary school brother has clearly rejected you clearly. When the words fell, Li Jiajia took another step forward, closing the distance between her and Jiang Qian, and then put her hand on the other's shoulder. Brother, how is it? Are you interested? Don't worry about the problem that you won't. As long as you come, school sister, I personally teach you. You want to learn what dance is possible. School sister will be a lot of poses of oh. Jiang Qian backed up in shock. He had also encountered club recruitment when he was in junior high and high school, but it was far less exaggerated than now. College is really what it is. It's just so open. Sister, I'm sorry, I really don't have any interest in dancing, Jiang Qian emphasized again and again. I also have a club I want to go to. Then which club does school brother want to go to? Li Jiajia didn't give up and looked Jiang Qian up and down several times. Senior, I actually think you have extraordinary roots and bones, very suitable for dancing. 6-inch. Jiang Qian silently keyed a 6 to the schoolmate in front of him in his heart. Unusual bones? It was the second time in his life that he had heard someone say that his roots were extraordinary. The first time was when I was a child and my family went to the Taoist temple to pray for blessings. Met an old Taoist priest. Said that his bones are extraordinary, is a good seedling of martial arts, and then the old Taoist priest touched out of his arms a martial arts secret book, The Lowering of the Dragon's 18 Poems. It was just after New Year's and he still had a few $100s of red packet money in his hand. Then he bought the secret book of martial arts from the old Taoist priest. Later, as soon as he got home, he couldn't wait to practice the moves at the top of the secret book. This practice was a week. At that time he confidently pulled Zhang Evening Zhou, walked to the poplar tree in the yard of his house, and kept hitting the 18 palms of the descending dragon that he had practiced hard for a week against the tree, fighting for a full half hour. The tree did not split down. Others first exhausted. It was a shock to the family at the time. That was also the time he felt the malice of the world deeply, lying to even a 6-year-old. He too that old Taoist priest is really not a person. Schoolmate, did you think I was joking with you? Schoolmate is seriously talking to you about this matter. Li Jiajia had a serious look on her face, and her face didn't half look like she was joking. Come on you, Li Jiajia, can't you see that schoolmate Jiang has a face of resistance? Yang Ziqing spat. What's the matter with you? Li Jiajia disliked back. It's none of my business. I simply can't stand to see you like this. School dance club and power dance club. There are quite a few conflicts between the two clubs, and the club members are not convinced by each other. Just when Li Jiajia and Yang Ziqing were both at cross swords, a silhouette squeezed through the two of them and walked up to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian, is there any interest in coming to my Hanfu club to play around? Chapter 71, A Society That Looks Only at Face Value. Sister Mu, look at how lively it is over there. Isn't that the president of the dance club and the president of the power dance club? Why look at the two of them. This is out recruiting in person? Hiss. Am I reading this right? Both of them. They even recruited the same boy? Who is that boy? You don't recognize Jiang Qian? There were a lot of photos of his military training inside the school forum last month, and if I remember correctly, it seems like he's still a student in Sister Mu's class, right? Chinese dress club. Several club members are gossiping and chatting. Mu Yining, sitting behind the crowd, at the moment heard a few people chatting, also did not continue to play with the phone, got up and walked out. She knew both Li Jiajia and Yang Ziqing. After all, they are all presidents of clubs in the school, and from time to time, they will run into each other in the school club activities. As she approached, the sounds of the two men talking gradually fell into her ears. Teach Jiang Qian to dance? It's better to forget about it. Could she not know if Jiang Qian had any talent for dancing? Besides, she was waiting for Jiang Qian to join her club. Yang Ziqing and Li Jiajia were originally still staring at each other dryly. The two were usually in a secret rivalry. At the moment it was more like no one wanted to give in to anyone. But suddenly, a fragrant breeze drifted by, and immediately afterward the two heard someone trying to cut them off. Are you kidding me? The two of them came to recruit Jiang Qian into the club first. Yang Ziqing and Li Jiajia turned their heads at the same time, about to see who dared to snatch someone in front of the two of them. At first glance, the two were feeling that the figure in front of them was somewhat familiar. Second look. Holy, isn't that Mu Yining? The two men were dumbfounded. If it was anyone else, they might have to talk to each other, but if it was Mu Yining, I can't afford to mess with her. Mu Yining in the school is very uncomplicated. Not only is Professor Mu's favorite student, their own family background is also extremely privileged. That every day driving a sports car to and from school, like them, this kind of ordinary family, but cannot afford to mess with. Jiang Qian, are you interested in coming to my Hanbok club to play? Yeah, Sister Mu. I was actually just looking for where your club is. Jiang Qian agreed with a quick bite. Mu Yining smiled and nodded as well, then led Jiang Qian towards his society's location. Yang Ziqing and Li Jiajia wanted to speak, but in the end, they didn't open their mouths to say a word. Both of them really especially hope that Jiang Qian will come to their own club. Not to mention, just looking at each other's face, every time the club activities are held, that mood must be extremely good. There was a long line in front of the Hanbatsu club. Most of them are admirers. The Hanbok club has excellent benefits. Not only are there handsome men and women in it, But there are also off-campus activities that other clubs don't have. Other clubs may just hold a club activity at school once a week, like the basketball club, which plays basketball on the basketball court, and the music club, which plays music in the school piano room. And like going out to play outside of school, you might only get to go out once a semester at the beginning and the end of the semester. But the Hanfu Club was different. Every half-month Muining would take the members of the club out for a trip to the mountains. What with hot springs, fall picnics, hiking, camping and more. The key thing is that you don't have to pay for it yourself. Sister Mu pays out of her own pocket, and all expenses for going out are fully covered. Greatness. No words needed. Just because of this benefit, I don't know how many people want to enter this club every year. There's just one requirement to get into the club. Good looks. But just that one request stopped a lot of people. The Hanbok Club has only 9 members so far. Compared to other clubs with dozens or hundreds of people, the Hanfu Club can be described as pitifully small. Hokage, this is your first time here, isn't it? What's wrong, senpai? Do you know the requirements for joining the Hanbok Club? I know. It's not enough to look good. So, do you think you're good looking? I think I'm pretty good looking. The team, in 2s and 3s, were discussing it. And at the front of the line, a few schoolmates in old-fashioned costumes were sitting behind small square tables. Each member who wants to join the club sits in front of a small square table and fills out an information sheet. All you have to fill in above is some general information. As soon as you sit down in front of the small square table, a few schoolmates will already be able to tell if you're a good fit for the club. The conditions for joining the club were extremely harsh, and only those with a face value that could be recognized by several school sisters at the same time were allowed to join the club. This is the root cause of the scarcity of people in the Hanbok society. But less is less and the face is top-notch. Inside the line, there were not only freshmen, but also sophomores. Freshmen don't know the rules, thinking that as long as they fill out the information sheet, then joining the club will be a sure thing. Not to mention the fact that the club's senior sister in front of them is still smiling gently at them. The sophomores just wanted to laugh when they looked at this group of naive underclassmen who saw in them a reflection of themselves a year ago. Alright. After the information is filled out, you can go back and wait for the news. The Hanfu Club sisters smiled gently. Sister, so is this considered my initiation into the club? Just go back and wait. The Hanbok scholar said softly once again. Okay. A certain freshman didn't get frustrated either. Looking at the extremely pretty-looking sisters in front of him, he had already begun to fantasize about what would happen after joining the club. Muining led Zhang Qian past the crowd still lining up and walked over to the small square table. Rushing to Zhang Yu, who was still recruiting newcomers, and said, Xiao Yu, give me an information sheet. Okay, Sister Mu. Zhang Yu immediately took out an information sheet and handed it over. Zhang Qian felt something was wrong. Very much 9 out of 10. The stares of the people around him made him a little puzzled. Not only is there a queue, but there are also Hanbok Club scholars of. Here, take this form back and fill it out. Muining handed the information sheet to Zhang Qian. Filling out the form was simply a formality. Whether Zhang Qian could join the club or not was just a matter of her word. Although she had said inside the club that she couldn't rely on connections to get in. That didn't include her, the one who made the rules. Oh good. Zhang Qian took the information sheet with both hands. There was a long line in front of the small square table. It could be seen that there were not a few people who wanted to join the Han Clothing Club. And Zhang Qian felt that Muining, as the president of the Han Clothing Club, and today being the time of the club's recruiting period, must be busy with a lot of things. So after receiving the information sheet, he sought an excuse to leave. Chapter 72. You two bet on me in front of me? Noon. Zhang Qian bought a fried rice in the small cafeteria and returned to the dormitory. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin had also returned, and the two of them were warmly discussing this club recruitment. I Lua Ray Ah. Did you just see the dance club those schoolgirls dance? TSK. Wonderful. Is too wonderful. Old Zhang. That's you being shallow. Can you watch something with substance? The older sister playing the guitar in the music club just now. I think it's just great. There's nothing to see in playing the piano. It's better to dance. Cheesy. You're just plain cheesy. Zhang Qian walked to his table, sat down, and lifted the disposable plastic lid of the fried rice. What kind of associations are you two adding? IE Sports Club. Zhang Hongbin replied. After that he stood up and walked over to Zhang Qian. Lao Jiang. This is not right for you. We two are specially waiting for you to come back inside the dormitory to go eat together. As a result, you are good. You buy fried rice back by yourself. Zhang Qian didn't hold back and rolled his eyes. You have the nerve to say that? Why don't you take out your cell phone and see how many VX calls I just made to you too? You guys are not returning any of them. The cell phone is dead. Chen Ming also walked over. After playing the game all morning, the phone's battery had long since been completely emptied. A common problem with all cell phones these days is that as they are used more and more, the battery life diminishes every day. A cell phone may last all day on a single charge when you first buy it, but after using it for a while, it may only last a morning on a single charge. Old Jiang, what group did you add? Chen Ming asked curiously. Jiang Qian, Chen Ming, as if guessing some kind of possibility, then proceeded to interrupt Jiang Qian with a voice. Wait a moment. You wait a moment. He then turned his head to look at Zhang Hongbin and proposed. Old Zhang, should we have a bet? Zhang Hongbin raised his hand and slapped a large nose pocket on Chen Ming's waist. A bet? He's fallen for it twice in a row. And you're going to play this game on him? You think he's a cutie? No? What are you going to bet on? Zhang Hongbin asked. Just bet on what club Lao Jiang joins. Chen Ming said. Alright, we both can't pick the same one. I bet he joins the Hanfu club. Zhang Hongbin jumped ahead and said. Chen Ming was silent. Bet? Don't you want to bet? I'll bet 2,000. Zhang Hongbin raised his big hand and said with bravado. Having suffered twice, how could he not learn to be smarter? Now he could kind of see that Jiang Qian and school sister Mu might still have a thing going on. So just lean on the content of this bet towards the two, and you can't go wrong. Hiss. Chen Ming nodded with some relief. Old Zhang, you can do this. Ha! Zhang Hongbin didn't have the good sense to laugh. No. Are you two treating me as if I don't exist? Is it not a bit inappropriate to take me as a betting content in front of me? Jiang Qian looked at the two with a strange face. These two probably didn't bet on him much. Harm. Lao Jiang. It's fine. Just for the money you've won for me these 2 times. What do you want to eat this weekend? Give me the word. I'll be the host and treat you. Chen Ming comforted. You're being a bit inappropriate. Inviting just one person? Zhang Hongbin was a little bit unfavorable. This taking his money and going out to treat someone to a meal. Aren't I not done talking yet? Old Zhang. You can come too. Chen Ming invited. Forget it. You guys go eat. I have other things to do this weekend. Zhang Qian waved his hand and refused. Gotta. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin glanced at each other, and both of them had already guessed what the other things Zhang Qian was referring to in his words. Although the two of them weren't sure about Zhang Qian's specific arrangements for this weekend, they guessed that it should be related to senior sister Mu Yining. After a brief chat inside the dormitory, Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin each picked up their still charging cell phones and ordered a campus takeout. Originally, the two were planning to wait for Jiang Qianan to come back to go out to eat together, but they didn't expect the other party to come back with a fried rice. Jiang Qian's fried rice was almost finished when the takeout for the two of them was finally delivered. Chen Ming ordered cassoulet and Zhang Hongbin ordered omelette rice. After simply tidying up the desktop hygiene, Jiang Qian planned to go to bed and chat with school sister Mu for a while. Holy, old Jiang! Chen Ming staggered. What? Look at our school forum. You're on the list again. Chen Ming said. Oh, Jiang Qian thought that something big had happened, and once he heard this he didn't even have the heart to look at it. His picture was often put up on top of the school forum during military training. There were a lot of comments under his picture, not the least of which were some anonymous spammers. But after years of doing short videos, he's long been immune to the bad comments. It seems like no matter where you are, there will always be some people who like to tell other people what to do. But as the saying goes, when you're out to make a buck, you face outward. In the beginning, he might have broken his defenses because of all the negative comments, but it's been years since then. His mental faculties had long since been sharpened by those comments. I'll be damned. Lao Jiang, you're really out of your league. Chen Ming put the takeout box that had just been lifted and covered it back up. And then he couldn't care less about eating, and took his cell phone and walked over to Jiang Qian to chat about gossip. Zhang Hongbin on the side was not like Chen Ming, except that he was also quite fond of knocking gossip. With the omelette rice in one hand and a stool in the other, he sat on his butt next to Jiang Qian and Chen Ming. What? Jiang Qian said in disbelief. Gee, look at that. It says here that the two presidents of our school's dance club almost fought to get you in. In the end, it was Sister Mu who pulled you out. Chen Ming pointed to his cell phone screen and showed it to Jiang Qian before moving it to Zhang Hongbin. The post, which is illustrated with pictures, has garnered hundreds of comments in just a few minutes. Don't you listen to the bull ***** on this. There's no such thing. Jiang Qian spread his hands, his face helpless. The title of this post was taken to really suck it up. It smacks of those shady self-publishers making things up now. TSK, 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 Old Jiang, don't be so quick to deny it. There are still pictures on here. I'm kind of regretting it. Why do you think I didn't follow you then? Eating melon at this scene is definitely better than eating melon on my cell phone now. Chen Ming pounded his chest and lamented. Jiang Qian didn't continue to bother with this person. Took his own cell phone and ran to the bed to lie down. Chapter 73, Good looks are good enough. Holy, old Jiang. Zhang Hongbin staggered. What again? There were times when Jiang Qian really had the urge to violently beat up his roommate. Regarding the other party's voice that roared twice every now and then, he was truly afraid that one day he would be scared by the two if he wasn't paying attention. I see that the post above this forum says that the conditions are a bit harsh if you want to join School Sister Mu's Ancient Wind Society. Zhang Hongbin used his cell phone to check up on the message on the screen while picking up the omelette rice in his hand. Harsh conditions? Jiang Qian was puzzled. What are the conditions for this membership? He did know that the Hanfu Club was founded by Sister Mu. Only he didn't know the conditions for joining the club. Now look at Zhang Hongbin's startled look. His curiosity was instantly piqued. What do you care about his conditions of admission? Chen Ming listened and then bristled. With the relationship between Mu Yining and Jiang Qianan, but also the conditions of entry? He guessed that Sister Mu couldn't wait for Jiang Qian to join her club. Lao Jiang, in my opinion, your admission to the society is a sure thing. There's no need to worry. Chen Ming then spoke up to comfort him. Thanks, but I wasn't worried. Jiang Qian shrugged indifferently. At that time, when Sister Mu came up to him and asked him if he wanted to join her club, he had already considered himself a member of her club. But what is this harsh condition for joining the society? Jiang Qian then asked, still somewhat curious about this question. This condition is simple to say simple, and not simple to say not simple. Zhang Hongbin sold his words. Jiang Qian sniffed and no longer engaged in nonsense literature with him. Directly picked up his cell phone and was ready to check it out for himself. Hey, don't flip it. I'll tell you. Zhang Hongbin immediately changed his words. In fact, this entry condition is only one. Good looking on the line. Jiang Qian stared blankly at the other party, as if praying for what the other party would say next. There was a short silence before he frowned and asked, and then what? Just nothing? Ah, no more. Zhang Hongbin nodded. You think your conditions look simple? I saw someone above the forum say that the Hanfu Club only has 9 members so far, 2 men and 7 women. There are a lot of people in our school who want to join the Hanbok Club, but they only recruit 1 or 2 people every year. The more Jiang Qian heard, the stranger he felt. Then what's so appealing about this Chinese dress club? I saw a lot of people lining up there today waiting to join the club. Hiss. Old Jiang, so you don't know anything about the Hanfu Club? Zhang Hongbin was surprised. I'll see for myself then. Jiang Qian picked up his cell phone once again. Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me take a sip of water before I tell you. Zhang Hongbin patted the other party's shoulder and picked up the mineral water on the table and took a sip. This Chinese dress club welfare is the best club in our school. Not to mention the gifts on New Year's holidays. You can go out to play once every half a month, soak in the hot springs, climbing mountains, camping, picnics, etc. And the most critical thing is that, do not have to spend money on their own. Zhang Hongbin's words just fell. A gasp of surprise came from just off to the side. What? No need to spend money. Chen Ming had some regrets at the moment. He probably shouldn't have run off and joined the club so early. Yes, no need to spend money. Zhang Hongbin affirmed once again. Jiang Qian frowned slightly. Now he finally understood why so many people wanted to join Sister Mu's Hanfu Club. Not to mention the rest. Just for the perks. It's a one-of-a-kind existence in the whole school. Not to mention the fact that the Hanbok Club is full of handsome men and women. Old Jiang. Chen Ming swished and hugged Jiang Qian's elbow. What for? I want to join Sister Mu's club. Why are you talking to me if you're adding it? Jiang Qian pushed Chen Ming away. Zhang Hongbin could not stand it. Said, come on old Chen, you do not have a point in your own heart? That other people's society rules written so clearly. To look good. What do you mean? Chen Ming asked back. I don't mean anything. Zhang Hongbin spread his hands. What do you know? I for one am quite interested in Chinese clothing. I grew up watching costume dramas. Chen Ming said. Ha! Jiang Qian scared disdainfully. Chen Ming's words were probably something a dog would have to shake its head at. JCU small cafeteria. The risotto restaurant. The 3 girls from the Hanfu Club were sitting in the corner of the store with Mu Yining. Sister Mu, who is that person you brought today? Zhang Yu was curious. That boy's name is Zhang Prayan. He seems to be a student in Sister Mu's class, right? Lu Qin helpfully explained. TSK. It's the first time I've seen Sister Mu personally lead someone through the back door. Shang Xiaorui sighed. Alright, you three hurry up and eat. Didn't I tell you? That's a student from my class. He wanted to come to the Hanbok Club to have some fun, so I brought him here. Besides, haven't you guys met him as well? That does meet the criteria for admission to our club. Mu Yining casually said that sentence or two, not intending to explain too much. There are times when the more you explain, the more skeptical you become. Sister Mu, we're just curious. Shang Xiaorui squeezed her eyebrows. If I remember correctly, I think I saw Sister Mu singing with him on the playground during military training. What? Singing? Zhang Yu was a bit out of the blue. Mu Yining had nothing to do with singing in the eyes of several of them. Although Mu Yining could play the piano and was still very good at it, they, the club members, all knew that Mu Yining's singing level was really not that good. Once before, they went to a karaoke, and then they were curious enough to let Mu Yining sing a song. Since then, no one has mentioned the singing thing in front of Mu Yining. No, Jade, is your cell phone on a 2G network? Then last month on top of our school's forum, the post of Sister Mu and that boy singing dominated the list for a week. Lu Qin explained. I don't even look at that stuff much. Zhang Yu said. Oh yes, Sister Mu, we looked at it this morning, and it seems that none of them were able to join the club. Zhang Yu then reported. In fact, they, the members within the club, knew that Mu Yining had created this club to sell clothing for her family. They, the club members, are all models. The only requirement then is to look good. And a bigger part of that is the need to see if the body is good enough to hold the dress up. About this matter, it had always been an unspoken secret among them, the members of the society, because Mu Yining didn't want to talk about it outside, and they all get paid for it, and even that pay is quite substantial. That's why the members of the Chinese clothing club all listen to Mu Yining, because the other party is not only their president, but also their boss. Chapter 74, the corners of your mouth are a bit hard to press. Evening. Boys at 301 dormitory. Zhang Qian was lying on his side on his own bed. Originally his preferred position had always been to lie flat and play with his cell phone. But there are two dogs inside the dormitory. Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin. The two are really just thievingly boring some days. Likes to hold up his cell phone and zoom in to determine what he's doing from inside the reflection of his pupils. This went on and on. So he simply changed the position he had always preferred. From lying flat on his back to lying on his side on the bed with his back to the two of them, playing with his cell phone. Jiang Qian, boss, are you there? Some stars, in River Prayer and that friend of mine recently met a problem. What's the problem? Jiang Jian, it's just that he's been a bit torn lately. He wants to ask a girl out, but he doesn't know where to choose to go. Some stars, you can get your friend to start with a common hobby. A common hobby? Jiang Qian was a bit confused looking at the words. He and Ms. Mu share a common hobby. What could it be? Sister Mu does have quite a few hobbies. What with horseback riding, hiking, archery, swimming and so on, but cooking counts as one. Besides cooking I guess there's only playing games. Jiang Qian, boss, my friend said he wants to take a girl to an internet cafe. Mu Yining is to play the game. This is something that Jiang Qian knows. After all, there are photos posted inside that circle of friends, pink gaming chairs, and then cute headphones, and a brightly lit computer screen, on which is the screen of the league selecting heroes. Some stars. Internet cafe. Mu Yining couldn't even hold back a laugh at the sight of those two words. This is at least the first time I've taken the initiative to ask her out to play. Picking an internet cafe. No. Mu Yining could already imagine herself wearing a pretty dress that day, then dressed up beautifully, and hacking with Jiang Qian inside the internet cafe. Is this appropriate? Obviously not appropriate. Mu Yining pondered for a moment. Then he typed on his cell phone screen. If your friend doesn't know what places to choose, then I can recommend a few for him. Jiang Qian, HM? Boss, please elaborate. Some stars, movie theater. Have your friend take the girl to a movie and pick a horror movie? Your friend can totally take the opportunity to make some intimate gestures. A movie? Jiang Qian cut the screen and tapped on a certain app that sells movie tickets. Then replied, boss, there aren't many good movies here lately, and horror movies are even less so. Some stars, hey, who says only movie theaters can watch movies? You can ask your friends to take girls to private theaters. River Prayer, private theater? Jiang Qian scratched his head, followed by cutting out the screen and running to Baidu to briefly understand this place. A private theater is a small, self-contained place to watch movies. After roughly scanning the explanation given on Baidu, Jiang Qian cut the phone screen back to the chat box with his boss. Jiang Qian, this place. Will it work? Some stars, yes, definitely. It's kind of an emerging form of entertainment. And it's very appropriate for young people like you guys who are in the post-zero generation. River Prayer and, okay, but, boss, I just remembered something all of a sudden. Ichiban singing, what is it? Zhang Jiayan, it's this horror movie, right? This friend of mine is also a bit scared. Ha! Mu Yining let out a soft laugh as she looked at the message on her cell phone screen. Of course she knew that Zhang Qian was afraid of horror movies. Why else would she let the other person pick the horror movie? What's wrong with that? Girls are usually more timid than boys. And that girl is probably even more afraid of ghosts than your friend. Seems kind of reasonable. Zhang Qian nodded with some recognition. He was afraid. But Sister Mu might be afraid too. Ichiban Hoshi, and, you can tell your friend that. If you're scared, you can hold on to the girls. Zhang Qian had a question mark on his face. He hugged Mu Senpai tightly out of fear? This is a joke. Even if he was scared, he wouldn't act like this. River Prayer and, okay, thank you bosso. Going to try Mu Senpai's mouth first? After bidding some farewells to the star boss, Zhang Qian turned to open the chat box with school Sister Mu. Zhang Qian, Sister Mu, are you there? Nurenin, what's wrong? Zhang Qian, just want to ask if you're free tomorrow afternoon? From Monday through Friday, only Friday afternoons are free. All other times are full. Mu ending, yes. What's wrong? Zhang Qian, that. Nope. Zhang Qian mumbled to himself, deleting the text he had just typed on his cell phone screen cleanly again. After lying on the bed and thinking for 2 minutes, Zhang Qian finally was able to find a perfect excuse. Zhang Jiayan, can I trouble you to take some pictures for me tomorrow? Then I'll treat senior sister to a movie. If he directly asked the other party out to watch a movie, Zhang Qian always felt a bit abrupt, and now that he added such a precondition, it was a lot more natural. The message was sent over, and Zhang Qian waited for a while, but no reply came. What's going on? Zhang Qian was a bit annoyed and restless as he rolled over on the bed. Finally, just as his patience was running out, there was a ding-dong and a message popped up on his cell phone screen. Mu Yining, I was just washing up. I didn't see it. What movie are you watching? Zhang Qian, sister, what do you think of horror movies? Zhang Qian's mood instantly relaxed. There are times when liking someone just becomes an affliction. As long as the other person doesn't reply to the message, it's easy to think about what's there. But once he saw that the other party had replied to the message and explained the reason why he had not replied to the message just now, the original mood of loss was replaced by pleasure. Mu Yining, horror movie? I'm a little scared. Zhang Qian, it's okay sis. That's all fake. It's not scary. Mohammed, alright then. What time tomorrow afternoon? Zhang Prayan, let's say 2 o'clock. See you at the south gate of Jincheng University. We'll take a taxi then. Mu Yining, take a taxi? I'll just drive. Just wait for me at the south gate. Zhang Prayan, oh yes. I've almost forgotten that senior sister has a car. Okay, then I'll wait for you at that time. Mu Yining, no problem. Zhang Qian, then schoolmates go to bed early. Good night. Muena, well, you too. Go to bed early. Good night. Looking at the message on his cell phone screen, the corners of Zhang Qian's mouth unconsciously slowly rose. TSK, old Zhang, what good thing have you stumbled upon? The corners of this mouth are simply harder to press than AK. Zhang Hongbin laughed and joked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian's expression immediately went cold before he turned around. Turning his back to Chen Ming and Zhang Hongbin, it should be related to senior sister Mu, echoed Chen Ming. Oi sister Mu, Zhang Hongbin coaxed. Can't you two learn from Lao Ji? Why do you gossip so much all day long? If you have that kind of time, you might as well memorize 2 more English words. Zhang Qian disliked. Chapter 75, The Weekend's Itinerary. River Evening Boat, how soon do you get out of school at noon tomorrow? Zhang Qian had planned to go straight to bed after confirming tomorrow's time with Sister Mu, but his oldest sister sent him another message. River Prayer and, what's wrong? Zhang Evening Zhou, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Let's go out in the afternoon. River Prayer and, Zhang Prayan, so what, sis? I have something to do with a friend tomorrow afternoon. What's the matter? River Prayer and, it's just a friend of mine's birthday, and he asked me to come over for a party. Zhang Evening Boat, then why don't you bring me along too? I'll simply go along for the ride. Hey, Zhang Qian sighed. Zhang Evening Zhou is like this, likes to be lively and is big-headed. He didn't even dare to say that he was going out to watch a movie with Sister Mu tomorrow. If he said it, according to his estimation, Zhang Evening Zhou would definitely have to follow along. When the time comes, it doesn't matter if he's embarrassed. He's afraid that Sister Mu will be embarrassed. Jiang Prian, sister, this is not good. We are just a few boys, ready to go to play some boys should play. If you come over, I feel that we cannot let go. Jiang Evening Zhou, okay, got it. I got it. Go ahead then. Jiang Qian sighed again. Years of experience told him that Jiang Wanzhou was angry. Just by looking at this line, he was already able to brainstorm the look of Jiang Evening Zhou with her hands clasped over her chest and her mouth bulging with anger. Jiang Qian, sister, tomorrow afternoon is really not possible. Or how about this? The day after tomorrow, Saturday, we two siblings go out to play. What do you think? Riverboat, huh? Just Saturday? Jiang Prian, then I can do it on Sunday if my sister wants to. Aren't you going abroad next Monday? I'm afraid you'll be jet-lagged. Jiang Evening Boat, that's something. Just say yes. 2 days on the weekend. Go out with me. River Prayer and, okay sis. Don't look at Jiang Evening Zhou as 5 years older than him. Usually love to pose as an older sister. But in reality, if Jiang Evening Zhou plays a little sex, it is more than a little girl. After so many years, Jiang Qian was gradually getting used to this contrasting appearance of his own old sister anyway. River Prayer and, so what are we going to do for the weekend? Every time Jiang Evening Zhou returned to China, he would pull him along to go out and have a good time for a few days. So that was why he had refused to hang out with Chen Ming before. Jiang Evening Zhou came back once in a while. He, as a younger brother, should accompany the other party to have fun? And Chen Ming, the roommate. There is still so much time in the 4 years of college, so you can slowly go out to play later. River, I don't know you said it. River Prayer and, that's fine. Old Jiang, who are you chatting with again? It couldn't be school sister Mu, could it? Chen Ming guessed. Although Jiang Qian had now changed his position of lying on the bed and playing with his cell phone, it didn't prevent him from guessing directly. Just at this point, past 11 in the middle of the night. Wouldn't that be one of those times when young couples talk? What's the matter with you? Sleep. Jiang Qian put his phone next to his pillow and gathered the quilt on his body. His schedule for this weekend was basically set. Accompanying Mu Xuejie on Friday. Accompanying his sister on Saturday and Sunday. Ding dong ding dong. Within seconds of closing his eyes, his cell phone beside him rang with several more message alerts. Jiang Qian picked up his cell phone and took a look. Mu Shuiyan, is it in? Mu Shuiyan, tomorrow is Friday. Are you free this afternoon? Jiang Qian was a bit helpless. How come this weekend? Instead, he felt busier than he was in school during the week. River Prayer and, Sister Snowsmoke. What's the matter? Mu Shuiyan, little fish says she wants to see you. Jiang Jian, I have something to do tomorrow. A friend's birthday. Asked me to come over to play with him. Jiang Qian took out the reasons for dealing with Jiang Evening Zhou just now and spoke again. Anyway, Mu Shuiyan and Jiang Evening Zhou didn't know. Just don't show up tomorrow with any of that grabby thing where you happen to run into the two of them at the theater. Mu Shuiyan, okay, so are you free this weekend? Jiang Prian, my sister asked me to go out with her for the weekend. As soon as the message was sent out, Jiang Qian saw that on the chat box. It kept showing, the other party is typing. But after waiting for several minutes, no message came back. It wasn't hard to guess that just now Mu Shuiyan should have typed and deleted the message. Deleted and typed. Mu Shuiyan, okay. Then I'll go and have a good word with little fish. After waiting for a long time, Mu Shuiyan sent him this paragraph. Jiang Qian looked at his heart and although he was a little apologetic, he didn't say anything more. In his mind, if he had to rank the people around him one by one, the first one at the moment is definitely Jiang Evening Zhou. If little fish, he can still accompany him again next week. But Jiang Evening Zhou, he will be leaving next week. Jiang Prian, okay. Sister Shuiyan go to bed early. Mu Shuiyan, well, you too. Good night. Putting down his cell phone, Jiang Qian closed his eyes immediately after. But not 2 minutes later, there were a few more ding dong message alerts. This is the third time. Jiang Qian picked up his cell phone and didn't directly tap on the message, but went ahead and set a silent mode. Only then did he tap on the VX. Lin Yi, Jiang Qian, are you free tomorrow after school at noon? Jiang Qian thought who had sent him a message, but it turned out to be Lin Yi. Ever since he rejected someone's confession a few days ago, he and Lin Yi were more than strangers inside the classroom in the past 2 days. In the beginning, Lin Yi would sit next to him every time. But now, if he sits at the back of the classroom, Lin Yi sits at the front of the classroom. If he sits on the left, Lin Yi will sit on the right. The two hadn't said a word in the past 2 days either. Jiang Qian, I have something to do tomorrow. 5 big words typed lightly. Jiang Qian also did not explain too much. He and Lin Yi is an ordinary friend. Now maybe even ordinary friends are not enough. There is no need to explain. People are so shallow sometimes that they can walk away from each other at the drop of a hat. A few of his old high school friends who used to play well together have drifted out of touch since graduation.